Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Challenge the Elite. It is playoff time, and that means that we only have 8 teams remaining, I think. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. What does matter is as these teams go through our bracket, they'll have the opportunity to move forward or move down into the lower. So it's going to be a day of thrills and spills. But if you are just joining us, where have you been? And this is how the groups have played out. In Group A, Exceptional, Omen EU, and Team Falcons all went 4-1. On the bottom half of it, we had a little bit of competition. Revive Gaming and Nocturne played right to the end, but Revive Gaming made it. Nocturne and Maestro did not on 1 and 4. In Group B, a flawless 5 Media Clan 5-0, Notorious XCR, CRX War, and 22 Esports all made it, with the Funhouse losing out in the tiebreaker. And Rena Perdre, they were valiant to the end, but unfortunately not good enough, Tom.
Not quite good enough, but somebody who was very, very good all season long. The only undefeated team across both two groups. 5 Media Clan, fantastic showing in a difficult group. I mean, you look at some of the teams that are in there, very, very good squads across the board. A difficult one to get out of, never mind finding the 5-0 in the group stages. Does that make them favorite? I'm not 100% sure yet. We're going to see how things do start to play out during this playoff side of things. It's always very much about playing your best Call of Duty at the right time. Have they peaked too early, or have they got more in the tank?
Well, we'll have to find out. Like I said, this is always a bit of a marathon, right? Like, it's never just about winning those games once. If you do get a flawless record, you're still going to have to perform in the playoffs. 5 Media Clan want to do, obviously, that as we get towards the end of the season. And that's what's really going to count. Who can they take on? Who can they beat in this? Because this is how our bracket does play out, Ton. Which game are you looking forward to?
Oh, there's a couple of juicy ones in this one. For me, you look towards, okay, of course, Omen going up against Notorious. That is an absolute banger. But I think the main one that a lot of people will have their eyes on is Clutch Rain War taking on Falcons. I think that it could be an incredible, incredible game. Let's see how things are going to go down. Both two teams had, I want to say, different fortunes throughout. You know, we probably expected a little bit more from Clutch Rain War, whereas Falcons have continued to, I don't want to say exceed expectations, kind of alongside where we would expect them to be. So some better Call of Duty to maybe be played from both these two teams, but who's going to be able to find it on day number 1 of playoffs?
That's the really big question as well. Like, Falcons are never an easy team to beat, and
Never.
Clutch Rain X War have been up and they've been down. Their last game was pretty good, though, from what I remember. Certainly put the boot in against the team to make sure they qualified. And, well, we'll see. Is this the day where they are exceptional, or will Falcons manage to pip them to the post?
I mean, look, they've got the talent. We absolutely know they do. They have the experience. They have everything you could possibly want. A new up-and-coming side of things on the player front. They have everything in this roster you possibly want to go on some sort of run, and I think they will sort of know themselves they didn't perform to their best throughout the group stages, but they know that you're going into playoffs, and this is where your money is made. And are they going to be able to do it up against Falcons? That will be the first game. And of course, over on Bravo, Omen EU taking on Notorious, and we got 2 more games over in Europe tonight as well, Brycey. Then we got NA straight after. Strap yourselves in, and it's a long old night of Call of Duty.
It certainly is. It should be a good one, though. All these teams just making sure they get as far as possible in this tournament. Of course, some of them will say goodbye today, but we should keep the vast majority as we roll through. Another thing we need to talk about, really, the Falcons. I think, Tony, you said, you know, we kind of expect them to be there, and that's kind of true. This team at points looks unbelievable, but it's never plain sailing. It's never the easiest kind of way to get through some of these games. Like, they're in a great position and now they've lost it, or they're dominant on map 1, but map 2 goes the other way. It's never like a hot 3-0 from them. And I think that's what they might struggle with, depending on what map set they get.
Yeah, just a bit more consistency. Like, how often do we see them with pop-off players? You think of this from Axnet, Khaled in this specific scenario as well, finding the 3. How often do Falcons find players like that and only just scrape by? Like, that's something that, you know, you can always say to yourselves, yeah, okay, it's great to have these pop-off moments. It's highly influential on their game, but then they're still only scraping through. I was just having a little browse there, actually, because I'm thinking to myself, look, Carl, Exton, these guys are ridiculously talented. But then you look at their stats over the entirety of the group stages, not really anything to write home about. Okay, look, very, very solid, everybody apart from one player in the positive side of things, which is good, but are you not converting that into cleaner results? That has to be something they look towards, like a map 5 win up against Revived. It doesn't matter how you get them, you eventually do. That seems to be Falcons' mantra. Whether or not they're going to be able to do that against Kuchwa Falcons, though, is another thing. This should be a very, very tough game.
It certainly should, and this is how it will play out. For nobody's surprise, 6-star Hardpoint makes a wonderful start to our tournament. Again, basically always the first map now, but Invasion Search and Destroy is next. Then High-Rise Control. Teams have really been struggling with consistency on this map, basically the length and breadth of Elite Challengers. Then Karate Hardpoint, and then High-Rise Search and Destroy if we make it that far, Ton.
Yeah, very standardized map set when it has to come down to European challenges. I love 6-star as well. I would love to see a bit more Vista. I'm a big Vista guy. Culture and War are very good at that particular map, though, so not surprised to not see it in there. If you want Falcons, they are going to get an opportunity, though, straight away on 6-star. Thinking towards it, how it could break down with the matchups going up against each other. It's very much going to be about those SMG battles at the tip of the spear. It's hard to say which way this one's going to go, Bryce. It's a very, very difficult game to predict. And I think that is going to be the case as we go over the course of this bracket. As you can see, the winner of Country and War and Falcons, they will have a very, very tough game and winners round 2, of course, as well. The other side of the bracket, Brycey, this is also very, very interesting.
It really is 5-Minute Clan against Rewind, and I think realistically the highlight here has got to be 5-Minute Clan and Omit. Right, Omit are obviously 2 times champions of Challengers Elite, but weren't looking as secure in the run-up to the playoffs.
No, they haven't looked as clean, but I suppose when you look at previous iterations of this Omit roster and other seasons, they look pretty damn good. Right, I mean, the first one they only fell to, well, Clutch Rain. Obviously, that was quite some time ago. Now, season 2, they went flawless all the way through group play and all the way through the bracket play to become our 2-time champions. We know that they know when the business needs to be done. Are they going to be able to do it here, though? Are they going to be able to turn things around? Things haven't necessarily looked as clean. And I wonder if a couple of poor LAN results maybe it's starting, I don't want to say getting to them, but is it playing on their mind a little bit? Are they trying to change things up? Is that whatever they're trying to change not necessarily working? There's a couple of different theories we could have. We could be wrong about every single one of them. That does seem to be par for the course for myself, but Omit are still a very, very good roster. They are still the team to beat. Do not question that. But whether or not they turned up to their highest level over this week and, of course, next week when we come back for 2 more days of competition, that's the question that's going to be asked.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Well, I mean, fortunately, and this is the best case scenario, obviously, I think it was the shock result day 1 of the Elite, yeah. But it's not about the day 1. It's about getting all the way towards the end. You can still be champions and have a bad run in the groups. But here we go. These are the maps set for that second stream, which will be live on Bravo. It's going to be 6-star Hardpoint, High-Rise Search and Destroy, Invasion Control, Vista Hardpoint, and 6-star Search. I've told you, 6-star Hardpoint has become the default #1 map.
It has. I wonder if it's just a nice warm-up for teams to get into it. It's fast, it's furious. We're getting all the Twitch fibers. We're ready to go nailed on down. It's been an interesting map. I was actually thinking about it this morning, the question that you asked me yesterday, why are so many teams picking it? And I wonder if it's, to a certain degree, if you're coming in with a slightly newer roster, you have maybe been playing over the past month or 2 together, you've had just as much time as everybody else on this map. That was just another theory. Popped up in my head whilst I was having a shower this morning, Brycey. Don't know why.
Do you know what I think it is? I think there are other maps in the map set that are more heavily favored towards certain teams, like sub-base. We know there are good and bad sub-base teams, right? Rio kind of has the same vibe. I feel like this is the point where, like, when we get into 6-star, it just feels like a more neutral map. So it makes it through the pick and ban phase. And then, like, okay, we'll take that on. It's just a pretty good map for everybody. So I think most teams are quite comfortable on it. With only 4 hard points, it's not that complicated in terms of rotations, and the hard points are all pretty similar in terms of, like, there are good hold points. You can get your SMGs into a close position. It feels like that is the way that this is played out, where everybody just goes, all right, well, we'll get rid of the maps we don't like. 6 stars left, we'll take 6-star.
Yeah, I want to say it feels a bit more traditional Hardpoint to a certain degree outside of the 4 hills, right? The way that it plays. the spawns, for the most part, do make sense. And yeah, okay, you get rogue ones, of course you do, but it's a little bit of an easier map to read. And again, I think that kind of your point feeds into my point in the sense that teams have become well established on a certain maps. You think of, as you said, Subbase, Omit, incredible on that map. Whereas you look at some of these other teams who haven't necessarily been together for as long. This is a newer map in the pool, as is Vista, but this one seems a little bit more balanced on how to play. It's a little bit more simple, so you're seeing teams just throw it in there, say, right, okay, let's see who plays on the day. If our SMGs are popping, we're going to win the map. So it's very much, though, about that P2, P3 rotation, and how important that is cannot be understated whatsoever. How many times have we seen teams picking up 100+ points every single time they get the opportunity on 6-star? So we'll see how things are going to go down when we do get onto the map, which is the first map in both of our starting games tonight.
Doesn't really matter. I believe secondary is going to be ready first. Everybody just trying to get in these lobbies and get it going for tournament day. But yeah, Notorious XCR versus Omid EU. And while we've got this second of time, one of the things I was going to bring up, Ton, while we watch this play out for a minute or two, just who do you think are the top slayers so far in this season of the Elite? I wonder if you can get them.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I definitely have to start stock giving open on my
That's cheating. That's where I'm getting my information from.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, I'm going to answer the question for you. It's Super. The guy has been absolutely insane for 5 Media Clan. And before yesterday, he had 1.72 over the group stages, which is just absolutely absurd. That's ridiculous numbers. He's now sitting at a lowly 1.55 or something along those lines, Brycey. So he has reined it in a little bit, but not very much. Irrelevant of that, though, Omit will not necessarily have had the top level things for them that you would have expected, but you can see how they're going to get on over on Bravo. This game is going to continue. It's been a decent start for Notorious, but we got this one ready to go instead, Brycey.
We do. Clutch Rain X War versus Team Falcons. And kind of just continue that point as we warm up into this one. Yeah, second, by the way, is Rencor. Same team, 5 Media Clan, 1.36. And I've been told that this one has had a lobby drop. So we're going back to secondary as we'll continue this thread until we actually get into the game.
Anyway.
So there's secondary back. Third place, by the way, is Cobra on Clutch Rain X War. And an interesting point that you kind of bring up Omid here, their ratios across the qualifiers haven't been as amazing as you might expect. Only 2 of their players actually kind of breaking a positive in the 1.0 mark, and that's going to be Mythics and Hixie. So a little bit of a struggle kind of shows what we were talking about.
But I think if you kind of had an indicator on that one, and what is good is that you're getting Vortex at a 1.0 right now, which is a very nice thing to have. Usually if Steve's breaking even, they're doing well. But it's Weeman who hasn't necessarily been at the races so far over this stage. And, well, he's going to have to be here against Notorious. They do have the lock on the rotation. They are not going to be able to solidify the kills here, though, with 45 seconds to play for. It's just about time that they got some control. This is a big kill. They will find it. Weeman finds a couple, and that's what he needs to do for this team if they want to succeed.
Still trying to hold it, eventually will fall. Reinforcements are going to be here for OMDU, but they are currently just trailing behind the Falcons. Don't have full control, got to be careful.
It's hard when players do continue to get a push over towards this side, but Hixie makes mincemeat of the players, and Notorious will find 2. Now left all on his own. Cover was there, though. They will lock this down, get the majority of the time, but Notorious do a good job at limiting that to probably around more like 40 seconds, other than the 60 that was definitely on offer for Omid, but they have an opportunity to make that work. Not going to happen. Twiz will find a gunfight. A couple of big gunfights going to go on here, actually, as Hixie can find one. Vortex for another. It's been traded across the board, but Hixie had a hell of a start here for the squad. 12-7 from him. Omid in the lead and in control.
They certainly do have it at the moment, but that mid control could prove crucial. You can see already Notorious looking for a straight up hit. That last play coming off it for Brown will be going for mid cut, but it's not going to be an easy retake at this point. The trades mean that OMA EU actually have the dominant position.
Good position to get themselves back through, and they have done. Yaza might be the weakest man on the planet, and will now start to make a route, and they will find a breakthrough. OMA not in a bad spot to try and do something about this. Twiz will clean up 2. Helping his teammates, but Mythics finding 2. He's been so impressive since he came onto this roster all over the season, towards the back end of last season as well. I think it's it's like 5 back-to-back-to-back-to-back championships in Europe for Mythics. He has been incredible in Europe. The guy's an absolute animal. And at this moment in time, his team are in the lead by around 40 or 50 seconds. Omid in a good position to kick off their series here today.
This could be a very big retake for them. They're instantly taking away that P1. Notorious now going to be on the back foot again. You can see them just waiting for their teammates to spawn back up. They're going for a double chow. It's a beautiful double chow. Notorious breaks straight back in off the back of that, hitting at the same time. It does mean that Omen EU will have to come off the reinforcement respawn. And he's just trying to hold it as well. A bit of a stack from Notorious through mid-steps.
Somebody needs to call a Canadian GM because Hixie is 18 and 8. The boy is absolutely frying. 30 seconds on the board that are going to be offered to Omit. They're going to take every single one of them. Spawns are going to be there over towards P2, but with the way that Hixie is shooting, it may well not matter. But Omit EU are going to be in a really, really good position. Control of the game, control of the map, and of course, that cruise missile for Hixie will definitely help them out throughout the rest of this game, which is going to be continuing on Brock.
All right, I've been told our other map is getting underway, and if you haven't seen it before, this is 6-star Clutch Rain X War versus Team Falcons. Should be ready to go this time, as both teams will head back into the blender, and we'll find out who gets that first blood and first flurry of points.
Now, my big concern here for Clutch Rain is, are they going to be able to keep pace? Falcons, very, very fast team, but the ARs of Clutch Rain are a very, very solid pairing, of course. Let's see how things are going to break down. I do feel some sort of concern about the pace, though. Falcons will probably revel in this when it does come down to 6-star. I'm looking at people like Exton. I'm looking at people like Collard. These guys have been phenomenal. If Bodhi can have a good game as well, he has been the, well, underlier, I want to say, for the rest of the statistics across the board. Everybody's starting to put up some good numbers, but Bodhi just slightly behind. But if he can have a start like that, then that is going to help. Right now, Clutch Rain in control of that P2 rotation by the looks of things. Get the majority of the time from P1. Not a bad start from the Clutch Rain boys.
We can take a man of that one, but we'll see. I think you got to keep an eye on Cobra regardless. Like I said before, apart from 5 Media Clan, who really did stomp some teams in their group play, he is one of the highest slayers at third at 1.32. Actually went up from where he was yesterday, so certainly in fine form. But the Falcons have a great hold here. They have pushed this out significantly, and look how far Clutch Rain X War are now spawning away. They cannot get anything done.
Roxas just has to dip away, but there you go. A couple of kills starting to fall through. The damage that was taken, the grenade follows up. What can Collar do here? 4 spree. Can he make it a 5th? Not quite. We go for the challenge. That's that kind of moment where you just like him to sit tight, wait for the rest of his teammates to come through. They were coming through. They're all dead. Cobra 6 and 3. It's a nice break from Clutch Rain. It's an important one at that as well, because you keep Falcons back towards the spawns of P2. You have a freer rotation over towards this third hill. The big fight here. He's waiting for him. Panzer's read it so easily. Excellent taking down. And for all that, Clutch Rain will lose some time over towards P2. And they're in a great position to pick up nearly every single second at P3.
Just got to make sure they hold this pressure, though. Fell a little bit behind that last one, and there's the pressure already. Falcons trying to get the bodies in. A little bit of split here. That's actually a massive kill from Denza. It gives them a little bit of time to set up properly on it. And you can see they are waiting for the push that's maybe just a half step behind where they expect it.
It's difficult because, I mean, you find a couple of kills, you want to start to move, and this is where they can do. But by the time they get here, is there going to be much time left? Well, there's 30 seconds on offer, and they're going to find the break. Very well coordinated from Team Falcons, but it's going to be a close spawn here for the side of Clutch Rain. What? Can't force them away for your Falcons, so you're going to have to defend from the front. Can you keep them at bay?
It looks like they might just have to settle for the rotate here. A bit of pressure still going on, but can't find the kill. And therefore, they're off to it. The Falcons will regain the lead. And this is going to be a big fight. Denza looking for Xnid. Xnid is actually in a prime position. Bance will take down one into mid-step. Doesn't really have the reinforcements. They're going to fall. All of Clutch Rain X War just burned out of this point. And what should have been the rotation is now Falcons.
In such a good position. Really good break over towards P3. Just coordinated, pinched in together. And all of a sudden, you've got some control over towards P4 here as well. But a couple of kills starting to go the way of Clutch Rain. You're going to have to spring into action if you possibly can do with your Roxas. Bodhi's going to be back down. Having a good game for the squad here. Needs everybody else to start pulling their weight. They are in the lead. They were in a good position to get up some good time over towards P4, but they've been forced away. Colin can find one, but that's all. The trade will come through, and the break will be there for Falcons. They may be good for another good 20 seconds here.
And they are just having a very good time. Every time you think Clutch Rain X War have got a bit of a hold or a bit of a lock, the game ends. So I don't know what's happening, but hey, there's been a reset go on there again. We will give you all the information for it. We don't know what's happening. We're going to jump over to the secondary stream while that one sorts itself out. Of course, we will bring you right back to that one when we can. But at the moment, this one's coming towards the end, Tom.
Well, there you go. It's only a 10-point game as well. Notorious now in a good position for P2. 50 seconds to go. Omen making sure they know that the game can't end here, so they will make sure they have the rotation over towards P3. They will be pushing from this side. They're going to win the first gunfight as well. Twiz, he will fall. Mighty does have a cruise missile to his name. Was trying to find something else there. Can only find the one. The break may well come through here for Omit. Spawn out, though. You can see Notorious starting to spawn over towards that P3 side, so Omit need to make this push count.
Well, they're trying to put more bodies in, and there is a stream of Notorious just running across the map here. Nobody has the cut, so it will be Omit fighting from a very close position, and they will win the trade. 17 seconds left to go. Notorious won't swing that hard for it anymore. Mythic's looking to find a way through and almost calls it correctly, but it is going to be Notorious X Clutch Rain that have first advantage on this new hill.
Oh, Fabron in such a good position to hold it down from Hixie. It's going to be about a 15-point game as we head over towards New. One still going to be there here for the side of Notorious. That's 3 dead as well. And they can absolutely win it here, Brycey.
Got to be careful. Got to lock in. Notorious just making sure they hold everywhere. Hicks is going to try and take down Yaza. They haven't managed to get it. They're still throwing everything through this doorway, looking for the first pick, but Twiz will find one and the second. Weeman gets one back onto Yaza, but there is just not enough of Omit EU here to make a difference. Only Weeman trying to hold the gates, but the reinforcements of Notorious are closer.
Oh, Weeman's found another kill. He was just about holding him at bay, but it's going to be about 10 seconds by the time they get over. Hixie might have broke just in time, but he is going to fall. For Bronze went huge.
And this could be it. Omit EU basically just have to run at the hill and try to get it to the next one. They don't have time. 7 seconds to go. Everybody has to strike, and down they fall one by one. Omit EU have not made this happen, and it will be Notorious X Clutch Rain that win the first hardpoint.
Fantastic work. They will take it away, and they were down after we left them. Omit letting things slip there just a little bit, and that is a tough one for them. When things were going well by the looks of things, Hixie got himself a cruise missile to start the game off. They weren't able to make it count. So that's going to be them 1-0 down in the winner's bracket. Brycey, they barely lost a map all last season. And now all of a sudden, staring down the barrel already.
Yeah, new maps, new time. And I think this means that realistically, Omit are going to have a little bit of a struggle going forward into that one. Notorious certainly come to play, but we do have the reset here. It is a full reset. Falcons, Clutch Rain, X War are starting completely again.
Let's see how this one goes down. It was a very close game between these two. One did go for the reset, so no need to set any weird limitations this time around. We'll just go for the complete setup again. So we get to see a lot more 6-star. I feel like we're getting a lot of it anyway, Brycey, so we may well see 6-star time and time again this evening. 2 more games after this one as well. I'd like to say we're going to go 3 for 3.
Wow, that's a bet I certainly wouldn't take, because I think you're probably right. But speaking of right, at the moment, Clutch Rain X War are not doing much. You can see Harry all the way over here, but the only person who can do anything, and down he falls. Falcons looking like they're in a very good mood.
Good place to be in for P2. 55 seconds to go. Khalid. Oh, he can't find the second. You'd expect the man of his talents to be able to hit those shots. But he had a good start to the previous iteration of this map number 1. Is he going to be able to continue that here in the second go? Cobra eventually finding X-Nade, but still in control of your Falcons.
Trying to get back into it. You can see them continuing to push it. They know where Bance is going to be. The rest of them stacking for it. That's a huge first kill by Denzer, actually. Allows them to get through, and there's a lot of bullets thrown there by Bance, and X-Nade didn't take anywhere near as much damage as I thought he would.
Both are in a good position. You have the rotation over towards 3 in 20 seconds. The snapper coming in from Roxas and Cole. Which way is it going to go? Denzer will eventually find 2. It does get shut down. They're just delaying Falcons as much as they possibly can, keeping them back here. The train wall will happily walk away, not even with their tail between their legs. It is up there loud and proud and waiting for this rotation to come in, but all of a sudden they have been broken. Some huge kills have to be made here by Denzer and Bance. They get them. The pressure's going to start coming through a little bit quicker than they would have liked.
Yeah, the Falcons still have plenty of time because they are in the lead. Here comes the stack. already losing one. The Rocks is going to go down. Exnid tries to make a bit of a play at the same time as teammates, so that is a full wipe all the way back to spawn, back to P2, and they will have to try and take it again. Den's actually looking for the MCW. I was about to say, a little bit of a better gun for it.
Good position to be in. Taking that time away, 30 seconds to go. This last time was a decent enough rotation by the team who did have P3, and that's a great snap coming in from Cobra. He can find a couple. They aren't able to quite clean up as well as they would have liked. 15 seconds up on offer here. You'd like to get every single one of them.
Well, they're actually quite aggressive there. They could have gone very badly for them. If Cobra hadn't got that two-piece, they probably would have lost the scrap time, but they got it, and now you can see the fight for Nex is in. Somehow, Dender's managed to get all the way through, and Bance has hit a flank, and what should have been the Falcons' rotation is now Clutch Reigns.
In such a good spot in this game now. They can pick up some good time over towards the sky bridge. Then all of a sudden, you're in a commanding position. Looking over towards the kills, though, the slaying hasn't really been one-sided in any which way. Excellent's the only one who has been kind of taken over for Falcons, and will be a big reason as to why they've got 42 points on the board, because so far, so good for Clutch Rain. Pressure starting to come in. Good snap coming in from Lucifer. Did have some help coming in from Cobra. Can't find the second. Now the push is going to come through from Bance on the flank. Clear them out. Make sure the push can't happen. Bance deletes Khaled's heads off his shoulders. Gold hole from Clutch Rain so far. 20 seconds to play for. It's a nice break from Falcons.
Already going to lose it by the look of it. Exnid is playing fantastic. 15 and 8, as you said earlier, and does manage to give him a bit of scrap time. And now they have the rotation as well. This could be a bit of a comeback. They will lose 6 seconds of the scrap, and somehow Cobra will find 2 on New. Eventually does get traded, but Clutch Rain right back in, Ton.
Topsy-turvy game, but one that Falcons just can't seem to get a hold of yet. Clutch Rain in the ascendancy. Excellent trying to perform, but it hasn't been enough for his team to even get 54 points on the board. Push going to come through now. A buddy has to find something, can only find one. It's just felt like it's been one by one from Falcons. A little bit disjointed, and there you go. Another 35 seconds up for offer for Clutch Rain. If they could get a hold of this, they got P2 control. They're in such a good spot to put themselves out of reach.
Well, Bodie's already looking to try and make a bit of a difference. You can see that somehow Bance making 2 does give him a bit of pressure off, but Extend is actually spawning behind them with Khaled. So a bit of a split push here. Falcons all over the map. These next few trades could very much determine who takes the lead by even bigger margin. And somehow Clutch Rain X War are here.
Managed to get themselves in a good position. And now can they hold it down? Spawns towards the back down for Falcons. This is ideal scenario for Clutch Rain. If you can hold this down, Stone's starting to come through. If you're Falcons, you need to try and find a break. You need to then try and force your way through. You can find 2 kills. Harry trying to hold it down. You're getting some time here. You're not too far away for Clutch Rain. What? Challenge going to start coming on through. Harry can find one. Denzel with another. Can he find the double? No, he can't. His teammates dealt with him. Back and forth between these two, but ultimately Clutch Rain still in control.
Vance just having a very good game here, making that familiar 2 pieces in the crucial positions. There's the third. Still staying alive, trying to hold everything down. Goes in for it as well. MCW close range. And that means they will get potentially some of the scrap time, but not as much. Falcons will spawn here. The difference they have to make is a better break.
I suppose if you Clutch Rain, though, you absolutely take that. You didn't have the spawns. You probably go a little bit better than 50-50, and you get the rotation over towards P3. But you lost a couple of gunfights on the way, so it was all that hard work about to be undone. Pressure starting to come in. Khaled with the snapper. Expecting the player to push in behind him. All of a sudden, he is on his own. Here come the rest of Team Falcons, though. Has given them an opportunity to break on through.
Exnid just trying to stay alive, trying to contest, and almost makes the kill. That went on forever, that gunfight. Bodie will find one onto Harry, but is this going to be enough? They know where he is. They're all aiming for him and doesn't manage to get it. A rebuff here. Falcons starting to get out of control as Clutch Rain X War will not let them in.
It's just been about these P3 rotations. They've been so good at it. Denzel, oh, I can't find the second. There's the break. That's for a good 20 seconds. So you think of the difference that would have been. Clutch Rain would have been north of 200. Falcons would have been sitting around 80 points. Going to be a very, very dangerous situation. That's a big swing for Falcons to get a hold of. Can you do anything over towards New?
Cobra. This is where it has been a problem. The rotations for Falcons. held off for a few seconds. Looking for more kind of pushing in as both teams are actually stacking this. We're looking to get some bodies into it. Falcons have so many players ready to attack. And somehow they're being held off. Bance now going for the flank. It's going to be called out, though. They have worked it. Falcons back into the point. If they can hold this and get a good rotation, they are right back in the game.
30 seconds to go on this hill. You're very right. Putting themselves in a position to potentially succeed. But have they left it too little, too late? Kills being traded. That focuses on the team who are sitting inside the point. And they aren't going to find that final trade. Cobra finds 2. Gets his own. Harry will find another as well. P1 rotation going to start coming in 10 seconds. But that is valuable time for Cutray and War. Broke 200. About to break 210. They're only going to be about 40 points away by the time we head over towards P1.
Bance being careful. Looking everywhere they go. Bance trying to get out. It's not going to happen. The Falcons desperately trying to hold now. They know that this game hangs on a very delicate balance. They are so far behind, they really can't afford any mistakes. That includes holding this and getting the P2 in time.
Can you hold this down? Falcons, you need a good hold. You need a rotation to work in your favor. But Clutcher know that, so they'll start to put the pressure on here. 25 seconds to play for. Exnit's found 2. Exnit's found 3. And it's these kind of plays that sometimes saves Team Falcons. 3 come through. It might slow down Clutch Rain, but they still have the spawns heading over towards P2. The game can very much be won here.
This is where it gets really stressful for the Falcons. Yes, they want this scrap time. Yep, 10 seconds is good. But they cannot afford to just not rotate almost flawlessly. Well, doing a good job so far. Khaled gets 2. Here comes the run. Here comes the push. A Bodhi from the back. This is great for the Falcons. We're going to go straight into him, and he doesn't see the player laying down there yet, but we'll see. Harry, unfortunately, falls. A better spawn for Falcons, though.
Can they find a breakthrough? 25 seconds away for Clutch Rain War. Feels like we've been on 6-star for about 35 minutes, Brycey. Can Clutch Rain hold this one down? 20 seconds away. Kill starting to come through here for the side of Falcons. They absolutely need every single one of these seconds. Vance is going to put some pressure on over towards Old. Not going to be able to find anything. Keep an eye on the spawns. Where they're going to come through. They're not coming through well for Cutray and War. These next couple of gunfights could decide how long this game goes on.
Yeah, they don't even go for the scrap time. They are rotating hard for this. What has been a money hill for them. If they break and Falcons can hold this, it will be very much game on. The Falcons choosing to commit to the inside. Khaled will have to stop. They are stacking. They want to hit this in one fluid moment, but Bance finds the first. There's a trade. Denzer gets another one. Both teams trading out at the same time. Khaled is not going to make another kill. Neither is Exnid. And Khaled, though, breaks it in the end. That is outrageous. The reinforcements flooding through pool for them. Unfortunately, Clutch Rain X War do have the better spawns done.
Khaled knows nothing but stick forward, trying to find kills. Roxas can find a couple. I would have loved to have seen them just try to hold it down. Cutray in control, though. Can they hold this down? They're 10 points away.
Bodhi just trying to contest, trying to get there for his teammates, trying to make sure nothing happens, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen. Only 3 seconds to go, and they don't even get back into the point. Clutch Rain X War will win that first one, but certainly not an easy ending.
I mean, they were in a comfortable position throughout them. Well, I want to say the majority of the first 2 rotations, and then it gets into the third, and things get a little bit scary. Really good job, though. They will hold it down. That initial advantage they were able to get a hold of makes the difference. Falcons could not quite bring that one back. Great second half for them, but honestly, it's going into that first one. It's such a disadvantage. It's so hard to fight back from. In the end, it was only, what, a 75-point game, but it could have been a lot worse.
I want to say, I think Bance slowed down quite massively there. I think at one point he was like 22 and 16. So really struggled in the dying kind of embers of that game. Fortunately, they were just far enough ahead and really relying on that P3. I mean, over and over again, the Falcons couldn't really get into it.
Yeah, it felt like the same story every single time. Clutcher and having a lot of luck over towards that side. And a big 6k plus damage from Cobra is absolutely going to help out your cause. Just things like this, getting forward down, put yourself in a good position. Rotation's not too bad. You can pick up the majority of the time P3, and then all of a sudden you're chipping away over the other 3 hills. It does make the difference. That snap from Vance was incredible. What was he, 8 and 8 at that stage? 13-10, 14-10. having a good game. 15 and 10, absolutely flying, but absolutely did slow down. He's 21 and 14 there. From that point, he only have found 3 more kills.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy game. Like I said before, it just feels like the way the Falcons always play is they never give anyone an easy map. It's always like a comeback from them, or like it's almost like they take 5 minutes to get going, like a cold engine or something. It's really weird, but it does make entertaining gameplay.
Oh, absolutely. And you see the pop-off moments that they have in Xnid. 3 kills that he found over towards mid that resulted in very, very little. But the damage was done in the first half. Look, we went into the second. It was pretty much even all the way through. He only started turning it around towards the third, but that third hill specifically was so good. Decided clutch rain war. You can see from P2 to P3, that's a 50-point improvement. Then they go from P2 to P3 the second time around. That's 22 plus improvement. And then the final time we get there, they do not look back. If you are the side of Falcons, you get nothing from P2 to P3. And that is the difference maker. Clutch rain war will find themselves in the lead, heading over to an invasion search and destroy.
Well, and I think Clutch Rain Export, they'll be happy with that one. I think it's going to be a difficult fight for them the entire way through. And we'll kind of see how that all does play out. Of course, it's not our only game on this evening, but if you are curious about what is going on, this is playoffs. So this is all winners bracket at the moment. The loser of these games will drop down into our lower bracket for another try. The winners obviously go forward into the next round. We will face 3 rounds today, and then we will do the rest next week. But it's been a kind of a good showing so far from these teams. We knew some of these games would be a bit close. On the other side of it, if you didn't see it, OMNEU lost map number 1 against Notorious XCR. So it will be one of those. A close game as well, Ton.
Yeah, very close game. Very close game. But it was Notorious who just started pulling away towards the end. We came in a very close game. But again, it was that P3 rotation. But to the search and destroy where we go. And it is a very, very different story.
Well, OMNEU having a very good time. Ethics looking for this one. A 1v1. Not able to find that player, though. And Notorious will get around on the board just as we jump in.
Took 4 rounds to get a hold of anything, though. Is finding that final kill on the Mythics. 3-1 down, though. That is attainable. You only find yourself 2 rounds behind now. Not necessarily a long road ahead, Brycey. Just a little road, mate. A little one.
I think realistically, it's always going to be a kind of a swing game here, S&D. But you can keep up with that game on Bravo as we throw ourselves back into our primary game. But don't worry, I know we kind of cover it in bits and bobs, but you can have 2 streams up at once. You can have it permanently on the other side. We're just going to dip into it to keep the gameplay flowing while we cover our primary game. Speaking of which, this is it. Clutch Rain X War Team Falcons. Currently, Clutch Rain X War are 1-0 up as we go into the S&D turn.
In a good position. Nice to see them find it. Now going up against Falcons on this map, things can get very, very fast and furious. Towards that middle tank, we've seen Falcons make some good plays around that area. But Clutch Rain War were good on this map yesterday against 22 Esports. Can they make it as sort of simple as they did that time around? Vance is going to get caught pretty much immediately, though. Push coming in, down through, must have been through Laundry, actually, because he did have Lucifer or Harry watching over him. Doesn't find anything. A control absolute here for Falcons. Big job on your hands if you're Cobra.
Cobra looking and isn't going to find anything. Very fast, very easy from Falcons to begin with, but round 1's always a little bit different to the rest of the rounds. We'll see how the adaptation from both sides comes in.
It's that opening kill, though. I think, you know, Bance gets aggressive, looks for the pick, maybe just lingers a little bit too long. Gets caught out, then all of a sudden Harry maybe has to do a little bit much and step forward. Gets caught out also. Khalid, Abodi, 2 kills apiece in a very much a clinging round for Falcons to kick things off.
Well, let's see if they can continue. Khalid trying to thread the needle. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. But at least stops people in their tracks. Now, Clutch Rain X War typically played this very well yesterday with Bance holding middle tank. Bance is already dead.
Yeah, how did that go? I think you give them the kiss of death there, Brycey.
Well, this is now going to make it extra difficult. Falcons playing with absolutely no fear, and Cobra goes down as well.
And that should be another round. It definitely is now. Denza doesn't have that in his locker. It's 2 very, very clean rounds for Team Falcons. 2 to the good without losing a body.
Wow. This is, so far a bit of a blowout. There's nothing really to break down. Just there's no gunfights won at all from Clutch Rain.
Yeah, no, it's been... it's not necessarily been as clean as they would have liked. Clutch Rain trying to get back on this one. But they have to be careful not to let this one get away from them. 5 kills in a row for a Bodhi. Make it 6. You've got a potential 3-0 deficit. And then a cruise missile to deal with as well.
Gotta be careful. Bodhi will get away with his life. See, Band's actually playing a bit more aggressive than yesterday. He's definitely pushed up on the map. Might get caught there. Has successfully stayed alive, but with Falcons having the bomb over towards A, it means they might not go for that B Street push yet.
I think they're trying to play around a Bodhi here. They can get him a kill. It's all but around, right? Take something to screw up a cruise missile, but I've seen Falcons do before, so playing for this, is it the smartest thing to do? Got it.
Oh, easy chow to Bance in the end. Bance then made himself known, and Bodhi went, all right, I'll go for the chow. Wins it. Now they're looking to get this bomb down. Already get it though, but Denzel will take him down. That means they have to get off. Bit more time burnt.
Time in the favor of the defensive team. He's thinking about it, but he knows the push is probably going to come through at some stage. Whatever happens here for Falcons, you will have that silver lining of you very much have that cruise missile now. That bomb could have went down a little while ago. They just don't know it. We have the luxury of the Codcaster. You've just got to watch over. You've seen Denza. You'll catch him. 3 versus 2. Can Exnit survive here? Inside of DVDs. Can have some presence pushing through. He's going to have 2 players around him. Can he find the first? It's windy. Shot. Somebody shut the window. Lucev will find 1. 2 versus 2.
And Khaled, is this the worst timing? No, back into it, waiting for Cobra, and Cobra goes straight down. They had a chance, but Clutch Rain X War time going away. Harry all on his lonesome. 17 seconds. They'll just play timer on this one. I think they know where he is as well. He finds the first, but there's no way they're going to let this go.
Yeah, they're not going to let it go, but Khaled was also on a 4 spree there. If Harry loses that gunfight, it's another potential cruise missile that you have to worry about. You already have to worry about 1. You're already 3-0 down. The fact he's able to find that gunfight, it might not feel like it right now for the side of Clutch Rain War, but it could even be worse than this.
It could. It could. It just doesn't seem to be anything working from Clutch Rain. I mean, we saw yesterday how successful Bance was around mid-tank, but he's so kind of willingly left it today. I don't know if it's a change specific to Falcons or what's going on.
I suppose it depends how good the other team are with their utility. Do you find that it's a bit of an issue that you're going to have to combat against? This is not going to be able to do much here now. Obviously, on the attacking side, looking to find a pick as he's seen a Bodhi here. He's about to, but he may well be able to line up. He might be the next on the chopping block. Bodhi trying to find something. How has he got out?
There were 3 players from Clutch Rain X War who knew where he was, and somehow none of them could get him. And it's still going to be Clutch Rain X War that have to run into this. Bodhi, this timing will be everything.
He's going to get him, yep. Oh, and slips away. Has to be not too greedy. Now they know where he is. He's in and around the site. Grenade out. That might help him. That might slow them down as well. Bodhi is playing this well, but he needs some help from the rest of his team. Oh,
and suddenly all my kids, they get the kills. Falcons looked in such a good position for so long. Khaled, though, on the flank. Will he find the kills to bring this back to even? Khaled looking, but with that bomb down, he's now left alone in 1 versus 4, diving for mid-tank. Everybody knows where he is, and he will be hunted down. And Clutch Rain X War finally get one back.
About time. And to be honest, Bodhi played that really, really well. He was dipping and diving, finding information, putting bullets down. If he maybe finds that first kill, you have a different scenario on your hands, but first blood falls their way, as does their first round. Clutch Rain War on the board. But is it too little, too late? Such an destroy. For me, you look at this roster, you think S&D should be, well, plain sailing, but Falcons doing a good job so far. 3-1 up.
Can they continue? I mean, they still have that cruise missile ton. It's still going to be an opportunity for them. Now, Bodie's going wide here for the cruise missile. They're going to try a B hit, and he'll have called out, hey, they're all around A. You can do what you want.
Now, that might, to everyone at home, feel like a wasted one, but if you look at the positioning that Falcons have been able to set up now, B site completely under their control. You can see they're kind of waiting for the grenades and everybody else to line up because the Bodie's called it in, and then he's flanked immediately. Takes the wrangles off, and the third as well from a Bodie. He is taking over here on Invasion. Fans now left in 1 versus 4. Not a hope, not a prayer. 4-1 Falcons. Huge players from a Bodie.
Got to give a Bodie so much credit. Knew what he was doing. Went wide off the initial mark to call it in. I thought he was going to hold the flank. No, he's going to flank himself. They never expected it. They never saw it coming, and no chance for a retake.
Well, there you go. Falcons in the driving seat. A Bodie leading the way. Having a hell of a game here. Overall, you know, we talk about Hardpoint and his overall KD. He is the weakest, I want to say, on Team Falcons in that sense. But Search and Destroy so far in this game, he has been lights out for the squad. Can he keep it up, though? Can he keep it going? Can Falcons tie things up?
Trying to get across, and there they go. They've managed to make something happen here, but Roxa's still in a good position. The smoke does not cover him enough. A 3 versus 3. Oh my god, that is a wild chow. Bance has just run straight at them, and now they've lost so many players. Cobra in a 1 versus 3. Hits his own flank. This might just be done. Finds one. Not the second.
Now, I tell you what, he's not far away from snapping on Xnid there. Hesitated ever so slightly. And has that made the difference? Has that taken that opportunity away? He shouldn't have to be winning 1v3s, but there was some potential on the cards there, but now Falcons are 5-1 to the good. Is there a way back for Clutch Rain here, I wonder?
I don't think there is. The Falcons just seem to know exactly how to play Clutch Rain X War at the moment. Nothing they're really doing is working, and huge gunfights. Colored 7 and 2. They're just really not missing.
Got more players potentially on streaks. It's just been a disaster class so far for Clutch Rain War. Not being at the races here in the Search and Destroy, which surprised me. Honestly, they looked absolutely phenomenal, specifically on this map yesterday. I've looked anything but here today against Falcons. Accident only sitting to 3 and 3, and they're 5-1 up.
There's the first blood. Another one. Bodie going over and will not get away with it, but pressure towards the B street. The Falcons know they have positioning. Denzel will be on Overwatch. He's going out. Get him away from it. He's not even going to risk it. They're going to try for another retake here. It's a very aggressive push. Bance has made his way into Broken. They have no idea he's here.
He's in a good position to do something about this. Has he got the timing? Has he ever? Oh, is he able to make a converted though? Is he going to be able to get anything? Yes, he is. Harry's going to be there. They're going to clean up, and Bance somehow gets it done for Clutch Rain War.
Worst thing is, I think Falcons knew that he'd slipped past because he turned. He understood the call. Then they all piled in. Bance got timing through the window, and it was basically just chaos in one room.
I think for Falcons there, that's just so tough, right? Bance finds the slip by. Good play from him, but then look at this. Oh, that is tough scenes, to say the least. Bance drops down a second earlier. You find a kill. Are you able to trade out from there? I'm not too sure, but Clutch Rain War in a good position to deal with it. 5-2 up now for Falcons, still firmly in that driving seat.
Is there a way back for Clutch Rain X War? That is the question. It's never going to be easy. It's never going to be one of those where you can guarantee anything. A single misstep, a first blood, it might be the end of everything they want.
Pressure over towards B. Trophy's down through dark. Oh my word, is Bance going to catch him here? Oh, the smoke. It's absolutely playing him, unfortunately, but Denza will get the trade. And that's an open B site for now. Oh, look at Harry here as well. He's played the island so well. Brawley's not able to solidify that kill. He has now created an issue. The rest of Falcons, do you concentrate on Harry, or do you just get the hell over towards B and try and shut this down?
They're still not planning. Could be a bit of a long one. Here they go. They will get in. Bomb will go down. Slight advantage to them, but a lot of damage. Denza's going to go down. A 2 versus 3. Where is Harry? Trying to look for it. Cobra finds one. He will need some help. And call that one out. They're still looking for the players on the flank as well. It's close. It's very, very close. Harry's just waiting. He knows somebody's here and they're looking for him. Exton is desperately trying to work out where he's gone. And there it is. Not patient enough. And they strike. Clutch Next Wall will keep going.
Just absolute perfect positioning from Harry. As soon as he gets that flank in, and as I was saying, when he found those shots or didn't find them towards the tank, more like, it didn't matter. You've created that chaos. You know that the rest of the team, they have to turn around. They have to respect your presence. They start turning around. It seemed like they had control of the site, but because they have to give that up, because they have to think about Harry, things change very, very quickly in your psyche when you're worried about a player coming from behind as well. 5-3. Falcons still in a good spot. They still only need one round. Cluttrain making this interesting. That's a big stunt.
That's one aggressive and it's going to pay the price. What we said about what could be the difference maker. Is it the first blood that's going to be an issue? And Cobra gets it back to a 3 versus 3.
Pressure on. Gonna start getting aggressive here as well. We'll dip out. That's complete A site control here for Falcons. That bomb is free to plant if they want to do so. He's got the time. He's got the time and he finds the shots as well. That's 4 in a row from Cobra.
They have the numerical advantage. Players managed to get through. Harry is not going to win that one against a Bodhi. A Bodhi makes a massive play. I think the Falcons knew that the pressure was coming in as well. Cobra and Denza combining. 27 seconds left.
The timing for Harry there nearly made me vomit. Denza gonna go for the charge. Just trying to shut this down. He's found Roxas. And all of a sudden, the Bodhi has 15 seconds to maybe try and get the bomb and plant it. Harry might not get the timing, but Denza will. Cluttrain what? 5-4. They were 5-1 down.
Cannot believe they got first blood as well, and somehow it was a turnaround by Cobra. The Falcons start feeling the pressure. Did Cobra go down? Don't think he did. I think he's still on that streak. He is on the streak. Could be crucial time.
It could be. You send us to around number 11. You find a cruise missile in the midst of that. You're thinking about the win. You're thinking about, well, not quite the full sail, but one short of it. What did we call it, a half sail these days?
I think it is a half sail, yeah.
Half sail,
That's what we came up with. I don't know if anyone else has adopted it, but
I would call it a breakdown.
So would I.
Do let this one slip because they were so good in those first 5-6 rounds. Haven't been able to make a count, but if you are Cluttrain, well, you still can't make a mistake.
That's trying to get through here again. It's going to go down. Another first blood for Falcons. Vance has already been putting himself out there. Unfortunately, hasn't had any success. A Bodhi. He could shut this down right here. 11-6. The flank again, and Harry will find him, but will find himself alone. Will need the 1 versus 4 completion to keep them in this S&D. And I don't think they're really going to give him time of day. Chow comes in. He's on 8 health. He's got 20 seconds and a dream, and down he falls. Cluttrain Next War will not get the half sail. They will fall 1-1.
And that is the advantage of, well, having such a big one throughout the search and destroy. You put yourself in that position. You've got many rounds you can leak away. But still, for Cluttrain War, that was a valiant effort to try and bring that one back. could not quite get the job done. Really good job, though, from Falcons. Fantastic performance throughout the entirety of the search and destroy. And honestly, it was just... I think for me, it was Bodhi. It was the catalyst throughout that. Okay, he gets a hold of the cruise missile. He makes that work. He then solidifies that round with 3 kills of his own. He was the superstar there for Falcons. They may have just nearly let that one slip, but they didn't. That's the important thing. 6-4 victory. Well deserved. One apiece heading into the control, Bryce.
Yes, it was. Here's how it goes down in the end. Bodhi and Khaled, just huge. I didn't know Roxas was actually performing that badly, but didn't die every round. That's probably the big thing in going ahead. But yeah, just first bloods really were a problem there for Clutch Rain. They couldn't find them. They kept losing them. It was a bit of a sticky one.
Yeah, first blood's not going their way. Just a lot not going their way. They were kind of played with, especially around the A site. I felt like the rounds, well, at least 1 or 2 of them that Clutch Rain did actually manage to find was a couple of decent openings for them. You think about the round where Vance kind of caught 2 of them off guard. This was just so beautifully played from Bodhi. I think, you know, if you're any search and destroy player, look at that island play you're making. It's not selfish plays when you're playing on your own. You're trying to think about how things are going to go down and then playing around the rest of your team. And it's just perfect because in my mind, I'm thinking, right, you're calling the cruise missile in. You can see you've had to give up B. There's presence over there. There's shots being fired. And Bodhi just walks all the way around behind them and entirely shuts the push down. Falcons then just had to grind it out. It took a couple of rounds to give away before they were able to finally seal the deal. 6-4 to the good. 1 apiece in this series, Bryson. Curious what's going on Bravo as well, because that's been a crazy game. But this one is 1 apiece. High-rise control going to be coming up next, but we got Bravo to watch because I believe we have a round 11 to catch up on.
Yeah, I think it got down right to the wire. Hixie's on a 7 streak, so it must have been a little bit behind. But this one is kind of crazy. Notorious can either got 2-0 or Omid can tie it. Hixie calls this in.
We've seen to have in around 11. He hasn't hovered it though, so he's trying to get aggressive with it. Not going to find anything at all. Vortex will trade. 3v3.
That bomb is going to go down. That will be advantage to Notorious. Is there a retake here?
Yaza's got it. Yaza's got it. Oh, Vortex just throws him a shoulder. Baits him out. Hixie finds him. 3v2.
Still have a good chance. Fabron will be holding the site. It's going to be Mighty in the spawn. They're looking for him as well. Vortex just found Mighty in the spawn. A 1 versus 3 now for Fabron. Time's on his side. And oh no! Doesn't make it. Wee Man moves out the way. The trade comes in. And Omni, you win the search and destroy. Unreal.
That's a big spring from Hixie. Got a cruise missile at map number 1. A cruise missile at map number 2. Is made to count. 250 to 213, and map number 1, Notorious were able to take that one away, but this one is positioned very similarly. I think, you know, realistically, we knew heading into both these games, Pricey, that there was potential on the cards for both of them to go the distance. Invasion Control coming up on the Bravo stream. We're going to jump into that one as things are ongoing. Omid trying to exercise their right of 3-time champion. They are on their way to doing so. They're 1-0 up in the control, but jumping in.
Let's find out how they're getting on. So Omid having a good time as we are literally getting into the start of this one. But I'm trying to keep an eye on the other stream. I think it's just 3 ticks here for Omid that they've lost. So Notorious will have 3. Can they beat it? Bullet's already trying to make a play for the A. Hixie will find some kills. They'll find another one. Mythics will take down the last, and now they pile in.
Big opportunity, this one. Hixie, I mean, the guy is having a hell of a series right now. Feeling himself at 14-5. You get the cruise missing, you get it. Oh, that would have been huge, but as the damage already been done, 2 ticks are in. You look for the 3rd, but you have lost some bodies. Doesn't matter. Wee Man can only find 1. No more from the side of Mythics. 2 ticks in over towards A by the looks of things, though. It's a hell of a start for a moment.
Going again, and Hixie will have the advantage with the stun. This is not missing. 16-6. Now, not usually great, because obviously when you go from defense, you should be higher, but Hixie doesn't care. 17-6, and they're going back towards it. A might be gone.
They've been able to keep that pressure up. You get a bit of map control, and Notorious have got no answer. And it is Now it's gone. There you go. Vortex with a huge kill to solidify that one. And all of a sudden, the pressure coming in over towards B. This has been flawless for a moment.
I'm going to bullying them. Can they get out, though? This is the last thing. I think they might have to commit to a cruise missile.
Nearly reads it, but now you do really have to be careful here. You cannot get pushed into your spawn. And now the round flips on its head. You think to yourself, a team have got a minute and a half to get a hold of B. Yeah, they should be able to do it no problem. And they may be able to now that Mythic's has broken that defense open. No way reads this, right?
Close enough, but this will continue on the Bravo stream. Diamond EU overcome that as we jump back into our primary game. It will be Clutch Rain X War versus Team Falcons on high-rise control. Everybody's tied up.
Well, here we go. We are just relentlessly into the maps here. Non-stop between these two games. And of course, as mentioned, you can keep an eye on that one over on Bravo. Falcons up against Clutch Rain War here now. One apiece in this series. Over to the control we go. It's a good start for Falcons on this defensive side. Send them back. Harry gonna have to pick his way out.
Well, that's actually a really big kill to stop them being pinned back this early. Harry just waiting for what he thinks might be pressure. Denzer actually slipped the net a little bit. Going to cause some issues for them. And Harry will get one as well. And suddenly the map completely flips. There's the third. Denzer's going for the spawn kills.
Blink of an eye. Control can change. That's why it's been such an interesting mode to watch over the past 4, 5, 6 years. You can be in prime position, and then all of a sudden things change very, very quickly. B, plenty of progress being made here by Clutch Rain War. They are going to be able to lock this one in by the looks of things. It does not look like Falcons are going to challenge onto this one, but they need to make sure they're trying to get their spawn back. Band's starting to fry, can find 3 in a row, get shut down. But look at this map control for Clutch Rain War. They're looking for round number 1.
Well, finally got that B point secured. Just going for kills here at the moment. Cobra just laying down, waiting. Got reinforcements and backup, but maybe not enough. Denzer will get another one. They're just trying to keep on the back foot here, but Falcons are going to be out. That's a horrible gunfight to take. Bans will win it. Who's left out? It's going to be Exnid.
Exnid's presence has backed them down, but the problem that they've got is they're being farmed off the spawn. Denzer will eventually fall, and that's the first time it's felt like Falcons have a control on the map since, well, the opening salvo. Cobra forces his way through, found one, but then Bans all of a sudden. It just feels like it's relentless from Clutch Rain War. The pace is just being set, and Falcons cannot keep up.
They certainly can't. This could have gone wrong at any point, but slowly but surely taking in bigger and bigger life lead. Clock will be stopped. That's another advantage. Cobra getting one. That's a 4 streak for him. We'll be looking for 2 more. Not going to be easy. Cobra will find it. That's a 5 streak for him as well. 1 off a cruise. Bans will find another kill as well, and this is getting from bad to worse. Falcons cannot find anything.
Yeah, no, they're getting smoked. This has been really tough. That's as far as my analysis is going to go for this first round, because Falcons have been quite simply beaten around the map. 18-6 on the lives front. Isn't able to do anything. One more take, but Falcons will find a few kills. Now, all of a sudden, for all that it seems insurmountable, you can force them back into their spawn. You might have something on the cards.
Well, that's not going to be great. They've gone down. They've got 4 lives remaining. All Clutch Rain need to do is trade out there. Now only 3 of them on the map. Roxas will find Denzer, though. 57 seconds. It's not an impossible task. It's just very improbable.
So hard to do from here, right?
Oh, no. No, Khaled. Khaled went too far and fell off the map.
Not ideal. I think it was always looking unlikely Clutch Rain War will find the attack. That's a huge round for them to get. Huge round.
I can also confirm at this point that Omen EU did not get another tick on their attacking round, by the way. They lost it, so it's all even technically on the other stream.
Change sides. See how things are going to go down now. Great start for Clutch Rain War, though. I think the positive for Falcons is that there wasn't a cruise missile to write home about Clutch Rain War, so at least you haven't got that to deal with. It's still a sticky situation to be in. You need an attacking round of your own, I should say, at some stage during this game.
Excellent in, though. This is an early attack. If they get a couple of kills, this could be done very quickly. Bodhi just trying to get the players off the spawn here, and Just nades going out everywhere, and somehow they don't get any of the trades here at the moment. Roxas must stay out. He's got reinforcements. Carla is going to be with him. Cobra will find one. Roxas does not get the second. They've got to be careful here. Falcons, they're looking into the eyes of the blender.
Oh, you have to be careful. I feel as if some of these gunfights were massively overzealous. Cobra did get himself a cruise missile in that previous round. Half asleep. Denza now going to start to push forward. If you are Falcons, you have managed to find a little bit of an inroad. Denza has literally just walked past two different players. Is the damage going to be done from this other side? Good shots coming in from Denza. Needs somebody just to finish that one off. He'll do it himself. Now we're going to put some more pressure on here in the spawn. Won't be expecting a player behind him. Doesn't need the help. Bance will be there to sort it out. But great pressure coming in from Cutler and Wall. Bance with 3. Falcons look lost at sea at the moment.
This is where they have to make sure they hit this correctly. Has to be double chows. They must break this lock. And there's the first one. Rox is taking down Cobra. Opens it up a little bit. We'll get one back towards them, but they do have more map control than they had a few seconds ago. Trying to get into the point here. They have lost an awful lot of time, though, Ton.
It's just tough now, all right? Your backs are against the wall. There's 8 seconds to go. Need a touch. Need to be able to do, well, absolutely everything. You have to be efficient. Nextnit, he can find one, but my goodness, is he up against it? How on earth is he surviving? Cobra will eventually take him down, and that will surely be the round, unless a Bodhi can hold on. 0.4 seconds. He can't die. He can't die, Pricey.
3 down. A Bodhi must just tuck into a corner. An absolute tuck, and Cobra finds one. They're trying to reinforce him desperately. Bance has found another, and a Bodhi still manages to make a kill. Still alive. So many gunfights around, and that'll be it. An almost fantastic flourish in the end by Falcons, but not enough. And Clutch Rain X-War up 2-0.
Yeah, really good play. And just when the pressure was initially started, they were unrelenting throughout. There's just no way for Falcons to get a good stranglehold of that game. 2-0 down all of a sudden. Yeah, okay. Cutler and Wolf got to go onto the attacking side, so it is difficult. But you got a cruise missile. That's going to help. Cobra at 18-7.
Now, does this end with a double attack by Clutch Rain X-War? We saw their tactics. Not so much capture the site. It is just put the pressure on the Falcons and hit the spawn.
Pretty much find a way through early doors. Nice shots being landed. No kills being found. Denza will eventually get one on the board here for the side of Clutch Rain. They had found one previously, but are struggling to make any inroads in this 3rd round, Bricey. But that 2-round cushion is going to allow them mistakes to be made. Uh-oh. This is what happened last time. They nearly found a second if you were Denza. Big Forces win. The spawn, he caused absolute havoc last time.
This is what the Falcons need to do. Do not fall for what happened last time. Do not let them get into the spawn. Do not let them take control of all of the tempo. Doing a way better job of it. And Carter, that's a huge chow. Knocks down any B Street pressure. The player has slipped. Denza is looking for the flank. I think they know.
Not going to be able to find it. And all of a sudden, Falcons in prime position to hold this one down. Lance will find one. One last opportunity. Ben will find 2. 15 seconds to go. You potentially found a break yet.
That's a huge kill as well. Cobra taking him down. They're going to get into this site and hold it, but it's not easy. There goes the first trophy. And unlike last time, Clutch Rain X-War, they don't have the opportunity to push into spawn and try to make magic happen. They just want this clock to stop. Denza just dancing around the site, still alone. Vance does go for the spawn kills, but finds nothing, and down goes Denza. And the trades go against them. And they swung, they missed. Clutch Rain X-War only going to get 1 tick off of this. This will dive, but not quickly enough. Falcons win the defense.
You will get one back, but wasn't a lot invested there from Clutch Rain. I don't think I've seen the cruise missile called in by Cobra. There's never really an opportunity to, was there?
No, it's really one of those, like, you don't want to just throw it away and then still not be able to break out of spawn, and it might be better for their defense, which is exactly what they've saved it for. So Clutch Rain X-War in a little bit of a better position this time, but mustn't let it go to their heads. Have to play still very perfect.
21 and 12 from Cobra. I mean, we said at the beginning of the series, you said specifically Bryce he was one to watch here. He has been incredible for the squad. May have been incredible there for Falcons if he shot his teammate in the back, but the opening kills fall in the way of Clutch Rain Walk can now put themselves in a bit of a better position to try to keep that pressure on. But keep an eye on Roxas here. He's actually managed to slip the net. Got a momentary touch, so they will spin. Keep an eye on him, but it's his presence. It's the fact that he's there. Clutch Rain will have to deal with him.
It's really pulling players away. Roxas still got to get it, and that massive kill. Falcons still have a chance here because of it. There's a second one from him as well. Roxas will eventually go down, but he's done his work.
Job done. You open up the gates over towards B. Falcons now able to team their way through. They're not going to go for it because that's a cruise missile coming in. There you go. That's your ace in the hole. That's your insurance policy if you Clutch Rain War. A body though. A slip the net. They get much info on him by the look of the arrows. They aren't expecting this flank whatsoever, Clutch Rain War. And that cruise missile could be invested for absolutely nothing if they lose complete control, which they potentially could do here.
Bodie's going to find a kill as well. Now they're going to know he's here.
Massive.
That's a huge 2 from him. The Falcons continue to put the pressure on. They're still looking for a Bodie. A few bullets in there by Harry will eventually take him down. But again, damage done. It gave Falcons the opportunity to get into B.
Good child. Not going to happen. Clutch Rain still in a really good position. 2 lives to the good. But Falcons have made some inroads over towards B. One more tick. They'll extend that timer by 1 minute. And this is an opportunity to do that.
Bodie just staying alive, just trying to get into that corner, make himself one with the wall. Teammates holding up as well. Cobra somehow finds 2. That shouldn't happen. A dive in here from the X-Nid. Teammates overlooking. They will get that B point secured. This will not end here. And they're already onto that A point. That first tick is in.
Hold on. Bet you wish you had that cruise missile now. Second tick about to fly through. Mantle will find one. They need to get on the point as quickly as they can, but the utility is just used so well. You'd have loved a trophy system there if you were Falcons, but you can keep that pressure on. Those kills were staggered. Somebody else around the map is going to be able to keep that pressure on. The Bodie has been relentless for them here. 23 and 23 from him. 12v11 in the lives department. I have a feeling it's about to be 12v10. Cobra will find another. The game slows down. 1 minute to find a push over towards A.
Also, Clutch Rain cleared the A stack. They left somebody on it to make sure they didn't just have to get 1 tick or that second tick locked in. Gave themselves a little bit extra room. Oh, Khaled's off the map again. It's now 11 versus 7. A Bodie will stop the timer for only a second. 11 versus 6. The Falcons need a miracle.
If you wanted to see Connolly go bye-bye off the side of high rise once again, there was your opportunity. Vance now looking to try and put the dagger in. 28 seconds, 4 lives remaining. If you are Falcons, you have to be flawless.
Oh, and he's looking for them as well. They go for the double chow. Actually cleans him up. The Falcons need a wipe.
It's hard to find from this position, but if they can find it and then stack it, you've got an opportunity.
Oh no, that is the worst possible scenario. A team kill, 2 versus 7. And there is going to be another cruise missile. Only 1 player left alive. Khaled, a dream. No dream today. Clutch Rain X-War will win it. They have held on the defense. Falcons actually a really good attack for them. Cause them all kinds of issues, but a really good attack is not a winning attack in this case. And it's 2-1, Clutch Rain X-War.
Great job from Clutch Rain. And the precedent was kind of set when they win that first round, right? They come out, they get swinging, the attacking round is aggressive, they're keeping them in the spawn throughout, and as soon as they get a hold of that round, it just makes things so much easier as time does go on. Fantastic job for Clutch Rain. What find themselves in the lead in this series now, Bryce C. And I don't know, like it's been a bit of an awkward one. Back and forth we go. 2-1 now to Clutch Rain War. Number 4 incoming. Still no idea which way this one goes. Could still go either way.
It certainly could, and who knows in the end. But I will, yeah, Cobra 34 and 14. Oh my goodness. I've heard there are some people who've been very impressed by Cobra. And it could be that he's already looking down the barrel of a golden ticket to the CDL if he continues.
Well, I mean, he's the only one from that roster last year on the Challenger side of things that didn't get to make their move, right? Thinking about Linz and the Boozer on there. Cobra was the one left out, if I remember correctly. Will he get his opportunity next year? Young Phenom. Is this is the Cobra that's Kataga's brother, isn't it? Am I making that up? Is that just a made-up stat?
I'll be honest with you. First I've heard of it, so you might be right. I can't verify.
I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Hey, just say it is. Like I said yesterday, 72% of the statistics are made up anyway. So
does anyone, I wonder, question it if I do just say that?
I mean, it's kind of a wild thing to throw out there. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, I think he is though. Well, any messages on a postcard, whether or not I'm right or not.
Hey, if you're right, you're right. But if you're wrong, you could have been right. So you're still right because you could have been wrong.
What?
That is a movie quote that makes no sense to me, but it was said regardless in the movie.
Maybe wildly off topic to a certain degree. We'll get it confirmed. That's some serious Call of Duty history if I've gotten that right, by the way.
Wow. That certainly will be something in the making. But anyway, back to the case at hand. 250 to 176 in our first game. 6-4 for the Falcons. Unfortunately, not as good on the control. Clutch Rain will take it to 2-1 to them.
Karachi hardpoint incoming as well. Clutch Rain now in a really, really good position in this series. Bravo. Is it still going on? I'm not 100% sure. I believe we might have a replay of what went down in the control. Omid in a commanding position. They've already got a hold of it. And they, you know what? It's kind of a hallmark of this Omid team. Invasion search and destroy might well have been good as well, but invasion control for them, they've looked like one of the better teams on this side of the pond, on the Challenger side at least. Getting these attacking rounds. Hixie is having a series, by the way. 31 and 23. He was double positive on one of the other maps as well. He's having an absolute blinder.
Yeah, obviously the attack we kind of left them on. Omid did not manage to get this B point. Trying to change it up just a bit and much more successful. Vortex just holding it down, and with the bodies here and everything they've got, it looks like this is all but done, Ton.
It is done. Hixie, another 5 spree to close that one out. Omid and you, after a shaky start, find themselves 2-1 to the good. I was about to also make a reference there to a song after my shaky start line, but I'm not going to embarrass myself this early into the broadcast. And there is plenty more time to do that. Vista Hardpoint going to be coming up next. Omid in the driving seat now.
Well, 2-1 in both our series. Means we get guaranteed map 4. I wonder either one could go the distance. Obviously, Notorious looked pretty good map 1. Also very good map 2 in this. It just come down to a round 11 difference. And a monster plays by Hixie. So it really does rest on their shoulders as they go into the Vista Hardpoint. Do they end it out here, or are they going to 6-star search and destroy?
I'd like to think they close out that. They're a very, very good Vista team. I feel as though Vista plays into the hands of teams who play fundamentals very, very well. You know, it's all about those rotations. The 2 to 3 ones, a bit of a nuanced sort of rotation that can come through on occasion, but the best teams do seem to deal with it well. Oh, can Notorious send us to her map number 5 between these two teams? I think Omid might close it here and fall.
Well, they certainly will want to. They don't want to wait any longer. Just trying to hold on, and a little bit of an issue. Just a few nades coming through, but at the moment, a good start from them.
That's what you want off the rip. P1, you can't get some very, very good time. Hixie now. I'll be here just to slow things down, but P2 rotation about to start to come through. You're on the right side of the map here. If you're hot on with you, you're not on the right side of any of those gunfights, though. Vortex is the only one who can answer back, but if you do want to keep an eye on how things are going here on Bravo, Omid EU in the driving seat there in map number 4. We have map number 4 on Alpha Brycey. Clutch Rain also in a not so commanding position, but one they would have taken before the series started. They're 2-1 up, heading into a Karachi hardpoint.
And here we go. Everybody looking for a bit of top 3 control. Cobra is going to be looking for bridge control. Unfortunately, his teammates lost their first few gunfights. So
important hold, though. They're able to find a couple of gunfights. Cobra goes one step further. There you go. Able to lock this in now. 45 seconds plus to try and hold down here. PR clutch rain war. Important time to do. You can't let Falcons get all of that time and then just lock down all of this as well. And Harry will line up 3. Now where are Falcons going to spawn? Keep an eye on this. It's not towards back alley. It's not. They force their way out. They will keep the spawns over towards P3. But 30 seconds on offer here for Clutch Rain War. They're picking up every single one they possibly can. No way.
And it looks like the Falcons aren't really swinging for it. Keep an eye on that minimap. There is no big push. However, Khaled has spawned out. And he's not even going to go for it either. They're just trying to wrap back.
Give up nearly every single second to P2. It's a good chunk of time for Clutch Rain War. One they needed, though. When they let so much time go P1, you can't then all of a sudden lose the rotation over towards P2, and they might win the one over towards P3. They're going to know what corner Bance is in. He's going to have to charge something. He's going to have his teammates come over to help, and he's done very, very well to survive. Now has a little bit of backup as well, but it's a big gunfight win from Exnid and the rest of Falcons. Break comes through. 45 seconds to play for.
Falcons did a really good job there of just keeping it competitive. They kept bodies in the area, even with Clutch Rain, managing to get those closer spawns. They've done the magic. 8-3 and Roxas will also have the cut. And right now, it's the same story. Clutch Rain cannot get the kills.
Can't find a breakthrough. It's a wonderful setup from Falcons. 25 seconds to go here. A step back down for Clutch Rain, who found themselves in a really good spot over these last 2 maps. Can they start to make things work for themselves? As we continue here on Karachi. They're now on the rotation, and now for Clutch Rain 1, yeah, okay, you can get a hold of this rotation, but how many times have we said it over the year? It is not one that is easily found as far as points go. Clutch Rain 1 will soak up what they can. It's about the rotation over towards Junk, which we will be going towards in 50 seconds.
At the moment, the Falcons do have the dominant position. Exnid still finding that kill. Stun doesn't care. Khaled with another one. This is a massive outslay at the moment, and eventually Bance will find one, but it is just for top 3 control as Falcons soak up the points.
You take every single one you can, but for Clutch Rain War, the positive for them now is that they aren't on the bad side of the spawn. They aren't in that position where they are so far away from next. If you can keep Falcons off this, hey, even if you can get some time yourself, you take every single second that is offered. Gunfights have to be won. They are. Harry will find 2. Khaled will be able to answer back with 1 of his own, but Junk is coming up in 10 seconds or so. But Train War very much going to be the first ones there. The trenches will have time to be dug. Khaled and Co will pick up a couple of kills on the relapse. They will manage to find a way through. Cobra's going to shut them down into this, though. This has been such a good run. It would have been even better had Bance found that 6th kill in a row. No cruise missile available. Clutch Rain War, damage limitation there over towards people.
This is about this hold. They want that time back. They want those points back. And the Falcons, they've been slaying so hard. If they get a quick break here, they really will put Clever Next War in a very, very bad position. There's a huge gunfight already. Pressure from every side of the hill. Bance got to help his teammate out. Gets the first, not the second. The Falcons are 1 versus 1. And Harry stays alive, but he will know. He will hear the call. I do not have the spawn. We are not close.
You can just delay. Needs the rest of the team to find a way through. The rest of the team have done more than that. They've wiped everybody off the map. It's Bance with 2 and Clutch Rain. They may not get as much of that time as they would have wanted, but they're heading into a second rotation, only finding themselves about 20 or 30 points behind. It could have been a lot worse.
Seem to have come alive a little bit here as Denzer just finds his 3 streak. He was 3 and 11 before this. So finally, maybe Clutch Rain X War can stop the slaying deluge from Team Falcons. At the moment, getting the points, but there will be a flank here. It should be an easy kill for them in the end. And yeah, Xnid will stop them getting any more. The Falcons back in point.
I mean, we had a story. I think it was over on the CDL. We were watching Steve's play this map. And I think Joe Deceives was like 2 and 36. That's an exaggeration, but he was having a very, very poor game. Turning it around, and as soon as he did, the rest of the team were there. They were flying through. Cruise missile was attained. The game was turned on its head. Denzer now in a position where he's not having a good game. If he can turn it around. Clutch Rain, I've got Denzer going 7 and 12, and they are only 5 points behind.
Oh, they should take the lead here. The Falcons have given this up completely. And it's a big first win, but the Falcons are buried deep. Look how close they are all together. The respawn even just helping him put their last teammate into it. And they're looking in the wrong direction. They have no idea Falcons have formed this little puck right at the back corner.
It's a nice inside setup. Aren't able to find a way through it whatsoever. Now Falcons can start teasing the idea. 45 seconds to go before P3 rotation has to come in. Clutcher and War have actually spawned towards the back side. Falcons happy to sit tight here, though. They could have overextended over towards P3, over towards Junk to try and shut down a push that potentially could be coming from there in a potential P3 rotation. But they are happy to sit tight and soak up every single second here. 25 seconds to go now on this hill. Next couple of engagements are massive. Abodi now can just stretch his legs. They've got P3 rotation. 20 seconds of scrap will go Cluttrain's way if Abodi can't stop it. But the rotation for the next hill is already in, and there may well be a gunfight win here from Abodi as well. And this is just delaying absolutely everything for Cluttrain. So annoying.
It's Abodi is now dancing around. Denzel will have to fight him still as the fight continues on at the next hardpoint, but the Falcons winning it again. Only one player left, just going to be Harry. He's up top 3. Falcons done a really good job of just being very difficult kills.
That was 3v3 on the site, and they've made it very, very difficult for Cutray and Watt. P3 has been popped for quite some time. Falcons have been uncontested. Card watching the mid alleyway push, but also the one that's going to be coming pretty much immediately on his left-hand side. Great shots into Harry. Finds the head, and there you go. Another 3 kills falling their way. Falcons very much in the ascendancy now. Not quite close enough to that 200-point mark to break it here at P3. But they're going to be within touching distance before we head over towards the next hill.
And it has just been the Falcons outslaying and outplaying Cluttrain X War. Look at this, Xnit. Just, again, a difficult kill. Will not give away anything too easily. 4 seconds of scrap on that point. It doesn't really matter. Can they stop Falcons getting any more seconds on this one and get the rotation is really what they're playing, but that is not going to be an easy case. Falcons are happy to throw some bodies up and take the seconds where they get them.
Oh, good shots from Xnid. Falcons. It's that P2 to P3. It's been an absolute dagger. The game was very, very close. Cluttrain actually in the lead after P1 on this rotation of hills. Now all of a sudden, they are finding themselves nearly 100 points behind. This game can just change so quickly. You've got to be able to adapt so fast. Got to be able to change mindset on the fly. Cobra will find 2. Cluttrain won't need to do something about this. This is free time for Falcons. You might have the rotation, but you need to make it count and then be perfect for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and they've just given... And Falcons have just, like I said, they'll just take every second that you give them. You don't normally get a lot on that one. They're like, hey, we can afford to really soak. And if Xnid takes down Cobra here, it could be disaster. It's already very, very bad for Cluttrain X War. Falcons just need to get this one off the line. It's not even about this one or the next one. Could even be another one. A bit of scrap time, a bit of a contest. Very little to do to get the win.
It's looking like map number 5 is incoming. Quite the comeback here from Cluttrain War. Have to be a full hold, but you've lost 2 already. Falcons are going to find a way into the point. They're going to be about 10 seconds away. They're in complete control of this game and surely sending us to a map number 5.
Well, I just don't see any alternative. It has been Falcons for quite some time. Denzel will get 2 to stop the bleeding, but can you expect Cluttrain X War to be flawless from this point on this map? No.
So difficult from this position. They closed the gap, but the gap for Falcons is insurmountable. 2 seconds away, and map number 5 we go. Falcons. Hardpoint win falls their way. In just what was one dominant run of 2 hills, to 2 to 3, they were so good on in that second rotation of hills. They make it count. They get the lead, and they level it to go.
Wow. Going to a map 5 straight away. I said this. I said Falcons always do it. Every single time they go to a map 5, they go over all the time. But let's go have a look at how our other game is going. There is going to be, obviously, more than one contest. Notorious XCR versus Omit EU is happening on Bravo. And it's a close one, Ton.
Oh, very close one. Back and forth between these two. Look at the numbers that are being put up by both sides. It has been a brawl by the looks of things. This lane battle that is, well, momentarily just about being won on the side of Omit EU. Mythics, 5 spray, 6 spray will be absurd. Can't find it. Renetti in that position, not the weapon, But Omit EU, they will pick up the final few seconds, but that rotation over towards P2. Notorious are going to be there. One player who spawned out, Fibron, who actually might be able to cause some havoc in the middle of the map there. They're trying to pick him down, but that's a big gunfight to win. Vortex round the back. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. Omit in control.
And with that kill going down, I think that might be it. That might certainly be it. And you can see they're desperately trying to get there, but unfortunately the rotation, they left the gap. Vortex exploited, and that will be Omit EU taking it 3-1 in the series. They continue forward.
In the playoffs, Omit have been ridiculous over the entire game cycle. Looking for a third championship in a row here in Europe on the side of the Challengers Elite. Would you put it past them at this stage, though, Bryce? I don't think you could. I mean, they absolutely still have to be the favorites. They find their way through a very, very tough round one in the winners bracket over to our what will be the third game of the night. We'll see that winners bracket round 2 after the first elimination round. We'll get to see how they do in that one as well. Good start for them. Very, very good start.
It certainly is. I mean, just looking at some of the numbers actually on my other screen, I think Mythic's dropped to 40. I think Vortex dropped actually they're all pretty close, to be fair, but yeah, Mythic's certainly making his name known. At one point he was 40 and 26 tons, so the fact that it was even that close with a player dropping those kind of numbers.
Yeah, insane numbers coming in, and so that is going to be one of the games that we have kicked off with. And when it's round 1 going one direction, that will, of course, be Omit's win. But looking over back towards this one, Falcons up against Clutchroom Wars, still ongoing. What? Are you seeing the result that I'm seeing here?
Oh.
3-0.
Huge upsets on the other side. Everybody's got 3 zeros on the other side of this round. Well, that's not what anybody was expecting. A flawless 5 Meaty clan have been taken down. Yeah, that is certainly a wow.
Big wow. Sets Omit up in a fantastic position against Revive. With all due respect to Revive, though, I think Omit would rather play Revive than go up against 5, right? I mean, yeah, okay, they've just beaten 3-0, but again, with all due respect to Revive, I think Omit, to pick an opponent, I know who they'd rather face.
Wow, that's who they've
Is that fair? Is that fair? I think that's fair.
I think so, but well, we'll have to see. But this is what happened on the replays for the game we just watched. Falcons, Clutchray and X-War was pretty close. And then all of a sudden, it just wasn't done. Falcons just beating them down everywhere they go. And now, Clutchray and X-War will have to rely on an S&D against the Falcons, which did not go well for them last time.
Yeah, look, I think if you think about it, though, Clutchray were definitely starting to bring that one back in. It was just a bad start for them, right? Falcons 5-1 to the good. Clutchray War did turn it around, but as far as this map goes, you've lost out to 2 really, really big holds. P2 to P3. It was a fantastic, fantastic job from Falcons. Set themselves up for success from then on out. Clutchray not able to bring that deficit down. And if you, on the side of Team Falcons, you force that map number 5, which is where we'll be staying on Karachi, but we're going over toward, well, no, we're going to high rise. Search and destroy. Irrelevant. We're in.
We certainly are. Let's go to decide who goes down into that lower bracket. Khaled backing up. They do have a Bodhi pretty far forward, though. Can he find anything?
Found himself a potential route here. Should be able to find something. Not before Bance is able to do the damage. Sees one just playing his life, taking his time. A Bodhi was looking for maybe a little bit more. Will not find it. We'll find Cobra. Make this now a 3 versus 3.
A Bodhi. Just trying to see if he can get any information, any sort of a pick. Rocks us right back in the spawn. I think they've identified correctly that they should be able to plant here. Next Ninja's checking his corners. And we'll go for it. I don't know if Harry... Oh, wait a minute. He's got off the point. That call has come through.
Yeah, he heard something. Oh, and he heard correctly. Denza, he gets the kill, dips away. Like a thief in the night. It will eventually get taken down, but is the damage already done?
Got to make the jump.
Oh!
Unbelievable. Falcons get it regardless. What a rechow. Falcons get round 1.
God damn. That's absurd. Oh, and Roxas knows where Bance is as well. Jumps around the corner. The snapper is there. There's 2 kills in the round. And there's the first one. We get a look at it again. Oh, Harry. Oh, that is tough. A Bodhi is just give him the snapper. Falcons wanted the good. Wasn't looking likely throughout the majority of that round, but they find it anyway.
Well, Clutch X War, you probably felt like you'd won there. Not to be. It doesn't end until it ends. Now on the attack. Abodi going to try and find a pick here. Bance knows where it's going to be. There's going to go stun go down. Abodi has managed to just get himself out the line of fire for a few seconds.
I was going to say, if he found anything out of that, it would have been a huge bonus, but could not quite get that. Khaled's got one dead to rights. Really good shots. Had Cobra there, but initiating it early, not giving Cobra even a chance to answer back. 2 versus 3, but in favor of Falcons. Hard on the attacking side, this one now. If you're clutching wall, you need to just hope that a mistake is made by Falcons.
Denza.
It's completely free.
Out clean as well. 2v2 they can probably manage. A 1v3 or anything like that will be a lot more difficult.
Next gunfight is absolutely crucial. If I was to put my money on anyone winning it, it may well be Lucifer himself.
Just giving up a good amount of map control though. Venatended, Denza finds the first.
No trade either.
There it is. Oh, they know exactly where he's going to be. He's checking the corners correctly though, still alive. And that's it. There's not going to be enough time. He gets off the point. It doesn't matter. That gunfight was unbelievably huge. But X War do win by a very small margin.
Going to the wire in this series, and the wire in that round of Search and Destroy. Just take their time. That's all you need to do. I think if I was to play devil's advocate there, I would question why Falcons have given up so much of the map. It was a free bomb plant and a free setup. Falcons, 0 information pushing onto that site. Yes, you have the numbers, but I wouldn't have minded some more aggressive positioning. The only very small silver lining that you will be able to take away is that Khaled's down to 3 spree. That's a halfway point now for a cruise missile. Still quite some distance to go. If you want to get a hold of it from there, that would be impressive, but something to hold on to. And of course, the 1-1 scoreline.
Both teams really trying to play chess here and not make any mistakes. Abodi slowly checking the corners. Vance will check this at some point. Oh, he's caught it out. Doesn't even go for it yet.
Didn't see him. Player on the site that he did not see. You'll see him that time, though. Yeah, and he's going to jump into action. There's just no way that he reads this. Abodi will fall. It's a free kill for Bance. He gets out as well. Teammates now on their way over. Pressure starting to be exerted. Not giving up much of the map that Falcons may have been their downfall in the previous round. Clutch and War not falling into that trap.
Does Bance check this bomb again? No, this bomb is going down. Then to find a second, a 2 versus 4 here. All Clutch and X War have to do is play it slow and get the trades, but Exnit gets banned straight away. That's a huge kill for them. Dender's going to call him out that he's gone. Khaled's going to go down as well, and they're going to be like, all right. Well, never mind. Cobra finds him, and they get straight back onto the bomb.
Fantastic job. Cobra is there for the final kill. Culture and War now 2-1 to the good. Bear in mind, everybody at home, this is, of course, a winner's bracket game straight out into the playoffs from the group stages. One of these teams will be dropping into the loser's bracket, but the later you leave it, the better.
Well, every round is really going to matter. But who will continue? I mean, this has been, like I said before, a chess game. Everybody working. And Bance finding that first kill, it really put a problem for Falcons. Here comes the attack, though. It's quite aggressive, actually. A lot of bodies out here for Clutch X War. It wouldn't even surprise me if they go back into blue and leave it.
Denza continuing to survive, though. Put themselves in an awkward position, a position that has to be answered by Falcons, who are just running straight into Lucifer. I mean, they would have known he was there. He's ready and waiting. A body, a bit like a headless chicken there through the middle of the map. Now, all of a sudden, the 3 versus 3 after the first blood was found by Team Falcons.
And Denza's been waiting there for so long. Does have to make it. Oh, he's in a bit of a problem situation, though. But Cobra will find another one. Sometimes a bit of luck. And Roxas trying to get out of the position they know he's in at top propane. That bomb is actually going down at A.
It's felt like Falcons just offered themselves up for a couple of kills here. Bit of puns and analogies aside. It's just that first kill, Denza was so patient, but ran out in the middle of nowhere. There's one player come back round from behind against Harry. One player gets caught sprinting. Roxas now caught in a 1 versus 3. Without a hope in hell in this one. He gets taken down. Clutch Ray and War firmly in the driving seat.
So far, everything's just going right for them. Does that continue? I mean, they actually lost first blood in that round. And Abodi kind of threw himself into the lion's den.
Just a couple of misplays. It feels like Falcons just maybe got a little bit excited. Got some information, tried to work with it. Very much did not work. Clutch Rainbow now in a really good position. Next round is crucial. Can Falcons keep it close? So will Clutch Rain tighten their grip on this search and destroy? It's map number 5.
Bands, I was going to say Cobra. They're really close to each other, but they're not going to find anything. They managed to get it back, though, and with that bomb down, it gives them a little bit of a light.
Now, I actually don't mind what Falcons have done here. The presumption from Clutch Rain Wall that this bomb will still be very much on site. It was taken off momentarily. Now back on. So no smart play is being made. Doesn't need to. But Falcons, they absolutely need this round. And it looks like they might get it. Bomb goes down. No, it doesn't. He jumps off it. He goes for the trade. Falcons finding around 3-2 now.
Wow. At least the Falcons find it. Could have gone wrong a few times, but patience and positioning. That's the key here. Still trailing, of course, but only 1 round.
Still plenty of rounds of search and destroy to be played. Series truly is going the distance. Cobra will stone out a little bit of information. Not gained, but it is gained from Falcons. Cobra takes a meaty grenade to the face. Vance has found an inroad over towards B, though. But the presence from Falcons is very close by. Grenade out over towards the stairs. Might just cut off one of the angles. Denza is going for this on a very different angle than you quite often see. It's very tight. That bomb is down. 4v4.
And Clutch and X4 are actually trying to spread the map a little bit so they don't get compressed. Got to be careful. This first trade could be massive. Cobra waiting for it. It's going to go down, but it will be traded instantly. Down to a 3 versus 3. Does Bance see him? Did he see? I don't know if he did. He gets another one. Bance goes for the chow. They're down to a 2 versus 3. Bance is in trouble. Trying to get out of it. Isn't going to be able to. And Dendra in a 1 versus 3. In the smoke. Nobody knows what's going on. And oh no! Still in the smoke. Still alive. Oh, and down he falls. No bullets in the gun. No hope of survival. And Falcons will get there.
It's just so hard to know what to do in that situation if you're Denza. Do you just keep running and maybe run into him? Do you sit tight and hope that he doesn't have time to be there for the trade? The answer for him, though, was unfortunately he does. Yeah, he felt those bullets from behind. So maybe is he thinking, as he gets around this corner, how close is he going to be? You got to risk it. 8 and 4 from Denza, though, having a very good game. But this one was getting away from Team Falcons, and all of a sudden, 6 rounds in, there is nothing to separate these two squads.
Well, let's see. Oh, Bodhi, aggressive here. We might find the first one. No, Denza will get first blood. And a Bodhi, I mean, that was... It's a risk. At the best of times, there's no trade advantage for it. Maybe just hoping to catch somebody from clutch rain out of position.
And puts your team in an immediate disadvantage. Or an attacking sided round here on a high round search and destroy, which is never a good thing to have a hold of. Falcons looking to try and find a pick. They've got 45 seconds at most to try and do that.
That's a big kill. Exnid staying alive. 3 versus 3 as they slowly work this site. We'll have access to the plant. Clutch Rain X4 banking on the retake.
Can they find it? Huge round. This would be 3 in a row for Falcons. It felt like a similar story in both of these search and destroys, but the shoe is very much on the other foot now. Cobra will find an important gunfight. 2 versus 2.
Exnid wants to make this jump to check the bomb. Here we go. Checking. In. Out. Still all down low. Cobra will find one though. Rox is still alive. I think they know where he is as well. They know he's going to be blue, so somebody will probably jump on this bomb. Will he get there in time, though? Cobra on Overwatch, and Cobra wins the gunfight. It is going to be another Clutch Rain retake.
That is all about Cobra. 3 kills found on that retake, all on his own. The second one's what solidifies it, but here we go. To finish the job off. You know what? Rox has put some good damage down there, but not quite good enough. And always when you're going to short side yourself on the bomb like that, it's always going to be difficult. That might be a huge round. It stops the bleeding for Clutch Rain. And you find the 3v3 retake. Cobra now working on a cruise missile. He's halfway there. But huge moments from the young rookie. I say rookie, he's been around for so long these days. Still just a young whippersnapper though, Brycey, compared to me and you were ancient, mate. Ancient.
Well, that's why we don't play. Bans for the first blood, though. That's pretty big. Aggressive start for them. But even after a first blood, a bit of patience, a bit of timing. Just wait. Don't overheat. You've still got to check for information and angles.
Nice and patient. Ooh, get out, get out, get out, get out. Managed a 3 and 7 from Bansi. Be wanting to pick things up. It's a nervy one. It's a nervy one. He's going to get it down for absolutely free, though. Does he get out? He has done. But he should be dead to right side. They should be able to find him. The shots in from... Oh, I mean, Exton. The grenade was there in your hand, and now you're into the clutches of Cobra. He strikes 4 in a row from him. 4v3 now. In favor of Clutch Rain. That bomb is down, though.
Well, they're looking for him. They're trying to work this. Everybody around it. Roxas is seeing Bance, and they've got a few more kills down. They know where Bance is going to be. A 2 versus 2. 19 seconds. They're hunting for him as well, and he's found him. Cobra left alive in a 1 versus 2. He's going to go down as well. A wonderful Falcons retake.
Neither one of these teams have got any give up in them whatsoever. Roxas finds 3 in the round. Khaled with the last one. Big plays being made across the board from both these two teams. 4-4. Now we might as well go around 11 now.
Will we go the distance? And even these first bloods aren't really mattering as much. Teams get them and still lose the round. Let's see. Who comes out on top very much hangs in the balance.
These opening bloods haven't really mattered. Nobody's able to find anything concrete here, though. Abodi, oh, he's tempted. He is very, very tempted. Chooses the wrong way. We'll just go for the rotation through the spawn, though. Still a good position to be in.
Bodhi.
Hey, Ben.
Finds the first, and he will kill Bance here. Bance will go down, first blood. Gonna be furious that he's managed to get all the way around there, but Abodi's still being an issue. Being aggressive, he's not going to do it again. He is. He is going to do it again. Abodi.
He's going to find another one.
There's just no way.
Yeah, free. It's absolutely free. Bodie's having an absolute blinder here. He's going to find the other one here as well. Watch. Taking his time. The player has actually pushed out. It's 2 versus 3 in favor of Falcons. Make it now a 1 versus 3 in favor of Falcons. They have a 3-1 down, Brycey.
Cobra. He's been good, but he's not going to be able to kill 3 people. Good and Falcons. They are now on map and series point 5-4.
It's been some turnaround. A big retake in the previous round, and it's a Bodie for another kill. Everyone is having their moments. But right now, those moments are being presented by Falcons just a little bit more. 3 in a row for a Bodie. There's been a couple of different sprees across this entire map from both 2 teams. Glitter and War, though, are going to need this round if they want to continue here in the winner's bracket.
Bodie, will he be aggressive again? So many times.
Next one will be back down. Cotran still looking for that opening pick. So nervous I'm making up words.
I won't expect him here. Oh, the timing. He's going to find Bance. Bance goes down. First blood. Then they're going to try and find him, but Khaled is getting out of there. Oh, Tenza gets him anyway. A 3 versus 3. Time being burnt here by Clutch Rain.
Yeah, he's read it. So Denza's pushed up. Knows the player's going to be down low. He's not going to stay there, right? Reads it perfectly. 3 versus 3. Smokes down. Chaos ensuing.
Bodie just in a great position for it. Next he gets another one. This is all done and dusted, and Falcons will take down Clutch Rain X War. It's a battle to the bitter end, but the Falcons never gave up, and they will move forward, Ton.
6-4 victory. I've just got to give a shout out to players like Bodie and Roxas, who maybe for me don't get as much credit on this Falcons roster. You think of Khaled, you think of Xnid, but those 2 get the job done. It's 2 back-to-back almost rounds of 3 kills apiece to solidify the game. That's a 3-2 win for Falcons up against Culture and War. That is a huge result for them. But not too surprising. Look, Falcons have been fantastic throughout this regular season. They were fantastic last season as well. Culture and War have struggled. They haven't looked as good as we maybe expected them to. They now fall in the losers bracket. They have got no more chances.
They certainly don't. They will have to do this the long way round. Wouldn't put it against them, but at the same time, they would have much preferred to be in that upper bracket as well. And you can see how this went down. Khaled, I don't think that's right for the deaths, Ton. If I'm perfectly honest, on the side of the Falcons. They definitely died more than twice, but on the side of it, you can see Denz and Cobra tried to have a good time, but just wasn't to be.
Yeah, everything's just skewed a little bit there, isn't it? I believe that's the plants. But Bodie did this so many times, right? I mean, how often did he catch Clutch Rain War off guard? With these flanks down low, goes behind, takes his time, finds a pick, and then all of a sudden, I mean, he wasn't just finding the picks in that sense. He was finding great gunfights like that up against players as strong as Harry. I mean, just a really, really good performance coming in from Falcons. They will find that victory and find themselves in the winners bracket semi-final, Brycey.
They certainly will. Winners bracket final that we'll actually see later on as well. But yeah, very bitter fight because of these 2 teams getting all the way through it. And you can see the replays just back and forth, and you could never tell who was going to win a round because first blood didn't seem to matter, bombs down didn't seem to matter. They were retakes galore.
2 different ones from Falcons. Clutch Rain one found on one of their own. And here we go. This is where our Bodie was really starting to take over. It's that kind of position that he caused so much havoc. Here's the first blood. Honestly, I hope to God Bance was weak there, but I don't think he actually was. The gunny coming through. Falcons getting the job done. Really good job. Invasion Search and Destroy and High Rise Search and Destroy going their way alongside a dominating Karachi. Clutch Rain War have got all to do from the losers bracket now, Bryce.
Yeah, they certainly do. And you can see how it will all play out. This is how it's shaping up. A couple of surprises there in the bottom side, but we'll find out if that does end up being a surprise or just par for the course. Of course, winners round 2 will be up shortly. You see all these teams ready to go. But we won't see them quite yet because elimination round 1's up first, Tom.
Yeah, an interesting game, especially on the bottom side of that losers bracket. 5 up against Notorious. It'll be an absolute banger. 22 Esports going up against Cutray and Team War. Cutray and Team War beating them yesterday pretty convincingly, so they'll feel good there, unless they are feeling maybe a little bit downtrodden after that map 5 loss. But the winners bracket, we'll talk about round 2 maybe just a little bit later, Bryson.
All right, well, it turns out the next round is upon us. We're going to take a quick break before then. Don't go anywhere. Much more action on Call of Duty Challenge Elite right here. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are ready with our next set of games here, and we're going into the lower bracket. These teams have already suffered a bit of a defeat. You can see it's going to be 22 Esports, ClimaX War, 5 Media Clan, and Notorious. So, Tunt, how do we feel this one's going to go?
Well, I mean, based on the entire online season, you'd like to think that 5 Media Clan will be able to get this one done, but I mean, they were 5-0 in the groups. That's their first loss, was a 3-0 one against Revived. I mean, that is just not a result I expected in any sense of the imagination. Like, losing to them is one thing, but man, 3-0?
Well, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Maybe a bit of a slow start, or something just went wrong, but we'll be the judge because we get to watch them in this next set of games and find out, especially considering just how well they've been doing so far.
Yeah, look, they've got to be able to turn this around. They are surely not going to be heading into this one resting on anything. They have to be able to change things around. They've been slaying so well. Super has been incredible. Rancor right alongside of him the entire season. Surely they don't go out and get double rounded, right? I mean, they were flawless throughout the group stage.
That would be incredible. It certainly would be a story going forward, but hey, who knows? This will be the map set for it. Vista Hardpoint, High-Rise Search and Destroy, Invasion Control, 6-star Hardpoint, and 6-star Search and Destroy to round things out. So we start on Vista to find out how these teams are playing.
Let's see how it goes down. Vista, notoriously for me, I'm thinking to myself, is a 5 Media Clan kind of map. You think of the slaying ability of the ARs, the ability to rotate, a very, very good fundamental team. But Notorious have looked solid throughout the entire season. Yes, okay, they've just lost out to Omit, of course, in a 3-1 loss. But, you know, like, Omit are the 2-time champions for a reason. So that's that's nothing to turn your nose up at in the sense that that loss is not necessarily massively unexpected. So now going up against 5 Media, not entirely different. 5 Media have been good, but it's whether or not it's the 5 Media that just got 3-0'd off Revive turns up, or it's the 5 Media that we've seen in the group stages who wiped pretty much everybody.
Yeah, that's kind of the curious one. I mean, for me, I kind of want to go back and find out what happened, but fortunately, we get to watch the game regardless. So we're going to find out if they are just going to go and just kind of steady the ship, essentially. I mean, it's just a weird one, really. Like I said, flawless in the groups, out 3-0, slow start, bad maps. Who knows?
Look, I think, you know, if they lose against Revive, then you're almost like, okay, Revived on their day can be very, very good. We know that. They're not necessarily one of the top teams, but you would expect them to cause issue for top rosters, but not necessarily get it over the line. The fact that they 3-0'd them, that's the surprising end of the result, right? If they lost to Revived in a close map fight, whatever, you know, they Neslo'd them or something along those lines, then you're like, oh, well, okay, yeah, that's not out of the realms of possibility. But a 3-0, that's a cause for concern, at least for 5 Media. So they've got to go into this and got to bounce back. Going up against Notorious, I'd argue this is a tougher game. If you come in with the same kind of level, you are going to struggle here against Notorious. Let's remind ourselves of exactly what happened in the bracket. 5 on a good position against Revived, and you get 3-0. Now all of a sudden you have no more chances. You have to win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games if you want to be champ here in Europe.
Yeah, it's not an easy run for anybody involved, and well, we're going to see who does make it. I'm just going to go back through the winners bracket games and take a quick look for everybody here. Exceptional 3-0 against 22 Esports, so a pretty good start for them to begin with. The Falcons, the ClimaX War we just saw, went all the distance, and Falcons managed to pip them to the post. The shocker got to be that 5 Media Clan being 3-0'd by Revived. Omit, though, managed to get it done against Notorious 3-1. None of them was super clean. The S&D actually went 6-5. Very, very close game.
Let's see how things are going to break down as we head into these losers bracket games. Of course, we've got another game coming up after this as well. Going long into the deepest, darkest time. I might even see darkness outside tonight, Bryce. I usually go to bed and it's a little bit light. I wake up, it's a little bit light. I don't know if that's anything to brag about. And it's not in the sense of staying up late either. It's going to bed early, mate. I can get my rest in. I've got to get it these days. I'm 32, you know. All right.
Wow. Wow, you are old.
Yeah,
me at a spry 24 stone. Anyway,
I was going to make that joke and I didn't. And I didn't make the joke.
To be perfectly honest with you here, we're just waiting for these lobbies to get underway. There's been a little bit of instability today, and, you know, players don't move that fast, so everything takes a little bit of time to get going. And then when we have a lobby drop, you have to get them all in like herding cats, and sometimes it can just wait for us. So as far as we know, we are trying to get everything out. But there's an interesting statistic we've just been given here. Everybody in Group B lost.
Group B for bad. No, that's harsh. Like, but realistically, I mean, that's still quite surprising, especially for Vive Media Clan. You were going up against Revived, who have won a singular game all season long. They just 3-0'd you. So, hey, look, I mean, Group A must have been absolutely stacked. Still potential for everybody on Group B side of things to come on down with the win. But obviously, based on Vive Media Clan going 5-0 in the group, they already have beaten Notorious this season. Will they be feeling confident? You would like to hope so.
Well, I still can't believe that all Group B lost. What's going on?
That's quite crazy, isn't it? Like,
it
is. All things considered, that is quite wild. Yep, there you go. There's your graphic straight from the leaderboard, or the standings, I should say, into that elimination round 1, which looks very similar to what we've seen on the right hand side of our screen. Hopefully we'll be jumping in to see how this Group B showdown is going to go down between these 4 teams, and then in winners round 2 immediately after. I mean, those 2 games in the winners bracket round 2, they will be bangers. Very, very curious if Revived can keep it going, but I mean, it's just going to be very, very tough. But on the other side of things, for Clutch, Rain, War, they're going up against 22 Esports, and somebody who really has been frying here throughout the entirety of the season has been Cobra. He's been leading the charge for these boys, and, well, I mean, it's not necessarily been the most successful of campaigns, but I think we can say that Cobra's transition into this roster has been a success.
Yeah, 100%. And I said before, obviously, I mean, the problem is the results aren't matching the performance. Doing very, very well, and this team does do well in parts, but, you know, already lost 2 in the group stages, just lost another one in the bracket stages. It's hard pressed to consider them a favorite right now, even though Cobra is looking pretty exceptional.
And I confirm myself, he is Guitarga's brother. I was right.
Oh, well. There we go.
That's a bit of knowledge.
Genius.
There, mate. You know, people question me. They don't.
Maybe it's Guitarga playing. Have you thought about that?
Well, he might actually be older than us these days. I bet he's still good, you know. You reckon he's still got it?
Of course he is. The ex-pros are always still good. It's very irritating. As they go through. This is the other side of it, though. Clutch War versus 22. This will be the map set for them. 6-star Hardpoint, Karachi Search and Destroy, High-Rise Control, Rio Hardpoint, and Invasion Search and Destroy to round things off. Karachi and Vista got banned pretty much straight away, and obviously people take 6-star over Rio most of the time. And then, yeah, it just continues. I think people don't really like playing Invasion that much anymore.
Look, I mean, I can't blame them. Sometimes it can. I still think the better teams come out on top, but it can occasionally be a bit of a coin flip. If you come in to very evenly matched teams, you then, of course, get to those tight rounds towards the end. Things can get a little bit more stressful than you would like. So, yeah, high rise starting to come in a lot more here in Europe. But other than that, looks pretty par for the course. I want to say no Karachi Hardpoint is the only thing that's kind of throwing me off guard there. But Invasion, Search and Destroy, Karachi, Search and Destroy. You may well see high rise on the Search and Destroy front quite often. It is the same pool of maps that we do quite often get to see, and hopefully get to see imminently.
Yeah, I think so. And at some point, we will get to see these maps. I think we're told the lobbies are remaking again. Like I said, having a few issues this evening. So everybody just cross your fingers, hope for the best, and think good thoughts. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get to see the start of one of them, Ton.
Maybe. It always seems to be on the 3-game nights, doesn't it? It's like it is written this way. But look, we'll get into it as soon as we possibly can. Waiting for Bryce to, you know, fix the servers. If you can sort that out, that would be good.
I really wish I could. Of course. I mean,
just press the button.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Customers have all the control. I'm sitting here in a little office down in Essex. I have nothing. I have no control over anything. I'm just a man at a desk with a microphone And a stupid face.
There's many different routes we could have went with that, and I think it's probably best that we don't. We may well be guilty of getting a little distracted here, but hopefully we are jumping into the game very, very shortly. I think, you know, based on what I've seen throughout the first games that we did get to see in the winners bracket round 1, as far as being impressed with anybody, I was quite impressed with how Omit managed to deal with their game. Exceptional, obviously, going through pretty easily too, but that was probably expected. Omit, though, with a bit of a bounce back there, managing to find themselves a win. And, well, a big reason as to why Omit have been successful over the last 2 seasons, I should say, is being because Weeman is an absolute beast. He has maybe had a little bit of a slower time of things this season, which is maybe what has resulted in Omit not having as flawless as a stage as they have done in the past. But is he getting things up and running here again? Because if he does, Omit become very, very scary.
Well, they're in a good position, and you know, the question has been asked before, you know, can they be a dominant force? I think that kind of unrelenting sort of power they've had, maybe it's been blunted a little bit. Everybody knows the game a bit better. Everybody knows everything's having a good time, but I've been told that we're ready to start. So enough waffling, enough us conjecture and just hypothetical. We can finally watch some COD gameplay.
Eventually, here we are. Well, let's see. Can 5 Media Clan make up how things have went so far today? It's just such an uncharacteristic loss for them as well. Like, you know, you lose a close one, you almost say, all right, okay, well, fair enough. But to lose it in that fashion, they'll be wanting to make up for that very, very quickly.
They say, well, they do get the first few points into this one, and I'll try and continue. Like I said, we said before, right? 5 Media Clan, 2 of the top slayers into this one. Super and Rencor dropping outrageous KDs, but hasn't been going well for them in the bracket play. Fortunately, Super starts off 4-1.
I mean, he has been that guy for them, right? Maybe not today. We didn't get to see a great deal of it, but when Super is firing, this 5 Media Clan just have got to feel so good about themselves. But if he can get things going here in this game, 5 Media Clan should be able to continue in this vein. Now already putting up 34 points on that first hill. It can be so influential. Twiz going to get taken down as well. P2 looking pretty good. He also will be able to find one. Doesn't concentrate on the point. Trying to clear them out. Aren't able to do so. Renko and Super combining well, and 5 Media Clan walking off into the distance quite early here.
Yeah, pretty flawless so far. Just 1 point left alone, but as the bodies start to fall, they will end up getting taken off of this point, and now Notorious will get some back into it. 30 seconds ago, they will certainly go for it. Look at this flank. Rencor has gone very, very wide.
Just going to try and shut them down, but he has to be careful of where the spawns do live. Yet they're still going to be towards the back. This is flawless from 5 Media. How are these guys just got 3-0'd? That was so well played. And now they're going for the cutoffs as well because of that easy wipe. They know they can get on board with that. They don't know that they've went down low, though, and it looks like Yakko is going to lose that gunfight. Keep an eye on the spawns here for 5 Media. Yeah, they're going to be out. Not a good position to be in. Those last couple of gunfights, and that one included, not working out in their favor, but not so bad when you got yourself a 53-point lead heading into P3.
Super. Aiming every different direction, looking for everything they can look for, and trying to get into this. They're going to make a big swing here as a team, but get no kills. Rencor, belly down to the dirt, and then gets put in it.
It's a good hold so far from Notorious. In a good position for that P3 rotation, which is going to be coming in around 30 seconds. And they are very much closing that gap. A couple of kills going to start coming through here for 5 Media. Make it 3 now. They will find a break, but Yaza now here to potentially pounce. Could have probably done that when these teammates were still alive as well, but just causing havoc, causing issue. 5 Media Clan not able to get in as cleanly as they would have liked.
Well, everybody just trading here over this point over and over again, and Twiz calls it perfectly. And they are now set up for this rotation as well. P3 to P4, it's a lock.
Rotation here for Notorious. It's what they've been working on, keeping a hold of these spawns. Losing a couple of gunfights, so this is not ideal. It's less than ideal. You're going to get broken pretty much immediately. There's only one player potentially do something, and that's going to be Twiz. 1-2 finds it. Player spawn towards back. Here come the reinforcements. It's a big pinch just to spawn out. That works perfectly for Notorious. Still finding themselves behind, but in a good position to take the lead.
Yaza just holding it down, and got to say, 5 Media Clan, great start. P1 and P2, but since then, not a lot. Locked out of heaven, locked out of the point. Go to his journey. Just the trades coming in, and it's still going to be a better position. Notorious were always going to come out on top unless something swung massively for 5 Media Clan.
Can you find something? Can you even just find a contestant? It's not too bad of a result for 5 Media, but they have been second best in terms of these rotations over the last, well, now 3 hills. They are going to get some presence here, though. They're going to win a couple of gunfights for Twiz. Playing the tight corner. Bit of information gained and just about gets a good bit of timing. Spawn's not going to be there for his teammates, but they are going to get here in numbers coming through towards the bridge side. Yako surely is going to find a second. That's huge from Yako. 10 and 9 from him. That might give 5 Media the opportunity of 45 clean seconds.
No, hold it. Look how far away they're spawning. Super drilling. He's 14 and 7. It's the reason he's leading so far in the elite. But down he goes, and there's the first domino. Full, there's the third as well. The players left alone. The point. Yako's like, where has everybody gone?
Wow.
This was a lock for us.
How has that happened? You're in such a good position at the bridge Hardpoint. Now all of a sudden you're offering up 25 seconds, which is pretty much going to tie this game up. You aren't going to allow them to pick up those 3 easy points, but think of the swing that could have been. If you 5 Media Clan, you had another 30 seconds, you could be sitting at 140 to 75 here, but that one little slip, yeah, okay, you've still got a lead, but instead of a potential 60 or 70 point lead, you've only got a 41.
Now Notorious, with first control here, can bleed a bit of time back for them. All they've got to do is trade effectively in this dominant position. You can see already, though, they have lost control. 5 Media Clan swinging back into it. They have held the lead for the majority of this hardpoint. And every time you think Notorious to get back into it, somehow 5 Media Clan just find the points.
Yeah, they've been etching away, right? And if anything, I want to say that 5 Media have offered up some opportunities for Notorious to pick up some points as well. I don't think they've been as clean as they would have liked. The raw power is absolutely there, as you would imagine. Super continuing this vein of form, sitting at 18 and 10, which has been pretty much his average over the group stage. I'm sitting at a 1.72 before the final day of games. Of course, he is going to slow up when things do come down to the playoffs, but still putting up the numbers. It's only still a 30-point lead for 5 Media Clan. It feels like they've had the opportunity to be further ahead, though, Bryce. They have been chipping away, but they have offered opportunities. Can they find an opportunity to break over towards P2 here?
Oh, we'll find out. Rancor just trying to split the map again, but they've already lost out the kills on one side. Jenny will find one, almost a second. Super will come in and save him out here, but it will be trades. 5 Media Clan managed to get the advantage, but for not long, as Rancor's going to go down as a 2-piece from Mighty. Brings it back to even.
Absolutely needed to find that. The pressure's starting to exert itself again. Twitch should be dead to the right. Takes his angles off, but is Journey going to be able to clean up here? They've got one more player above them, one player below. Trading places, know exactly where they are. Journey shoots his teammate down now. In the end, nobody really getting too much control over towards P2, which, if anything, works out for the team. You've got the P3 spawns. See if you can lock this in. 3 to 4 has just been so influential. You're in a good spot if you're Notorious. But Yako has slipped the net. Give his position away just so easily, though, right?
He was their lifeline. Now he's pinned in. Essentially almost becomes useless. The rest of the team are trying to do something, but Journey finds one, and that's all they find. Dives into the point, goes down, and Notorious are going to take the lead here in just a few seconds.
5 Media Clan not going to be close enough. Super slowed down. Everybody has slowed down. You think back to the moment there where Yako had a free route from behind and just chose to take the gunfight on. Gunfight's being won here by 5 Media Clan. The trade not going to be there, though. He also wins the important one, which is the last one. 22 seconds to go on this hill. 5 Media very much concentrating on the rotation over towards P4. That's coming in 15 seconds.
Still managed to get it Mighty. Looking for the players. Knows it's going to be here. Tries to check the corners. Too many to check. But Brian will get into it and get away with his life. They're still keeping the pressure on as Journey's down low. Yards are jumping in. There will not be a miracle kill there for him. Twiz somehow threads the needle and gets it, but it's still up for grabs. 5 Media Clan, where are they spawning? Towards the back. Benefit them.
They need to find a rotation. I mean, this feels like one of the first times in quite some time, and they're now being caught off it as well. They're going to spawn out. If you're the rest of 5 Media, if you're the players who are still lingering, which is now only Rancor, you absolutely need to survive and does not. Notorious are just having their way with them. Journey gets shut down as well. Yaza deals with him ever so easily. Notorious starting to heat up into this game. 5 Media Clan are starting to crumble.
Five Media Clan, it's just always like they're not making the wrong plays, but the right plays are just going wrong. And now they found themselves locked out again. Notorious have fought bitterly for this lead. They have managed to get themselves in this position through hard work. And they have locked this down completely. 11 seconds to go. And Mighty on a 4 is looking for his 5th. And it's a huge 5th all the way ready for next.
In such a good position over towards the back bridge. Now 5 Media Clan. You have to think about what's going on with Mighty. If you're Mighty, you have to think about that cruise missile. If you're Twiz, you're just thinking about taking heads. He's already got a cruise missile to his name. He's working on another. But for Bro now, he's going to find his 6. So cruise missile available. Notorious have had a hell of a last minute or two. Rotation is going to be there for 5 Media Clan. They're going to lock this down. But there is a lot in the arsenal of Notorious now to help try and break it.
Well, part of me is they're still going to be quite far away. This will only slow them down for a few seconds. However, Mighty and Twiz getting kills at the same time does really flip it on its head. Journey going to be staying alive. Twiz jumping into the points. Just trying to make sure he can keep going. There's 22 seconds left. It's a healthy amount of points, but I don't think Twiz is going to survive for too long here. 5 Media Clan are too close. Down he goes eventually. And this is going to be all about the rotation now.
Over towards P1 we go. Sorry, it's just going to soak up every single second that they can. And now we'll try to make the push through towards P1. They can win it on this hill. 5 Media Clan, nowhere near. 40 points behind. Break potentially could come through the middle of the map. 5 Run will find one, but that will be it. Good hold from 5 Media so far. They need to find the majority of this time.
Rancor just slithering out there will get it. They can find all the points here, which they are doing so far as they are winning it. Twiz, though, being a problem, finds his 2nd, runs round, looks for the 3rd. He knows he's going to be in the corner. Eventually will go down. Where are his teammates? Mighty to the rescue. Yazda will get another one. And it has just been so back and forth between these two teams. Twiz for the reinforcements again as Rancor gets his 2nd.
It's a big nade that will force them away. Have to be careful of the push coming through from the mid-map, but the insurance policy here for Notorious is very much that cruise missile. Trying to survive. If you're Mighty, you've got one more player in front of you, and Yako, who's just going to try and slow things down. Just going to try and get a little bit of a contest in. Yaza's not concerned about them. They deal with them. They will pick up those final couple of seconds. And now you are into the most wide open hill on the entire map. Can they hold it down here? 5 Media Clan backs against the wall.
And they've let them through. They've managed to give up all mid control, and Notorious say, all right, well, we'll just run straight through that mid then and get it. And
cruise in.
Now 5 Media Clan, can they do anything? Is there an opportunity for them? Twiz just wants to put the final dagger down, and he does. 3 seconds. 5 Media Clan will lose. Notorious X Clutch Rain will take map number 1.
Fantastic performance. After what you've seen from 5 Media off the opening break, you were thinking this is going to be a very short game for Notorious if things continue this way. But they fought so hard. Their rotations over to 3 and 4 were absolutely sensational both times. 5 Media, even when they had control, would never get that many points from it. But when Notorious did have control, they absolutely made it count. 1-0, and a very deserved 1-0 lead for Notorious.
It was kind of a crazy game. You felt like 5 Media Clan, looking at the 5 Media Clan we've seen before, and then they weren't. It just felt like a bit of a not like a landslide, but like a slow kiddie landslide. You know, tarp, water, and soap, ever so slowly sliding towards the side of Notorious XCR. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on with 5 Media Clan. Technically, that's 4 maps in a row they've lost.
You caught me way off guard with that.
It's a great reference. I've come up with it on the spot, and we're just going to ignore it and move on.
Okay. Yeah, look, 5 Media are bleeding maps. You are very right. To go from flawless to losing 4 maps. I mean, look at this start, though, they had. It looked like they couldn't lose a gunfight. And it's sorry, right, okay, we just chill. 3-4. Worked out very, very nicely. Notorious keep themselves in it. Yeah, okay, 5 Media are pipping away. But it feels like it epitomizes their game with the flank that came through from Yako in towards the 2nd rotation. He found an angle. He managed to get a route through and just maybe jumped the gun a little bit too early. Quite literally. And all of a sudden, you can't find the break there. Notorious keeping themselves in it. They're fighting well. We head over towards it again, and that is where they start to stretch their legs. A couple of streaks earned, and that's pretty much the game. It's so hard to come back from it, especially when you're heading over towards P2. And the opposition have got cruise missiles. coming out of each and every single place and dropping them down, and that will be the game. Notorious, a very, very good opening map from them. We're going to be heading into a search and destroy. Notorious are going to be in the lead. Look, it was close all the way through, but it feels like 5 Media offered those opportunities to Notorious.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It just seemed that I don't know whether they were just expecting to heavily outslay, and I wonder if that run that they've been on in the elite kind of group stages has put a few bad habits in, just expecting to massively outslay. I mean, they've done it over and over again, and if it doesn't happen, it does seem to fall by the wayside just a little bit, but still plenty of a series to get back into it. Only map 1.
Yeah, long way to go. Very long way to go. But I have to say, the elephant in the room, if 5 Media were to lose 5 maps in a row if they drop this high-rise search and destroy, I don't know if I see them coming back and winning 3 in a row. I really don't. Notorious are a very, very solid team. They did lose to 5 Media during the regular season, but they are looking for revenge at the right time in the losers bracket to send them packing. They're in a good position to do so. It was good map number 1 from Notorious.
Yeah, I think so as well. Of course, this is how it's gone. Oh my God. Well, Clutch Rain X War are having a pretty good time. 250 to 272. They basically destroyed 22 Esports in map number 1, and we're in the S&D ton.
Well, this game yesterday, we seen Clutch Rain go up against 22 Esports, and it was pretty simple. I managed to take it away almost flawlessly. But are they going to be able to do the same here when it really does matter? So far, so good, though. That map number 1 is as dominant as we've seen all evening. And Lampy and co trying to get something back here in the search and destroy.
Bomb going down. Advantage to Clutch Rain X War. They also have the numbers. This is a hard retake at the best of times, and 22 Esports don't have the map split. Sometimes a flank can be, we need to break it, but now it's a 1 versus 4. And for Cruel, his fate is thus. Down he goes.
Clutch Rain Team War very much letting off where they left the previous map, which was dominant. This area here, and just not a lot to talk about. If you're 22 Esports now, just so tough. You lose those opening gunfights, you put yourself in a bad spot. Always very, very difficult when it does come down to Karachi Search and Destroy, especially when you're on the attack. Never, or on the defense, I should say. If you start losing those gunfights, you lose control of the map. Opening Bloods, it always feels very important when it comes down to Karachi Search. Cobra 2-0, just continuing his reign of terror, Brycey.
Well, we spoke about it. I mean, obviously, Cobra very talented. Just Clutch Rain X War. I mean, you don't know whether they're going to win it. I mean, I feel pretty confident in this one against 22 Esports. But S&D is always a great equalizer. And with First Blood going to them, they now have an option of really exerting pressure on the map where they want to.
What can they do with the advantage, though? The moment, seems like they're waiting on Clutch Rain to maybe make a misstep. Just going to sit tight, though. And if you're Harry and Cobra, they are Geo. Sitting nice and tight now, not necessarily having to make any moves, but this is going to be on Bance, sitting in 1-0. Going to need to find a couple if he wants to win this round for his team. Are they going to spot him? Did they see his legs? Oh my goodness. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. Bance has just played this absolutely perfectly. Finds 2. Knows 1 player's behind him as well. Will get the hell out of dodge. And that is a Vetty play, if I ever did see one. Cruel now left in 1 versus 2.
Oh, he's got it. He's going to go straight for the plant, though, surely. Throws out the smoke and is going for just that. Has the time. This is not over. Now, are you going to try and get in the right position? Does he pick the direction correctly?
Jump it. Oh! He's played a blinder. He's played an absolute blinder. Bance with 1 big play. Cruel with another. And ultimately, it's 22 Esports who walk away with the round. But over towards Primary we go. 5 Media Clan against Notorious. Notorious, a comfortable map number 1. Heading into map number 2. Can they continue this rich vein of form?
Well, let's see. They are taking down... And just to give you an idea of really what's going on here. 5 Media Clan in the group stages. A 1.05, a 128, a 155. and a 0.94. For Notorious, a 0.94, a 0.98, a 0.93, a 0.94. On a single player positive in the stats department took map 1.
Did he see him? Did he see him? Super peeking over the top. Ranko just looking for information. He may just release his teammate. Oh, and they were waiting for him. The old bait and switch. Super. Oh, he's tagged up as well. But the gunfights have been won somehow. How has Journey found that one? Fibron will be able to answer back, and now they're heard searching for one player above them. They know Super is there. They can find it. Are they being hunted down themselves? This round just exploded into life. My apparently words forgot to be used.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Okay.
Well, as my colleague so eloquently put it, it did explode into chaos, and it will be Notorious that come out on top. Have you recovered now, Tom?
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a sip of this
Beverage.
Well,
let's see what happens into this one.
By the way,
say again.
It's not alcohol, just to confirm.
I don't think anybody thought that until now.
Well, maybe after that last sentence, who knows?
Well, Twiz making a bit of a wild play. He's managed to slip through, and it doesn't seem like 5 Media Clan know this, but they're putting all the pressure onto it. Did Journey see Yaza? I think he did.
He did. You seen him. And with not much activity going down the B side of the map, and Twiz ain't seeing a goddamn thing down there either.
Look out towards the middle. Look out somewhere.
Twiz has slipped through, but they have already lost somebody over towards the site. Yaza will eventually fall. Do they know Twiz is here? Do they know he's got so aggressive? I actually love the heads-up play from 5 Media. They're all just walking around together. Maybe not even going for B. Maybe they are. Oh my god, Fibron has played an absolute perler. There's one. There's the second. He's read it so well. Yako now will go for the plant, and he's in a 1 versus 2, but Fibron has made an awesome play there. 4 in a row from him.
Yako gets out, though.
Still doable.
They don't know where he is. It's his biggest advantage here, and that should be a kill. Oh, holds it.
Uh-oh.
Smoke's going to be down. Means he can just slide in and get the kill.
He's got it.
It's too late. 5 Media Clan cannot catch a break today.
I mean, you're just never expecting Fibron towards that backside. I think the call must have come in. Somebody must have spotted them down low. And as soon as they don't see them actually around the B side or still down low, well, hey, they must be flanking. Now Fibron on the force break, 2 away from the cruise missile. You want to 0 down. 5 Media Clan, we need a lock in.
Well, they're looking for this. Twiz being aggressive again. But aggressive in the way that he's just going to wait for them to push. I thought he was going to try and hit a very aggressive low run, but hasn't yet.
If you're Fibron, though, you kind of want to play around this if you can. 2 kills. Not too hard to find. Oh, Twiz has to be careful. He's surely going to get caught out here. The smoke, oh, it does help them find the shots on the Ranko, which are crispy. Yaza is there for the trade. Now you head over. If you're Notorious, Mighty will find one. Yako left in a 1 versus 3. If you can give this to Fibron, you absolutely do. And he gets it. Notorious, commanding position. 1 kill away for Fibron from the cruise missile. And 3-0 up.
Just nothing going well for 5 Media Clan. It almost felt like fate has conspired against them. Notorious playing very well, but anytime there's a bit of luck they need, they don't get it.
This will be a disaster if Fibron picks up the 6th kill here. Because when it comes down to high rise, they can be so influential. He's just going to play some information for the rest of his team. Pick simple enough if he can. Yaza is the weakest man on the map right now, though. 53 HP. He will regain that, but Twiz will find one on the side. Twiz Playing in the elevator, Yaza finds another 5 media. They went flawless, Brycey. Flawless throughout the group stage. They're in danger of dropping out of playoffs without winning a map.
This is what I was saying, though. Like, even that situation there, 5 Indie Clan, they just needed a little bit of luck. Like, just fate to go their way. There's nothing. Somebody in the week between the group and now, or well, yesterday, in the time, has cursed them.
That has to be the only explanation. Yasa finds kill on rank. All of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 1, and this is a massive 1 versus 1. 30 seconds to go. Bomb in absolute no man's land for Super. Fibron will get some eyes on it. We'll rotate around. And Super has not the foggiest where he's gone.
Yeah, wouldn't have predicted this. Would have no idea. The timing, and it's just going to go against them again. Notorious X Clutch Rain. It's another round on the board, 4-0.
Just guess is wrong. Doesn't have any information. Seen him towards the back windows in the defender spawn, so why you would think he's pushing up there? Well, the answer is he absolutely would not. 4-0. Cruise missile in the back pocket for Fibron. He's 6-0. 5 Media Clan. Yeah, I know the scoreboards are broken, but honestly, that might just be... Well, it's not going to be 2 kills between them. They've definitely had some close rounds that have just not went their way, but Notorious are making them look a little bit silly now. They have a cruise missile to help them solidify a win. They are 2 rounds away. Yeah, get out. You got the cruise, don't die.
You put 2 bullets in the left as well. That's kind of crazy. Just being aware that you are still low. Bit of a push. Oh my god. Super is standing next to him. Just very, very close, these two. Door open and he checks it as well. Twiz finds him. Oh, the timing here. Yakko's turned. I was going to say, if it went the way that it's been going. There's the information. Trying to get through. Rencor does take down Yaza. They're all stacked into blue. They're trying to get something. It's not really going to work.
Everyone will find another, though. The 6 spree becomes a 7. And now it's a 3 versus 2 for Notorious. Bomb is down. Fibron is just continuing his reign of terror. It eventually stops at 8. But Yakko now left all alone. Dead to rights. Notorious 5-0 up.
This is outrageous. 5 Media Clan. Just nothing that they can do. Obviously, that round, they all kind of got found. Had to all push into blue and down low to avoid the cruise missile. We are talking about a potential flawless. Fibron went 8-0. Did eventually drop here from the trade to 8-1, but about as good as you'll ever see an S&D performance.
Absolutely flawless. Just nothing to critique from the Notorious side. As you said, look, I think you got to give credit to Notorious. They played this brilliantly. They are not quite through it yet. But 5 Media kind of been unfortunate. There's another kill for Fiber. I mean, they are just gunning them off the map at this stage. But Super will find 2. That's a little bit more like it. Twist has gone searching. He will find another. Super left now. He needs the ace to win. The round goes to the Chal. And Fibron, who has been just indomitable on this map so far, is going to try and take down Super, who needs the ace to keep 5 Media Clan in the search and destroy.
He's channeling him. How is Fibron still channeling him? He must have been weaker than anything I've ever seen, and he said, yeah, I might have another go at it.
That's the kind of delusional confidence you get when you're something like 10-1. He's reading this as well. Super will come around the corner. You'll see him first, but Fibron will gun him anyway. Notorious 6-0 against 5 Media Clan. They are cruising against a team who were flawless during the groups. Phenomenal.
That is a performance. A wonderful performance from Notorious. This is not something anybody would have put down on the score sheet. And look, Super, I think Super even sees him first, puts the first bullet in, and he drops shots on the table. Well, there I am reacting to it in the dark because...
I'm glad they got you for one as well. It's unfair that they only had one of me.
I think it was shocking. Like I said, Super got the first bullet in.
Yeah, I mean, look, you've seen it from Fibron's POV. The drop shot snap to your right-hand side. Not an easy shot to find. And, I mean, throughout the entirety of that search and destroy. Utterly dominant from him. 10-1 is what he finished. Cruise missile that he got a hold of ultimately did help his team get it over the line. That is a phenomenal performance from Fibron, and that will be the difference maker. 6-0. In fairness, though, you look at everybody else. I mean, Fibron, he got the backpack out big time. And that does make the difference for the team. 6-0 he backpacked them too, by the way.
Yeah, that's crazy. And this was an opportunity. Just no time. Just not expecting it.
Yep, didn't get that. Quiz deletes Rancor here. Yeah, Super still gets a trade. Yaza is there to find it though. Like little moments like that. Yako not seeing him cross over. I mean, this stage that was like a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, but that gave Fibron his 5th. There was the 6th with another bit of good timing around that area and just completely dominated. 8 kills in a row before he got shut down.
There's not an awful lot of breakdown here. There was just not an opportunity for 5 Media. Well, that's a lie, actually. There were lots of opportunities for 5 Media Clan.
There were a couple. There were a couple.
But
a
when
couple
they
of
needed
1v1s, right?
I mean, how on earth, right, in this gunfight, has Super not won it?
I mean, he's... To put it politely, Brycey, he's been absolutely spat on there for the last one.
Yes. Well, we now find ourselves in an interesting position. 5 Media Clan, flawless in the groups, 5-0, beat everybody else from Group B. Didn't worry about it. In the playoff bracket, they lost their first game 0-3. They are now down 0-2 against Notorious and could go out straight away.
The caveat that they have here is it's invasion control. Don't think it matters that you're not necessarily... Well, it does. But it doesn't matter as much that you're not playing great. Because if you go into this map, you can hold your defenses and pray to the high heavens that you somehow get a round number 5 defense as well. Just have a couple of slightly better attacking rounds. Maybe you can get something. If there is any map 3 that you can get the job done and turn things round on, it's invasion control. Let's see if we can do it.
I certainly can. Of course, it's not the only game going on in the lower bracket. This is going to be 5-3. Our replay as Clutch Rain X War are up. And looks like there's a cruise missile as well.
Yeah, a little 360 before he sets this one up. Ari just waiting for his team to get in position. Look at the aggression that came up on 22 esports, so they know this is coming in. Crew will find one to answer back. Denzer is there though, and this cruise missile is not necessarily going to cause too much of a problem, but it just creates that option where you have to turn things around, you have to move, you have to get yourself into a bad position. Overlay Zappy. Impossible situation.
Yeah. And I said it before, right? One of the secrets to retaking B here seems to be able to get a flank on. Already you can see that Harry's watching that because he knows it's kind of the point you have to make to open up people on this bridge. You have to get in close and try to split it, but there's just too many angles, including a bit of shoddy pointing there. Could do with a bit of mortar, fix that right up. That'll be right gone.
I feel like I might have seen that once or twice this season, but not very often. Denzer checking through the apparent gap in the wall. High-rise control is ongoing. Clutch Rain team what to the good. And let's see what they can do here in the control whilst we wait on our primary game. Can 22 esports swing this one around? Or is it going to be 2-3-0s?
Just waiting. The pressure will come in, so they will rebuff them here for a few seconds. Denzer trying to stay alive, but this is really got no cover for him, and Clutch Rain X War are very, very close to being shut in the blender.
So careful in these situations. A round can get away from you almost immediately. Lampy will find Harry. All of a sudden, you now start to keep that pressure on, although, there you go, a couple of kills go through, although with Harry finding his teammate and nearly everybody else. Onto the B point, you got opportunity here now for Clutch Rain War.
Overlay, that's a really big kill. They're still trying to get this pressure through, Tom, but it is difficult. Vance finds another. Door's still open for them. 28 seconds. They're going to have to commit to B.
Got to do something. Haven't really got anything going at all here. Vance is just such a tough position. Can you get the trades? It's been a good defensive round from 22 esports. Give them their credit where it is due. 14 seconds to go on this one. If you want to keep an eye on how this one's going to go down, can 22 Esports turn this around? It is on Bravo. The primary game is up and ready to go. Looking like Glitch Rain are going to potentially extend this round up. Oh, yeah, we're sticking around, Bryce Stafford.
Oh, see, I mean, 13.6 seconds to go. Harry is desperately just trying to stay alive.
Fans are fans too.
Could find another one.
I'm telling you, man. Control can just be that game type. You can be in a commanding position all the way through, but Overlay will find the wrap. They will extend that timer. That is going on Bravo. Not too bad of a start for 22 Esports in that control. I'll tell you who needs a good one, though. 5 Media. You've lost B already. Not the best of starts.
Well, fortunately, B is only one of them, and the other one is much, much harder, so they can easily grind this out for 2 minutes. But if they do lose it, I mean, the questions will be asked, what on earth happened to 5 Media?
You could almost send a Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah, nobody would suspect it.
Let's see what Notorious can do here. So, I mean, it's good news. Oh my word, Mighty is shooting Suns out of his MCW. The rest of his team have fallen, though. No map control, and Mighty will just continue to survive. The rest of his team now on their way to get themselves back into a good position. But 5 Media Clan, not a terrible start to this defensive round. Can they bring something back here? They didn't even get around in the last map, Brycey, so let's see if they can find one now.
That'll be the question. I mean, still a good position for them, really. They just cannot lose a series of trades, and there's one thing 5 Media Clan will be happy to do. It'll be just to keep killing in the middle of the map. Yars around the back here. I think they know as well. You can see the arrows turning. Yeah. Oh, they poked wrong. Yars are waiting. Oh, doesn't get him. Pressure on the other side, and Yakko will clean it up. And this is all 5 Media Clan have to do. Yep. Continue to trade. Continue to make sure that they don't lose every gunfight. And Super doesn't lose many. They line up for him.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, Super. That's a little bit more like it. Much better from him. Can he continue? Off here as well. One player just keeps trying to make this push over towards the back, and it's almost more of a distraction tactic. If you can find anything, that would be brilliant. Notorious still have an opportunity here. 30 seconds to go. For all it was a quick capture over towards B, they've done nothing over towards A.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I expected. Like, getting B is just a step on this map usually. Like, you get it small, but to get towards A, it's a nightmare. The spawns are so close.
Hold on. 7 seconds. Gotta get a touch. Who's got to find a way over? Somebody's got to find a way over. Journey here, ready and waiting. Everybody dead. 3 ticks is all you'll get if you're Notorious. You got them very, very quickly, but yeah, you are right. It's only a small step in what is now the giant leap that you need to get over towards it. And this could just be the type of map that you absolutely need if you're 5 Media. Get you well back into this game. Yeah, just lined up for Super here. I mean, he's killed them so goddamn fast.
Just got to settle in, really. That's all they need to do. Play the Call of Duty that we know they can. Because for many times during this elite stage, 5 Media Clan have looked superb. And don't know what's going on today. Could just be a bad day for them. Worst possible day for them, because a double loss gets you out of this tournament. But maybe a little bit of confidence they can find.
Find around here. Mentalities can change very, very quickly. First going to get taken down. It's a dominant push over towards the B side. A little bit more like the 5 Media Clan that we were expecting to see. Super on a 4 spree. Yakko on a 3. Been good so far here in this round. Oh, Fiber, that's a little bit more like what we've seen in the Search and Destroy. Yakko gets deleted. And all of a sudden, B is going up a little bit slower, but Journey over towards A. A slight distraction.
Pushed them off for a second, but they have committed bodies, and somehow they're holding on the other side of the street. Super last alone here against Brown, and this could be trouble.
Close spawns.
They're back off of it. He needs reinforcements. He even knows that. He knows that I can't really deflect all 4 of them.
Yeah, had a really slow start at 1 and 8. Make it 5 in a row. They've pushed them off B. He's dipping and diving. That's a body. Just making sure there's a player up around behind him here. Actually, just going to snap onto him anyway. Cruise missiles for days out of Fibron at the moment. And they may well have forced 5 Media back here. Next couple of gunfights, 5 Media, you must win.
Oh, this is a little bit of the blender. I mean, this is confidence. Fibron didn't really need to push that.
Nope.
Mighty going to try and hit the flank now in time. They're watching it. Oh, they've turned.
Cruises in, cruises in, cruises in.
Doesn't get
nothing. It's nothing.
No.
And I wonder if Notorious and Fibron just got a little bit excited that...
This is it. B's gone. There's no way 5 Media Clan give it up with this many bodies piling on. They will earn themselves the extra minute.
I'm shaking my head there because they could have just been so slow with that. Fibron didn't need over Charlie. Already had the cruise missile. Just chill. Now all of a sudden you've lost a couple of gunfights in the middle of the map. Just was a bit overzealous.
More than a little.
Yeah, it was
I
massive.
said it was trying to maybe lock them into the blender, and what they've done instead is given them the opportunity. A minute 5 on the clock. Lives just equal now. Oh my goodness, there's 3 down. And the last player, Mighty, is not close to this. There's going to be 2 bodies from 5 Media Clan onto the point.
First look about to land in. There you go. There's your advantage. Are you going to be able to make a count here? Right here, right now. Rancor. Finds 2. There's the second one. You're 2 ticks ahead. And now the push is going to start coming through from Notorious. They need to find something. Twist can find one. That might just stop the bleeding unless Super can just do it all on his own. And that might be the round.
In time. Oh my goodness, 5 Media Clan have won the round. They're now 2-0 up in the control. A complete reversal from them.
And those are the kind of rounds that can change games of Call of Duty. Fibron was doing everything and then tried to do too much. B is, you never really had control. If it's there to save something with the cruise missile, then fair enough. But just got a little bit too excited. Needed to rein it in there. Notorious were in a great position to win that round and win that round comfortably. All of a sudden, you're 2-0 down. You need an attack here on evasion control to turn this round. You find this attack, though. You've got a defense. We're heading into a round number 5, no doubt. Oh my
goodness.
This is a bit more like it from 5 Media, though, right?
It certainly is. Feeling way more confident. And now look at this. They're not even hesitating. They're going straight for this point. They're going to try and end it here. They do not want it to go any further. And all that luck that we said they did not have, that and skill has poured into this 5 Media Clan as they are finding everything. I mean, Stuart's just killed Journey. Just because.
Snapped onto his head, if anything. Now he's waiting for the push to start coming through. It's close-ish spawns. Here for Notorious, trying to get rid of Super, who is dancing around them. 16 in it. One more player remaining. 35 seconds to go. If he falls, welcome to the blender if you're Notorious. They're going to be forced to wait. Super now up onto the track there. Yeah, good luck.
This might be over. I think this is just over. The 5 Media Clan have just smashed this one out of the park. Yeah, there's very little they can do. The blender was activated. There are 13 seconds left to go, and for Notorious, you might as well just sit there and relax.
Yeah, keep shooting your gun straight. Makes no difference now. 5 Media absolutely smoke Notorious in map number 3. With the way that the series has been going, Brycey, I thought that might happen, but on the other side of things, Notorious... Honestly, round number 1's not too bad. You hold it, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, you only lose, what, 3 ticks on your attacking round. You get a hold of B. That's fine. Yeah, no problem. You don't get anything over towards A. But I just hope that it doesn't come to haunt them with the early crews coming in. Maybe being too aggressive over towards B. Just went a little bit too hot. And then all of a sudden you lose that. You lose A. The round's gone. You're in a terrible situation. You're being 3-0. It can change just like that. And that can swing your series. As we mentioned, those kind of rounds can make that difference. We're now going to be heading into map number 4, where 5 Media have just made mincemeat of you on invasion control.
Yeah, they have. I mean, that's what they needed, though, right? That's exactly the kind of tide that rises the ship. And, yeah, I mean, 20 and 13, 17 and 9, 13 and 8. I mean, they just absolutely took it to them. As soon as they made a slight mistake on the defense, that was it. It was over.
You know, I suppose I was saying, like, Fire Media, if there's any map that you kind of want, this could be it, because you can feasibly play it not great on invasion control for 4 rounds. You have 1 decent round, you can win the game. That's kind of how it can work. They were, I don't want to say they were flawless throughout those 3 rounds, but they were pretty goddamn convincing. Now all of a sudden, you're heading into a map number 4. What can you do with it? Can you turn this one around? Can you force the reverse sweep? Would you put it past them at this stage?
No, I certainly wouldn't. I think that has just been more of the Fire Media clan we've been expecting. And I really do expect them to go into this hard point and be in a much better position. Because, yeah, I mean, a 6-0 on S&D is never something you want. But I did say, like, it felt that there was a little bit of luck that was going against them in some of those rounds. So, I mean, that's just it's just weird, right? Close hard point, realistically, 6-0, 3-0, but for 2 different teams.
But look, it was relatively comfortable map number 1 for Notorious, right? They had a couple of decent exchanges, found a couple of decent holds. Felt like the better team throughout. But I think you're right about the search and destroy. There was definitely rounds, a couple of 1v1s. I want to recall maybe at least 2. So if Fire Media find themselves on the other side of that, all of a sudden you're only 4-2 down. It's a very, very different situation to getting 6-0. But we do have more maps in this series. But over on Bravo, how did things go? Did things end? Looks that way.
Maybe. They really are having a good time. Denver's 23-13 as we join them. And they are looking to capture 11-4 in total. We'll go down, and problem being is they can't afford to make a mistake, Tom.
Just absolutely impossible. Especially when the heavens are raining down upon you. 22 Esports did well to get themselves into the playoffs, and that will be as far as they go. Complete dominance here from Clutch Train War over towards 8. It's an 8 versus 2. Cruel. Yeah, it is. Lampy left all on his own. And that will be that. Clutch Train War, very nice way to bounce back. A 3-0 win. A convincing one in the losers bracket. And we will see them next week.
We will. A little bit of a wobble, but maybe just in a different class than 22 Esports, realistically. Just kind of ran there. 250-72 was kind of the setting of the tone for that series. And now they're all good. It means that our lower bracket game is eliminated and done. And we've just got to wait to find out what happens between Fire Media Clan and Notorious.
Well, it's on the cards now for Fire Media. We're heading into a very fast and furious map. I believe we're going into Rio. Have I made that up? It's Rio or 6-star, either way. Same applies. Same applies. With the way... yeah, 6-star, there you go.
So the question now that kind of remains is just what happens in this next one. The Fire Media Clan, after the control, do they feel better? Is it a good time for them? Because it's just, I mean, that I still can't get over that scoreline. 6-0 in the S&D and then a 3-0 in the control. It's almost as if during the break a different team sat down.
I'd argue the 6-0 on the S&D is more impressive, though. 3-0 on control invasion. Yeah, okay. It doesn't happen very often, but you win in 1 attacking round. You start on defense. You got 2 defensive rounds. Yeah, okay. It can happen. It can happen. But still, it's a quick turnaround. And it's about the momentum. Does it give them that confidence? Is the wind now beneath their sails, Ricey? As we go into a 6-star hard point.
I don't know.
Look, if we're going to go into the fundamentals of what happened in map number 1, you think back to the Vista. Notorious were fantastic on 3-4, and that is a huge, huge part of how Vista Hardpoint works. If you can get that nailed down, you are very, very difficult to beat. Do they have that same awareness? Do they have that same level of gameplay around 2-3 on 6-star? If they do, then Fire Media are going to struggle. They were not good enough in that first map. They started well, but it felt like they were just... I don't know. It just felt like they weren't making the most of any situations. They weren't managing to find rotations. They were out-rotated the majority of the time. If you get out-rotated on 6-star, you are going to lose. Very, very handily. They need to turn it up here. Yes, okay. Invasion control. You've won 3-0. Great. Show me something in the hard point to give me some hope of a map number 5.
Well, This is it. This is where all the answers to our questions will lay. The 5 Media Clan, is there a reversal of fortune and a reverse sweep? Can Notorious just put them down and give them a double first rounding? Only time will tell us.
Well, it's the first map they've won out of what? The last 6 they've played? Gotta start somewhere. Rotations are going to be there for the side of 5 Media, but it's a nice way to start for Notorious. Twiz opening things up, 2 kills. Coming towards P1, and they will quite happily soak up some decent time here.
But he's just jumping in for Brown. Has really been kind of the star player for Notorious, I think, in this one. Has just been really taking it against anything 5 Media Clan can do. Rancor trying to make it work with the Renetti.
He also done a good job there, though. Pressure is immediately on 5 Media Clan, who haven't got a single point to write home about, and all of a sudden Fibron setting himself up in a good position, could only find 1. 5 Media Clan will be more than happy with that. That's okay. Yes, okay. I mean, that... I was about to say that is not the end of the world to lose that time over towards P1, but for P1 on 6-star, that is substantial.
Oh, bit of a split spawn, though. Got to be careful for both teams. Rancor knows where their pressure is coming through as well, and eventually just a bit of timing, but Yakko backs him up. They will now have the back spawn here, Notorious. But already 5 Media Clan are wise to it. They are holding. Rancor will have to get up. He finds one, but his teammates are losing. Rancor finds a second, and General will get another one. Twiz versus Rancor, and Rancor cleans up. 4 streak for him. All of that pressure that Notorious tried, defeated by 1 man.
Rancor is just taking over. Doesn't find the 6th. Crucial for Notorious that that did not happen, but for Notorious here, you force the spawns over towards the back, and you found nothing for it here. Okay, you've limited 5 Media to what will be, at best, around 40 points. They're not going to be able to get a hold of the scrap time, but that rotation is not going to be there. Super lingering around. Knows there's another player here. Goes for it, finds it as well. All the gunfights, all the important gunfights are being won by 5 Media.
And now this is the rotation where they can really get some time. They're here early. They already have their flank secured. Notorious, it's a long way into this, already journeyed so far up. And that just cuts down the numbers. For 5 Media Clan, they're looking at a potential full 60.
Notorious just maybe, again, overstepping the mark in terms of that rotation that comes in. You want to keep these outside spawns if you can. Okay, the spawns did get a little bit funky. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But since then, 5 Media Clan have stepped on their throats and have not let up whatsoever. Oh, shots from Yakko a little bit awkward with the stun coming in. Fibron will find something into the middle of the map. Pressure now going to start coming in. Notorious with 15 seconds to go. 5 Media Clan have picked up the majority of the time across 2 and 3.
Journey looking to try and see if they can get this rotation. It was a flawless hold. They can find something here, Tun. It could be a nightmare for Notorious.
2 players watching the flank, though. They get rid of it now. You need to watch the front. 3 members of the side of 5 Media are here, but they're dealing with them. Super on his own. 3 spree. Just dead to rights. Just a simple kill going to come through. So Notorious, this is an opportunity for them.
Gaza pushing it out a little bit. Lots of nades coming through. Sees the players come through. We'll be calling them out. By the way, pressure mid everywhere. Twitter's going to be here as well. Finds the second. Goes for the third. Will get it. Will go down to the 4th. They surely know. For Prone pulls him out the fire. And now they're looking to their own 60.
Another opportunity for both these 2 teams. Whoever's finding that rotation seems to be having a lot of luck. Rancor will find 2, but is this 2 for Twiz? Yes, it is. That's the 6th spree. Phenomenal performance from him to turn that one around. Was sitting at 6 and 10 all of a sudden. Things are spun on its head. We're going to be heading into a second rotation. This game is pretty much dead even.
For Pro fight, everybody there and got nothing. But his teammates come into it in the end, and a bit of a stun there. Mighty should win that one easily enough, and they're back on a P1, but it's basically even in the rotation. And I don't know who's coming out ahead. You are right, Tun. Whoever gets the first kind of flurry into a hill seems to be holding it.
Notorious did some fantastic work over towards P1 on that opening break. They will do well to do such a thing at this moment in time, though, with the way that 5 Media Clan are set up. But spawns for P2 for Notorious are there. Rancor is also inside the point. We'll find 2, so some time on offer here for 5 Media Clan. They may well go into P2 with a decent little lead here. They could be sitting at about 130. Notorious to hold this down because at this moment in time, you do not have those spawns for the rotation over towards P3, which is where 5 Media was so successful on the first rotation.
Again, a big fight. Got a lot of bodies, so they've got to be careful. Still spawning in. They really are compressed. They've got to watch the flank. They've got to watch everything through the front as well. And they will for this first push. Super going to try and hit this. And I think Notorious are wise to it.
Problem is here for Super. If it doesn't work, you can sometimes get the spawns not go in your favor. The gunfight just about does. Spawns over towards the back. Not quite there. Super is just still alone, chilling. Notorious spawning out. 35 seconds to play for. Mighty could do is finding something, find nothing. Good break coming in from 5 Media.
I do feel like 5 Media are in just a bit better form than Notorious at the moment. And they've got to be careful because last time Notorious, they did not have this rotation. Lost a full 60. 5 Media Clan very good at this too. But 17 seconds is maybe not worth it for the rotation if they can't get there.
That was a big win from Yako. He goes down, it creates pressure. They are at least going to get all that scrap time. So Notorious are actually going to have a slender lead heading in towards P3. And the thing is now, they do have a cruise missile, and they've already gotten rid of one. So this is an opportunity for Notorious. You've got to move now, and here comes the cruise.
It's nothing.
Not a sausage.
Just a bit of time, maybe. Just a bit of positioning. But unfortunately, you need some kills, and Quiz is the only one who finds anything. That is a nightmare. They've committed to this, and 5 Media Clan will move further into the lead. Journey is pushed up massively. He's going to find something here. Maybe one, maybe two, not the third. It's going to be Journey. All magic all the time. And it's another 60 by 5 Media Clan on this, basically.
If we get there again, Notorious, I need you to hold the poolside spawns. Because this is where 5 Media are going to be walking into P4 here. Without P3, I mean, look, ifs, buts, and maybes. But they've managed 120 points on that. Notorious are doing great over the other 3 hills, but you need to do something a little bit more on P3.
Super was weak, and did he see the player? Willis in the gun barrel. He knows he's there now. Easy kill for Super in the end. Still alive on a 4 streak. Reinforcements from Notorious will be here first, but they're waiting to see where Super is. Super laying down 40 health and a dream. Super still alive and making kills. This is outrageous how much he's managed to get, and Yaka will break in, but the trades, they fall the way of Notorious. 30 seconds back on the clock potential for them.
The fact that Notorious have dropped back-to-back 60s in terms of not getting anything on P3 and still only have themselves less than 20 points away. If they hold down the rest of this time at P4, they're going to be in the lead, Bricey. One hill does not make it Hardpoint.
Well, it looks like it is going to be the case. These teams have their own specialized hills. Problem is, for Notorious, is 5 Media Clan's better hill will be here first.
You may well not get over towards P4 where you've had a lot of your luck. You've not done too badly at P1 either, but it's not the start that you needed. Fabron will fall pretty much immediately. Yako, Renko setting themselves up so well. This is good. Chip away points from 5 Media. This is going to be a very close game by the time we get over towards P2 in 45 seconds. Renko on a 3 spree, looking for the 4th, can't find it. Fabron will deal with him. Yaza will deal with Super. And Notorious will force them away. 35 seconds to play for here at the bar.
Well, they tried to go in there a little bit, but Yako does have the flank. They're fighting for Paul on both sides, but they are losing bodies here. Yako still staying alive. That's a huge kill from Fabron. They needed it to hold. And they're going to continue to get more points, but there's a nade coming in, and 5 Media Clan doing a very good job of not giving it to them easy, but this is where it has fallen down. 5 Media Clan have felt better on P2.
You need every single second that you possibly get Fibro. How has he won that one? Well, man or not. But Notorious will be heading into P2 with a 30-point lead. It cannot be won. I don't think it can. By 5 Media, it certainly can't now. Over towards P2. But they will be very, very close. If you don't stop them soaking up nearly every single second here. Notorious trying to make the play. Is a Twiz that's going to manage to find the break.
Yaza finds one. Now putting pressure onto the front here.
Timing.
Twist towards the back. Isn't going to get for Brone. We'll get one to the front, though.
Spawn out.
And Nate going in. The trophy deflecting. They've got another body into this point, but Super will find two again. And the spawn's time.
We're going P3. We're going P3. They've got to move. They're going to rotate. It's all about the rotation now.
Body's going towards it. This will be Renkor for a 1v1 against Yaza. And Renkor for the win. One more time. Notorious, their P2 to P3 has been woeful at the best of times.
They clear them out. But did they have reinforcements over towards the front side? The answer is absolutely not. They do not have anybody here. 5 Media in control.
They're looking for the cut here as well. Technically, they've got the closest spawn. They actually have the advantage. Looking for Super. There's Super 1. Not for the second. Notorious will actually be able to get on this and win it, but they have to clear their lines.
Who's going to be watching the flank, though? Have they got this locked down? Kills could be coming through. Mighty can only find one. Pinch coming in, 230, 230. It's such a close game, but Notorious, for the first time in this game, are controlling P3.
Super's found two. Looking for the third. He's going for the contest and dips out just the right time. They have got reinforcements, so Yakko gets taken down by Mighty in the dying seconds. Super still trying to stay alive, doing his best jumping impression, and that's a wipe. 8 seconds to go. They push this one out. Yaza flies at them, and 5 Media Clan. Just one missed rotation to P3, and the game is over.
They could not buy a rotation over towards P3. Not even once, Notorious. But when they get the opportunity, they make it count. How often have we seen in the small sample size we've had from 6-star on, well, this basis of it, this version of it, how important that P3 is the massive difference maker in this game, and Notorious close it out. 5 Media Clan may well have been flawless in the groups, but that don't mean a goddamn thing if you lose 2 games in a row in the playoffs. They are out.
Well, the upset of the tournament has happened. There's no other way to sugarcoat it. 5 Media Clan, great in groups, bad in bracket. 1 map out of 6 ton. And
yeah,
there is no underselling this or overselling this or selling this. Super was on like a 1.55 coming today. He was on 1.74 before yesterday. Renkor was like a 1.4 as well. None of that matters. None of it counts. They get double first rounded.
And look, when you go into these playoff side of things, sometimes you can get a bad drop. Sometimes you can look in a bad position, but you put yourself in a good position. You're going against Revived in that winners bracket round 1, who were 1-4 in their group. You lose 3-0. You're then going against Notorious, who you beat to be flawless in your group, and you lose it 3-1. Might not have been their day. Might just not have played the same kind of Call of Duty as you had them, but it's not like they lost to a team I would expect to go on to win this tournament. With all due respect to Notorious and Revived, 5 Media Clan are being dropped out by Team Suit. We'll be hoping to try and get top 4. If they can make a finals, fantastic, but that has got to be such a disappointing result for 5 Media, and what was such a promising final split here in European Challengers Elite. Look at that, wow.
It was certainly just an outrageous hard point to end it. Well, I don't know what to make of it, realistically. 5 Media Clan, an upset, a great hard point to end it, but for everything they did in the groups, let down when it came to it. And they are out.
So Notorious and Clutch Ray and Team War will advance on through to elimination round number 2. They will be here next week. Winners round 2 beckons for us, Pricey. We lost a bit of time after that first game. We've caught it up nice and quickly after that.
Well, yeah. But I don't think we expected it. You know, I thought 5 Media Clan Notorious would be definitely a good game. I was kind of expecting it to go the other way. But hey, that's how it works in competitive COD. You can't just be good some of the time. You have to be good all of the time. Well, that's our lower bracket done. Only the winner's round 2 remains today, and that'll be coming up after this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite, and you must always make sure that your mic is unmuted, which fortunately mine is this time around. Just a little live tip, little caster tip there for anybody who wants to be one. Always check your mics before you go live. But speaking of live, this is the bracket that is currently going on. Elimination round 1 we just watched. Now into winners round 2. And it should be a couple of interesting games. Omit were looking about to stare down Fire Media Clan, but a shock there from Revived means that we now are going to see Exceptional versus Team Falcons and Omit versus Revived on the other side of this. This will be the maps and modes. Rio, Hardpoint, Karachi Search and Destroy, Invasion Control, Karachi Hardpoint, and High Rise Search and Destroy. Ton, if you were to give a single tip to our viewers about being a better caster, what would it be?
Oh, God, why are you asking me this question? Oh, now you've caught me while I've got. I don't know the answer.
Yep.
Just know what you're talking. Know what you're talking about. Know what you're talking about. Throw me on the spot there. I'm already at a loose end. Anyway, I don't know. Thick skin.
Yeah, that's a good one. Anyway, this game is ready. Exceptional Team Falcons has started, and we saw the Falcons go all the way to map number 5 to give us kind of a little bit of an upset, but they certainly always entertain. This team, I don't know what it is, it just seems to be a constant map 5 thing with them.
Yeah, I mean, they do struggle in that sense, but on the other side, though, we actually haven't seen Exceptional on stream all season long, and they've been doing, well, exceptionally. Fantastic result to kick things off when they went up against Omit, 3-0 against our reigning champions. Exceptional, very much a team to beat, and are one of the teams who will be on people's lips to walk away with the win here in this split. Not too bad of a start for them. They'll pick up a decent chunk of time over towards P1. Rotation over towards P2. Incoming.
Well, gotta wait for this one. Khalid just checking the corners, just making sure that nobody hits the flank at the wrong time. And honestly, that Renetti seems like a main weapon most of the time. I swear, so many kills get made with it. It's got to be like 50-50.
I mean, it's ridiculous, right? I mean, I don't think it'll be quite that, but I'd be very intrigued to see if that's a stat line we could actually pick up. I thought we'll find a flank here, though. And he will find plenty of kills here with his rival 9. Doesn't get the second, but Rafi will be there to clean it up. Spawns towards the back now for Falcons. Works out for Exceptional. If they can find these next couple of kills, yeah, looking good. Rotation over towards P3. Incoming. Exceptional. The perfect spot to lock this one down.
Rafi just making sure to clear the lines. Other than here, he's just going to try and play a bit of spoiler, really. Get a few more kills, because that rotation's locked in from now. Yep, there's the first. Not going to get the second, but we'll delay them. Just keep them away from the next point. One thing they don't have is any real mid control, but they will have boxes on back spawn.
Oh, Pac was doing very well over towards that side. Can only hold it down for so long, but that's been 10 seconds. Falcons have not even seen P3 yet, but the pressure's starting to come in. Spawns towards the back here for Exceptional. Rafi can't find anything. Khalid does really, really well. We'll break it open. Spawns towards the backpack. We'll hold this down. Nicely done, but Falcons have made some inroads. Nobody inside the point.
Pack trying to be careful. Knows that they've lost control, and unfortunately he's going to lose the spawns as well, and there's nothing they can do. Falcons, they just rip everything away for the last 20 seconds, and this may just be about the rotation now. Exceptional trying to get into it, but I feel like the Falcons always just find strings of kills. Kind of doing the exact same thing, 3 with a chow. And somehow, even with that, they don't have the rotation ton.
That's huge from Henry. But this is what we talk about when it comes down to Falcons. Henry finds a third before eventually falling. The amount of, like, multi-kills these guys find, the amount of ridiculous clips we see from them, and yet they still have to just squeeze games out. It's so odd. It's like the pop-off moments they're brilliant in, but the rest of it, maybe it's not too hot. Pac, Rafi holding this one down. An easy hold so far. Very one-dimensional from Falcons. I'll let them see them reset. Maybe take a different angle because this is 35 seconds. You are offering up absolutely nothing.
Khalid, wow, trying to make a play. And they're still putting the pressure on. One thing Falcons do love to do is continue to be aggressive and take these chows.
Good shots.
And it works out. It works out great. Khalid finding 2 again. You are right. The multi-kills from them is just fantastic. But Pac, 11 and 6 is going to fall to a Bodhi for 11 seconds.
It almost feels like it's needed. I'd love to have a chat with Luti about how he sees the team working and what their strengths are, because it's just there's such an odd makeup. I honestly, you watch some of the gunfights these little lads pull off, and it is obscene. They find themselves 10 seconds or so behind here. They have found a rotation. The Buddy not having the best of games, but exceptional. Very much being in and around it in terms of the slaying ability, but are about to find themselves going behind. You can see a massive flank coming in from Pack, somebody who has also very much impressed me. Flank is in. There's a kill. The rest of the team nowhere to be seen, though. It's a 2v2 on the site momentarily.
Oh, and even with that kind of flurry of kills and the control, they're still not getting the time they would like to here. You are right about Pack being a highlight of this team. Just the statistics alone back you up, and from every time I have seen him play, very much on it.
A very even game as we're about to head into a second rotation in around 10 seconds time. Exception will have a healthy lead, but nothing to really give you a whole lot of confidence that this game is yours. Not just yet anyway. Oh my god, the shots from F dot, that's tough. Carla takes so many bullets, and all of a sudden we're heading over towards P1. It's Falcons in complete control. Exceptional, not far behind.
Rafi trying to stay alive here, but Falcons doing a great job at holding this. They are not letting Exceptional anywhere near. Not even making it a little bit crazy. F-Dot has to back down. Reinforcements will now come. Exceptional stacking for this. They know that the little bits that they've been putting in hasn't been working, so now they will throw bodies. And they go straight into it as the trades start to fly. And Henry on the flank. It's a little bit of a slow shot from him, and it kind of costs them. They lose the trades, and Falcons hold.
Have to be snappier there. You have to be more efficient with the small amount of bullets that you've got. Doesn't take many to kill people in this game, but irrelevant. You need to make them count. P2 control is going to be here, though, for this side of Exceptional. Not in too bad of a spot. Have to back out of these fights, though. Henry could do with staying alive. Keep the pressure on. Keep them away. But for Falcons, decent inroads made over towards P1. You'll get the majority of the time. P2 rotation is going to be there. You're going to just want to wait out. But look at this player. There is Pack, who is playing over towards the garage side, just trying to slow some players down. You can see he's going to find one at Xnid. Now spawns towards the back. Where do they come in? Let's have a look. Yeah, spawn out still for Falcons. Plays towards the front, though, doing a good job.
God, they're trying to stay alive. He's keeping them off the point by himself because they're just worried about where he is. Exceptional, getting no time. Khaled has done more work there by staying alive than even making a kill.
Yeah, they did really well. Just distraction tactics to a certain degree. Pack is going to turn it back around. That's 3 in a row now. F-Dot now inside of the garage, just trying to put this pressure on. Falcons did a good job at disrupting what Exceptional had on this P3 rotation. Exceptional are going to have a lead heading into it as well. Scrap time going over towards them, but it's given Exceptional time to set themselves up here. It's a big kill from Henry if he can continue to stay alive. The rest of the team will be on their way very shortly.
F-Dot trying to make sure he can keep this lane open, but he's going to fall. In the end, Falcons will lock it. And for Exceptional, it's not the easiest of breaks. You can already see they're going for what is normal, the method, to round the back. Try and get the spawns away from them, because going through mid or any other direction, you actually put yourself at a bit of a disadvantage.
20 seconds uncontested, though, for Falcons. Feels like both two teams were slow to the burner here to try and get in, but Henry not slow whatsoever. 3 kills in the blink of an eye. And they break it wide open, but the close spawns are very much going to be there for the side of Falcons over towards the back truck side. But Exceptional definitely in a better position to try and force the issue.
Henry spent an awful lot of time trying to make that one work, but the Falcons still hold. And that's the secret of it. We said as long as the spawns are still there, you're in the better position. The rotation here, Falcons going to try and take box control. Pushing out as well. Exceptional aren't really in position yet. And that trade, it could have gone very wrong if Falcons had just one more player.
It feels very important that when teams are finding these rotations, they get a lot out of it. Both squads are doing it so far. And whoever messes up at some stage may well go on to lose the game. 45 seconds still to play a foot. Here for Exceptional. If they can hold down every single second of it, they will be breaking 200. Oh, too early, too early. Pack finds 2. Henry will fall. Flankers on here, potentially going to happen.
Oh, just going to go down, so they don't really have the bodies. Roxas, though, trying to get the players off the respawn, and both teams are doing the exact same thing. Having to give up the point here, Exceptional, knowing every pressure from every direction, and Roxas still staying alive. Just such an issue for them. Eventually they will clear it, but with the commitments to try and clear out that line, they will lose the rotation timing.
Big gunfights in the middle of the map here, though. Scrap time Falcons. Rotation looking like Falcons. Now could this be important? They clear them out here as well. 57 seconds to play for. And you have an opportunity if you are Falcons. Not quite to win the game. It would be a strange thing to do over towards the bridge hill anyway. But they can lock this down. Get some good time. A good rotation towards the next hill. The game will be yours.
Excellent. That's where that player's going to come from. And eventually just manages to steady that aim. Get it back onto him as well. Surely not the second it is. The Renetti does not miss. 6 bullets and they die. And Falcons, a beautiful hold. I don't think they have the tick to win it, but might have done just enough to win it regardless.
They won't have the tick. But as you say, it might not matter. A body will fall. Eventually a brick will start to come through from Exceptional, but Falcons have been absolutely brilliant in this game. When they've had a hold, they have very, very rarely let go. Exceptional need to be superb over the next 2 hills.
But let's see what they can do. Problem is, this is difficult for Exceptional to hold. It is a nightmare to get P1 going. A lot of nades, everything just pouring through. And already the Falcons, they break into the point. Henry will find 2 himself, but that's not enough. Your teammates are down, and now it's a sprint. Now it's 10 seconds, and I don't think Exceptional have it in the tank.
Got to throw a caution to the wind. You've got to get in there, util out everything you can possibly bring to the table. Will not be enough. Team Falcons find a 1-0 lead. A fantastic performance, unreal. And plenty of times we have seen them, though, on this map. They are a good team, unreal. And they'd be happy to take a lead heading into the second. Really good performance from Falcons. Rotations just seemed a little bit more on top of it. And when it came down to those rotations, they would lock it in. And very, very often they would hold it down. So that made the difference. Falcons won to the good.
Wow. There we go. All good in the end. Exceptional had a pretty good start. Unfortunately, just fell a bit short. Players like Exnid and Khalid just dropping the hammer. 5,185 damage for Exnid. Really put them over the top. And some of the rotations, you know, realistically, Falcons on P3, I think it was, just ran away with it. There was not a lot that you really ever felt Exceptional were doing.
No, it always felt like they were a step behind, right? Even when they would have the rotation, Falcons, for all, they would probably end up losing the hill in terms of points and points gained, I should say. They still limited Exceptional to not a great deal. Every time the opportunity was presented itself, it never felt like they were getting bang for their buck, whereas Falcons, every time they rotated, felt like they were getting 40 at minimum. Really, really nice from them. Good, efficient hardpoint, I want to say. It was never really, like, any huge pop-off moments, the same as what we see from Falcons quite often. As I said, I would love to have a conversation with Lucy to feel what he feels like their weaknesses are. Like, what are they working on? That kind of thing, because I just find them such a strange team. You watch them every week, and you're like, how do these lads pull off these things? And yet still, okay, they're contenders. I mean, we'll kind of completely go against what I'm trying to say. If they would go on win here in this entire Challenger season, it's up for grabs. It still very much could be anybody's. Over the past 2 seasons, it felt like Omit were the ones in control. Right now, that is not that clear.
No, it certainly isn't. Of course, Omit are actually playing at the moment on the other side, and I already know the score. I'm going to find out what happens in this one. Here it is. Revive Gaming. Omen EU, 217 at the moment to revived.
And that's a sub base, which Omit are usually absolutely fantastic on. Find themselves 20 behind it. Kez has been really impressive for me every single time I've watched Revive. This guy has really been an X factor for the squad. Omit inside the point. Weeman just can't get the job done there. And now all of a sudden revived into the point. Not an opportunity to win it, but heading over towards P1, they're going to have a healthy little lead. It's a good lead to have at this time in the game. Oh my.
A little bit of a turn and burn. Is there a turnaround here? That's the real question. Revive Gaming are in the driving seat, but as we go back towards P1, Connor may have just put the boot in.
And that might be the game based off that. 18 seconds to go. Spawning far too far out. Revived are on a hell of a run today. That will surely be map number 1.
I think so. So they're going to try and go through. They've got to hit the choke points. They find 2. Got to be a bit more aggressive here because those points are going against them. And, well, they're back on to point 1. But if you are Revive Gaming, all you got to do is just keep grinding this out. And Connor will get the first one, not the second, as both teams try desperately to hold on. But that's it. That's the problem. All you got to do is jump on, and 250 to 201 revived. Take map 1 against Omit. Giant Slayers today.
Fantastic performance from Revived. If they can keep this one going. Omit now have the bomb down as we switch over to Karachi Search and Destroy. 3 versus 3. Omit will feel confident though. Shots from Vortex a little bit wayward. Does finish his dinner. Will get traded. 2v2.
Oh my goodness, Luigi's going to go for this.
Oh.
Is anyone looking at the bomb? Yep.
Yep.
We had some in the smoke.
I kind of like the play though from Revive. They send one other player over towards it in the smoke. You think, right, okay, if one of us gets taken down, they think we're off the bomb. Don't hate the idea. However, Wee Man had something to say about it, at least anyway. 2 kills found by him. 1-0 up now for Omit, who absolutely have not been their flawless selves. Not by any stretch of the imagination. But to follow up what they've done over the first 2 seasons would be quite difficult, and they are proving that. It's been tough.
Let's see. Revive Gaming on the attack, going for a bit of an aggressive push, and that's an outrageous gunfight in the middle. Everybody's stunned. If you want to keep an eye on this, though, it will be on the Bravo stream the entire time, so you can keep up with the game, find out what the score is, but also watch the main game, which is where we're going now.
On the same map we go. Falcons finding themselves 1 to the good here for a spot in the winners bracket final. Hell of a game going on here now. Both these two have the potential to go the distance. Exceptional will be wanting to bounce back very, very quickly, though. An opportunity here up against Falcons, who can be sometimes a little hit and miss. On Karachi Search and Destroy, we've seen some fumbles, to say the least. But a good position here from Khalid. No trophy systems available, of course, in the first round for both these two teams. So Khalid getting himself into this position. He is still very much a target.
Khalid looking. It really has slowed down Exceptional now. They want to try and work Khalid, but it means taking a risk.
Trying to stay alive, and he's doing a good job at that. Oh, he's played this just... They haven't got a goddamn clue where he is.
So finds a kill, but they are curious where on earth Khalid has gone.
I mean, they knew that somebody would have been over here. They can just overwatch perfectly on the bomb. Roxas finds one here as well. For Exceptional, this is just... What on earth do we do?
Oh, the timing is perfect. Yeah. Khalid is going to get 2. There's the first. There's the second. Easy peasy.
That's me clapping if you can't hear it. Superb from Khalid. The smoke works out in his favor. But just the wherewithal to take your time like that. Play your life. You know you're in prime position. Absolutely superb Call of Duty from Khalid there. 1-0 up.
Well, sometimes timing is perfect, and that's exactly what that was. Khalid, recognizing that they were going to work him, found the gap and exploited it to the fullest. Bit of a push down bottom, bit of push for top 3 control, and almost finds Rafi.
Look at this aggression from a body straight through the middle of the map. Will get traded. It's a good play coming in from Exceptional. Happy to answer that call. Henry now over towards this B side. We'll continue to hold this down. Falcons looking for an inroad.
If not, keeping an eye. Oh, that's outrageous. Wow. Was that 3 bullets in the head?
These are some days I think we're playing hardcore here. Henry will eventually get taken down. Now we're 2 versus 2. Roxas in an awkward little spot. I think he's going to catch one here. Bomb has the potential to go down and will do so. Oh my word, did he get bad timing? No, he didn't. He got great timing. He will see. Rafi will call that out, but is he going to expect this player down low? Yes, he is. Bomb down. 1v2 now needed from Rafi. Good shots, 1v1.
Asking where he is. The question is nowhere near. Rafi will need a little bit of timing, a little bit of luck. No tacticals either. Starting to wonder where everybody is. And
Seen him.
oh, he's going to see him. Falcons. They're just playing it right, Ton.
And I think the difference maker is that push through when Roxas finds that kill from behind. That just makes things so awkward. And he's the one there to find the final one. But yeah, this from after. This is outrageous. Colin would have barely seen him. 1, 2. There's a 2 in the head, 1 in the chest. Something along those lines. Either way, he died.
Weak, we didn't notice.
Well, I don't think he was, you know. I mean, it means absolutely nothing. They lost the round.
Oh, well.
That is not ideal.
No, that's,
Falcons do this a lot, you know. I feel like I see a lot of fumbles falling off the map and killing each other with nades. Pack is going to find another one and make this now a 4 versus 2. And that's the kind of thing that can swing a game. Henry answers back. 4 versus 3. Changes it around. 1 versus 3.
Now we're going to try and make something happen here. 1 versus 2. Potential still exists.
Got time. Got time. 25 seconds. Problem is, it's going to be effed up. Even if you find Rafi, who is just not going to offer you anything up, neither is effed up. And now all of a sudden the challenge is going to come in from Bus. You surely just do not lose this here with 15 seconds to go.
A bad Renetti fight, and that could have been a disaster, but realistically, Falcons never had control of that round as they killed a teammate off the rip, and Exceptional do convert the unintentional first blood.
Yeah, not ideal. I want to see if we see it on any map in particular. It is this one. Miss your nade over the top of the apartments. Yeah, it can happen. It can happen. Although I don't think Exceptional will be trying to make that same mistake this time.
No, I think that might just put a little bit of dampener on the Falcons, because from there it didn't go very well at all. But looking at the break, looks like a bit of a split across the map. It's not really going to be an aggressive push. It might just be a wait until we find out. And Rafi keeps getting away with it.
It's not an Exceptional push. Look at this double flank coming in off on the other side. Oh, he didn't see him. Henry is slowly making his way. Bodhi will find one at the Rafi, though. So he has to take himself back. And, well, Bodhi won't be expecting this. Isn't going to get out. Wow, that round is over so fast. The first blood goes the way of Falcons. The next 4 kills happen in the blink of an eye. An Exceptional tied up.
Wow, look at this. Perfect.
Wow.
F-Dot shot is looking incredible today. Not a bullet wasted. You think he's paying for them himself?
Efficient as ever. 5-2 now. Exceptional turn this one around very, very quickly. This one has got legs for the distance, Pricey. It really does.
Well, yeah, Falcons are playing.
Well, yeah, true.
I don't think I've seen them do anything in less than 5 maps.
Must be stressful. Anyway, push over towards A. Yeah, you're going to see him. You're going to have to back him down. Shot's going to come in on the other side of things. There is quite the presence here from Falcons. Bodhi finding 2, lining them up. Rafi dead to rights. And Pack is like, where the bloody hell have my teammates just gone?
Well, he brings it back to a 1 versus 3. The question is now, do you try this seriously? I mean, if you can make maybe 1 more, the problem is the bomb is so far away. You have to check 1,000 corners. You do have a little bit of time. Like, you do have some time. But in about 15 seconds, you're going to have no time.
Doesn't have that much time anymore. And they might have heard that. They did. Knew exactly where he was coming from. Falcons, really good round, but it starts from Bodhi finding 2, committing 2 players over towards that side. Does make the difference. Very, very difficult to find a breakthrough. Just a really good setup. Well guessed by Falcons. Committed the right positions and find the win because of it. Good spot now. Really good spot. Been back and forth, but if Falcons, you can find a 2-0 lead in this series. Well, it's still not guaranteed, to be fair, because it is, as you mentioned, Falcons.
Well, it does have a feeling of a usual Falcons game. Back and forth, back and forth. I feel like we've seen a lot of Falcons this season, and this is always the same story. Right now, though, worried about top control. Obviously, we can see that there's nobody here, but the Falcons with the timing are worried about it. It means they're going to take a few seconds just to check. The question is, do they work out where everybody is? A Bodhi checking his corners. Nobody back steps. We know nobody's on bridge.
But Henry is in this corner. How has this happened?
They smoke the bomb side and he's going to go down. Khalid finds him. That's a huge pick as well. Henry could have completely dismantled the Falcons if he stayed alive.
But he gets the bomb down. No sprees on the kill, but there's another one coming in. For Roxas. Impact now. Will fall. F dot. Oh, you had the opportunity there. He really did. 2 potentially on the cards to make it a 2 versus 2. Now this is just so difficult. F dot still searching. Rafi will find one, but F dot needs to find 3. He can't even find one. It's the quick hassas goes through. And Falcons find the round 4-2.
4-2 Falcons. And F-Dot almost had an opportunity there. He did manage to slip past the Falcons player. And you thought he would have got one, but unfortunately a couple of planks have scuppered the chances. Falcons still moving, though.
Good position for them to be in now. On towards the defensive side for them as well. They've looked convincing here, Bryce. They've looked very solid. Exceptional. Ah, look, they finished off their season pretty well. Like, they did well in the groups, beating Omen 3-0. Now finding themselves staring down the barrel of a 2-0 deficit to try and come back from. And Abodi has walked through the middle of them. There's a free kill. And all of a sudden, your attacking round is spun on its head.
Bodhi loves being aggressive as well.
He just stopped.
Run away! Run away!
No way.
Throws a nade to Rafi anyway. And sometimes a Bodhi overheats. I think we were talking about earlier. What do you think Falcon's biggest weakness is? And it's got to be the overchows. It's got to be the overheating. I mean, don't get me wrong. They make it work an awful lot of the time.
It's like you don't want to leash that attack dog, right? Like it's one of those things. Sometimes you just gotta let the peacock fly. Rafi is gonna find one back. Roxas will answer the question though. We'll find one, and yeah, Rafi trying to chase him down. He just reads it absolutely perfectly. Now you want to give me a third? Henry not going to give him that opportunity, or is he? Roxas will back down. Just perfect reads, good shots, not good enough. Falcons commanding position now.
And they just seem to be happy. Every gunfight, confidence from the Falcons. And they've really worked this one out when they need to reach out, when they need to back off. Always a difficult kill. Always somebody ready to just delete what you thought was a guaranteed one. But the Falcons now leading in this Search and Destroy with a commanding 5-2. I'm feeling like it's going to be an all-out attack here. Very aggressive push.
Just send it.
I think they're going to send it.
Nades might land. Oh, trophy system will save. Exceptional. You would expect that at this stage in the game. But still, you got a few rounds to make some mistakes. Falcons do quite often make them. But you always feel like they're going to make one of these rounds count. Henry over Charles. Gets dealt with. The promise of a good game here is starting to slip through our fingers because now Rafi needs to try and find something. Has he just been baited into it? Oh, God. It just doesn't rain. It pours. Abodi will find Pack, and F dot is left all on his lonesome.
Running for his life. A 1 versus 4. All you got to do, right? Crouch walk down the side of the street. They'll never see. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the CDL Challengers Elite. And sorry if there was a few issues there. The machine crashed, and sometimes a machine does crash because, let's face it, we work in the fallible world. And that's all there is to it. There's no other excuses. Something broke. So it happens. Things break all the time. But doesn't matter. We're back. We're ready. The Falcons are in the lobby, and they're looking to get this game done and dusted, Ton.
Yeah, you need to stop kicking the wires underneath your desk, man. Everything dropped again. I know.
So here's a funny one. While we're waiting,
Okay.
we'll go through the highlights. I'm going to tell this story. I've never told this story before.
Oh, go on.
The desk where I am, right?
Uh-huh.
So there's obviously the Ethernet like plug into the wall is under the desk.
Okay.
But I don't know what's wrong in the wall, because if I put my foot on the wall or knock the wall too hard anywhere near it, it will turn my internet off for 5 minutes. And I mean, just put my foot on the wall will turn off my internet.
That is very confusing.
Yeah, well, it seems like there's some really, really bad wiring in there. And obviously, I'm like, I'm not going to touch it, because as long as I don't touch the wall, it works. But yeah, if I ever stretch too much or something gets knocked over down by the bottom left-hand side of my desk, I lose internet connection.
Now, I would have laughed so much that if you just like cut out halfway through that, like that would have been phenomenal. Either way, irrelevant of technical difficulties, whether or not it was Bryce's fault or not, we'll say it is for now. A 2-0 lead for Falcons. It's going to be good viewing. Invasion control coming up as well. Exceptional. I've looked anything but. It's very easy to make that line, that joke, consistently, and I will continue to do so. They need to turn this around. A reverse sweep is needed if they want to continue in this winner's bracket, but it's an invasion control, and we know anything can happen here. Anything.
It's certainly, yeah, you're generally right. Anything can happen. I think Exceptional take the slightly extended break to kind of reevaluate where they went wrong into that one, and I don't kind of put it against them. I don't think this is going to end very, very quickly. I think if you're being perfectly honest, you expect it to go the distance, just because Exceptional have looked very good in their group, and Falcons have a habit of just letting maps slip. But hey, sometimes you can be wrong. Let's find out if I am today.
I'm curious though, because I mean, I think you're absolutely right. That break would have probably helped Exceptional. And now we're into it. Can they turn this around? Falcons have been brilliant throughout this series so far. It's an immediate B hit coming in from Exceptional. Some sort of control. Team Falcons will have a look at turning that around very, very quickly.
Straight onto it though. Just staying alive. Falcons did commit some players over towards A just to make sure, but Exceptional haven't gone for the default hit, making sure that things go correctly rather than anything else.
Keeping an eye on how things are going to work for Pack here. He's going to find a kill, so that's going to open up the A Street for him. Roxas was going to try and put some pressure on. Pack is there to negate that. And then, immediately, to put pressure on the other side of the map. Plenty of work being done over towards this B side. Pack is going to take this one slowly, but you can see the respect that has to be offered from Falcons. But now Pack is going to have to go over to help out. This is a bit of a tough one. He's put himself in a good position, but Henry will find two. So all of a sudden, that control he did find over towards A, he can just transfer it over towards B. Second tick incoming. 49 seconds remaining on the clock. That's going to have a 1 added to the left-hand side of it.
This is where the Falcons will just spread the map. You can already see Roxas going towards Palace Sport. I think F-Dot's realised as well. Look at F-Dot go back for him. The Falcons are just setting up for the long haul.
It's a game of cat and mouse. Oh, I was about to say, it's worked out in F-Dot's favour. He just holds the shots. I think after the grenade, the slight delay. And now Falcons are in a brilliant position, but they do need to defend from the front side. Khaled finds 1 and 2 just out of nothing. You just see 2 POVs from Exceptional for a millisecond.
The only thing Exceptional have done well here is to stay out of the trap. F-Dot is still alive in mid-map, but down they go, and potential blender here. Exceptional going to concentrate on Roxas. Roxas takes down the first. Now diving, running for his life. No reinforcements going to be here for him. Can he get one more? No. Street open just a little bit.
It's that mid-map control. Next wave of fights do absolutely need to be there for Exceptional. That's a little bit awkward, though. Bodhi could be in trouble. Is not, of course. That will fall. Great shots from... This guy is ridiculous, man. 5 in a row from Khalid. The shots from the MCW as crispy as ever. And now can make their move towards the middle of the map and just try to continue to put that pressure down.
Oh, Exnid knows there's pressure here. They haven't really got this blender started at any point, but with 26 seconds left to go, exceptional. This will probably be their final run at it. Khalid trying to be sneaky. And he's missed everybody. Everybody's basically walked past except Huck. And he will go down. And Khalid will find a second again.
Crew's available. That's going to help things out. You've allowed absolutely nothing over towards A. Pretty much a standard round for Falcons, but exceptional. They didn't get anywhere, really, did they? Never threatened. But those kind of rounds can happen. On an attacking side, on invasion, the other team can just play it well. Make no mistakes. It's very difficult, but wow, Khalid. Between him and Exnid, every single week, my head just falls off at some of the gunfights they win. It's so dumb.
Well, here we go. The Falcons do what they need to on the first round. They have a cruise missile. Can they beat the odds? Most teams won't be able to win an attacking round on invasion. Can they get 4 ticks? Can they find anything different? They do have the added benefit of having a cruise missile.
Immediately here.
Yeah, this is the most dangerous time as well. Off the break can give you the advantage. Abodi going to try and stay alive, but somehow picking up bullets and not dying. Abodi!
How is he doing this? How are Falcons getting away with it? Exnid's going to be there to clean things up. They've got the cruise missile to help themselves out. 1 tick is in over towards A. You already have a potential advantage on your hands. You're going to fall. Pack will somehow find the kill. Second tick is in.
Here they go. Abodi. Been a nightmare so far. He's found one on the floor. Found it.
No
Must
shot.
have just got
No
it through
shot.
the wall. But not going to get any more. The Falcons get 2 ticks and they go to B.
Just terrifying. Absolutely terrifying when he's playing like that. And now F dot will start to get a flank in. If you are exceptional, you could do with setting up a spawn trap here, and you have potential to do so. F dot, oh, he doesn't find it. You are tilted up a little bit if you're Falcons. Backs against the wall. Need to find a couple of gunfights. That's the first one. Huge. Oh my god. I mean, it boggles my mind every single week how these guys do this.
It's just outrageous slaying power. They just take every gunfight and aim to win every gunfight. They're not worried about statistics. They're not worried about positioning. You're like, oh, he's weak. He shouldn't win it. Oh, he's got a 2-piece. And it's just insanity. 5 ticks to the good. 1 minute 59 left on the clock. The Falcons have the life lead as well. But this is never going to be easy. Abodi, again, they've got 2 down. Rafi gets 1 back. Just a little bit of a highlight for them. And X needs the snap.
I honestly, I'm running out of words. Roxassin to the point. May well just give them the round here. Now, oh, doesn't quite finish his dinner though. So there you go. That's going to be a little bit, and more than a little bit, of pressure negated. 18 versus 15, and how quickly can things change just like that? Now, all of a sudden, Falcons have it all to do again. They absolutely still have the advantage here. Right now, after 2 rounds, if it was to end right now, they would have a 2-tick advantage. Defense would be looking good for them, but they want more.
Still, Bodie gets caught that time. Still got a lot of time on the clock, Tan, and they're going to try and put the pressure on. The issue they're going to have now is this is really not about going straight for that A point. They need to get in position with the body out on the map to take advantage of any wipe they get. They've got Khalid going around the back.
Can you find her out? Henry's aware. It's just going to be about timing for somebody. You can see Khalid's just kind of waiting. One of your teams found a kill in the middle of the map. Start to make your move. And there it is. He swung into action. He's found 1. Is he going to get the touch? Is he going to get over? Yes, he is. Now, if you're F dot, you absolutely need to stay alive. Rafi goes for the chal. Doesn't find it. 10v10. They've had their opportunities here, Falcons. We talk about them heating up just maybe a little bit too hot now and then. They've overheated potentially on a couple of these challenges. It's not worked out for them. They absolutely could have won this round. And Rafi is now one off a cruise missile himself.
And he's needed to be. Some of the kills he's been making are crucial. Henry will get it. Still Still players from Falcons going to be out here, but it's a long road into that 8 point, and Rafi now has the cruise. Was 3 and 9, now 9 and 9, and continuing the rain, and we'll get another one. 7 streak holds them at bay.
Huge from Rafi. Absolutely huge. Yes, okay, after the first 2 rounds, they will lose out. They will be 2 ticks down. But that is a silver lining. You will find the round. You get a cruise. So cruise apiece. Can it be the difference maker? Who will use it more effectively? Let's find out. We'll find out within the next 3 rounds at most. Attacking side now for exceptional. They could do with a couple of ticks here. A couple of extra ticks.
That's what they want. I mean, realistically, if you're not worried about the ticks, it's just about... I mean, if you get just B, technically it gives you the tick advantage, and if you perform a lock-in, you're okay. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be one of those ones where you're just going to go for the win. Once that win's under your belt, then you can worry about how well you do on defense to get your own defense.
The thing is, as well, do with it, because Falcons were not far away from winning their attacking round. Oh my god, they've won every gunfight. Welcome to Palace. This is your home for the potential next minute.
They're lining up. They're looking for color down mid-map. One thing Falcons haven't got is that Palace lock. So there's a lot of bodies streaming down here, and this could be dangerous. Falcons may have let this one slip. 3 already dead. Color's going to find just 1. Can Pat get in? Can he cause them to be an issue? And he is. Into the point. An F dot on the cut.
Cross. They've used the cruise. Cruise is coming in. It's Rafi's that's coming in. Oh, Bodhi will find 2. He finds nothing with the cruise. You've seen the opportune moment. You don't grasp it with both hands. Will exceptional rue that mistake?
They might do. As Xnid is trying to put this one to bed early. Bodhi backing off, causing them a few issues. The amount of times he does that. Backs off, and then a bit of a comeback. Exceptional need to get on the point. They've got a player pushed up. It seems to be one of those where they haven't fully committed to it. 0.8 seconds, Tom.
Get a touch. They need to do absolutely everything from here. Bodhi shutting it down again. Falcons.
Well, they've got defense in round 5.
Yeah. Solidified. So, it is very much all to do now. On the side of exceptional. You need 2 attacking rounds on evasion control in a row to lock it in. To even just see another map. Is that right? Am I tripping? No, you don't. You've got your defensive round. I'll shut up.
I was going to say. Falcons absolutely have defense. It's all good.
They do. So for exceptional, you got to win your defense and then win an attack if you want to win this one.
It's not going to be easy. The Falcons came very, very close to winning their attacking round, and they're going to try and do it again. At the moment, not very aggressive towards A, and they could be locked in here. Bodhi's staying alive and staying out. He'll look for a pick and to cause problems. There's the pick.
My curiosity lies within whether Falcons invest their cruise missile or not. He does continue to survive here, everybody. Do you just count on it as an insurance policy for the final round, or if you see that opportunity, do you try and take it with both hands? Everybody, continue to survive. Will not for much longer. There you go. Pack. We'll find it, but is this potential route through Roxas? He's in. And now the pressure will start to fall in. Staying alive.
No
Cruise
trophy system.
is still available here, Bryce.
There's no trophy system. Finds 1. Not going to find the second.
Opens the door up. Over towards the B side. Falcons can walk straight through it.
The Bodhi again being an issue. Finds 1. Not the second. Henry with the reflexes.
It's a really good snap from Henry, to be honest with you. Bodhi was in prime position to cause absolute havoc. Henry will get shut down by accident. Fantastic snap coming in. And now all of a sudden B is, well, being given up by Falcons here. They could do with getting a hold of it. I'm sure they'd like to close this out in the shortest time possible, if it is doable. But they need B to make that a possibility.
Well, they're looking for it. You know, you see the rest of Exceptional making this push. Exit had to make it, but still a little bit of issue. Their teammates are coming off the respawn. They are outnumbered. That's a huge kill by Exton. He gets back onto the point. Watches his own flank. Trophy going to be down. Falcons
Got him.
should be able to extend this for another minute.
They're going to extend it. They are 4 lives behind. Bodhi in a good position here. He's got somebody flanking him. He's not going to be able to make it through. Doesn't find anything. So now the hard part for Falcons. Can you secure it? You already have defense locked in. Just go for broke.
Just being an issue.
They've got them pressed in here, though, Brycey. Exceptional. Are not in a good place to defend this, but those 2 kills from Henry will definitely open things up. There's another from Rafi. So Khaled now just chilling in the middle of the map. If he can stay alive, it keeps the pressure on.
It's just trade time. Like, if you do not get away, the Falcons get pushed all the way back, and it's such a long stretch to the A point. Exceptional can just keep retaking it, keep playing corners, keep bleeding you out. And this is what they did. Look how much map control they've got off the back of it.
It's been a brilliant defense coming in from Exceptional. Really, really good. One last break, though. You got one more opportunity if you are Falcons. 15 seconds to get towards the point. You need to find a couple of kills if you want to open that door. Not going to happen. Exceptional will force that round number 5. Defense, though, is locked in for Falcons already. Henry is one off a cruise missile. I believe Falcons still have one. There it is. Henry as well. Cruise missile apiece, but the advantage absolutely belongs to the Falcons.
Do they overchow? Do they make a mistake? I feel like we've seen it a million times where a team could pull out a win on this last one because they worry too much about ending the game. Bit tense here for the Falcons. They can just end it. Just get this out of contest. Just get into the next round. They'll be so happy.
That would not be very Falconsy. F Dot has a cruise missile as well, by the looks of things.
Well, well, well.
Everybody having their moments here to go on sprees. But he's going to make it count. Roxas with the first blood onto Rafi will open things up here. Nice and easily for Falcons. Have to be careful if you're Exceptional. You start losing a couple more gunfights. You find yourself in danger. Thankfully for them, Pack will stay alive around the mid-map. Pressure on the B. Now being worked on by Exceptional.
Rafi knows there's going to be some pressure here. They haven't got onto the point yet. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Timing perfect as well. Rafi finds him. B has now been locked in, basically. You can already see Roxas has hit the flank, but to do anything here, he's either going to have to push the flank completely, which is what he's done.
I mean, Harry can just jump this, right?
Certainly can.
Just wants to keep the pressure on. The time's already stopped. Yeah, okay, well, let's make some progress over towards A then. Falcons are all at sea here. They are nowhere near.
Henry will be looking for this first pick. He's already seen one player. He's at the side. There's going to be one more. He picks it up. There's reinforcements coming as well here. That first tick is in A is going to be in. Henry, that's a huge nade in the face, and they will lose it. They do gain a tick, but it also opens up B for them. Exceptional have done an awful lot.
Bodhi was holding that angle for a little while. Gets caught out, unfortunately. Exton will hold this down, though. Just call it the one with the cruise missile. But look at the positioning from Roxas. That is going to be a ridiculous pain in the arse for Exceptional to deal with.
Bodhi gets one. We'll back off. Minute 33 to go on the clock. Exceptional just need a bit of a break. There's 2. The reinforcements will be up before Exceptional can do anything with it, though.
But it's that pressure. There you go. Henry going to force everybody inside. Is he going to find anything with it? Absolutely not. Did the kills follow from it? They do for Rafi. You'll find 2. Henry will find another. All of a sudden, it's all be down to a Bodhi. The defense has been flawless so far, and it's broken wide open.
And they're in. Carlos is going to try and twist this. Oh no, he got killed! He got taken out, and that's going to be in. Exceptional going to be in numbers. It's rocketing up and get all of the kills. And you are right, it's such a Falcony thing to do. Exceptional win their control, Ton.
didn't look like they had a sniff on the attack throughout the entire map. One good break. And that is that. Control just be that way.
It is. That's exactly how it is. Man. And that means Falcons will be going to a map 4. I told you, they don't know how to do it in 3-0. It's just not in their nature. So much of an advantage, so much opportunity. But one break, the cruise missile allows the teams to strike. Must have been fantastic communication out of Exceptional to just kind of nail on where they needed to go. And that was it.
I mean, it's just those first couple of kills that come on through. It can just open things up so easily for you. Henry had an incredible game, as did Rafi. Sensational job all around the side of Exceptional, and they have some life in this series now.
Yeah, it's definitely going a little bit further than most people would have thought. Rox is having a bit of an off game, 16 and 24. But it does stay alive. What should have been a Falcons 3-0 is now heading towards map 4, Karachi Hardpoint.
And this is where the doubt can start to creep in. 2-0 up, cruising, control, cruising. We lose that one. Now heading over towards a Karachi Hardpoint. I mean, they had absolutely everything they could have possibly wanted there. Attacking round, cruise missiles. The problem is for them, they allowed maybe just a little bit too much to be gained from Exceptional. I think they had 2 cruise missiles heading in that final round, Brycey. Yeah, okay, you may have found yourself behind technically. You are on the attacking side. It does make things more difficult. But it makes you wonder, the Falcons need to commit to so many of these gunfights and some of these different moments. Just maybe be a little bit more passive on occasion. I mean, hindsight's a wonderful thing, right? They would have wanted to win that one 3-1, right? They had the opportunity to do that. They could not solidify. Exceptional. Turn it around, and you got to give them props. Karachi Hardpoint coming up. They have the opportunity to swing this one around. Do we go to a map number 5? Or can Falcons close it out in a 3-1 victory? I think we both know the answer to this question.
Yeah, Falcons do love a bit of a game 5 going on, and I'm fairly certain that's also where the other streamer's gone as well. Omid and Revive have gone the distance, because that's just how it works sometimes. So everybody looking to go long in this one, and that's what kind of happens towards the end of the season. Everybody is having a good time, but it's been 2 hard points so far for Revived. Omid 6-0 and 3-0. Great in the round-based modes, but not anywhere else.
Yeah, been a struggle. 6-0-3 off from it. But Hardpoint has not been there for them. I was quite surprised when you look at this squad. You would expect them to be able to get it done, but at map 5, heading there, Brycey. We're going to map number 4 in this series as well. Still, a lot to play for in these winners bracket semi-finals.
Certainly is. Well, we're going to go to a quick break while this starts up. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to CDL Challengers. We are deep in a game between the Falcons and Exceptional, and they are going to a map 4 ton.
Mate, all of those things I just said to you, yeah, you know, we were talking about, you know, not muting yourself on VMix. I just do it to be safe. I just do it to be safe. And
number one tip.
Out.
Check your mic.
Number 1 tip. Failed at the first hurdle. But let's see if Falcons can, well, get the second opportunity to win this series yet. They were staring down the barrel. What I was saying there to everybody at home was that they were in such a good position to win this one. Will they be ruining that mistake or not as we head into Karachi Hardpoint?
Well, let's see.
If anything, Exceptional going to be feeling a little bit better, and Pack is certainly doing the work. Exnid staying alive, trying to get top 3 control. Neither team really able to capitalize here, and Rafi just getting his trade in as well against Exnid, and well, that nade will get him in the end.
But P2 rotations coming in though. Exceptional in a good spot. Carlo looking to put the pressure on. How on earth is he still alive, to be honest with you? 22 HP and a dream getting chased down. Still not dead. Eventually, F-Dot will find him. Exnid now. 4 spree for him. You wouldn't mind a cruise missile whatsoever.
This is going to be about exerting pressure, though. They don't want to give away all this time on P2.
Yeah.
We know Exnid will be playing for it, but Roxas is checking his corners, and unfortunately, it's a bit of a crossfire, but somehow still alive. Roxas has just sort of ran through 1,000 gun sites and got away with it. Eventually going down. A Bodhi now trying to put the pressure on as well. A few Falcon players here. And they're going to fall, every single one of them.
And again, you kind of alluded to it throughout that whole exchange. Khaled is going to be playing for this cruise missile, but you cannot let it dictate exactly how the entire team is playing. Yeah, okay, you want to play for it, that's no problem. If you want to bait your teammates out, yeah, okay, well, fair enough. But you've got to make a push together. Exceptional going to pick up nearly every single second over towards P2. P3 rotation is there, though, for Falcons. Can they hold this down? A full 60 here would very much change the game.
Just trying to make sure it's a little bit mixy. Get through this first little barrier. Henry will do it as well. They're all hitting the same side. Exceptional going to put incredible pressure on. It doesn't look like Falcons have the cuts as good as they would want. Roxas will find one, backed up by his teammate. They're stalling him here. It's a very close combat between both teams.
Still holding it down, though. Towards the pack. That's a huge kill from Pack. Was just a little bit absent over the last couple of maps, but now he's starting to wake up. But still, Falcons are picking up time here. Uncontested as well. A couple more kills go their way. And for all the Exceptional side of things, when you see the positioning, it looked good to find the break. You find absolutely nothing.
The Falcons actually not had a great time in P2 last time we saw them, but their rotations on P4, I actually just ended up taking a lot of time off of it, which most teams don't.
Let's see what they can do with it. They have been good at this. Just want to clear out their spawns. They did have somebody over towards junk because, well, then Exceptional will have to respect that. They have to turn around. They have to try and find the kill. You don't want to be pinched on. They do get over towards this point, but they are going to kind of get picked apart. They didn't jump on it at all. Now on the rough side of spawn. Difficult situation. It feels like Falcons maybe fumbled a little bit there.
Well, just going to throw a nade right at his own feet. Trying to find the player underneath him. Wants to try and get them off this point as well, but they do have the bodies, and Roxas with the 2, and they'll try and take this 23 seconds. You can already see Exceptional setting up for the 60, though.
If they can find it, though, it's not the easiest of holds. Great shots coming in from a body. Had a very, very slow start. It's only his 3rd kill, as we're about to finish off the 4th hill. Be more hills than there has been kills for a body so far. But this is breakable, Bryce. It's very, very breakable, especially if you find 2 kills just like that. Offered him on a silver platter. Colin now starting to put the pressure on the spawner. It's going to be there. You need to be quick if you're Falcons, though.
Trying to get into it, and they have waited just a little bit too long. There's also going to be a split spawn behind them. They won't know this yet. And they're going to lose it completely. Exceptional will be in.
That's unfortunate, to be honest with you. They put themselves in a good spot. Split spawns coming through. Work out very well for Exceptional. 30 seconds to go. Pretty much tie this game up if they can hold down the rest of this time. Nobody on the point. Falcons trying to keep them at bay. Exceptional doing a good job so far. Holding this one down.
Rafi trying to see Exnid as well. They aren't going to get anything more here, but the Falcons just trying to keep the pressure on as they set up for this next P1. And it's going to be about as close as makes no difference between these two teams as we go through the rotations again.
Big 3 kills to find, though. You're not going to get those P2 spawns if you are Exceptional. You are going to get them, I should say. But Falcons, with those 3 kills, 50 seconds on offer here. Exceptional going to have to fight their way through to get inside the point. F-Dot over the top. Grenetty bursts to the face, and all of a sudden that break comes through, arguably far too easily.
Oh, Rafi gives up top 3 control, but Color won't be able to go for it quite yet. You can already see Falcons coming off the respawn here as well. They want to put pressure on the P1, but I wonder if they're going to fail on this P2 rotation again by overcompensating for it. Collard turns and burns. Rafi is looking for the player, spins around, wondering where as a Bodhi jumps into the point. Really just wants these last few points as well, but Pack is here holding the gates. It's a bad nade from Khalid, and it's giving so much time for Exceptional to get back in this.
The bad nade slows them down. Eventually they will get through, but all it's done is slow them down. It allowed Exceptional now to get themselves in a place where they can maybe break this back pretty much immediately. Gunfights have to go your way. You can find one. And Bodhi's going to have to go big here.
Well, he gets it, but reinforcements still aren't there. Khalid does take down one more. Bodhi, this is a huge kill, and he will make it against Pack. And they're in now for 44 seconds. Khalid on Overwatch. Exceptional, all hitting the same direction as well. Just a few bullets in to make Henry weak. Another chow. Pack's coming across as well. Everybody's weak from Exceptional, but they are still walking past Khalid and winning the gunfights. And that is not going to go well for them. There's now going to be a fight in the hill. Exted is outnumbered and outgunned.
That's got to sting, though, if you call it. I mean, you're putting so many shots down. You're expecting your teammates to be able to clean that up. 15 seconds to go. Exceptional. Trying to slow this down as long as they can. Rafi will not find two. Rotation is going to be here, though, for the side of Exceptional. He's only them find themselves around 35 points by the time we get over towards New Hill. They can close that gap very, very quickly.
They're trying to make a move. Falcons are worried about positioning of these players. Roxas will find F dot, but there's still a few players to get through here. Can they make the trades work for them? Abodi going to try and get straight through. And that's going to cause an issue. Abodi slips the net completely.
Goes for the retrial over towards Junk. Probably didn't need to. Just staying alive there would have caused so many issues. Oh, he can't find the kill towards Backpack's done so well. Cutting off the head of the snake, though. If you call it, just lining them all up as accurate as you could possibly want. There's Rafi as well. It would be greedy not to give him the fourth call. It locks it down all on his own.
And he's got his one off a streak as well. Does somebody challenge him here off mid? Khalid really needs to tuck and worry about this in a second. A cruise missile will be monstrous for them.
Look at these shots in the top right corner, though. The first two. Absolute beamer.
Now, coming off the rotation. Exceptional, taking every point that they can get, really. They're jumping straight onto it. They're not too worried. Falcons aren't here yet, but Excelsior will find his second. There are players putting on pressure. Pack's going to be in a great position as well. F-Dot's going to be towards the point. The Falcons actually aren't that close. They can't get near.
Doing a really good job here if you're Exceptional. You will soak up every single second that you can on P4. It's been a very, very close game. I think you're Exceptional heading over around 40 or 50 behind towards P4. And then all of a sudden you found yourself very much in this game. That's a huge gunfight for Pack to win. 20 seconds until we head over. The rest of Team Falcons need to find your way here. You've got a split spawn off. One player is not going to be there for a very, very long time, and Pack is going to send more to that respawn queue. 23 and 13. He's having a hell of a game. He wants to drag Exceptional to that map, number 5.
Exceptional just found so much time. And this is where it gets dangerous. If the Falcons fumble, Exceptional will find themselves in an unbelievable opportunity. Already 2 gone down. Roxas gets one back. Roxas finds the second he shouldn't have found. And they won't challenge him. Falcons, can they get them in time? Pack, I don't know how you made that kill against Khalid, but somehow still staying alive and timing against you, and he will beat him down. Rafi takes down Roxas. And Exceptional are in with 30 seconds to go to take the lead here.
And the thing is, as well, Falcons were in the prime position. You find so much time at P4. You're finding even more at P5. What's the rotation over towards P1 looking like? Dead silence to pop for Henry. Just trying to get something going, trying to slow down that tide. 12 seconds now. They are going to take a lead by the looks of things. Or are they? Get on the point if I was Falcons. Yeah, there's free time on offer there. You'll take those 5 seconds. We head into a third rotation, Brycey. It is a 6-point game.
Falcons have an opportunity to get a few more here. They get the first few kills. Abodi just trying to slay out as well as Exnid. And they'll take everything they can get here. At some point, it actually becomes a bit of a problem for Exceptional. Because they will have to keep committing to P1. One thing Falcons haven't been good at, though, is that rotation to P2.
There's the 6, by the way, and Falcons can very much win it here. RP1. It's not easy, but it is doable. Rafi not going to get a touch. Nobody going to get a touch. Not if Roxas has got anything to do about it. Nelly finds a third, but Henry will slow it down. And it can't be won now by Falcons over towards P1, so it's all about this rotation coming up. Excellent. These guys, it's just ridiculous week in, week out. A body onto the point, and this is going to put them within spitting distance. And they have a cruise missile to help them try and break over towards the next hill.
Still not going to be easy. Falcons have not had a good time at P2. Here we go. Cruise in. Everybody inside. Not a member of them going to do anything else, but it has pushed them in as well. And the kills are now flooding forward. Only going to be Pack left. He's so weak. He's somehow alive, though. Still playing his life, eventually going down to a bogey, but the Falcons are in. They have managed to win this on the rotation. The cruise missile is crucial, and they will progress forward, Ton.
Phenomenal result for the Falcons. Get themselves into a winner's bracket final. Phenomenal performance. It just, that cruise missile, people will be like, oh, it wasn't very good, but it forces everybody inside. Everybody has to turn around. They don't have their guns up because they're running. Everybody from Falcons can then just collapse. And they collapse so quickly. They make it work. They find the win. Look, they should have done it in 3. They absolutely should have, but I don't think they'll care much at all. That's a win, and that's a winner's bracket final.
Wow. The Falcons keep on going. They won't take it to a map 5, though. They just get it done, Ton, and hey, it's they could have done it in 3 as well. That's the kind of the crazy thing here. They could have easily done it in 3.
100%. They'll be probably disappointed that they didn't. That would have been a real statement to get a hold of. But there's still a game going on. 4-4 map 5, is it?
Oh, it is. However, first blood there to Omid EU. Oh, I say first blood. First 3 bloods and bomb down.
Just not possible for this array yet. Not doable. Not against Omid. Although, going to feed you something.
Oh, they're just going to shoulder now. Now they've lost the player, like, all right, we'll just shoulder. It's fine. Wingman looking towards mid. Everybody trying to get the trade. And you get the second one, but not the third. 5-4.
It's a 1 round away for Omid EU now. Been a arduous task, though. You know what? Fair play to Revived. 1-4 over the group stage. Found a win up against Fire Media, who had not lost a single series. They lost maps over the group stage themselves. And now, not only did they deal with Fire Media Clan, they went to a map number 5 with Omid. And if they can find this round, they're going to a round 11 as well.
Well, let's see. Into mid control. Vortex is a tenuous position, doesn't want to get picked. Kez almost goes down.
Oh, the temptation for Vortex there would have been very, very high. He knows Kez would have been very weak, but he also knows that he probably had some cover. Yeah, just peeking. Yeah, there you go. There's the cover, but Mythics will pick him apart as soon as Vortex jumps over. He was just baiting. 4 versus 3. Revive need to turn this one around.
Xy's making moves to take map control away. Probably a little bit nervous about getting caught now they have the advantage. Revived a burning time.
It's giving time over towards Omid, who can position themselves better. 2v4 needed.
And they have pushed all the way through. But for what? Can they find anything? And there you go. We may get one more. And here's the last kill. And down it goes. Omid EU. They win it on map 5 against Revived. Just better in the round-based game modes.
Have to go all the way. The Hardpoint maybe will need fixing if they do want to go on and make it the 3-peat in Europe. Mythic's putting the final couple of bullets into disarray to confirm this one. We have a winner's bracket final set up. It will be Falcons taking on Omid. I don't think it's too surprising in the grand scheme of things. I think, you know, if you were to say that on the day and sort of say, okay, well, you would have thought that would have been Fire Media up against Omid, which would have been a very interesting game as well. We don't get to see that, but Omid ultimately will end up in the winner's bracket final up against Falcons. Looking forward to that one next week. That'll be a banger.
It really will. Falcons looking the best that we have ever seen them as well. They've gone from strength to strength every single Elite Series. And Omit, well, they've always been on top, and they're proving it one more time. We're moving into that winners final. This is how it ended as well. Hixie, 11-7. He's really been kind of a standout player for them this last couple of days.
Today, especially, has been fantastic for them. Every single time we've been on board with anything Omit related, Hixie's been very much towards the top end of the leaderboard. There you go. Neslo for Omit. Got the job done. Set to destroy, control. No problemo. Especially that map 2 and 3.
Well, I mean, that map 2 and 3 was just unbelievably one-sided. But there we go, winners final, Falcons versus Omit EU. On the other side, next week we'll start with the elimination rounds, get those underway. Going to be Revived versus Clutch Rain X War, Exceptional versus Notorious. And who comes out of there? Both of them going to be very good games. I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing Exceptional versus Notorious. I feel like that's going to be unbelievably close. Clutch Rain X War versus Revived, Ton. I mean, I don't know who's going to win. Revived have looked very, very good.
Yeah, very interesting game, that one. For Clutch Rain Team War, they pushed Falcons all the way, you know. Falcons then just dealt with their winners semi-final nice and easy. Look, I mean, this is still anyone's. Realistically speaking, I think the huge surprise for me today, though, is to see 5 Media out like that. That's a 3-0, dumped out. Went flawless in the groups, could not win a game in playoffs.
Yeah, that's going to be the crazy story, right? You know, even looking at the stat sheet that I've been looking at here, they're still leading everybody to fall today to win 1 map out of 7. It's not good enough. We said before, you know, the Elite is not about those first few games. It is about the length and breadth of it. You have to be good all the way through. And a 5-0 in groups gets you nothing at the end. So it is what it is, Ton. But that is going to be enough for Europe in Call of Duty Challengers Elite for this week. There will, of course, be more action from the North American side coming up in just probably about an hour's time. Maybe even a little bit less than that because they do start early. So if you want more Call of Duty action and want to find out how North America is getting on, stay around, stick around, say hi to Shift and Study for us. And we will see you next week. Thanks for watching. Good night.
Flames of power burn inside of me, heating past 1,000,000 degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am not the one you want to start this with, cause when I do that will be nothing that can pardon this. I set the flames to get glitter like an arsonist, and I have to walk up until I'm had no part in it. And you can get down and lay down, leave them calling you evil, leaving nothing to say now. Say you wanted to smoke, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground, no, this ain't no playground. You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light, keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up, energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.
All, welcome back to North American Challengers now here in our second block on our final day here in week 2. Lots of numbers, lots of things to break down. I'm Shift. With me, of course, is Mr. J Study. And we've got ourselves some really compelling matchups here for our upper bracket round 1 matches here in the North American playoffs. Season 3, final season of Elite. And of course, as we got through the groups, Jay, here's how everything shook out. Pretty clear cut in the top 4. Obviously, there was an opportunity for maybe a tiebreaker in Group A, but largely everything shook out the way we expected it to.
Yeah, Group A went exactly how we expected it to. On the other side, though, for Group B, obviously the Spartans were able to sneak their way through, but that's all the way at the 4th seed because of their roster change. So they're going to go up against SGP Midnight, and that's not going to be easy because we got a little sample size yesterday with Glow Frosty and Frosty. They need to make sure that they're on point today with those ARs to stand a chance.
Indeed the case. We'll take a look at that as our Bravo matchup, but this is our featured matchup here. Lore Gaming going up against the SGP Syndicate, and Lore Gaming has been one of the most consistent organizations we've had in Challengers in North America, maybe with the only exception being FaZe Clan Black. So after a 4-1 group stage, they find themselves playing up against Syndicate, who, like you mentioned, we watched yesterday, beat that 2-2 matchup versus the Houston Spartans, and they looked really good, clutching up really in all 3 maps, if we're to be honest with one another. But the start here for Lore, that much better.
Yeah, you're going to have to be on point when you go up against this kind of roster because they basically almost went flawless besides their last matchup yesterday.
Yep.
So they have been on point all stage long as they're already at this P1 dominating. They're walking away with at least 20 seconds to start it off, still 20 seconds to fight for, and they know exactly where the pressure is going to come in. They are in control of the spawns. They have the rotation over to next. Perfect start here for Lore.
Yeah, Yuli really has been one of those guys that you kind of keep talking about throughout the North American season. Not even just this particular split of the Elite, but throughout the entirety of the year, he's been great, kind of flexing back and forth between the secondary SMG or the third AR if needed. And a great start here, 4-1. Arcity's 5-1 start, kind of locking things down on the crosses. Little YY of the reload tries to keep the trigger held for the kill on a Gunzy, but 2Real is right there to follow up. But unfortunately for the side of Lore, they are a bit staggered trying to hold on to this opening time here at P2.
Yeah, the pressure's too much right there for Syndicate. They just bombard their way right through the front door. Execute a nice and early break. Still 35 seconds here, and they are in control of the map currently. They know exactly where Lore are going to be coming from. You just got to watch the drop down. Gunzy finds a double. Cruz at least finds one. Last player alive is going to be Arcity's, but Syndicate, a perfect response because you already are sending players off that rotation to new.
Yeah, a couple of trades just over the scrap time, and it does eventually get one back by Lore Gaming. So really not as much time as you would have expected for Syndicate, considering how convincing their early break was. But now there's a chance for them to set up with a little bit more conviction over the top of Patio. Dark can try to watch over towards mid. He does get stunned. Semtex to give a little bit more space. Bink on his right is the next other player defensively to get tested with a double stack coming around the backside. But the kills are perfect. 3 down in the feed. Yuli last one left, and he's just going to have to sit here and wait.
Yeah, Yuli now has to slow his gameplay down. You have to rely on your teammates all spawn to at least push up further on the map before you decide to go for the play, but Bink gets too aggressive on the only extension. So Yuli's able to get the better of him. Now it's Paul Lex opening up with the kill through the middle side of the map. And what looked to be a perfect, at least, setup there for Syndicate. It's instantly broken by great individual plays out of Yuli.
Yeah, I mean, considering the start for Syndicate, it almost feels a bit inexcusable that that second hit is as clean as it is for Lore Gaming. You would have figured that the zone of control that they put together on the opening setup would have been still existent when it came down to the second break attempt. So now with 15 seconds remaining, Syndicate have to make a tough choice. Do we just let this go? It looks like they're going to. But it's a lot of extra time here for Lore off their break. I think technically they come out with more overall time than Syndicate did, which is surprising to say the least.
And now we're finding ourselves off the rotation to P4. Good stuff from Darkside and Gunzy to find those initial couple of kills. So you're going to win the rotation, and now you got to put yourself in the same setup that you had sort of at that P3. It's just when you find that first wave, you've got to be prepared for the second. They find 3 in the feed, they're still going to be able to hold on.
And that's, again, great initial hold. Can they hold the secondary hit? Yuli already starting off with a win over towards that bottom left-hand side of the map. 2Real just, what? I'm sorry. He just walks into the site. Able to at least find one. Paul with the pistol, now back to the AR. Whoa. And, I mean, it's just got to be better than that. If you're Syndicate, you're letting players legitimately walk into the hard point, and another convincing break comes through for Lore as they get past the 100-point mark.
It's just when it comes down to Syndicate holding down all those angles, that one person who's dropping in that engagement, you're just giving them a free avenue of attack, and then they're just taking full advantage of it. And 2Real shooting like that, able to find a double. Now it's going to turn into a one-on-one on the point, but he's still going to be weak. He's going to rely on the teammates to come shoot him in the back. walk away with the final couple of seconds there, but Lore coming out swinging on the first rotation.
Yeah, absolutely they are. And again, they're just foiling the Syndicate setups. Not once, but twice now. So we rotate back over to P1. Trophy system down for Syndicate. RCD's waiting for the challenge on the jump out, and just gets caught trying to execute on trigger discipline, but maybe held off a little bit too long. Gunzy's double allows a chance for Bink to slide into the hard point. Yuli trying to chase things down, went to the pistol and gets caught for it. So Syndicate will get an initial break, but not the follow-up hold. Again, this time it's RCD's trailing in. He finds 2, and the hard point goes neutral.
Yeah, every time Syndicate think, all right, we're going to have the hill control. So some player from Lore popping a magical 2-piece. And that time it was RCD's. Unfortunately, it's not leading to any time because Syndicate able to reinforce their way right back on in. They're currently on a 5-team streak before Gunsy does get shut down. But now with only 10 seconds left, you have the spawns over towards next. You have to make this one count. You cannot afford to die off the rotation.
It's the 3rd time we've said that, though, Jay. So can they finally put together a considerable hold? Just as the hard point opens, Lord do find a couple of exit kills, giving them a chance to breach this very quickly. And they do at least get some neutralization. Syndicate with the favored spawns get back quickly, and they deal with it absolutely perfectly. Essentially a 4-for-1 trade, and with that, Syndicate looking good here for the first 30 seconds.
They're always holding on for the first push. Like, the first wave of kills is always amazing on a Syndicate. Just comes down to this second wave where they know where the pressure's coming in. You just can't take down Lore. Too real through the front door is able to find a double. Still giving themselves an opportunity. It's going to be a one-on-one between Bink and Paul X, but he is going to get a little bit of assistance. So Syndicate hold on to the second push, and now they're getting closer and closer to almost tying the game up.
Yeah, it almost kind of felt like comparing that hold to the previous couple is like, Syndicate, I feels like once they start to get kind of bent a little bit on their setup, everyone just runs away, and they're getting caught on the runaway. That time, they back off a touch, but they don't fully give up, looks at the hard point, and I think that is definitely a key to success for them in terms of making small adaptations. Trust your setup. Trust that your teammates are covering you, even if you are at half HP. Now, on their break attempt quickly, over towards the top side of patio. Cruz up top, good for 3 in a row. Yuli, though, able to benefit for a double. Dark along the back will be chased. Yuli gets 3 in a row, but the spawns for Syndicate are in. Paul trying to block, but is not going to realize that he has not successfully been able to block these spawns.
Oh, but he's finessing, though. He's stalling time. He's allowing his teammates opportunities to still try to assist him at this old hill. Somehow, some way, he's able to find a double. Now the reinforcements are going to be here. 2 finds 2. Yuli, it's time for your turn to get a trade. And that's going to be Lore still holding on to this P3. Syndicate had everything that they wanted. Just couldn't find that kill on the Paul X. And now Lore running up that score.
Yeah, secondary trophy system also being placed here for Yuli to stay very locked in over towards the bar. Full HP, he wants the chase down, and sure, why not? What an opening from Yuli, 18 and 15. RCD's also kind of calmly popping off as well, 18 and 16 for him, as Lore Gaming will get the scrap time, and now they also have members on rotation deep over through security. This is where this game could very much so get out of hand.
Yeah, if you're Dark Side, you need to win this one-on-one. He at least finds that opening onto 2-rail. Now you have a couple teammates trying to set up this pinch, but 2 right off. Spawn catch the perfect Call of Duty timing for the first one. And now you just tell the rest of your teammates all the pressure's going to be from the front end. Make sure you throw your stuns. Make sure you throw your nades. Yuli is on 4 in a row. Probably don't want to be too aggressive in this moment. But Lore just in an opportunity now where they're chaining that P3 to this P4 and just almost going to be up by 100.
Not great news for Syndicate. This last 20 is anything but favorable in terms of looking at how a break could come through. Dark may change that. Nice long-range shots from Arcides. He takes care of Cruz, but the pinch from Gunzy, absolutely perfect. But he unfortunately takes down a teammate in the process, so Yuli's the last one standing. He's trying to finesse for the regen on his life. Big with the pistol gets completely broken down. And yeah, Lore Gaming now over 200 points. They'll rotate over to P1, where they have a very realistic chance of putting this game just out of reach.
Yeah, and if you're Syndicate now, you need this P1 to a P2 chain. You got a full 60 last time around at P2, but you can't give up any time here to Lore. Allow them to continuously run up this score. And all the kills in the key feed are currently going to be pink, so Syndicate wiping the map clean as the first wave gets handled, but here comes the second.
Yeah. Have to have it, and 3 kills in a row for Lore. Just no trades anywhere. I mean, yeah, it's flat out. That's all it is. And I think it's just one of those things that Syndicate get kind of battered on their first hold attempt, and everyone just backs off, and no one's helping each other anymore. And it leads to these individual moments for Lore off of their fresh respawn and their fresh lives to just run away with their counter breaks. Yuli trying to go from one to the other, and that's what I'm talking about. He gets the first damage onto the second. Paul says thank you. That turns into a double, and now this game becomes pretty much unwinnable, you would think, for Syndicate.
Yeah, Syndicate have to play some perfect Call of Duty from this point on. It's going to start right here with one set of kills to get this early pressure in towards P2. Trades go back and forth, but Lord currently on top in that battle. It's going to be a 2-on-1 and towards the point. Cruz is going to get ISO'd. He is going to drop, and now Lore holding from the front side on 80-15 to take game one.
Yeah, and it's just the same situation, different moment where we can talk about the same thing. Syndicate's opening hold decent. Their secondary, not as much. Good moment here, though, as they get back into the proximal spawns. Our City's just holding the front door. Trophy system out to try to stage this next hit and maybe the winning hit if Laura can find a way to break this down. Little pinch here from Gunzy. Read by Yuli. Unreal. And then the pistol follow-up from Paul gets them back into the hard point, and now you just spam down this little jump window. Really nothing that Syndicate could do. Trying to hit a pinch off the vent maybe gets them a chance to contest it, but the kills are good, and Lord Gaming run away with map number 1, thanks to Syndicate largely not being able to put together any formidable holds.
Yeah, that's what it was. Like, they were at least keeping it scrappy in the beginning of the game. But then when we got to the later half, Lore, once they found that early break in towards P2, they changed it to P3. Then they found a break in towards P4 early with a couple rotation kills that go their way. And that's when they just started to grow the lead away. Like, if you're Syndicate, you set it up perfectly off your rotations. You found the first wave of kills. But then it just came down to opportunities. Like, you don't really have to do anything else. You can allow the pressure to come to you, play for that second wave before you decide to move. That's the biggest thing that you called out, my friend, that I really was paying attention to. You have to have that going forward in the rest of this series because you can't be making little mistakes like that. You're going up against some people who have been around Call of Duty for a really, really long time with a couple world championships underneath their belt.
And I think the thing about it is, you know, this is, again, one map that very well may have been Lore's pick. We don't really know 100% for sure. At least not, you know, off the top of the head. But for Syndicate, we need to have better trust in what our mid-hardpoint protocols are. You know, our opening setups on paper, great, obviously. They're getting all 4 dead. You know, maybe comes at a little bit of a cost, 4 for 2, 4 for 1, whatever it happens to be. But they're getting essentially full team wipes. But after that point, what happens next? Are we bumping the hard point? Are we playing back? Are we trusting each other to play for each other's trades while we're still coming off regen? Like, it didn't really seem like there was any set pattern towards what Syndicate wanted to do after their first hold was successful. And that's where I think we see teams, not just like Lore, but also FaZe Clan Black, also like Houston Spartans, obviously with Sparts a part of the lineup. They have those protocols set of if we're holding this hard point and we get the first set of kills, this is what happens next. It kind of looked like Syndicate were saying, what do we do now? We just got 4 kills. Do we rotate? Do we hold? Like, it just felt a little lost.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, when you get those first wave of kills, you have to make them count, but you also have to realize the situation at hand. If it's still 40 seconds at the old HP, you got to believe that the older team is not going to give that 40 seconds up for free, so another wave has to come on in. You have to choose at least to be in sync. Like, that was it. It was like people were doing things individually. Like, Big found a double right off the rotation at P3, and they held on to the first push. But then right after he finds that double, he decides to individually push up through Sky Bridge and then catch that one-on-one gunfight versus Julie, unfortunately lose it, and just that individual play now forces your entire team to spawn all the way across the map. If you're going to make plays like that, just at least do it together as a unit so someone can potentially fill your spot to block that back spawn.
And to be fair, these are things that we saw Syndicate executing on yesterday perfectly fine. So may have just not been their map. They may have not been able to really dig into it as much as they would have liked to compared to, you know, maps like, you know, Karachi. I think we saw them play yesterday where they looked a lot better at that. So taking a look at our Bravo matchup again, just this is the maps and modes for this. We'll be giving live looks where we can between the Houston Spartans and the SGP Midnight team. Little peek into what's going on their Rio Hardpoint. Again, you can find this on the secondary stream, which is on that main youtube.com/COD Challengers hub. And at least starting things off as we head over towards our final hill in this rotation. Pretty solid is stat lines across the board. Classic's having himself a great opener, 11-5 on 4 in a row.
Yeah, but Classic play like this is going to be a tough team to take down because he's usually the guy that sometimes plays a little bit inconsistent, but he's always playing for the W. So off to a great start. Might allow him to continue that going forward. But I love the game plan so far from the Spartans. They say we just picked up a new AR player. Screw the AR maps. We're going to try to get Fire and Wiz activated early. They're both sitting a little bit negative, but still a very close game still.
Yeah, but the break attempt over towards P5 has gone well here for Midnight. Classic still holding onto the hill, and for a moment he was still holding on to the 4-3. Neptune finds his 3rd in a row. Temp also in the same breath. Gets the 4 of his own. Capsidol also follows up. So again, clean kills around the map here for Midnight. Spartans trying to work in. This is Wiz by himself inside the hill. Bold call, to put it plainly, but does well with it. Temp gets to 5 in a row and keeps his life. Now looking for the regen to possibly earn himself a cruise missile.
Yeah, and with only 5 seconds left, at least you have a lot of top mid control in favor of Midnight, so they're going to win that rotation over towards New. But you're more focused on trying to set up Temp for that 6th kill to earn that cruise missile. You also have Neptune on 4 in a row. Temp, unfortunately, is going to get some bad timing. Did not read the spawns coming in for the Spartans. So they currently have bridge control. They also flipped the spawn, so this is an opportunity for an early break.
Yeah, the kills are clean, at least to start. Neptune just comes out at the right moment. Finds a couple of Houston Spartans who did not expect him to be that close, and now all of a sudden, after a Semtex and 3 straight kills to the rival 9, he is on 8 in a row. Cruise missile earned, and still 30 seconds to fight for here, where Classic's got a pretty decent read of where exactly the Spartans hit is coming from. He gets his opener. Temp is able to give him some assistance, and that's Midnight getting up to around the 150-point mark.
Yeah, Midnight also were able to flip the spawn, so Houston Spartans playing on the back foot, needs to fight for this final 15. Also, at the same time, have to apply the pressure through the middle of the map, but you have to get past Classic. He's able to find a double, trying to make it a triple onto Wiz. Fortunately, 4 short with that Renetti in hand, but Midnight walk away with the final 5. They have the spawns over towards New HP. Houston Spartans just have to find a break early if they still want to stay in this game.
Yeah, that is the big point, and saying it plainly, to stay in the game, that's what this break really does mean for them. And, well, it's a good start here from the front. Midnight still spawning close, but it's being zoned just a touch. Fire in particular kind of holding over towards those mid doors, and Neptune is feeling the pressure. So cruise missile gets called. That will find 2 players. I mean, dude, the cruise missile update's ridiculous. Wiz just died on the corner by that top patio position when that missile went to bananas. That's bananas, to put it plainly.
Well, shout out to the update. Makes the cruise missile look like an actual missile. But if you are the Spartans, at least you're able to withstand that cruise coming in, not really allowing Midnight to take a majority of this P2 time. Now with only 10 seconds left, you still have Frosty in a position to contest it. But bigger picture is that they have the rotation over towards New, and they find a kill off that rotation. So Spartans currently down by 80. This is your opportunity to get back in.
Full 60, or at least 45 plus is what you're looking for out of this hard point if you're Houston. The laborious attempt to rotate through boxes is where Midnight is largely starting to build some momentum. Fire off spawn, going to try to pick that up. Temp trying to find at least some sort of control. And as that break attempt starts to find some success, yeah, it looks like they are going to break into this hard point. The rest of this match you can find on the Bravo channel, although it looks like on this map, Midnight with that break are likely going to find themselves a successful map number 1. At least probability would lean towards that. But on our featured matchup, we've got a double dose of high rise here. The search and the control both can be played here, and Lore Gaming trying to find a way to go up 2-0, whereas for Syndicate, seeing if their search and destroy playbook can still be as strong as it was yesterday.
Yeah, you have to show that here. Especially with a player like Darkside, who came from the S&D scene. This is where you got to show your dominance. Early on, Cruz is going to get some info onto Yuli. Just calling those jump spots over towards bottom blue. But RCD's in this position with no trophy system. I don't know if the Syndicate players are going to be able to read him here.
Yeah. Well, information on Cruz moving over towards blue. Yuli will keep his attention over that direction. I think a stun actually went that way, and Yuli's actually on the hunt now. Bold challenge. It must have been an aid behind that because that was a single bullet needed. And now Turiel over towards B Alley. Tried to find something to produce against Bink. Not going to work. Gunzy for the plant. Arcides jumps on in. Finds the at least kill into the bomb carrier. The follow-up good for Lore. And now the last one standing is Bink in a 1v2.
Yeah, but Bink, he's already maneuvered his way up the map. If you are a Lore, you're thinking, all right, this is the guy who got the kill in the back of his spawn. He has to be playing it slow, but Yuli just simply throwing that shoulder, gains the info, realizes that he's yet to work that objective, so Lore just going to reposition to cover both sides.
Yeah, Bink is just stuck mid-map. Nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Yep, well done. Super well done by Lore. I mean, I think a lot of that starts with all the information that they were able to gain. I mean, Yuli's initial push through over to Cruz, who must have just been a bullet, was really the start of it. And then once you win that position, Yuli just gets to work saying, I got this side of the map for free, so just tell me where you need me, boys.
Yeah, and that comes down to Arcedy's putting himself towards top of paint because he watched that first player pushing towards bottom blue, so he gives the comm to Yuli. He hits an early frag and then fully commits on that gunfight for the first blood. So then they're able to find a couple trades around that B site to take 3 in that first round. I don't know if someone just dropped out, but yeah, Lore, at least they continued on that hot streak. It's just going to suck now that Euler's 3 streak doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully we don't get too much of that today. I know the players last night on Twitter were talking a lot about how the servers were acting up and some of the games were borderline unplayable. So hopefully we get some stability here this evening. Otherwise, this could be a very long night, friends. So buckle up. Get what you need to satiate yourself for the next possible handful of hours. I got myself some tea and honey. We're working here. But, you know, I think the thing is, you know, looking at this opening round, you know, it's tough to really say who's favored over another, even though the seedings give you intention towards one thing or another. I think these top 8 are all very close, but the unfortunate news for the Houston Spartans is that they are playing with a pretty recent last-minute sub-in, and that's going to hurt their chances, I think, at finding success today.
100%, especially going up against SGP Midnight, who looked almost perfect all throughout the elite stages. Like, they're just coming in ready to rock and roll. You have SMG players firing all cylinders. When you get Classic to have the start off that he did in that map number 1, they're basically going to be unbeatable because you always know what Temp is going to give you. He's the mystic assistant for this roster. And I think if you're the Spartans, like, you want to play Rio. You want to go look through your SMG players to try to find early success because you have a new AR duo who have yet to get familiar with each other without that much time to play with. So you want to try to get these SMGs rolling early into the series. So hopefully they're able to bounce back on that map too, which should be Rio Search and Destroy.
Yeah, indeed the case. Okay, so now we're just in a holding pattern. Who's hoping that we can hopefully get that secondary matchup, or pardon me, the second round of that primary matchup, hopefully coming back soon. Again, it's been one of those things that happened all day yesterday, so we very well may be in a little bit of this kind of hope and pray situation for some good servers to pop for us, just largely due to the fact that, you know, the game is the way the game is, but especially when it's being played online with players all over the country. So hopefully we've got our fingers crossed for that one.
Yeah, you know, we can pray. You know, we want to watch some Call of Duty. I know the guys want to play. There's some money on the line. There's some points on the line getting into the later half of the season. We just want to get into the action, baby. I'm sick and tired of these delays. I don't know what it is, Alan. We go smooth, like, through the stage match, but when we get to the playoffs, it's just next level delay after delay. Hopefully it fixes itself going forward.
Yeah, indeed the case. Not really sure where we go from here. Just holding, waiting. Hopefully things are good. So we'll take a little bit deeper look at the bracket here, just figure out what kind of some of the matches. You know, again, we are taking a pretty solid look at most of these. There's also a small delay in the Emit GG versus FaZe Black game. Awakening's apartment complex apparently had a fire alarm pulled.
Sweet.
But hopefully that will start up soon. And then the other side of it, and I think the thing about it here is ForceSpace are coming in as a top seed in their group. And RKNX, though, after an 0-3 start, they did win their last 2 games 3-0, 3-0. So, you know, there could be some favor there in terms of them figuring it out after the first week of action.
Yeah, it's just not going to be easy, though, because ForceSpace, they have been tested all throughout the stage. They go through the first couple of days. When they go to a Game 5, they had to complete a reverse sweep. And then the next week, they show up and get back-to-back 3-0s. I don't know what the series count was yesterday, but they probably walked away with another 3-0. So ForceSpace, they're feeling fantastic. Obviously, 5-0, flawless throughout the stage. You're the number 1 seed on your side of the bracket. You're feeling fantastic going up against RKNX, who recently have found their footing, but it's just going to be tough because ForceSpace, they have built that confidence over the last couple of matches, so they're thinking in this first matchup, we should be able to handle these guys pretty easy.
Indeed. Okay, so we're going to jump to a quick break. Hopefully one of our games will be ready to go here very shortly. So again, cross all your fingers and toes there, friends. We'll step away and hopefully be back with some more action very soon. Welcome back, everybody. We do have a clean reset here for the Lord Gaming and SGP Syndicate high-rise search and destroy. The first round, of course, will still stand since the reset happened very well afterwards. So we're going to have a +1 scoreline here for Lord Gaming as we go through it. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind as Lord will take their first offensive approach after what was a very clean defense.
And unfortunately for them, off the reset, they don't have any trophy system, and 2Real gets the worst of it. He is going to find that opening first blow, but Bink over the top, effective with the trade. So 3v3 still. Bomb going to be down towards lower pit. They have gained the info onto Bink. They're trying to isolate him with attack usage, but Yuli in a very, very good spot over towards A. I don't know if Cruz is going to be aware of it.
That is the big question here. Yeah, and he's all focused on what's happening over towards blue. Paul just shows himself and kind of baits the gaze of Cruz towards his direction. Whoa! Clean shots from Yuli across the map with the rival 9, but the damage not quite enough to confirm the kill. And now Gunzy is the next target for Paul X, who pushes through that position at blue. Bink, the last one left. This is going to feel familiar. He's got 2 lore players around him at mid. Maybe a little bit of separation. Paul takes the really soft corner, for being honest. And that is an ADS scope corner that Paul still wins the gunfight on. So tallying it up for Lore, now finding themselves 2-0.
Yeah, that's good plays right there. Great teamwork out of Yuli and Paul X. Paul X throws that shoulder towards blue. You get Cruz to put down a couple shots towards the shack, and then you send in Yuli. He finds that that second kill, and then puts down early shots onto Bink, even though he does fall behind enemy lines. Paul X there for the trade, and then Bink not able to win that one-on-one gunfight versus the vet and Paul X. So the Lore currently up 2-0, back on the defensive side. Now they have trophy systems to work with because they found a couple of kills. So how does Syndicate decide to change up on their attacking retire?
So quick stun to make sure that there's no aggression from the defense for Dark, so he will just play bottom pit. RCD's right back to work up top. Has a couple of shots in towards Bink, but the issue here is that Paul has fallen through mid-map, so that now focuses Arcides to kind of change where he's looking. Also, 2Real feels the need to try to check over towards B Street after Arcides was pushed off. So kills will still favor that of Syndicate. 3v2 situation, though, with the trade from Yuli.
Well, they knew where Arcides was, but Arcides somehow, some way is able to find a kill before falling. So it's going to almost make it manageable for Yuli if he can find this one-on-one gunfight with Syndicate off of the back of that first blood. Cruz finds that first kill all the way across the map at the Paul X, window to window. So it had to be some great shots to secure the round there for Syndicate to put one on the board.
Yeah, really clean stuff. Good response as well. First blood turning into good map control. And of course, Arcides, it's one of those fool me once, shame on us, fool me twice, shame on you type situations, as he's not going to find as much value up top at Propane as he did in the first defense. Helped, of course, by the fact that Syndicate had the early numbers. And now what do they decide to do to adapt this defense just a touch after Cruz essentially got finessed, for lack of a better word, over towards the A site. This time it's Dark who's going to play inside the B site and just watch that mid cross with a little bit of extra help from ARs behind him.
Yeah, but they don't really have a lot of B Street control, so Lord, they could just bombard in towards this B site and potentially catch Dark side by his lonely, and that's going to be the first blood on the back of 2Real. He is trying to get out, but RCU with some great cover fire. I'm pretty sure everyone on Lore just now ended in that kill feed with a headshot. They're all beaming. Up 3-1, go Lore.
Definitely feels that way. And even through the stairs too, Jay. It just goes...
That's headshot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm telling you. It's one of those days where I'm sure it feels like it's just all clicking for you.
Syndicate got to make that adjustment, though, Alan. Like, we can't give up B Street
Facts.
that easy versus a squad in Lore, because they were sending 2 ARs to contest it early on. They showed a little bit of pressure, but then once they were put down to one shot, they just completely gave it up, and Lore took full advantage of it. You cannot have that if you're Syndicate.
RCD is going to play a different angle this time. And, ooh, quick action from Dark. No nades, no stuns. It's just a raw push through. And that gets caught. So, trying to play with a little bit of cheekiness with Syndicate. That won't work, but Bink does find himself top Propane. Shots are not as clean as he'd like, though, versus Yuli, and Arcides turns his attention in the nick of time to also collect the kill. So now Cruz has to do something desperate, and the timing there also no bueno. Gunzy last one left, taken down from the top side of the walls. So Lore Gaming really clean through this search to this point, 4-1 up now.
Yeah, they're starting to run away with it. Yuli says, I like to hit that route instantly out of bottom blue to get to the Propane, so you're not going to hit me with my own stuff. So he finds that first one onto Dark, and then RCD's again with the cover fire. Getting that second kill on towards top propane, and then just slowly but surely isolating the last couple of players. Lord just starting to take over in the search and destroy. And they're taking over so bad that they don't even want to play the map anymore. We're coming into another end.
Oh, it's going to be a long day if this
Here
keeps
we
happening.
go. Here we go.
Jeez. It's not football season yet. Jay, I need you to calm down just a touch, my guy. Yeah, I don't know if the servers are going to make much of a difference for Syndicate right now. They're just getting outclassed. It just feels like in the game plan overall, also just the efficiency of what you're seeing from Lore. They're getting all the early looks. They're converting it into good kills, very clean kills. And the number of situations, save just the one round that Syndicate have pulled off of the first blood, has gone their way in almost every other round in convincing form. Not just first blood, it's like 4v2 situations almost every single time off the rip. So things are really tilting in favor of Lore at the moment.
Yeah, and the difference for me has been the teamwork aspect, because right now for Lore, even when you're getting a couple players one shot, they're instantly putting themselves in a position to keep the cover fire going, to find that kill, to keep their teammate alive. Like you see right there, where Darkside pushes out towards blue. He gets to that positioning, but the difference between him and Yuli is that Yuli took that positioning, waited for his teammate to throw a shoulder to gain info before he decides to make that play. Yeah. Just right now, Syndicate are feeling like they're falling behind. Someone has to try to have a pop-off moment. And these are where you have to rally together instead of spreading apart.
Indeed the case. So secondary matchup apparently is going into their search and destroy. Here's a look again just at what their series looks like after a convincing map number 1 win for Midnight. They find themselves staking on Rio for their search with an invasion control still to come. And for the Houston Spartans, again, it kind of just feels like a very similar issue in terms of trying to get your AR in Frosty set up. You know, try to make them feel as comfortable as possible without necessarily changing your core 3 game plan as much as you possibly can as well. Kind of a double-edged sword here. As Frosty will get an opening look over towards Temp. They play an aggressive game of tag, but we stay 4v4.
Yeah, that's good shots right there out of Frosty. He's going to go for that child again. This time Temp is going to be a little bit more prepared for it. But Midnight playing slow in this opening attack. He's trying to get a read of what the setup is going to look like. And it looks, based off of what Temp is looking at, he has info onto 2 players. So now the pressure has to be over towards A.
Yeah, a couple of shots as well onto Wiz up top of the bridge. May slow him down just a touch. Capsidal hearing shots. Gets kind of baited into a gunfight where Frosty's kind of covering. That's a red dot chase if you've ever seen one. Neptune also looking for some timing. Gets one, slips away, anticipates the second challenge, but Fire gets the better shot. And now it's just down to what Temp can do for the 1v2. He's seen both players, though. That's the big key here in terms of how you can try to finesse this. A couple of tags are out. Frosty maybe trying to go up high. Temp, has he read it? Well, he has, and that's the kill. But the follow-up is too good, and the Spartans will take the round.
Yeah, Spartans find they lost in that opening first blood, but Capsule just gives it right back to him. There's no need for Capsule to be aggressive to try to play for that instant trade. Because once you turn that corner, you have no info of how many players are going to be on that side of the map. Unfortunately, it was every single player there for the Spartans. So he gives up his life for free. They had all bomb site control and did not take advantage of it. So Spartans successful on the retake on the back of Fire, finding 3.
Great stuff from Fire. I think first and foremost is the fact that he gets away after that initial gunfight happens over towards A. It just baits Caps into chasing him. That may have been the most important of the kills, and it wasn't even his kill. Wiz first blood out, looking for more. Wow, how does he beam off the second? So Wiz gets the opening double. Frag Grenade does take him out of the picture, but damage has largely been done. Midnight looking to possibly still challenge this B plan. Yeah, they're stepping up here for it. Fire good for the first. Temp stuck kind of in no man's land, gets also dealt with. And clean rounds here for Houston, 2 in a row.
Yeah, you just have no other play call right there when both of your SMGs who were the aggressors through top mid drop early on. So when it falls into Temp and his teammate just in the 2v4, they try to stop that bomb plant. But keep in mind that that's going to be the stream on Bravo. But Alpha is back and ready to rock and roll. Lore are currently up 1-0 in the series, up 4-1 in the search and destroy. Back to the attacking side they go. Or not. Sweet. Thanks.
Yep. Okay, back over to Houston. And, well, first blood good for Wiz again. And that's an aggressive route. I mean, right through bridge side, of all things. So, some gut check calls for the Spartans. We need some great first bloods, and now they've got numbers as Midnight are trying to commit into B. And Wiz gets info off the shoulder, but also isolated at the same rate. But surprising, Fire was nearby, and he will at least get the trade. So we'll keep the numbers in favor of Houston 3v2.
Yeah, and he also picks up a cruise missile as well. So Fire having a perfect start to this search and destroy. Keeps his team in the man advantage. Once he finds that kill, he backs all the way up, and he's still holding down this angle, but he's going to fully commit on that gunfight. You do not want to drop in that situation. Neptune also is able to find that kill on the glow. Frosty, you're not able to get the trade. If you're Fire, it was good stuff to find that first kill, but in the 2v3, you do not have to commit on the gunfight. Just get the info, give it to your teammates, and then everyone commit together.
Yeah, great pre-fire as well from Neptune for what it's worth, kind of predicting that secondary challenge to come through. So, important round coming in here for the side of SGP Midnight. Gets them on the board, obviously, but also just considering how the start went for the Spartans, it looked like that was going to be a runaway round. And the fact that they were able to battle it back is super important. So, now you've got yourself back to within an even count, or at least near an even count. Bomb being left. We saw this from the Spartans, well, yesterday, where they're just trying to play for nades here off the get-go and early routes. That was on Karachi, but here they're doing it on Rio. And it's only a 1-for-1. Now you've got a second player falling, and at some point in this 3v2, whether you get the trades or not, someone's going to have to give up this angle to go get the bomb.
Yeah, eventually someone's got to start thinking about that objective of Wiz again with that SMG. Finds his third first blood in a row. Unfortunately, cannot find that second on the capsule. So still going to be a 2v2. Now Frosty working to pick up that objective and might fully commit on this rotation over towards B, but I don't know if he's going to spot the flank. Classic Contempt, they're going to spot him.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, you're just screwed if you're Glow Frosty. This bomb is in a terrible spot.
Yeah.
And Midnight are just going to post up, it looks like, mostly on headies. Or at least play good crossfire angles. Glow Frosty will see one. That information may be free. Chance to isolate onto Temp. Well done. Slips back over, but again, the issue here is the bomb, and more importantly, the angle is still being looked at, and of course, being won over by Midnight. So, 2-2 the count after another very peculiar round for Houston kind of comes through again, leaving the bomb in spawn.
Yeah. Just can't be leaving the bomb in spawn because you gain all that info throughout the middle of the round, and then you have to give it all up because you have to back up to your spawn to recover this bomb. So, can't be having that going forward. Hopefully, everyone else who's playing today in the Elite, you do not make plays like that. Let's just take it with us on our routes. But SGP, able to tie the game up now. Classic on 3 in a row. Trophy system in the back pocket. You might just decide to be super aggressive over towards that bridge side, and we're going to have an early battle. Here we go.
Yeah, indeed, same situation.
Another one.
But Wiz will get the first blood. Follow-up, still being chased by Midnight, and they come away with 2. Temp actually able to get both of those. And the classic little bounce up and over as Fire gets dealt with. Frosty, the new guy up, is the last one standing, 1v3. And he does have a decent snap, but it's not enough to get the regen in and give himself a lucky shot at a chance, rather, for the double up. So, yeah, again, it's one of those things for Houston. They're pulling these bold play calls. At times it looks decent, but battled back nicely by Midnight as we finally get a live lobby here in our primary match between Lore and Syndicate.
Okay. All right, so we're back in. 4-1 in favor again for Lore Gaming. Off the reset, no trophy systems to work with, so RCDs are still going to be one shot off of that early frag. He is going to get taken down early, so Syndicate with a lot of B street control. This should be their round just based off of the mini-map.
Sure feels that way. Paul takes down Bink for the trade, 3v3. Long-range shots from 2 real. He wants more. Goodness, that's bold.
Oh my
and Dark,
God.
who maybe tried to follow up on the damage. How has this all unfolded? I mean, 2 real looked like he was going to be mincemeat, but Syndicate get caught trying to chase him out, and now Cruz is the last one left. It's once again through the middle of the map, which Lore have no worries flushing him out on, and now it's a 5-1 tally map point for Lore Gaming.
Oh, yeah, Syndicate don't care. Yeah, that's what I just got from that round.
Yeah.
All right, we have 4v3. We have full B street control. We have all the info that we want. But somehow, some way, we are fully committing on some of these gunfights that are not necessary. Paul X finds the first, evens it up at a 3v3. But then Darkside, he was in the elevator. No one has info that he's in that position. He decides to go for the shoulder. And unfortunate Call of Duty timing. Walks right into the preamp off Paul X for the free second. Then Lore just traded out to close it out. So now they're at game point. Syndicate have to find something.
Have to have it. I mean, obviously, legitimately. 2 real. Surely saw Dark on the slide through. Nades will be called because of that. Dark surviving through it. Frag thrown by him. Flash is also not connecting for the defense. So Syndicate will get some control here at B. Arcity's up and around the back, though. Doesn't sure if there's a player in the site. Tries to check the close corner on the red crane. That won't work out as Gunzy will get first blood. Syndicate should be comfortable here to eventually just live through this and have a 4v3 setup over the top of B.
But they have yet to start thinking about that objective. They're playing for this jump up from 2 rail. He is going to spot, and Gunzy playing it patient finds that kill. Yuli gets the trade, and he also gets the read on a Cruz. Not able to win the gunfight, but Paulex at least finds that kill instantly. 1v2 bomb planted.
And he gets a look at Bink. It's a really good look, but doesn't really follow up on the damage. Now it's just down to where is Darkside gone. Paul trying to clear out over towards elevator side, and he has put himself right in between both players, which benefits, obviously, the duo of the Syndicate. So they stay alive, get themselves a second total round, but still map point for Lord.
Yeah, great plays right there from Syndicate. They find that opening first blood onto Arcides. They applied that pressure over towards B. Once you get the objective down, you have multiple angles with all that B Street control to go with it. So able to stay alive in this search and destroy a little bit longer. Now down 5-2. Back to the defensive side they go, where they just have to contest B Street. If you can open up with that early first blood and you have the control that you did last time around, you just can't fully commit on some of these gunfights that are not necessary.
Absolutely agree. And it looks like they may be taking that to heed right now. Oh, but look at the route. Well, Yuli actually gets stunned up. He was about to have a free angle here today, and now he's got to smoke himself out. Defense moves, though, because of it, and 2 real, showing a little bit of delayed aggression through the middle of the map. We'll come away with that 1, but 2. That's a beautiful design from Lord Gaming. Yuli now back into the mix, leaving Gunzy to fend for himself in a 1v3, and Paul has got him stuck in a corner. I mean, that is such a cool opening offense for Lore. That is unbelievably awesome.
That's unbelievable right there out of Lore. Like, you were just aggressive up to the middle of the map. The fact that Tura finds that first blood and he hits the dance move on Dark Side. Like, he jumped in towards that B side. He's thinking, all right, he's still going to be in this generated corner. Nope, I'm already out and about. But that's Lore taking that map number 2. They go out 2-0 in this series, but back to the Bravo stream we go, where the Spartans have been able to rally a couple rounds together. They stopped the bleeding, and now they put 3 in a row to now be at game point.
Yeah, absolutely. You could break down that Lore offensive round, though, for the next 5 minutes. I mean, legitimately, that was
beautiful.
such a cool design.
Yeah.
But we'll wait for that control, and while we do, we'll see how things unfold here with the rest of this search and destroy. Like I said, Houston on map point. They've been putting them together nicely here, considering the kind of mixy start that we had, very back and forth, but looks like the Spartans have strung together a couple. And Midnight trying to stay alive will be on the offense with early attentions towards B. Wiz once again trying to stay aggressive, but this time dealt with by Capital. Classic also seeing fire at range, but they're happy to play a post plant 4v3 with the bomb being planted.
Yeah, bomb's already going to go down. Fire not instantly. Going to be in an opportunity to go for that chow. It's already 10 seconds wiped off the game clock. Midnight have yet to get a read on where the pressure's going to come in, but this is the push here from the Spartans from Eskies.
They've gotten re-control of the site, but now it's clearing out the post plant. That's the hardest obstacle to hurdle here. And yeah, just completely stuck. Really good post plant setup for Midnight. I think, again, it's one of those moments that you deny Wiz from just doing what he often does, which is, let me get in your face. Let me see if I can make something happen. That time, nearly able to find Capsule, but maybe a bullet short of being able to find the 1-for-1 trade out for first blood. And the 4v3 post plant setup just too good for Midnight.
Yeah, once Wiz falls, they know that he has been the aggressor for the Spartans all of this Rio Search and Destroy. So once you get that first blood, you work the objective, you make the play come to you. Then just with the numbers, able to close out that round. So we were able to see around number 10. Houston Spartans go on the attack, and they're not going to switch up their pace. Aggression all the way up to this B side again for them.
Yeah, nades landing, but Neptune staying alive through it. But no one can contest this B crossover. Neptune off the regen. Does see one player slide over. Semtex tossed, and he also sees the slide back. Oh, and information that Fire is playing in this corner. Shots are good for the first. Help is on the way. Capsule is here to help kind of hold the defense over the top of the B site, but they're getting a little bit picked apart here. And yeah, Houston find themselves the decent trades. It leaves Classic by himself. This would be a 1v3 as he's already dealt with the first.
Yeah, he found the first kill and potentially find the second if he can read the exit. I don't know if Wiz is going to be able to spot him working through that lower bridge area. But these double doors not being open is not going to be friendly to Classic, because now you got to break it. Wiz gains the info and just simply gets out.
Yeah, this is such a tough situation for Classic to work through. Doors are open to allow him a more quiet approach to the backside at B, but the post plan has already moved. Wiz just throwing shoulders, confirms it. Classic seeds the slide through, and Wiz doesn't need the help. Finds the kill himself, and the Houston Spartans will tie up this series at 1 map apiece after a 6-4 win here on the Rio Search.
Yeah, that's good plays, man. Like, Fire had such a phenomenal start. He goes 6-0. He earns himself an early cruise missile. Then towards the middle half of the game, Wiz found multiple first bloods. It was just more effective trades coming in out of SGP Midnight to equalize him and then come with the W at the end of those rounds. But then to close it out, obviously Fire invested cruise missile. We didn't get a chance to see it. They secure a round there. Then with the aggression, even in that final round with Neptune, at least evening up the numbers and making it 3v3 instantly. They just could not read the positioning right there from Wiz, staying alive. And that allows them to tie the series up. But back to the Alpha stream we go. Lore currently up 2-0 in this series. SGP have to try to complete a reverse sweep, and it has to start here.
Indeed it does. Too real. Getting pressured through bottom underground, but doesn't get hit by that stun. So he's in a spot to possibly contest this B zone, which is under threat. Also a member over towards A in the form of Cruz. Too real just continues to finesse, but it's Darkside who eventually puts him to rest. Cruz following up, and now there's a double stack over on the B zone. No trophy systems here, though, in round number 1, and the defense are getting some nades to start to land. Semtex out on 1. Yuli takes down Cruz on B alley, and only the first hit gets confirmed on the opening efforts for Syndicate.
And now that's 3 dead, and they know where Gunsy is. He's going to be on the backside of the propane. They're already finding the kills. And now they're taking the map control away from Syndicate, as they are forced to work out of their spawn. At least they find that initial gunfight onto RCD, so you can slowly work your way up to blue, but when you find that kill on the Yuli, you can apply pressure to both sides now.
And indeed the case. Darkside going to move over to try to help out over through mid. Too real just looking to see if he can stay over the top of helipad. And as RCD continues to also play a little bit of Overwatch, he does well to get 3 for 1 overall for the side of Lore Gaming. And now a full wipe. 3 life advantage for Lore on this defense, and more importantly, they've got forward map control. RCD's on 3 in a row. A couple of shots over towards Bink may have Paul feeling like he could chase someone down. And unfortunately, does not expect the second player to be behind. So Gunsy will get 2 and get onto the A zone to stop the clock at 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's good plays from Gunsy to catch that double and keep the game clock at a pause. He's just hoping that his teammates can find a little bit of success over towards this B Street side, because the stuns and the nades are all going to hit. And at the same time, all of his teammates fall. Last player alive, this is going to be Dark. He somehow, some way is able to find a double, but Paul Lex in the position to play the trade. Now only 10 seconds left. You just got to get on the point to pause the game clock.
Yeah, Cruz does get Paul, though, topside helipad, so Gunsy really just has to worry about this outer B lane. Nade's not landing initially. Gunsy gets another, being able to help follow up for his trade, but the time and the lives are becoming a bit more dire than you would like to see. Second tick of progress does get locked, though, before Bink falls, so that is important to note, as Syndicate are now left with no more respawns and really no more chances, you would think, for them to even get the third tick of progress. And yeah, that will be the case. But the second tick does get locked there at the end, so not the worst news, not the best news. Kind of shades of gray here for the side of the Syndicate's opening offense.
It could play a big part, though. You know, you have 2 segments on our rise. Potentially 1 segment or a shutout round of your defense give you guys the advantage. So that's how you have to be thinking going into this defensive round. Because Lore, the teamwork aspect, again, just way too much to handle. Every time you see someone drop from Lore, someone is instantly trading. That means that the communication is on point. The positioning is on point to always help your teammates out. That has been the difference so far in this series. And Lore, at least in that first round, show it again.
Yeah. Trophy system gets placed. Focus over towards this opening attack on the B alley. Bink drops. Yuli finding damage onto another. Too real trying to push forward to take advantage of that damage.
He got that
does
one?
Take down Gunsy, and maybe thought there was a second one nearby, but trades are decent. Yuli still pushing out, though. Will stop the clock initially over here at A.
Oh!
Defense does not get the initial kill. And Yuli's still trying to gun here a little while longer. RCD's above is providing the support. And now you've got a little bit of progress happening on both zones, as over towards B, Too Real has nearly locked in the first tick by himself.
Yeah, for a segment about to get complete. I don't know if Syndicate going to be able to at least contest it here soon, because the stun denies are not hitting onto Too Real, but at least a couple kills to the middle of the map do go in your favor. So Too Real forced to hop off of that objective, simply try to play his life, potentially find a freebie onto Cruz, and he should be able to line this one up
Oh.
Just not able to find a second. All map control in favor of Syndicate. All of Lore coming off the respawn.
Yeah, 20 plays 20, 45 seconds to the clock, but Gunzy, ooh, holding down that right window. Looked like he was going to line up a couple, but Paul at least somehow wins the gunfight at range. Secondary fight with Bink, though, not as favorable as he's playing from the other side of the map and now on 5 in a row. Defense for Syndicate really holding strongly. Lore looking to try to get back over towards that B zone and maybe at worst give themselves a tie in the tick progression because Bink is looking for kill number 6. A little over aggressive to say it plainly, though. He gets punished. The streak will get shut down. And now all of a sudden, Yuli is over towards the B zone where 2 members are on for the stack and the second tick to get locked.
Yeah, it's a double stack. If you're Cruz, you cannot allow these segments to get away from you. You're just hoping that your teammates can find those kills. You can still be in that position to spawn trap, but 2Real's just giving them opportunities. Eventually, Cruz is going to fall, but the nade over the top takes down 2Real, so that time is still ticking down.
Yeah, good little bait and switch, though, for Syndicate over towards the A zone. Yuli trying to make a solo play. RCD's checking the zone and now moving forward. Finds Bink instead. Up and over, onto the side. 11 plays 8. This round is not over yet by any stretch of the imagination, although Cruz's kills may get this a little bit closer to completed. RCD's trying to hold on to the zone. Yuli's following up. Tough gun.
Oh my God!
Yuli still somehow wins. The pistol almost gets all 3, but with 7.1 of the clock, it's 2Real to come in, convert the zone, and now a 7v5 with a minute to play.
Yeah, now you got to slow the game down if you are Lore. At least you already have worked your way out of spawn. Paulex is going to get the freebie for the second. So 5v5, you can put yourself in a position to capture a couple players all spawn before you think about that objective.
5v4 situation, numbers for time with Syndicate, but as Cruz drops, now Paul gets to work in the spawn. No traders anywhere nearby. 4v3, numbers to Lore.
That timing.
RCD follows up on that. Paul still in the spawn. And wow, it just feels like that's how the game has gone. This whole series has gone for Lore. They're right there making the plays when you think Syndicate have the advantages. This time it's raw numbers. In map number 1, it was the setups that Syndicate were finding success with on their hold attempts. In the search and destroy, there were some first bloods that were tallied, but someone's popping off and giving Lore a chance to steal away these rounds.
And you can even tell right there in that final round, the fact that Paulex is able to find that double is because you have a teammate who's putting out shots over towards B Street, forcing that player on Syndicate to commit on that gunfight. So you catch the spawner, you get the freebie for the second, and then you continue to be a nuisance behind enemy lines. They just couldn't take down Paul. Now he ends that round on 5 in a row. Trying to earn the 6, and there's going to be the cruise missile for the young man. Lore up 2-0 in the series, up 2-0 in the control. Just need this one round for a flawless 3-0.
But maybe a little over-aggressive there for Paul. Dark gets 3 this life. Arcity's eventually for the trade, but now across the map, Syndicate start to find success towards both B and the A sides. But again, it's just the kills do not come through when you expect them to. Gunzy also gives up that B alley just as soon as he was about to be challenged. So here comes Lore flying in to contest, and they find every single kill they need. Oh man, it just feels like one of those series where Syndicate's gonna look back and say, I mean, how do we lose these? I mean, it just looks like they're in such great spots, and still, Lore continue to find these incredible kills.
And now RCD is on 6 in a row, so he has a cruise missile to work with. 2 in the back pocket of Lore. And with only 50 seconds left, 20v20, Syndicate have to put the game clock out of pause. They have worked their way up to B Street. A little bit of propane control, but RCD's and Tura with those couple of kills already going to be here to contest it. Paulex for the third, and now all of Syndicate off the respawn.
Yeah, not looking good here for Syndicate. Lives are also fading away quickly, even if they do get the extra 60 seconds. And at a certain point here, you may just call in the crew, well, at least one of these 2 cruises if your Lord is to put the game away, right? 2Real getting threatened over towards A. Semtex out first, and then RCD's off spawn does call on the cruise missile. Little push forward here for Syndicate. They will find 2Real, but surely this connects at least onto 1, and it will. Cruise will drop. Yuli on the cross. Good shots over to Gunzy. And now it's just down to dealing with the last couple of offensive members for Syndicate on the A zone, which, to be fair, they are finding a lot of success, but another one of those moments where it feels like Dark should have the better of RCD as it doesn't come through, and Lore find every single kill to clear out the A zone.
Yeah, now Gunzy, you just gotta try to run away with your life, and Paulex is just gonna continuously try to chase you down. Now Yuli's already in your spawn, contesting the players coming off the respawn. And it just doesn't get any easier from this moment, because Paulex still has that cruise, but Yuli almost finds that second kill somehow, some way. Yeah. And now with only 10 seconds left, yeah, this is going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, really clean stuff from Lore. Tested to be sure, but when it matters, they are providing the exact responses and the exact moments that they need. And it's just when a team has that kind of energy going, it just feels like they may not be beatable on a day like today, because Syndicate gave every effort possible. But 10v1, no time in the clock, and that's about how that series fell off. Quite literally into the clouds. Lord Gaming 3-0.
Yeah, and that was clean from Lore. We're talking about a 100-point difference in that opening HP, a 6-2 dominant victory in the second search and destroy, and then a clean 3-0 here on this control. So if you were looking for a top team to come out and play like a top team, Lore, the same way that we started up this Elite Stage versus FaZe Black, they went into 3-0. They just look in one of those prime forms right now, just based off of the teamwork aspect.
Very clean, very winnable series, I think, for Syndicate when you look back at it, but Lord Gaming just too complete, too much trust, too much chemistry to be surpassed by that Syndicate squad. So they move on into the bracket. They, I believe, will play, I don't actually know who they play the winner of. I got to take a look at it real quick. But I would be afraid to play them, is really what I was going to go at, no matter who matches up against them. As they will actually play the winner of ForSpace and RKNX by the look of it. And ForSpace is up, we're hearing 2-0 versus RKNX. So we could possibly have a matchup of two different 3-0 teams in their opening matches in Winners Round 2 when we eventually see that later today.
Oh, and that should be a banger as well, because the ForSpace are able to close the series versus RKNX. They're looking like they're going to at least have the last four series go in their favor in a 3-0 fashion. So they are just clicking on all cylinders, and you throw them against Lore, who looked like they were playing some picture-perfect Call of Duty. Yuli was popping some insane kills. Rival 9, MCW in hand. I don't know. That guy just gets it done. So that'd be a banger once we get there later on. But Lore just taking care of business, Alan. They just taking care of business.
And all four players, I would say, evenly participated. It's not like any one person's popping off. A couple of great individual moments, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it just feels like the whole squad is really clicking right now, which is dangerous news for anyone who matches up against them, especially considering the long-standing history that Lore has in terms of finding success in North American elites, and of course on LAN in particular. So big moments for Lore. Syndicate fall to the lower bracket. The only other thing that we could really kind of report on at the moment, obviously, is what's going on in the Bravo matchup, which has SGP Midnight and Houston Spartans into a 1-1 count, and they are playing on the invasion control. So that's kind of what's happening there. I don't know if the FaZe Black and Emit GG series
started yet?
No,
I don't think it started yet. Oh,
No.
well. Yeah, we're going to be here for a long, long time.
Yes, we are.
We are getting word that that series is yet to start, but into the Bravo Sherm Recurve. Great shots. Right there out of Capsule to rip Frosty off of that head glitch. Now he finds himself on 5 in a row, trying to make it 6 on the whiz. Cruise missile in the back pocket. You get the read on the fire. Somehow, some way, he's able to find a double, so still an opportunity here for the Spartans to work at B.
Yeah, but it's becoming desperate. You had to find a way to touch.
Gotta go.
Yeah, Temp. We'll see the cross. One player there. Cooking up the frag. And, wow, Cruise missile called in. This is SGP.
They're on A, though.
Not really worried about the kills. They want to try to get this team off and get away with a defensive dominant victory, but that's not happening. Like you mentioned, you still have Glowfrosty on the A zone. Double stack over towards B is going to get the extra 60 seconds, and all of a sudden, Glowfrosty almost gets the second tick locked by himself at A. Not happening, though, so there will be a chance to still pull this back as Frosty calls out his cruise missile and try to get something going here.
All right, that might be two of the worst cruise missiles I've ever seen invested, because they got absolutely nothing done for either squad. It was 1.2 seconds to call the cruise to get him off of B, but no one accounting for that solo player at A. Just gives them still opportunities in this round, but now with only 35 seconds, you can tell by the minimap, SGP Midnight, they are playing a very, very tight setup. So if you don't make these kills count, this is the opportunity that Houston Spartans are looking for. They could just make a couple kills go in their favor.
Well, 15 plays 8, 15 seconds on the clock. Again, we don't know what the tick progression looked like for the SGP Midnight opening offense, but based on that cruise missile call-in, I think they were thinking we could get away without giving away really any ticks of progress on either zone. And now all of a sudden you find yourself looking at 4, and that's the one thing I wish, you know, we see plants put into the search and destroy scoreboard. We don't see ticks captured.
Yeah, I would like that. Because I'm pretty sure there's like an objective thing, but like you could hop on the objective together and both earn a capture for 1 segment, so can't really tally that correctly. And also the scoreboard be trolling us sometimes, Alan. So
well,
We never know. He might have 10 segments done, but he's actually captured 3. So it's all gravy in the Navy. But Midnight able to stand strong on the defensive side. They do give up 4 ticks, so really curious to how Houston Spartans are going to play on their defensive side to see if they can at least try to play for a shutout or if Midnight have to make up a couple segments.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, opening offensive idea here for Midnight is to try to make a play over towards A. Classic gets shut down over towards the Rug Street. Capsule looking to find maybe the trade. He's at 19 and 9. A great start in this control, but Wiz a little bit more patient. Finds the kill, and at the same rate, Fire is making a play through Dark here. Good swap to the pistol. Gets himself now on 3 in a row, and all of a sudden Houston have put themselves in absolute power positions in this defense.
Yeah, now they have all map control. If you're Fire, just don't try to switch your spot any more. Let's just hold down this angle. You have a little bit of assistance here from Glow Frosty. First 2 kills go in their favor. SGP Midnight have to try to find an exit out of their spawn, and with Temp at least finding that one-on-one gunfight over towards Water Street, a potential opening over towards A.
Yeah, very well could be. But the focus for Midnight is all about trying to get the progress done first and get some extra time to work over towards B. Wiz shut down. Fire still continuing to put together a great map of his own. 20 and 11 on 5 in a row. Stir has a charisma for the Warrior to use if he wants to. Shut down by Neptune moving his way through that dark alley. And Midnight will get onto the B zone with a couple of members trying to stack as much as they possibly can. And that's going to be enough for Fire to call in his cruise missile. Can he find a way to actually thread this? No, instead he takes it over towards the spawn. And while Frosty and Wiz combine for kills, there may be a chance here to where Houston could just surround the zone and essentially defend it. But kills for Midnight are better, and the second tick at least will be locked here for SGP.
Yeah, and that's another round right there. Out of a cruise missile where you're just using it to try to get him off of that B point. Hoping that your teammates can catch a couple kills on the exit, but they just simply couldn't. So Midnight make this opportunity count as they're going to be able to extend this time. Only down by 6 lives, but just getting those 3 segments might have just done enough for them.
Yeah. Capsule, tough gunfight with Glow Frosty, who just gives them the time of day a couple of different moments. And then to get the read over to Frosty, very well done. Neptune gets credit for the kill, but all the damage it looked like came from Capsule's MCW. We've got a couple of players who are really popping off here in this control. 21 and 12 for Capsule. Fire still putting up together a good score on the other side. Shots from Caps. Absolutely perfect. You wouldn't know this guy was mostly a main SMG player with MCW shots like that.
Yeah, that guy can shoot any weapon you put in front of him. And now with the movement, it's going to come back to bite you. As the Spartans find 3 in the feed. Wiz has stayed alive behind enemy lines this entire time. And now he's just going to contest from top palace, only able to take down 1. But that's already job well done. With only 20 seconds left, Midnight are not going to have an opportunity to stop the game clock because no one is even close towards A.
No, unless they get these kills cleanly and quickly. And that's not quite happening. Wiz, the only other defender that's here over towards Waterside Street. And, ooh, he does get damaged a bit. Allows Syndicate to start making a play forward, but... Oh, here we go.
They get in.
1.4. Neptune is on. No trophy system for him. He's going to have Temp watching down his street for the crosses, but Neptune's getting completely displaced by nades. Still wins the first gunfight, and Temp just too far away to really add too much aid. So Houston will deal with that last bit of surge over towards the A zone. And the question just still remains, what do the tick progressions look like based on the fact that Houston got 4 in their first offensive attempt? We don't know what Midnight had in theirs.
Well, I'll just go with 6-4 right now, Alan.
I like that call.
I'll go with 6-4 because you could tell by just the way that Midnight were playing around A on that second objective round, they found no success. So they probably did the same thing on their first opening attack, especially with no trophy system. So if you are the Spartans, an opportunity here now to just complete that B capture. Put yourself up by 1 segment, and that's exactly what they're going to go for. Let's just try to extend this time early on, give ourselves more chances to work at A.
Yeah, Fire does at least get a stun over towards the backside at B. And a chance to maybe control DVD. Maybe not the weapon you want, though, and Capsule beats him with the pistol. Wiz through Dark Alley, looking to see if maybe Midnight try to overextend through this B zone. But it's just patience, calm, and a lot of, I would say, silence just kind of across the map, as Midnight will find every opening kill. 4 men down, and for Midnight, no deaths to tally yet. So great start for Midnight's defense.
And I think you said it perfectly. Like, with the map being as quiet as it is everywhere else, they have to have gotten a read that, all right, there's no way they're just going to sprint up to the water streets or try to get in towards A, because that's not a recipe for success. But even if you do so, gonna only have one player on it. Wiz sitting at one shot, able to win the gunfight versus Temp, so he's just opening opportunities for the rest of his teammates off the respawn to work at B.
Yep. Fire. Glow Frosty. Finding some kills to allow the chance to make a way over towards B. Temp. Right there in the defense, able to at least take down one, but he cannot do this by himself. And Midnight are still trying to put together how they want to try to retake this from the defensive standpoint. Neptune tries to slip in. He goes 1 for 1. Pinch is on the way from Classic. That actually forces Wiz to kind of duck to cover inside of DVD. He's the last one left, and maybe the last hope here for this offense towards B, but he has slipped the net, gone completely uncovered. Glow Frosty working on his usual antics over on the A zone. Pistol will work for him to get in. This is going to feel pretty familiar. Another late round surge here for Houston.
Yeah, because they already have a double stack over towards B. Midnight trying to not allow at least this first segment to get it done at A, but Glow Frosty's able to win that one-on-one. Stall out the game clock. Now the second segment coming in at B as well. So Houston Spartans, if they had a shutout in their first opening defense by only allowing 3 seconds to get away from them, they should have defense going into this round number 5, unless they have anything to say about it to at least extend this time here.
Okay. Extra 60 looking pretty likely. No further attempt for Midnight. Wait, they didn't actually finish it. Oh my gosh. Okay, they do. Just barely. I was about to say Caps, that kill may have actually extended the defensive opportunities a bit further. But still, the 3 ticks at B plus the 1 already done at A. Maybe job already done here for Houston to get the round 5 defense. Definitely feels that way.
Yeah, because they completed 8. At least for Midnight, they only had 3 in their previous round. So unless they took 5 in the opening attack, they're going to have to win in the attacking round in that round number 5 unless the Spartans are able to close it out here. Great shots from Fire. Another massive map out of him. Almost finds the snap on the capsule, but he is going to fall. Now the Spartans who are alive just got to stay alive in this positioning because there's only 30 seconds left. You got to make a team push.
Absolutely the case. Midnight with the number superiority, plus also the positions around the map, including Neptune deep over towards Water Street. Although Frosty gets one fire, he actually saves him from being traded. And now you're on the A zone. This is where it may just end right here. Midnight have to try to stretch across the map. Fire, a little bit of trouble getting into the laundry windows, but Frosty's good for his initial kill. Second tick of progress going to get locked. Fire now good activated. And with the kill from Wiz, that will be 2 members stacked for what will be an offensive win for Houston. A 3-1 tally, and Houston will take the edge in this series because of it.
Oh, man, Midnight, like, on defensive side, we got to at least show a little bit more presence over towards Water Street, at least put a couple players in a position to watch that cross, because once Neptune falls, your next line of defense, who is the middle of the map, he falls at the same exact time, and then the 2 players off the respawn are watching that overextension through back blue and DVD side. No one just watching Cafe or Water Street. You allow the Spartans to just sprint right on forward with 1-2 piece that happens and do not look back on it after that. Midnight, you need to hit a couple nades, a couple stuns, so at least alleviate a little bit of the pressure, but the Spartans able to clutch on up. I guess off of what? A couple days of practice, they are finally hitting that form that they want to be in. A 2-3-5 kind of team, as now they find themselves up 2-1 in this series.
Really clean stuff. And again, it just feels like missed opportunities for Midnight this time. Not talking about SGP Syndicate, but some of the same issues where you feel like your defense is about to win the day out, not just once, but probably twice there.
Yep.
You call the cruise missile in on your first attempt. That doesn't come up for any eliminations, and more so over. You lose track of Glow Frosty on the A zone. He doesn't not just do that once, he does it twice. So great stuff from Glow Frosty, just kind of being the island player and just playing his own game, making things happen for the offense to keep them alive, and then more so at the end, of course, the rest of the Spartans just kind of taking advantage of the positions and turning that into an offensive win. So, yeah, it could be. Maybe the 2-3-5 is what they need here. Hard to say. I mean, we haven't really had a lot of time to watch them on Hardpoint, and yeah, we didn't really get a lot of chance to see what was happening in that opening Rio. But we'll get a really full look here, you would imagine, on what's going to happen here in the Karachi Hardpoint with this being our only match going on right now.
Yeah, Karachi should be a fun one. Man, if you are Midnight, you need your SMGs to fire the way that they were in that opening map. You can't have a slow start. I saw it in at least the broken scoreboard that Neptune had a slow start in that control, sitting at 2-9. But you also saw Classic, who didn't have the best endings to that game, 14-28. That's a 0.5 KD. Yeah, Nikki D, I know you've won a lot of championships throughout your career, but we can't be doing that at this stage. Because now you're down 2-1. You're going into a Karachi Hardpoint where if you're SGP Midnight, you're just happy it's Hardpoint. Because S&D, you were outclassed. In the control, you were outslayed. Because Fire just put on an absolute masterclass. But sometimes, you know, you're down 2-1, you're going into an HP. This is all you really need to try to force that game 5.
Yeah. Very true. And just kind of reflecting back on Midnight and their hardpoint success that they've had throughout the group stage, they move quickly, man. They're a very, very fast, very electric team, and that definitely showed up in some regard. I mean, we didn't get a lot of time to watch what happened on the Rio, but it did feel like even though they weren't necessarily the first team there at that P5 that we saw at Rio, they're quick to find the opportunities to create space. Here's a look back at our bracket in terms of how things have gone to this point. 3-0 for ForSpace and a 3-0 for Road Gaming. Well, yeah, I think we know what that's supposed to say. They're going to meet each other in Winners Round 2 later this evening. We also know about at least one of our elimination matches where RKNX will play up against the SGP Syndicate squad. That should be an interesting one because RKNX, you know, again, they found really clean wins in their 4th and 5th matches in their group stage, but not able to replicate that here in the early stage that they play today versus ForSpace. So both teams trying to find their first map win today.
Yeah, both teams off to a slow start, so hopefully they're able to shake off those early losses, come into their next match ready to rock and roll, because now you're in the elimination side. One and done. Backs against the wall. You have to play some of your best Call of Duty to at least try to at least put yourself in a position to play next week. But both teams getting 3-0. I'm wondering if the scoreboard or at the ending scores for both of those games, at least for RKNX, if they were a lot closer to ForSpace, because Lord, they just completely ran over Syndicate. And I don't know with the way that they lost, if they're going to be able to at least shake that one off as quickly as RKNX if they had a close series of ForSpace.
That's a good point. Okay, so again, just as a reminder, that FaZe and Emit game is dealing with some delays, largely due to some issues with Awakening's apartment, apparently. But apparently that has started. So that one, again, will be trying to play a little bit of catch-up with in terms of them getting to where they should be in terms of where we are in the bracket. So, again, we've got this matchup to finish here first, and then we at least have the next 2 games, you know, set. It depends on what order we play them in, but we will have essentially continual coverage going through. And thankfully that FaZe and Emit game has started, and hopefully everything is all good and clear with Awakening set up after the potential scare. I don't really know what happened, but we just want everyone to be fine. Everyone's safe.
Yeah, fire alarm in a building is nothing to shy away from. You have to take those very, very serious. So as long as Awakening's good, he seems like he's good because he spawned into the map. But that's going to do it from us, Alan. Let's take us to break, man. Let's go.
Let's do it. We'll go for a quick break, come back with the rest of the secondary matchup right after this. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody. We're still staying with this SGP Midnight and Houston Spartans game, and they're finding themselves on a Karachi Hardpoint. Again, Houston Spartans, 2 good map wins in a row for them. But the question mark with Frosty in the mix is how significant will they be in the Hardpoints? Hard to say, at least again, because the limited amounts of times we've seen them, it's been a little all over the place. So, see what they have to offer for us here, Jay, on Karachi.
Yeah, I think if you're SGP Midnight, the main focus is shutting down Fire, because that's 2 respawns where he has gave you a run for your money. He's been on point all series long, and at least to start this one off, they have equalized him in 2 different engagements. Now, with 25 seconds already going in their favor here at B1, they're trying to be a little bit aggressive over at that rotation in the next, but the Spartans get those close spawns. They trade effectively. They should win the rotation over to New.
Had to have a hold here, though, because Midnight are going to get some bus control.
Oh,
Great
my
shots
God.
from Caps. Holy cow. 3-0 for him on the start. And immediately try to play in towards this back closet position. Follow-up looks decent here for Glowfrosty, but the overwhelming numbers for Midnight get them in early. Follow-up eliminations from Neptune are good, plus also the regen. Now all of a sudden Midnight can get to work just blocking over this jump wall.
Yeah, this is where the score can start to get out of hand. So if you are the Spartans, you need to make this break, and you need to make it quick. Frosty finds that first gunfight. You already had a pinch coming in from Frosty. As Fire is able to find his second, but the break comes in, a necessary break at that for the use of Spartans. They're starting to get themselves back into this game. Now with only 30 seconds left, Midnight are going to give it one more good push in it forward break. They're able to find it, but the kills all left up the Capsule. He is going to fall. At least you have the spawns for next. The Spartans with the numbers, able to walk away with the final 15.
Yeah, grid scrap time, and maybe Fire sneaks behind Temp. And very aware that Fire should be like, I should be being tested here. Surely there's someone around. And there he is. Wow, great kills coming out. And now Houston can start to make the move. Stun also lands on the Classic deep into that back spawn, but the quick help on the way. Keep Midnight into a position to at least contest and keep this hard point neutral. They know Frosty's in the back. Decent tags come through, and Frosty just gives up his position. Temp able to find the kill, but now it's all of a sudden down to the SMGs from the front. Hardpoint's still neutral. I mean, no one's really winning out the time, although Midnight are finding the kills that should get them back in with 35 still to fight for.
Yeah, Midnight are going to get right back into this HP. The SMG's making plays. Effective trades are bound there for Midnight. And it's still been Neptune just playing his life in towards this P3. You have ARs like Temp watching over you. He is going to find 2 before falling, but now Glowfrosty instantly there for that response. You find that one-on-one gunfight, you execute the break, and now you're walking away with that final 15 to keep yourself in the game.
Yeah, and Frosty once again, a moment where he's got a very tough battle with a player on ahead. He still tries to force it. So Houston get a mild break in for some of the scrap time, but mostly this time goes the way of Midnight. Actually, mostly the time went the way of the game clock, if we're being honest with one another. Frosty, nice little finesse over the backside of the dumpster. He gets 2 on the exit, so an opportunity here for Spartans to win this rotation over to 4. Neptune really the only thing in the way, while the rest of Midnight are trying to play through Yellow Alley.
Yeah, now they finally work themselves into the objective. But a couple kills going in favor of Midnight. They find a break. Now it's time to strike if you're Neptune. The team shot's too much to handle. And now you're in control of the map because you know where the Spartans are spawning in towards. That's the backside of that milk truck. Temp in the perfect angle to at least watch these players try to climb up the ladder. Finds that first kill onto Fire, and this has been good stuff for Midnight besides that one gunfight across the map, because Glowfrosty wins that one-on-one for the rotation, and now he's giving his team opportunities with everyone dropping to hit it right through red.
Absolutely the case. It's just one of those moments, though, you kind of look at the tally on the map and how good Midnight have played. You almost feel like the lead should be bigger than 40. And that could very quickly be diminished if Houston just puts together one solid hold here at Junk. Opening nades being exchanged. It's Neptune for the first, but Houston follow up with every single kill. Neptune also gets dealt with. So now the only player left alive here is Temp. Glowfrosty with the read. But finish it off. The help was there, but Temp actually gets his own kill. Long-range shots from Wiz are not good enough to convert, so it has to lead to Frosty, and he does well to get a couple and get a trophy system down to help this reset for Houston.
It's good plays right there from the Spartan to just find those trades in those hectic moments. Because now they're in control of the spawns. You have Midnight exactly where you want them. Trying to find a break through the front side. And now you have all your bases covered. Only 20 seconds remaining here at P5. You walk away with this, you're going to tie the game right back on up. But the Houston Spartans needed a response, and they get it done there at P5. Now you just got to find a little bit of success off this rotation. But Frosty's teammates all drop around him, so you got to play a little slower now.
Absolutely the case. Tie game, though. Again, very scrappy from Houston, but it works. Like you mentioned, though, Midnight, the preferred setup around the top at P1. Frosty, good patience, just kind of holding on to this AC position. Also gets a look that Neptune is indeed over towards the top at Rebel. Problem is, there's just not a lot of help for him to stay safe. Top third. Wiz. Oh, big shutdown by Capsule. And Fryer almost taken down by Classic at the same position that Frosty was, but off the reset. Things looking good here for Houston. Neptune getting one before dropping is not bad, but the SMGs largely went out the old time here for Houston, with Midnight now deciding if they want to play the setup or the re-break.
Yeah, and they need this time, too, because they do not have the spawns over towards next, so Capsule's going to cut his losses, hit that early rotation at Cafe. And now the Spartans, again, walking away with the junk time. They're going to take a little bit of a lead, but you are forcing yourself now to find a break in towards P2. You don't really apply pressure through the backside. Now when you get all those far spawns all the way at that P3 area, let's just work our way through red. Because even if we fail multiple times, we put ourselves in a position to win a rotation over towards new.
Very true. This being watched by Capsule. First one's good. Wiz trying to get the trade. Cap slips away, gets the regen off. Neptune also being tested towards top red, and both players have done well to keep the Midnight hold and that line of scrimmage set very far forward. Houston starting to surround a touch, but Neptune just keeps finding individual members from Houston. Neptune now on 4 in a row, 14 and 11 for him in the map.
Just has a couple takeover moments. Loves to be that mixy SMG player who can be in the action. Fortunately, he's not going to win that gunfight versus Wiz. But the spawns do flip, so you will take this if you are Midnight. You walk away with a lot of time there at P2. You're going to find yourself with more bodies off the rotation. You just got to take care of Wiz, who's putting himself in a position again to just simply be a nuisance.
Well, Wiz, Frosty combining. Neptune trying to hunt out these last couple of players still existing around the backside of the hill. Frosty there to help. Pistol for Neptune. Very aggressive on the challenge, and he does at least find the kill, but it comes at a bit of a cost. Houston with numbers will still zone out this hard point, and a chance for them to take their first real lead here in the map.
This is a turning point of the game, because if you're Midnight, you have to cut your losses. You have to try to locate those couple of players, or at least find those first couple of kills to go in your favor. But they lose those first couple of engagements, and now the Spartans are running away in that scoreboard. First 30 goes in favor of them. Now there's only 25 seconds left. SGP Midnight, you are forced to hit that rotation. The Spartans were looking for a spark, and they might have found it. At the end of this time, they're going to be up by 30 or 40 points.
And on top of that, not only do Midnight not really get the ability to hit through old, but Fire playing forward has provided an expressway for Houston to rotate over to P4. So not only do they get themselves their first lead, it's a big one and a chance to get bigger with good zoning in the middle of the map. Fire almost able to double down for what would have been a cruise missile, but he does at least get shut down. So decent gray silver linings here for Midnight, but the problem still exists that Houston are all up and around this fourth hill.
Yeah, but they don't have the spawns. So at least Midnight were able to fight their way up to this P4 and keep the Spartans trapped in towards the pack. Now you have a route being hit by Wish to hit that early rotation over towards P5. Midnight, they have to do double the trouble. Find kills and also earn hill time. The Spartans are going to give this one up for free.
Yeah, Neptune just trying to play behind the barrel. A couple of tags are coming through. It does pull Capsule back over towards the point, but Houston are finding every single kill on the map. I mean, this has been such a stark turnaround for Houston in these last 3 hard points. And more importantly, Jay, you look at the minimap, Midnight had been trapped on the left side pretty much since we started P4. And that means that Houston are going to open up the 5th hard point to their name with a good zone around it.
Yeah, and it's going to be 10 seconds before Midnight even able and in position to contest it. So now you're just hoping that you can find a couple kills on your way there. Temp finds the first one. Glow Frosty there for the trade. The movement to try to find the second. Just not enough ammunition. And now the spawns do flip, so Houston Spartans have to try to hold this on, knowing that the pressure's coming in from the back end.
Any second is a good second here, though, for Houston. And neutral time is going to feel like favored time if you're Houston as well on top of that. Fire eventually shut down, trying to go into a double, and with the follow-up kills from Midnight, they will exist on the hill for a little bit. 20 seconds to fight for, and we'll have ourselves about a 20-point game if Midnight get every single second.
Yeah, Midnight need this time. They need this time because they're going to be late auto rotation. You already have a couple of players from the Spartans contesting for those power spots. Frosty was trying to take top bridge control. He is going to fall, but now it's your opportunity. In fire from top 3-story, only able to find one. So Midnight, Mazetsu, chance for them to chain that P5 to this P1, still a 26-point game.
Yeah. And the kills on the exit, good here for Houston. They're going to hold on to at least this red part of the map.
Someone getting a point.
I was going to say they're fighting against the high ground here of Capsule, and they're so scared of it, which I don't
my
necessarily
God.
blame them for, but the flank is now on. Fire's able to kind of get around the back thighs, do barrels. He's in the hard point. Gunfight win versus Temp is unreal. Plus the follow-up on towards Classic gives Houston the numbers. And surely, I was going to say, Wiz is the one trying to intentionally get into the hard point because Frosty does not want to give away this top AC position.
They definitely don't want to give up this power spot because you have the spawns for the next hill as well. So just simply keeping Midnight off of this P1 HP is already job well done. They're finding a couple kills as well to go with it. Wiz with a double, not able to find a triple for the final 5, but Spartans put themselves in a position now to win their rotation over towards New.
Whoa.
An opportunity now to close out the series.
And they're just bunkering down here, Jay. They're not even looking to play across the map. This is all about just hold your tight corners, see if you can catch info. Frosty sees Temp through top single. Fire playing down low on the office. Good angle from Frosty. Can't quite find the kill. And now it's just down to poking out, seeing if you can catch these SGP Midnight players. And so far the answer is yes. 3 more seconds and as Temp drops, the Houston Spartans will take the win with a very recent addition / substitution to the roster. They make it into the upper semis in winners round 2.
That's unbelievable plays right there out of the Spartans, man. You got to take your hat off to some great performances. Obviously, Fire from start to finish had multiple moments in the HP. In the Search and Destroy, he drops a cruise missile. In the Control, he's the only person to breach 30 kills on the entire map. That young man just took over. SMG in hand, MCW in hand, he can do it all. He calls the series there for the Spartans. Obviously, everybody else had a couple moments, but every single time you needed a Slayer to be a Slayer, it was Fire putting up top damage, putting up the most kills, just setting the tone for this Spartan squad who is a new roster. Keep that in mind. This is a squad who just recently had their 4th picked up to the CDL, and then somehow, some way able to take down SGP Midnight in 4 and move on through that winner's side.
And, you know, I got to give credit. It's very easy to, you know, thrust Frosty into the main part of conversation, but I actually want to give Glow Frosty some shouts here because you know, he's playing side by side with Frosty as an AR, and this has been a role that Glow Frosty has done well in the past, kind of playing as a main AR. But it definitely feels like watching them move around the map that Glow Frosty's kind of quarterbacking a little bit and being kind of more of a play caller, so Frosty could just kind of, hey, I'm going to go here because you told me to. It's like, all right, you want me to do that? I'll do that. And Glow Frosty puts together a great map. He puts together incredibly good hardpoint time, this map in particular. And I think it's just one of those things, like he's had these moments in the past. Modern Warfare 2019 was a great year for him. But outside of that, he hasn't really been, you know, in the conversation in terms of CDL potential. But it really does feel like he's taken kind of a leadership role here, forced maybe because of Spart's 14-day contract with Minnesota.
Yeah, and I feel like that leadership role is only going to enhance its process because now with Spart, who's leaving this roster to join up into the CDL, you are forced to adapt to a new player, a new play style, and still have the same kind of mindset that we are going to be one of those top teams. So big hats off to Glow Frosty because what he does on the map, it's not very easy to replicate. Like, that guy's always thinking about the fundamentals, always holding down his power positions with those ARs, allowing his second AR to go to the easier spots and not make the more difficult play. He's making those play calls fall on his shoulders, and so far it's working out. So good plays from him.
Great plays. So a 3-1 final there moves Houston into the winners round 2 matchup. As mentioned, the Emit GG and FaZe Clan Black game has started, a bit up 1-0 as represented on the graphic. The winner of that matchup will face the Houston Spartans later on this evening. But for what we're going to be doing here next on the broadcast, due to the delay with the Emit and FaZe game, is that we're going to start up winners round 2 with the 4th Space versus Lore Gaming matchup, and then our secondary broadcast will take the focus of RKNX going up against the SGP Syndicate matchup in elimination round 1. And then our third and final block will then join the Houston Spartans playing up against either Emit GG or FaZe Black, whereas Midnight will play up against, obviously, the loser of that matchup. So it's not the normal flow that we work with, but it does give us at least a chance to kind of keep our primary focus with either of these 2 upper semis matches, which, you know, I'm actually here for. It should make for some great content here for us.
Oh, yeah, I'm super excited to just not have any delays to get right back into the mix of things. Because we got Force Space versus Lore, both walking away with 3-0s in their first series. So this winner's semis is going to be an absolute bang.
Should be a lot of fun. We're going to go to a quick break, though, get everything set up for that upper semis finals, winners round 2, whichever terminology you prefer. And we'll be back with coverage of it when we come back. Don't go far. We're jumping into our second slot of matches here with the North American Challengers Elite Season 3 playoffs, and we're going to have some simultaneous action going on both in the upper semis as well as what's happening in the Elimination Round 1 games, which is what we actually have ready to go here between Syndicate and RKNX. They've got a Karachi Hardpoint that they've already fired up, Jay. So for one of the first times, we're going to get a decent look at what this RKNX team has to offer here in this lower bracket potential run.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they can bring because obviously we already saw what Syndicate were looking like today, and it was off their setups in this HP, and so far into this game, they're not having a good start. 30 seconds still here at this P2. Spawns flip for RKNX, the ideal situation to be in. Fight this one all the way to the very end, but maintain the spawn over towards junk side for that next HP.
Indeed the case. A little finesse of time for Noisy doesn't really work out, so Syndicate will not really be gate kept on this rotation over, outside of the fact that Ripper's holding on to one side, Exotic on the other. KB actually just going to work right on top of Rupert here. They're both essentially stacked, just watching the exact same thing, but it's going to work out for at least Rupert to start. Exotic also finding a kill on the other side of the map, and yeah, the hardpoint will open up, and RKNX are going to be very comfortable inside of it.
And now Syndicate will take a little bit of time to work their way across the map to even try to contest this. As the first 10 seconds already gets away from them, you have Exotic playing super aggressive towards the middle of the map. He's just being the cutoff man through that middle side. Finds that free B, tells the team that the pressure is going to come in all from Chicken Coop. Just got to be ready for this first wave, and Rupert in the perfect spot to find a couple.
Now it's just down to they get the read on where the next hit is coming from, because Syndicate have worked their way over, and Dark wins himself a second, so neutral goes the hard point for a moment. But a little bit of a split spawn situation actually has RKNX watching the front side cross of this hard point, plus the awareness from Exotic to clear off the player playing topside market. Leaves KB by himself, realizing he's got a second player just around him, but not quite able to track him down. But realistically speaking, that is a very successful hard point for RKNX. They only let about maybe 10 seconds go the way of Syndicate, and they also win the rotation over to New.
Yeah, you take that if you are RKNX. It was a perfect setup for the initial 50. You give up the setup for the final 10. And you win the rotation over towards New, but no one yet to work in that side, that objective. They know that Syndicate are in those positions to contest early on. They also find that kill in towards Coop, so 2 kills go in their favor. Time to get on the hill.
Exotic trying to re-clear out the apartment. Bink just on the back side of the hill, looking to see if he can catch a couple of RKNX members trying to get into the hard point. Wallbang eventually works out, plus he hits the deck just away from Exotic's waiting trade. KB on the longer angle makes good on the damage dealt. Cruz is trying to finesse around this last 15 seconds or so while the rest of his team is trying to set up over towards P5. So, as it's often been, everyone kind of allergic to this fourth hard point, more focused on trying to win the middle of the map, and honestly, even though Syndicate get the early rotation, they are already under pressure.
Yeah, they're already under pressure because you have a couple players for RKNX working their way behind enemy lines. KB has Gunsy one shot. You cannot commit on a gunfight, but he's going to commit anyways. He finds that kill. And now you just got to find this trade onto Exotic to still hold on, but you do not want to be in this kind of position. Those back spawns are now in favor of RKNX. They're instantly going to be right in your face.
Yeah, Dark at least gets this kind of critical corner behind the barrels, but Noisy up top gets 1 plus the kill onto Dark. So back and forth, a little tug of war over the top of the hard point, but RKNX coming out on top at the moment. Cruz trying to chase down kills up top, but he actually gets naded. So Noisy stays safe. Trophy system gets placed, and now Noisy holds down the trigger to find 2 up top. And every intention of Syndicate's break from the front going high-low now just relies on the players down low, and Noisy's even dealing with that. He's on 5 in a row, looking for kill number 6. I say, you got time to get the reload off here, brother. No need to try to get this with the pistol at range.
They're just taking time, line this one up for the free ski. Now you earn that cruise missile in your back pocket, and they're not slowing down because they find a couple kills as well to chain it now over towards this P1. All of Syndicate just playing from the back foot. They won the rotation over to this P5. It's just none of the gunfights going in their favor. The only one positive right now is Bink. Everyone else has got to get the guns a little bit more warmed up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we go. Okay, B nearly able to transfer for 2. Leaves it to Noisy to try to play his life a little while longer, and he's done well. 12 and 9, 7 in a row. Heck of a start for him, and a chance to possibly contest Cruz up top. Good patience on the gunfight. Rival 9 will be good from that sort of a lock-in. Plus the up and over. Oh, runs out of ammunition. Can't quite finish the kill on the Bink, but Exotic will pop up, snap, find the kill, and RKNX find themselves a scrap 15.
Yeah, scrap 15 is going to be theirs, and now you have a cruise missile potentially on the cards here. If you don't find success early on with a couple rotation gunfights to go in your favor, but Exotic with that double, screw the cruise. We can instantly, with our numbers, apply the pressure through the middle of the map, but Bink off the repinch takes down 2, so RKNX now have to slow down.
Well, KB trying to win this position at red. A little bit of floorboard shooting going on.
Good shots.
I'll say, but hard to track down the players through the floorboard cracks. Noisy ends up coming back through to win that position, but it comes at the cost of losing the setup here over towards P2. Doesn't seem to stall RKNX, though, fast and furiously, just running across the middle of the bus stop. Ends up resulting in even trade. Stun is good. KB gets himself a second, but Gunzy up top on the AC will make sure Syndicate can at least get over the jump wall and back into the Hardpoint.
You can always rely on Syndicate to have a very, very clean first hold, but the second one is always very, very scrappy. Now it turns into a one-on-one, but Dark is able to get the better of Noisy, so you're going to walk away again with the final 15. But now you are forced to break in towards this P3. Rupert already finds a kill off the rotation. Someone trying to contest to top 3. And RKNX now with the opportunity with the full setup to just run the score up even more.
Indeed the case. So again, this is our Bravo matchup elimination round. So important stuff going on over there. And you can find it at youtube.com/CODChallengers, and the Bravo stream link will have the word Bravo in it, as it often does. Make sure you check that out as our primary matchup in our upper round 2 between Lord Gaming and Forespace. Both teams looking great through the groups. Started off their bracket round 1s, great. Now squaring up against one another, and after an unfortunate team nade, 2Real turns this into a very convincing start for Lore, who are right back on the comfort pick, it seems like, of this Rio Hardpoint.
Yeah, Lore just trying to continue the dominance that they showed us early on. Outclass them in the teamwork aspect. Forespace assist them a little bit with that team nade coming in, but they have not looked back ever since. Now only 30 seconds still remaining here at P1. Forespace have to send a couple players off the rotation. Craze effective there for the trade. Just hoping that the rest of your teammates through the map can find those kills to lead to this break, because you need time.
Yeah, absolutely. RCD's just trying to play his life over towards the DJ booth. Somehow that stun from Welly actually lands. Didn't look like it maybe hit where it was intended to, but the bounce off the wall does connect. Stalls out Lore, maybe a touch on rotation. 2Real, though, kind of forcing the issue by playing forward. Makes life a little bit easier for Yuli on his trade. But Craze and Welly combine for some good team shots to shut him down from trying to hit this pinch. So, favorite spawns for Lore, but Forespace right at the front door of this Hardpoint. Problem has been they cannot find the kills needed to stop Lore from earning time.
Yeah, they haven't been able to work inside the objective. They've been working their way on the outskirts, finding those kills, but you got to find those trades in towards the HP. Welly starts off the show. He's able to find a double, trying to make it a triple, but RCDs was ready for it. Now the Semtex is good enough to push Vivid out of that position. RCD's able to find a double, so he's giving Lore an opportunity to find this break.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay. So some days you watch 2Real and it's just like, wow, brother, you're gonna challenge. Oh, you're gonna challenge that. Okay, I see. Never mind. I hate to question it. Yuli, another double, kind of at the end of this whole time at P2. But it will be Craze and Vivid finding every single kill here. So a little bit of scrap time for Forespace, but more importantly, there's a double on rotation that comes out for Forespace, trying to get themselves up for patio. But this quick push around the back will actually block spawns and maybe even win them for Lore here early at P3.
Yeah, well, we can't afford that. Like, we can't make that kind of play. It's your job to hold down that overextension angle. But now you at least give your teammates an opportunity, because you get those close spawns over towards water. Screw the back. We're going to hold this down from the front end. But Lore scattered everywhere. They find every single kill. The break comes in instantly as soon as I say that.
Yeah, 2Real even getting one more makes life super easy for the remaining defenders for Lore on the Hardpoint. Little shoulder check from Yuli, full HP. He wants a challenge. Welly shuts it down. Paul quickly for the trade is good. And that keeping the back safe means that Lore can spawn right back up again and try to get the majority of what will be about 45 seconds of the time here. And the lead looks pretty substantial. And Paul's continuing to find kills on rotation. It's just another one of those players you watch and say, yep, you can see why he's been looked at to be a part of the CDL. Just unfortunately found himself parts of some pretty bad teams.
Yeah. But now he's just trying to, work his way back to the top. And if he continue to play like this, the eyes will be definitely watching. As so far, Lore, an opportunity now to chain this P3 to this P4. have been uncontested for the first 15. Force-Space have been trying to set up this break, but the ARs from Lore are just too much to handle. Paul finds a double. 5 in a row. Make it 6. He's just reading everything. Unfortunately, can't find that final kill onto Mock, but Lore still holding on to the HP.
Holy smokes. Force-Space trying to claw their way back into the hard point have found themselves actually in and with a pretty comfortable setup. Nades also landing. This scrap time, pretty important here for Force-Space, just to try to keep this game more level. Paul and Yuli finding at least a little bit of opportunity to get in to again recontest and now refocus over towards the middle of the map, but Paul getting caught on the mantle means that Force-Space will have numbers here trying to work their way back over to P1, and then Craze turns to find 2Real trying to challenge his old position, and this has been a great start for Force-Space, chaining the scrap on 5 to the initial on 1.
Yeah, they need this time too, because you can't make this scrappy. You have the spawns that you want as well over towards P2, at least for the time being, but Lord, with everyone dropping at the same time and Force-Space being a little bit too aggressive through the middle of the map, are going to gift the spawns now for Lore at that P2, yeah. So now it's time to invest that cruise middle to try to find an opening.
Yeah. Going to be called in right over the top. Mock will drop to it. Welly, though, with 2 behind, really just mitigates any potential damage done by the cruise missile. Vivid's still holding on to 5 as well, so a chance for him to kind of earn one in response. A couple of shots out. There's kill number 6. Swaps weapons, looking for Paul. Can't quite find him, but Force-Space still dominating over the old time here at P1, and now they've got an opportunity to rotate through pool and threaten the second setup as well.
And that's why you contest the P4 all the way to the very end, because that P4, the P1 chain, it's all about mid-map control, and both of those hills tend to be around that middle map area, so Force-Space, make that one count. You have a couple players walk away with those cruise missiles, but already showing the pressure here at P2. They flip the spawn towards the backside. It's just none of the kills go in their favor, and Lore have them exactly where they want to. Trapped in towards the back with the rotation as well if they want to at the next hill.
And Paul's going to contest this backside water chest. Bold challenge from Welly at 20 HP. Stun was able to allow him to take that a little bit more liberally. And now 2Real stuck in vents. That is a really good counter break for Force-Space. Sure, they had the favorite spawns, but they do it swiftly and convincingly with the kills that come through. So now the last 20 starts to look pretty good. Although I say that, and it's a 2v4 that somehow the SMGs for Lore win. So right back into a little bit of a cushion is Lore Gaming with their lead. Paul at 24 and 13 leading the way.
Yeah, Paul's just been having himself a phenomenal start to this series, a phenomenal day in the series prior. The Lore still up by 10 points. They win the rotation over towards New. Force-Space, yep, this is the opportunity to invest the cruise missile. But you have to bombard it. You have to work your way up to the front, get those players to scout a little bit, but trade effectively now. Not force one-on-one gunfights.
Yeah, and that will be essentially 3 for 1. Mock damaged enough to be forfeited over to a team kill. Spawn still good for Lore, but not checking the corner. Craze feasts. Big 2 for 1, special for him. Welly now looking for the follow-up on a Paul X, who continues to just make things happen out of nothing. Unreal Mock provides almost the exact same setup. 3 for him. Arcity's at range, also dealt with, and that's going to be enough for Force-Space to get right back into the hill.
Yeah, and they make this cruise missile count. Even though Lore had the back spawns, they could not work inside that objective, so Force-Space have turned this game completely around. You have the crackhead SMG and Craze sitting at 22 and 16. Finds that kill onto our RCDs before falling. Now it's Vivid, your time to shine. But you got to play your life here because none of the kills going in favor of your squad.
Wow, what a stretch this has been for Force-Space. Trophy system down. Mock, first blood through the middle of the map. No worries on the pinch. Craze freed up to hit his own little route. Deals with Paul up top on security. Now his focus can go purely over towards the U-Haul. Or if he wants to, he can go right back over to security because there's still kills for Force-Space happening across the middle of the map. This has been flawless for Force-Space, and now they're starting to run away with the game.
Yeah, they chained the P2, so now the P3, and now at the P4. Just starting to run away with this game, as you said. Are currently up by 40 points. You still have a couple players here to contest it. Paul X, you need another hero play if you want to try to stay alive in this scenario. Unfortunately, Renetti is a little bit better in the hands of Vivid, as they're going to walk away with the final 10 seconds. But again, just fighting for that final time at P4 gives you a better chance here to find an early break here at P1.
Yeah, this would be a heck of a time for either Arcities or 2Real to start waking up a little bit. 11 and 20 from Arcities, 14 and 22 for 2Real. in a game where Paul X is by and far away the kill leader in the lobby. Too Real dealt with over through DJ. RCD's tag just trying to play the backside of the bar. All through mid-map, providing some sort of oversight, but it all rests with Yulian as he gets shut down. The last two members for Forespace trying to hold on to the bar, but Too Real's double gets Lore Gaming back into the hard point, plus a follow-up from Paul. Now needed time for Lore can start to be tallied.
Yeah, this is the opportunity they were looking for. Clean 3 to 4 dead. Keep the control of the spawns at the new HP. And read where the pressure's coming in. You just got to hope that the trophy systems are still alive. So it's very difficult because the rest of Forespace off the respawn. They have all their attacks in their back pocket. Able to use a couple to get a couple players weak.
Yeah.
And that executes the break again for the final 15 seconds. But Lore, win the rotation over towards P2. Setup's got to be perfect.
Looking good, at least for now. Do they read the threat, though, from Craze? Just using the water. Long-range shots is good onto Too Real. Mock trying to secure the break, but it doesn't really go their way. The spawns will flip, though, and Forespace will find a chance to get in and possibly win the game here.
Craze just making plays like that. Hitting the beams with that Rival 9, and now you're setting up Vivid, the other SMG, on this deep pinch. He's on 5 in a row. Can potentially pick himself up another cruise missile on this game number 1, and he's able to find it with the MCW. So Lore just playing catch up. Need a break, and they need it now.
Well, opportunity hit from the front. RCD's actually going to find 3 in the process. Most of it with Renetti. 13 seconds worth of scrap still to be fought for. Well, Lee almost able to double down, but the scrap will come through. Forespace know what their win condition is, though. Hold this setup. They got Mock watching one side, a little high-low stack right here in the middle to watch the other. And as the hard point opens, Forespace will step in. The only threat for Lore is deep around the back. This is going to take a lot of time.
Man, Vivid's not going to play the timing game. He's just going to keep his gun up.
What?
He knows that he has that cruise missile in the back pocket, but Paul X again, somehow, some way, walks through the side door, is able to find all 4. Now he's on 5 in a row. He's giving Lore another opportunity to stay alive in this game. But here comes the cruise from Vivid.
And Paul just he knows he has to stay alive here. Gets way out of dodge, but he still gets hit
Team
by
kill.
it. Vivid, though, like you mentioned, takes Welly out of the picture. So Lore can stay in the hard point. Vivid waiting for help. Again, only need 5 seconds. You can kind of fight the war on 2 fronts here, and Vivid will just step in, leaving Yuli the only contestant nearby. Coming back to the hard point as RCD's only getting 1 of what needed to be 2, and Forespace get essentially, I won't say bailed out, but the little spree they went on, earning into a cruise missile, was the tool needed to put this game a little bit too far out of reach.
They started playing unbelievable. Like Craze and Vivid, they really started to set the tone with those SMGs. Craze drops 32. He was sort of trying to contest the opposing side, and Paul X drops 40 plus with that AR in the hand. But it's just the turnaround of that game. Like, Lore, they dominated on the first rotation. They won multiple rotation after rotation. They found themselves up by 50 points. But then when we get to the second half of the game, just Forespace applying pressure at that P4, they won a couple of those gunfights. They all go in their favor. And you chain it over towards P1 while maintaining the spawn to the backside of P2. And then they were just chaining hill after hill after hill. And Lore were just playing from the back foot. It's difficult, though, when you're not finding any kills. Paul X, you had yourself a phenomenal map. But everyone else just has to assist you a little bit in that kill death column.
I mean, 6,500 damage, 40 and 27. That's an unreal. And then, of course, you also had a couple of different 3Ks. And, of course, the solo team wipe, essentially, over towards P3. He definitely did everything in his power to give his team a chance. And there was a couple of lifelines in there for them to possibly get back in, if not maybe retake the lead, but not to happen. Forespace, I think a lot of it is just off the tempo that you saw from the SMGs, right? A couple of different moments where all it was Craze and Vivid left alive, and they were finding kills and finding movement across the map. Great stuff from them in the stretch of hard points they put together, essentially three hills in a row.
Yeah, that's perfect plays right there from Forespace. Obviously the only team to go flawless throughout the elite stage matches with a perfect 5-0. But they rated this roster a couple of days before the elite even started, and now they have yet to look back on it. You gain the chemistry in your first couple of matches, going all the way to a game number 5, with the last couple clean 3-0s for this team. So they have been firing on all cylinders. A little slow to start in this map number 1, but they close out strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing that's important about that is knowing where your win condition lies. I think especially right there at the end, it can get a little bit like, whoa, hold on a second. Like, Lord Gaming are making a bit of a comeback on us. But you 3-man hit old when there's 15 seconds left. You only need 5. You had dealer's choice of, do you want to try to win it at new? Do you want to try to re-hit the old and win the game there? And that's just, especially in a map like 6-star, where the next rotation was a pretty good margin away from you. It does stretch out, Lord Gaming to a point where they really can't hold against that 3-man hit. So great decision-making for Force Space. You see where the trend kind of shifts into their favor, and now we will head in. Well, actually, we'll stay on 6-star for what will be the search and destroy here for these two guys. And, I think the thing about this Force Space team, when they were initially formed and kind of given this whole roster a go, I thought they would be a absolutely filthy search and destroy team. And like you mentioned, they are perfect in what they did in the group stage. And so obviously that had to have led to, them being a good search team.
But the only thing that scares me with them is that they tend to only have one pace to play at in S&D. Because of the SMGs, how fast they play in the respawns, they tend to do the same thing in Search and Destroy, but they do it as a collective unit. So going up against a roster in lore who tend to have a couple slow setups on their defensive side, you have to play for the info early on, because you never know. When you turn that corner, you can spot one player, but one thing that lore showed us in their first series is that there's always someone watching over him. So you got to be prepared for the teamwork out of lore, and also for lore, you have to be ready for the pressure that's going to come in for Force Space, because the SMGs got it done at map number 1. They're also going to try to get it done on 6-star for this map number 2. So you got to shut those guys down, or at least neutralize them.
100%. And if Paul continues to shoot like that, he can run whatever weapon he wants. Let's take a look, though, see what's going on in our secondary broadcast. Again, RKNX going up against Syndicate. They had a moment there where we were watching them in the Karachi Hardpoint where they started to kind of pull things back, take a bit of a lead, and they were able to hold that lead. So 250-186 was the count there. They're also playing a 6-star Search and Destroy, but things looking better here for Syndicate as we see them now up 3-0 into our 4th round worth of Search on the 6-star.
Yeah, Hardpoints haven't treated them nice so far today. But S&Es are a little bit better of a fight as they're currently up 3-0 on the defensive side. Cruz is getting all that info. There's a bunch of attacks being invested over towards B, so he should give the comm for the rotation to come in.
Oh, he sees the foot of Roofer. Exotic also down low. Yeah, good team shots. Cruz and Bink working that one out together. Bomb does get planted, though. So for RKNX, they're trying to sniff out any defense over towards Patio, but it comes at a bit of cost. Nade up and over for Cruz, not going to land. And the retake, the defense is all coming around the back where Exotic almost deals with it all himself, but the team focus for Syndicate too good. The retake is clean, and they're going to go 4-0 up. So if you want to, again, check out that broadcast, make sure you head over to the youtube.com/COD Challengers homepage and head into the Bravo match as our first and primary focus of Lord Gaming and Force Space in this upper round 2 matchup is starting to load in to their 6-star Search and Destroy as well, with Force Space on the attack.
Yeah, Force Space loved this early pressure over towards B. But Yuli just being the aggressor might be the decision maker here for lore as Arcides finds that first blood, but Yuli unfortunately doesn't find that trade on the Vivid. So it was an initial great defensive setup there, but Force Space pick him apart.
Yeah, very clean stuff on the follow-up. Too real. Yeah,
oh my
tough fights
God.
to be taken with the rival. Clean shots in response to either way. And that leads to a Force Space opening offensive win. And again, this is one of those things like this does feel like we're going to get a bloodbath here, Jay. Both these two teams love to play with some tempo and some pace, so expect to have a lot of early engagements in the first 20 seconds of these rounds.
Even without any trophy system, Force Space is still setting the tone early on into this game. And it's Vivid who finds 3. So off to a shot star is Reese. As they go up 1-0 here in this map number 2. On the defensive side, they go. And I think if you're Force Space, just want to make sure they're just shutting down that early pressure at A. So probably sending a couple players up through the middle of the map to contest it early on.
Feels that way. Craze. Wow, this is bold. Already making his way up towards Pool. And he can just hang out here. Did they see him?
Yeah.
Stun doesn't land. It's too far. And whether they know it or not, that stun not landing really makes Craze a pretty unchallengeable position. You also got Vivid really far forward. So the only real option here for Lord Gaming is to join Paul X over at A, where he says, I haven't seen anything, I haven't heard anything. And this is going to lead to a quick plant, but the threat's going to be off of what can Force Space find rather on this long flank that likely is going to lead to how this retake's going to come through.
Yeah, I just don't know how they don't gain any info there. That obviously they're not showing face at B. There's no presence towards mid. We have no one watching over there, but and probably not going to go there. Unfortunately, the bomb does go down. So now 30 seconds to try to complete the 4v4 retake situation. Yuli finds the first. Welly there for the trade, but Yuli with a double might have just secured the round.
Yeah, and Craze doesn't find the kill that he needed to get over towards security. So, looks like that information comes through very nicely for Lore. Mock, 1v2. Decent shots here onto Yuli. Finishes it pretty cleanly, but he's going to have to hop for the bomb, and 2 Real will just wait until 6 seconds before he comes and checks. Yep, no one's home. Mock trying to get away with his life. 2 Real giving him a little what's good, but Mock will at least find the kill, so he gets up to 3-0, but Lord Gaming, more importantly, stave off the retake from behind and get themselves level at 1.
Yeah, it's a free round right there. Because Paul Lex, the entire time, he was the island player, slowly working up that A side. And once he gains all that info, especially with Craze being aggressive over towards water, Lord said, screw this. We're not going to contest it, especially when the stun does not connect.
Yes.
Just going to rotate over to our teammate who has that free bomb site, and it works out to perfection.
Yeah. Decent idea, but as soon as you get scouted, it becomes very easy to read and adapt if you're Lore Gaming. And now, Yuli, MCW up and forward at mid-map. Hits the deck, stun out, doesn't quite land. Mock right there with Craze to get the team shots in. Craze with a little bit of trouble, but will stay 3v3. Defense repositions around B. Craze looking to plant.
Oh my God.
Controller just die?
Yup. That had to be exactly what just happened.
No way.
That is unfortunate because now it's Paul X left in the 1v2. Force gain that info. Now the objective goes down, and Craze simply with that one more shoulder, they are ready for him to push down these mid steps.
I can't. There's no way we just caught that in 8K.
That's so tough.
Brother, I mean, do you play with the wireless controller, Jay?
Hell no.
That mean
Come
either.
on, we in 2024. That battery not charged. What we doing, 2 Real? I know we got the pillow. We got everything that we need, but this is a freebie. We cannot be affording the controller to give you an issue here. Because that was definitely a Lore Gaming round, but Forcebank takes advantage of it, and now if I'm 2 Real, I'm low-key checked.
Bro, I'm not just low-key checked. I'm high-key checked.
Yeah, I'm checked out.
There is no way we just watched that happen. Unbelievable. Craze, once again, going to get forward. This time taking an extra step, and RC there waiting for him. Yeah. Just trying to force too much, it feels like right now for Craze on this position through B.
Hey, you just don't have to do that. If you're going to put yourself in that position, this time no one was going to spot you on the cross. But thankfully, you got a Vivid who's able to instantly respond. It's just Yuli in the perfect position to find that trade. So still man advantage in favor of Lore. And I don't know if Mock was able to at least spot a couple players on that cross. He's not going to gain the info, and the A-bomb is going to go down again for Lore. Or not.
Or not. Full wrap. And Forcepace are going to realize the follies of this pretty quickly here. The question will be, yeah, how does Lore set up their post plant? And it will be up top at patio. So this is going to be a very tough breakdown if you're Forcepace. Especially coming from the security side, you may have to cut through mid-map just because of the time that's on the clock.
Oh, yeah. You got to hit an early route. Can't afford to waste more time trying to hit a deep route to get a read on what Lore are doing on this post plant. But Welly now with that shoulder is at least able to spot Paul Lex, but still only 20 seconds left. You got to get a move on it.
2 Real again? What is going on with my boy's controller, bro? If they lose this round, because of that, it'd be disaster. And unfortunately, well, fortunately, I should say, Mock does drop. I mean, is that full controller lockout? Because he's still shooting. It's not like it just the buttons all die. He's still taking shots. It's just like, I don't know what. It's like his joystick just stops responding.
I don't know. It's like he has Bluetooth flag. Like, you remember the Cronuses back in the day?
Oh, God,
He probably got one of those plugged in his phone and sitting too close to his setup, so he might have to move that thought all the way. Yeah, hit the early spins. Make sure it's working properly, because that's 2 rounds in a row where your controller's just giving up on you.
There's no way. I mean, you've been in COD a long time. I've been casting since Black Ops 4. I haven't seen anything like that in the 5 years I've been doing this.
The only time I seen it, Alan, I'm telling you, was like, it was Cronus days during Black Ops 3. That was it. So hopefully Tura doesn't have a bad box or something, and he's able to turn it around. But Yuli finds the first blood. Vivid again there for the response to keep it at a 3v3.
I don't think he saw Arceus up top in the DJ booth, and he will try to beat him over towards U-Haul. Too Real following up, and the isolation.
Again!
Again? Too Real, brother. Time to plug in the other controller. I mean, he's in a 1v2 now, too. I mean,
Yeah.
No more room for malfunctions.
Nope, we got to hit some absolute beams. Unfortunately, they are going to gain the info early on onto 2Real. He's going to put down a couple shots. Yeah, something is not working correctly here for 2Real. And I'm telling you, if he wasn't checked before, I'm 100% checked now. Because ForSpace is taking advantage of every single round that his controller is being possessed.
Oh, my God. I mean, you got to have another one on deck, surely.
You have to, especially at the crib. Like, I can understand if you out and about, traveling for an event, but you're at home. You have to have the backup ready to go.
He's still playing with this one. You can see it. It's got to be a right joystick problem. Whether it's control freak related or or not. I mean, wow. Okay. Here we go. Arcedy's first blood. ForSpace in the lead at the moment. Push from Vivid this time. Again, it's all been about this ForSpace aggression. Front side of B. And then a re-wrap back to A. 3 for 3 overall here. But, again, the rotation's just getting punished. I just got to see something different from this ForSpace defense. This is getting read too easy.
Yeah, because we're just nonstop aggression every time over towards Water Street. Craze gets first blooded again, and now you're not giving your team any advantages.
Yeah.
Because even though Vivid is always in the proper position to play the trade, it's just better players coming in from Laura off those rotations on those first early engagements. Like, if you're Craze, just stop running at them. Force them to beat us by planting the damn bomb.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what the goal is, but what that leads to, even if you do find the success of taking over that palm tree room, you still have to play retake from the pinch.
Yeah.
And even if you find the kill, Lord Gaming are going to know 3v4 at, worst. You're looking at that saying, okay, just keep our post plant safe and security and just make sure no one flanks us. It just feels a little bit too one-dimensional, especially considering that it hasn't found success either. So
you got to change it up if you're ForSpace.
I agree. Stuns landed a Paul deep over towards the backside at A, but Lord Gaming will win the middle of the map, including space into the aquarium here. So lots of forward motion for Laura's defense right through mid.
Yeah, let's just hope that 2Real's controller is going to treat him well in this round, as he's going to decide to back down and leave Yuli in that position. But across the map, Paulix is going to fall. So now you have to try to at least assist your teammate in RCDs over at this A site. But at the same time, you can say on your menu app, Craze has worked his way all the way up through B Street. As soon as a couple shots go down, yeah, it's time to go.
First trophy denied. Second one gets placed. Arceus could take care of it by himself, but Welly, big gunfight went over the top of the site. Now it's just down to try to find the focus out of 2Real, who tried to just cut in by himself. Essentially ran into a 1v3. That doesn't work, and then the last player gets caught mid-map. So ForSpace, it's, offense for offense through and through. And the thing about it is you've shut down Lore Gaming now trying to get aggressive on their defense. So now it's just down to which defense adapts better, honestly.
Yeah. And I think if you are ForSpace, it's been fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. There's no way in hell we go back to this aggressive play over towards B. So Craze has got to find a different kind of route. But as long as he stays to the hip of Vivid, they will always effectively get that trade. And yep, he's instantly going to switch it up. No more B Street. We're going to fight through mid.
Yep, getting the U-Haul control instead. And this is safer. And plus a little jump up knowing that there's no one over the top.
You can do it.
Yeah. Bomb being planted though at A. And Craze is not going to be able to see the planter nor the exit. Trophies denied the incoming utility. Defense fully stacked over towards the A side of the map. And look at Laura's post plant. This is a 4v2 over the top at A, but Paul does his job. He gets a double. Yuli follows up through mid-map. And now it's just left to Vivid. And once again, the ForSpace defense just cannot provide any sort of a real defensive threat at all.
Yeah, it's over at this A side. That's been a real issue for them. So now they know on their next defensive setup, you have to make those adjustments. Just sending only one player over towards Sky Bridge. You're just playing your life, seeing if a couple of tacks are going to give you that early info. When that bomb goes down for free, and then Pollux with the angle that he has to find the initial 2 gunfights, it's just great plays.
Update over on the Emit GG and FaZe Black game. 3-0 Emit GG.
Okay.
So FaZe Black will drop into the lower bracket. That will be in our 3rd block of matches. Both those 2 teams, both playing in the upper bracket, and then the other, of course, in the elimination bracket. But a pivotal round here. Lore's defense setting up around mid with eyes towards B early. But the thing about this is Paul's going to be able to count the utility being thrown into A, so there's no need for Lore to have to re-wrap over immediately. They can just win U-Haul with this double stack up towards mid.
Yeah, and Force Space now, they just... If they want to find success here in this round, it's overwhelm Paul X. Make him give the call out that there's multiple players on this side. Force that rotation to come in and try to make an opening for Craze, who's trying to once again find an opening kill through that deep pinch area.
Yeah.
It's time to go because there's only 40 seconds left. The rest of your teammates have already worked up towards the A site. But Paul X, you got to play your life.
Oh, and he does well. First kill is good. Yuli through mid-map traded. And now Craze's flank can start to find value.
Oh, man.
And this is just Force Space just have to watch their pinch and wait for Craze to get this freebie. They know Paul is here. And there's the freebie, plus also the isolation into Arcides. Okay, offense very well controlled, and the long rogue route for Craze finally finds value, this time from the offensive perspective as we head into round 10.
It's just like Turo in that situation. I know your controller hasn't been treating you well, but you still got to do the fundamental parts correctly. Like, your teammate falls through mid-connector. There's no reason why you should instantly try to go for that trade because the objective has yet to be planted. So you could just continuously let that game clock get away from them. But when you gift them that second kill, that allows Craze to hit that deep pinch, to find that freebie at the same time with Mock dominating over towards that A site. So Force Space now at game point. Just have to make an adjustment to try to shut down this A pressure.
Now Craze is going to watch the cross this time. First time we've really seen Force Space act passive. You can't die here, though, if you're Craze. Oh, my gosh. That's just the last thing you could do. Read the heads, read the info, and then get out of there. You've got defenders nearby, and Craze is going to get first blooded again. And look at this. You've got Arcides just kind of lurking on the outside of the pool, and he's going to get control of this side staircase if Force Space aren't careful.
Yeah, Lore's now have full B-side control. I don't know if Welly's going to try to start off the engagements to even up the numbers, but he does get the info that the pressure is going to be here. The timing on the jump down might be perfect, but you hop off the bomb if you are too real. Now in the 4v2, Lore can work that objective.
Yeah, really well done by 2 Real. David also scouted out by Arcides. Easy dealings there. Mock on 4. I mean, really, there's no reason not to go for this. Even if you earn the cruise, you're already going to be up into 2-man kills, essentially, in round number 11. So gives it a go, but nothing there. And that's just another miscue by the Force Space defense, just looking kind of in tatters right now, honestly. It's just they're trying for aggression. That didn't work. That time we tried to play passive, but I don't know if they have a passive bone in their body as Craze gets caught over peeking at mid.
Yeah, this guy's either getting first blood or first blooded. And unfortunately, every time that he's gotten first blooded, just the position that he's dying in is allowing Lore to make those mid-round adjustments to turn around the round. And now they force a round 11. Another Force Space defense where they have been struggling. You cannot afford to drop early if you're Craze.
Yeah. Same spot. Just got to watch this cross. 2 Real seen him. And this time Craze wiser for it. Same guy, just a little more experienced.
It takes a situation to happen before he makes the adjustment. Like, it shouldn't be like that.
Yeah. And this time, there's going to be a wrap back again for Lore over towards B. This is one of those rules, and you know this. You've been playing MLB The Show. You never throw the same pitch twice.
Never.
And Lore Gaming is throwing the same pitch here. Force Space, do they get a read on this plant? Can they contest the exit? 2 Real plants, holds his ground. Nade cooked. That's going to be blindly thrown with help now through mid.
Oh, but Craze with that stun is at least going to get someone weak. Now you send them in for the first. Can't find the second on the 2 Real, but Welly there for the trade. 3v2 for Force Space.
Mock has to watch over the top where Arcides is positioned. He gets the 1 kill and Vivic gets the other. I'm telling you, Jay, you never throw the same pitch twice. It gets knocked out of the park, and this time Force Space, I think a lot of it with Craze, like I mentioned. Same guy, there's a little more experience, keeps his life at mid, And the post plant setup it gets read rather, I should say, by Forespace pretty darn nicely. 6-5 the count, Forespace up 2-0.
Yeah, instead of Craze getting first blood, and he finds first blood. Look at that. He has 5 first steps. He has 5 first steps and 1 first blood. So all they needed was for the young man to get activated and to make the play as a team, not dropping the first 15 seconds. The stun and a nade opens up that first kill. You find the trade onto Tura, and then Vivid again closes out the search and destroy with the double to put Forespace up 2-0 in this series. Very tight map, number 1, even tighter search and destroy. But they have just had that clutch factor. That's been the difference with this roster compared to all the other elite stages.
Yeah, that's tough scenes because there's 3 separate instances. You got to keep in mind where Two-Real's controller bugs out on him.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
So,
I'm telling you, I'm checked, Alan. I am checked out.
I know it. And no
Look,
way.
as soon as we see it.
First second. No way. That's all of our highlight package, bro. That's criminal. Oh, no. Tough scenes, but it is what it is. It happens. And I think the thing more importantly about it is, even though Two-Real's controller bugs out, you know, the defense was kind of struggling anyways, and all the times it happened, it was on defense. This was a battle of whose attack was better, and it really isn't until round 11 that we finally see a defense actually provide a response to what has been essentially nothing but guaranteed plants for both these two teams. You can even see it here. We're 8 rounds in, and there had been 8 plants. So literally every single round, the offense was getting a plant down.
Yep, and you can just think back to the one round where Lord should have potentially walked away with a defense, just Two-Real's controller was possessed. When he walks down these side steps, should have got the free kill onto Craze. Gives his team the man advantage with all the info. So unfortunately, that happens, and Forespace walk away with the search and destroy all the way in around 11. Now going forward, they have an invasion control, just in case we need to get to it, the Karachi HP, where they're filling themselves on that map. And then even if he gets to the map 5, like you remember when we watched Forespace, they won 6-1 just running it down every single round. So they never shy away from the pressure. That's what they do.
The way we called it was they're making like the plays that as you're receiving it, it's just like, why are they doing that? It's so stupid. Like they're just doing so unpredictable opening moves. So yeah, definitely a series that looks pretty good for Forespace. Update though over on what's happening in our elimination round that's going on in this block between RKNX and the SGP Syndicate squad. RKNX finding themselves a Karachi win. They brought it back. When we looked at the surge, we did a little look at it was like 3-0 up for Syndicate. So RKNX did bring it back a touch, but that lead too big to surmount as Syndicate find a response in the search. And now we head over to an invasion control where first 5 kills go the way of RKNX. They're going to get 2 ticks, if not the whole B-zone right off the rip here.
Oh, yeah, this is perfect, because if that objective scoreboard is going to tell me anything correct, it at least tells me that Syndicate earned 2 segments in their first round. It could potentially be 1. But RKNX not messing around so far in this second round, as that B capture already is going to be done and dusted. Noisy working his way behind enemy lines, now finds himself on 5 in a row, dancing with death to try to finesse to earn that cruise missile. But now you send your teammate at least with 1. Doesn't connect on anyone, but at least Noisy's still alive.
Yeah, very much so the case. Soft 5, potential for him to get a cruise as well behind this. Searching for kill number 6. May find himself in an isolated 1v1 with Darkside, who's also very aware of a potential threat behind gas station. They're hunting for him. You can see the pink arrows on the minimap are all turning, saying, where is Noisy? RKNX taking their time, moving through the middle of the map. I mean, you got to create some noise here for Noisy to maybe find somebody. And he's still hunting for these kills. Gunzy takes down 2 immediately through rugs. Big follows up, and now Noisy's left by himself. Shots are out. He's got Gunzy just hopping on the tank, and that's good for the trade to shut down the potential second streak.
Yeah, all that playing your life comes back to bite you. Probably wanted to assist your teammate through those middle map on a couple of those engagements, but once he gets taken down, no cruise missile to work with, and now Syndicate retake that map control through the middle side. Now, Darkside, the only one watching this overextension, is sort of going to have his hands full. He knows that the pressure is going to be around the middle of the map. He's just dancing with death. Unfortunately, he is going to fall to Exotic, so RKNX with all mid-map control, an opportunity to pause the game clock.
Absolutely. Also, you got to keep in mind the lives are starting to get a little dangerous here. 17 plays 16. Good bounce back here for Syndicate. With the kills, they can also move up the map just a touch. Gunzy drawing the line in the sand right at the A-bomb street. Holding on towards DVD. Also responsible for anything on this overextension. And whoa, the transfer's good. Gunzy, another double for him. Off now 3 in a row. Regen is in, and RKNX are going to have to resort to try to hit this thing either through mid or right down Water Street.
Dan, if you're KB and Exotic, you just want to play your life now. 2 players coming off for the respawn. Just hoping that they can find a little bit of success across the map, and that's going to be a clean 4 dead. So RKNX are able to work their way into this 8 point. Double stack is going to be in with 2 trophy systems as well. And you also have a pinch getting hit by Noisy.
Yeah.
RKNX first segment complete.
Oh, Noisy does get shut down, but like you mentioned, that first tick is in. Wallbang spot from Bink will work out to take down 1 plus the follow-up, so no second tick. 12 seconds on the clock. Rupert, really the only person who can threaten getting back over towards the site. We also are confirmed by production that it was 4-tick first round for Syndicate. So
Okay.
they do at least tie up the progression, but that little wallbang spot for Bink goes unchallenged, and that's enough to stop that second tick just before it gets locked in.
Yeah, because I thought RKNX, they set themselves up. A double stack, Noisy finds the first blood. Off the players on a rotation, and you had 2 trophy systems as well, so you're at least eating 4 tacks. Just not ready for the wall bang and the positioning to come out of Bank. But all tied up in segments. Keep in mind that this is going to be on the Bravo stream, and we're just getting word that the Alpha stream is back and ready to rock and roll. It's a tight series over there, but not over here. Forward space up 2-0, trying to close it out in 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So, Force Space, I will say their control has looked good. I mean, again, they're perfect in their group, so you're going to say everything's been looking good for them. I mean, they're really clicking at the right moment right here online. But
they're undefeated in control, though, Alan. That's the biggest thing. They're actually undefeated. 5-0, actually 6-0 with their match today. So this has been their bread and butter mode.
Well, Lord, opening first blood is decent. They're not really messing around with anything too cute. It's all over towards B. Yuli gets up top in towards Treehouse. Paul actually watching over the middle of the map. Good gunfight win versus Vivid. And with Yuli actually catching one more deeper, that's actually going to allow a very quick progression to be built here for Lore on this B zone.
Yeah, he's already applying pressure to the spawn. So he's able to catch Craze again off of the timing. He's just hoping that his teammates can stay alive around that B point, but a couple players do fall. Now you got to go back and help the rest of the cavalry. He's able to find that kill onto Welly. Already a perfect start for Yuli at 4-0.
RCD shut down for the offense, trying to get an extra scaling deeper in towards this B zone. But Yuli will step up in the same spot. Shut down by Vivid. Mock also gets an 8 kill, so the progress on B gets stalled. Turiel is already on rotation over to A. This is a big 1v1. Takes it versus Craze, but doesn't overstay his welcome. Instead, just tries to value his life as the rest of Lore come off spawn and hit through Park.
It's just Lore got to get back to that teamwork aspect they showed us in that first series that they played today. So you're finding a lot of kills around the map. You just have yet to find any segment success besides one at B. So all you really need to do is, with these kills, get a little stack going. But every single time Force Space off the respawn, they're just trading effectively. Now with that kill onto Mock, no one in a position from Force Space to contest over towards B. So the second segment going to be in.
Yeah, and the life differential is starting to get a little bit devastating here for Force Space. So it looks like they're just going to chalk this and rotate over to maybe get a little bit of spawn trapping going on. Craze is pushed down over through Water Street. Well, he's going to hold his life over towards Park. Well, at least he's going to try to. Yuli top sandbags will be able to provide the kill needed. Oh, good prediction. Great movement from Yuli, but Craze still locks in on it. It's only his second kill, but he finds the third onto Turiel just a little bit deeper, and the A defense for Force Space starts to get set up.
And this is now where Craze loves to have a little bit of fun. He already knows where the spawns are going to come in. You have Welly bleeding the safety net, watching that overextension on the Paul X. But Craze finds one. He cannot find the second. But that's Mock instantly there to reinforce with that gunfight. Now with only 40 seconds left, Force Space have sort of brought this back in the lives remaining column.
Yeah, Force Space, though, also very aware that you cannot allow Lore Gaming to just exist over here on this long overextension play, because a couple of kills from Arcides could open the floodgates over towards A. Mock playing his life over towards Waterbridge. He is under threat. 1-for-1 goes the exchange, but this is what we're talking about. Arcides now finds himself in laundry. Oh, but Craze comes back to it, finds him perfectly. Paul off the regen. Maybe one of the only hopes here for Lore Gaming to try to find some sort of an entry in towards A. Craze still holding in towards Cafe position. Here comes the hit for Paul. Not able to get in. Well, he's still holding the ground. Mock on the cross. Good for the double. And there will be no further antics for Lore Gaming as Mock gets one more at steep range. 3 for him total in that last little bit of a stretch as Force Space will hold on completely to the A zone.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Force Space. That's what a defense typically looks like on a map like Invasion. Only 3 segments get away from them. But the gun's getting a little bit hot there for Force Space as Mach ends that round on 3. But just the little things that they were doing right. You saw Lore, they were always working that overextension. Always had players contesting over towards blue. But Force Space every single time were reinforcing their numbers over towards Water Street to not allow Lore to instantly just sprint right to that objective. So now it's their turn on the attacking side to make up for 3 segments, and they're going to go over towards B early on.
Yeah, Mach just trying to watch through water and maybe try to see if he can catch some of the defenders on crosses. This Craze was trying to peek over through DVD side. Mach does get 1, but only 1. So Force Space will now be left with their 2 offensive members only towards DVD and B. Off spawn, looks like the ARs will try to join them in that same exact position. Clock continues to tick here, though. No one's been able to really stay alive on the zone yet, as Force Space are still hunting for kills.
Yeah, they're trying to fight for this mid-map control. Crazy, you really want this one because you committed for that gunfight for such a long time. And that leads to 3, almost 4 dead. Yuli able to get the better of Mach, but that opens up this A point. Now Vivid in a one-on-one gunfight, able to win it versus 2 Real. You're trying to get some assistance from Craze, but he's playing a couple cutoffs. He's able to find 1, but just with him being aggressive in this angle, it's going to open up that pressure over towards B, so you can stop the game clock again.
Well, he's in. Craze still finessing back and forth. Tough gunfight versus 2 Real. Great movement from 2 Real, but Mach provides the trade. Arcides does the same. And Welly, well, he's about to be completely overwhelmed. So 1 tick at A. And interestingly enough, Force Space off of their respawn are really not in a great spot over the top of B. I mean, they got B street control with Vivid playing deep, but they don't really have the middle of the map, and Lore Gaming have found free exit through A, through Courtyard, and now over through DVD and Dark, where they're finding every single kill. Yeah, that's just not really the complete setup that Force Space needed, and now time is becoming a problem with Yuli gatekeeping and spawn.
Yeah, they were thinking, all right, we're going to show early presence at A. B is going to be easy as hell to capture, but you're not expecting Lore to be in this kind of setup. Yuli just playing his life over towards Water Street is on 5 in a row. Not able to earn that cruise missile with Vivid hitting those shots. But Force Space only able to walk away with 2 segments. Have to try to at least give themselves another opportunity to work over towards B. You got to sprint. Too bad you're not Barry Allen. Lower game and take the defense, and now they're in the advantage just by 1 segment.
I mean, we're talking millimeters from being able to stop that clock at what would have been 0.0. And maybe there would have been a chance to stack it and get an extra tick or 2, but you're absolutely right. It's just the 2 ticks, the 1 at A, the 1 at B, that get confirmed. So a tick advantage here early in this invasion control for the side of Lord Gaming by just straight up just playing the B zone flat out.
So now if you are Force Space on your defensive side, you potentially cannot allow that full B capture to come on in. So you are...
All right there, friends. It looks like we are back in stable here. Apologies, a couple of tech issues, but everything seems to be stable on our side here, so we'll get back into the mix of things. Lord Gaming did take their 3rd round offense win, so they're in a very commanding spot, not only because of where they are on the map, but they're going to force Force Space to have to win 2 straight offenses by the likes of it, and they're having a hard time enough just getting on the B here, Jay.
Yep, because now the cruise missile is going to get called in from Paul Lex, who's having himself another stellar respawn game. At 25 and 12, is any going to connect with that cruise? No, it's not. So Force Space giving themselves still an opportunity here to work this B point, but it's great shots from Arcides. Welly now has to stay alive or commit on these gunfights. He's going to go for the battle. He's able to find 2, and he might have just done enough to extend the time.
Yeah, sure has extra 60 tallies, but there's still a 6 life deficit here for Force Space trying to get to A. They have to get this win. Oh, good win by Craze while stunned onto Arcides. Now he's got utility of his own to throw. Real trying to slide by. Decent damage for Vivid, but Craze cannot turn in time to respond. So Lore Gaming clear out the threat, and now the life lead grows to a margin of 7 as Vivid is trying to display his life with the pistol mid-map.
Yeah, but he falls, unfortunately, after finding one. So now with only a minute left, ForSpace have to dominate a couple kills to the middle side of the map. Then off the second wave, make it count to work their way into the objective. But Paulex and Yuli just keeping the kills stagnant. They find a double. Yuli finds 2 now. Make it 3. Him and Paulex just taking over to try to close out this game for Lore and Force game 4.
It's just, yeah, straight up, the two of them have been destroying this ForSpace squad. 13v5. Time for one more hit, but it's going to have to be perfect in every form of the word. Paul, top laundry, snaps over, but Craze beats him on the 1v1. Real hunting for the trade. Can't quite find him as of yet. Wait, he's like, where's Craze gone? Craze at the backside of the car pops up, says, here I am. But it's the last 3 lives. Craze still hanging. Honestly speaking, as much as this is a 3v9, this is a 3v4 twice, is all it is. First tick locked, second on the way. Double stack is here. Well, he's trying to watch the cross. Vivid pops out, a little bit of damage. Craze trying to assist. Damage and kills are good, but the kills for the other side for Lore do come out, and off of elimination, Lore Gaming will win the defense, and with that, their first map in this series with a 3-1 control on Invasion. And
that's going to be the first time ForSpace falls short in control. Obviously, it was a slow start, and you definitely do not want to be losing defenses on a map like Invasion, because they gave up the one previous, and Lore did not let that one shy away. They dominate on that control. Obviously, Paulex turns it around with that MCW. He's just always going to be the fundamental player, always going to find a clutch double to always give his team opportunities. He's just been playing fantastic. You're just waiting for RCDs and 2-Rail, where 2-Rail to stop having controller problems, but more in your AR duo and RCDs to start to help you a little bit in these situations.
Yeah, absolutely the case. It just feels like the tempo and pace for ForSpace has kind of kept Lore a little bit uncomfortable outside of maybe the 2 players you just highlighted. Great stuff coming through for them to bounce back there. So now we go into a map number 4, another hard point here for them, where, again, for Lore Gaming, it's just about getting everyone going at the same rate, because Paul's had an incredible series. Like, this has been one of the best series that I've seen him have all year. All 4 maps, 3 maps to this point, he's been unbelievable. But can Lore use his significant prowess he's been able to bring to the table? Can they use that as a chance to win a hard point, get this thing to a game 5, where we already talked about how ForSpace are going to be very unpredictable and hard to read if we do get to that map 5 high-rise search?
Yeah, I think you definitely could use it, though, because the way that he's been playing, it's not an issue with his gameplay. You just got to continue to shoot. You're just looking at RCs and 2-Rail to get a little bit more consistent, probably have a little more teamwork like they showed us in their first series that they played today, to try to at least force a game number 5, because ForSpace, again, are going to be blessed to play a hardpoint map that's going to be very, very fast. This is where players like Craze, players like Vivid love to play at that tremendous pace, so you have to be able to stabilize them early on. And it's going to come down to, obviously, great plays from Yuli and Paulex, but if you can get Archie's to hold down those power positions with that AR, he's going to be a problem. But also, 2-Rail to be a nuisance around red, where Craze is going to be running rampant. Just got to try to slow him down.
Yeah, 100%. It just comes down to, can you actually do it? Because it feels like, you know, on paper and application, it could very much be different, honestly.
Yeah.
Especially with, again, the tempo that we've seen ForSpace run at, literally, going into a Karachi hardpoint. But I will say, like, the macro gaming for Lore on hardpoint has been really strong, you know, kind of over the top of their groups, plus also what we've seen from the general organization. Obviously, you know, new players here and there for Lore Gaming, but their general macro sense of what they need to be doing, when they should be rotating, what their holds look like, how far forward can they go, it's been really good in their hard points. So that could definitely be a factor for them in their benefit when they eventually get to that Karachi hard point. Here's our update on our first elimination round 1 matchup. After a convincing RKNX win on the Karachi hard point, they weren't able to pull back the search and destroy, nor were they able to close out what looked to be a very tight invasion control through 5 rounds. So Syndicate find themselves up 2-1 in a 6-star hardpoint, which has just kicked off. And we'll join them for a little bit in progress while they get things going here in map 4.
And we watched them play this map in their first series versus Lore, and they were great off of the initial push. That first push that come in, fantastic, and clean forward dead. It just came down to that second push coming in. Players getting a little bit too aggressive and out of positionings. So hopefully they were able to learn from their mistakes in that opening series. They're already into this HP 1. They find 15 seconds at this opening HP, but more focus on them is that they have the spawns over that new.
Maybe challenge, though, a touch. Oh, KB actually gets red. So, clean opening fight for Bink. Darkside following up through mid-map to try to alleviate some of the pressure on the flank, which Noisy may have actually slipped through here. Noisy gets the first, reads onto the second, but Dark a little bit quicker off the trigger with the Rival 9 compared to the Renetti of Noisy. So, the spawn stays stable. The hardpoint, same can be said for Syndicate. And they've even got to read that RKNX are trying to hit this thing from the front. Gunzy just wants to make sure no one hits through the aquarium. And as he gets a read onto KB, hold on, Cruz falls off the map. And no one tracked KB around the back. So now the hit simultaneously comes through, but Dark, good read. Gets on for 4 in a row, make it 5 with the pistol. And Syndicate will hold for now.
And now the spawns flip, so this is the ideal situation to be in if you are Syndicate. You already have players off that rotation. You're also soaking up that remaining junk time for the final 15. It's going to turn into a one-on-one gunfight. Bink just going to get exotic and get out with his life. Because now it's going to fall into the hands of Gunzy, who's solely watching that repitch all the way around the back. RKNX get the better of him. He's going to spawn all the way across, or at least close towards water, so he's instantly here to assist his team.
Yeah. Syndicate holding from topside patio. RKNX spawns in their name, trying to break this thing from the back. Darkside still on a bit of a tear, but Noisy able to at least give a chance for RKNX to contest. Cruz hunting him out, and will find him. So again, Syndicate, a masterful start here through 3 hard points. RKNX still trying to get in from the favorite spawns, but all the gunfights get evenly traded until finally Rupert and KB can turn the tides against RKNX with still 30 seconds to fight.
Oh, but Darkside trying to play for the timing. Unfortunately, is going to fall. RKNX in current control of this hard point. Need this game number 4 to try to force a game number 5. But if you want to continue to watch this, just make sure you tune in over at the Bravo stream, because Alpha is ready to rock and roll again. 4 space up 2-1. They fell short in the control. Lord trying to complete the reverse sweep. Into the Karachi hardpoint we go.
Okay. We talked about the tempo. We talked about the pace for the side of 4 space. The macro gameplay we've tipped on for how Lore has played over the course of their hard points. Which will find more success? Or are we in for just absolute chaos here on Karachi? Kind of feels like we're in for some chaos. I'm not going to lie to you.
Just sometimes what Karachi brings. So hopefully both teams can be on point. Yuli just slowly working his way up through top 3. Can't find that kill onto Vivid. He is going to at least get an effective trade, and at least the Lore finding a break for now. But with only 15 seconds left, the big picture is that they have those back spawns over towards new. So a couple players going to hit that early rotation. It's going to fall into the hands of Grays to try to contest early.
Indeed the case. Grays 4 in a row. Still holding on towards, like you mentioned, the backside at P2. This is just down to, do they get the read on where Lore's coming from across the map? And, well, the answer is no. 3 for 1. Really good stuff for Lore. Again, just kind of split hitting around the map. And now it's just down to Vivid to play his life, but he's not able to do so. And with that, Lore Gaming, again, their macro game looking pretty polished, as now it's just down to reading where this next hit for 4 space is coming from. And Yuli's already got the information. Stun and Semtex out. Holds them back for a touch. And again, just very wisely holds onto this position at red.
Yeah, and I love the way that he plays that. He knows that he gets a hit marker with the nade, but doesn't commit on the 2-on-1 gunfight. Chow. He just takes that positioning away from 4 space. Now that first push gets instantly shut down, and with them getting a couple kills now, they can still apply the pressure over towards O because they have the spawns at new. But if you lose these gunfights and then allow Lore Gaming to work that overextension a little bit, potentially block those back spawns, this is not the ideal situation you want to be in.
No, not at all. Well, route from Arcides. Trying to make his way around the outside, but the 1v1 versus Craze doesn't come through. So a good opening setup for Lore. But now you get to the third, and this is where 4 space can make their move. Full setup, full control around P3. Mach even able to kind of get a couple of kills through the middle of the map. Not enough ammunition to deal with the one up top, but still a power position that he needs to be dealt with. And this is just taking extra time off the clock for Lore.
Yeah, now Craze knows where the pressure's coming in from. Just got to continue to finesse your way around Coop side. He's going to find one, reposition himself, trying to stay alive, but Paul Lex just walks straight down the middle of the map. He's able to take care of him. He's now just hoping that his teammates can still hold on to this HP. An unfortunate team nade comes in for Mach. 2 real at the same time takes down Welly. Now Mach is stunned. Mach is naded. He's only had 38 HP left. But a team kill from Lore, and Craze finding a kill still gives them an opportunity to hold on and take the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Just down to how do you rotate around this? Because now Laura, actually, to be honest, they're kind of stuck here at market. But a couple of kills do come through. Vivid now the only one to really kind of hold them off from rotating back out through this gateway. And interestingly enough, RCD is going to take the attention back over to the point. And Vivid is now maybe a little bit lost. In terms of like, wait, where did they go? I thought they could have been right here at market. Desperate shots up to Paul. Some damage, but no kill. Hardpoint goes neutral. This is not new for us, as everyone's still fighting for mid-map and high ground control. Force Space come away 2 for 1. Just trying to find RCDs up top of the apartments, which he's done well and almost turns that into a double. Shut down, and with that, Force Space jump into the hardpoint.
Now they're already thinking about that objective. Still 30 seconds here, but Craze trying to make the next level plays. Hit an early route through Coop, but RCD's tucks himself in the corner. You're not going to catch him slipping. But the fact that Force Space are walking away with a lot of time here at P4, they're now going to have a lot of time to try to execute a break in towards P5. Craze puts down a couple shots, but he sets up Willie for a double. So they're already finding themselves in a great position off this rotation.
Willie pistol out. Actually beats Arcides. Just was not expecting him to be so close. The lead now grows for Force Space to almost double. And very well likely may go beyond that with this P5 now opening up in their name. Nades over the top, finding some value. Mock trying to shut down mid-map, not going to work out. And that's going to stretch out Force Space defense around this hard point. Threats from the front, threats around the back, and oh my, Mock is spawning all the way out, so it's just down to who can be the hero here for Force Space to hold. Otherwise, Lore will get their full control. They've lost track of Craze, though, but the damage dealt is decent enough for Mock to assist, and we still have a neutral hard point until Lore finally flush out the last 2 contestants.
Yeah, good plays, though, from Craze to just finesse with his life. Fortunately, not able to find a kill to keep Lore away from this hill for a little bit longer, but they should be able to walk away with this final 25 with Paul finding that double through top red. Now you just got to put yourself in the power positions over towards P1. 2 real doing it at top 3, while at the same time Paul X holding down red. He's on 5 in a row, just needs 1 for a cruise.
Yeah, absolutely. So no reason to do anything crazy here besides just maybe hold this corner. Tries for the info gathering over towards Mock and does find the kill just before Welly gets involved. It's a bold challenge to take, but it works out for the cruise missile. So an extra resource here for Lord Gaming, while also being inside of Rubble with players that are surrounding the high ground. So this is a really good setup for Lore. Welly working on it, but Yuli's pistol turns the tides in favor of Lord Gaming. We now get past the 100-point mark.
Hey, Craig trying to go for that flank. Unfortunately, Yuli reads it. So Lore, an opportunity now to take the lead in this game. As Force Space are rallying everyone over towards red. Paul X, another route out of him, this time with the SMG in hand. Takes down Mock. The close spawns, though, for Force Space still going to be in towards the backside. Is Paul going to get a read that Mock is going to be right behind you? No, he is not. But at the same time, his teammates are finding kills all around the map. So now you just isolate Mock and you win the rotation.
Well, Mock has kept his life nicely for now, but just too many members of Lore to deal with. And another great map again, by the way, from Paul X. 17 and 10. Doesn't need to see the hard point if he doesn't want it with kills like this. Lore Gaming will win the rotation over towards 2. Right back into the lead, and with a very hefty margin starting to be accrued. Force Space looking for the break from the front. Yuli in trouble. Dealt with a secondary kill to come through. Now the SMGs can flood in towards the zone. Arcides has to give it up with just an MCW out, and Mock beyond that even finds the kill, and really no success for Lore to jump over the wall at the same time.
And now this is the opportunity for Force Space to chain this P2 to this P3.
Wow.
They know where the pressure's coming in from. They're also finding every single kill in the feed. Now it's going to fall into the hands of Craze to watch this overextension, but he's playing a very aggressive. You just want to play it safe, especially when you're the only man in that position. But at least for him, he still gets that back spawn, so he's here to contest immediately.
Oh my gosh, Yuli and Craze have just walked right by one another. Who's going to be more patient? The answer is, well, Craze finds the information. Arcides right there to pick up on the trade. Vivid trying to fight this from across the angle and confirms the kill on towards Arcides. So now Lore Gaming find themselves in a little bit of trouble here.
Repinch.
They're not in a bad position because 2 reels on, like you mentioned, the repinch through Shax, but only catches 1. Good response for Force Space, who are still trying to fight off against this Lore drop in, and Vivid finds himself a second kill. Pistol for the 3rd. Force Space still desperately trying to get the numbers in to hold on to this hard point.
Whew. And Viv was doing everything he can to get the objective on, at the same time also be a main slayer. But Force Space, perfect opportunity now to chain that P2 to this P3 to grow the lead by even more. Up by 25, still 25 here remaining. Lore finding a couple kills around the map, so they have the numbers. You just have to work into the objective, and it's none other than Paul X to finally put his first couple of seconds on the board.
Doesn't make much of a difference, though, and Welly takes him off just as quickly as Paul stepped on. So the lead just continues to flip-flop. 30 seconds in favor of one team, now 30 seconds plus in favor of Force-Space, who are working on some high ground control on top of that. Welly, backside over towards this top castle position. He could just scout things out inside the hard point. Arcitys pops up. Good response from him. Vivid looking for the double. No, it's Alec with the shutdown, and Lore Gaming still an opportunity to earn some more time here in the fourth.
Yeah, they need this time because the last time they were at a P4, Force-Space dominated, just sitting on the hill, soaking up all that time, and then we're able to chain it to the P5. So Lore just don't have the preferred response that they want. Going off the rotation over towards New, and Force-Space with a clean 4 dead are able to keep them trapped in towards the backside of this milk truck. They're going to be blessed with that rotation over towards New because you see the spawns from Lore all the way across the map. They're trying to get kills, also play for this time, and also not allow Force-Space to get this time. But they're going to need another break.
And this is the thing, is Lore continued to just throw so many numbers at the old time at 4 that they're going to be late to 5 again.
They have cruises, though, so.
Yeah, that's true, but you've got positions that are being held by Force-Space all across the map. Even if you call the cruise in, who do you spend it on? So, dangerous moments here for Lore Gaming. Moment of pause as they're going to try to hit through P2. Craze is in a perfect spot for this. Just comes down to does he trust it or not. Maybe saw one on the cross, turns around, finds Arcitys waiting. And yeah, this cruise missile gets Welly out of the hard point, but now it's just down to Craze to finesse and play his life, and he's done so well at that they can't find him.
Yeah, he's just finessing. Finds another kill onto Paul. He knows that the pressure's going to be through top red. Give him another as he finds himself on 4 in a row. Says, screw this hill. I'm going to be the aggressor. I know where the spawns are coming in, but Lore taking their sweet time to get to this hard point. And honestly, you will take this if you are Lore.
Yeah.
They're not taking this final 15 to 20 seconds to go the lead by even more, and then you're walking away with the final 10 with the potential still a cruise missile in your back pocket. No, Paul X invests his, but now it has to be picture perfect from here on out.
Yeah, absolutely the case. 161 plays 204. The last 2 hard points largely going to the game clock. Too real. Trying to go up and over. No one to deal with yet. Turns around, finds Mock up at red. Trigger discipline from 1 to the other.
2.
Perfect from 2 real on 3 in a row. Also reads the challenger in Welly, but can't quite survive through the 3rd gunfight. And with Vivid holding out of the high ground, Force-Space counter the kills, and the hard point continues to stay neutral. This may go to game clock, Jay. We're under 60 seconds.
Yeah, Force-Space, though, they're playing for the W, either in the game clock or just holding down the power positions over on the rotation at P2. With only 25 seconds left, eventually, if you're Lore, someone has to start thinking about that objective. Force-Space, they're just playing keep away. But with those 3 kills going in their favor, yep, they're just going to hop right on in. Final 15 going to be there, so just hoping that now you can find the kills off the rotation to potentially spawn Force-Space across the map.
This is dangerous, though. Force-Space have not really found much time on a hard point in the last 3. Sure, the game clock is in your favor, but we're only dealing with the difference of about 30 seconds. Not just on the clock, but also on the scoreboard. Force-Space with the setup over towards 2. Paul shut down from trying to find a rogue route. Yuli up top on AC, seen by Craze, but his job is not to deal with that. His job is to try to keep the middle of the map safe, and that rewrap will be good to find the shutdown onto Yuli, plus now the exit back over towards Lights. Force-Space holding on, and with only 28 seconds on the game clock, again, a multitude of win conditions are here for Force-Space.
Yep, but they're just going to put themselves in the objective. They didn't want anything fishy to happen and keep them on still. Mock has that cruise missile just in case they can no longer win it here, but still a lot of time. As they only need 13 seconds, the contest is going to be here, and Mock is able to find 2. Him and Welly combined for the 3rd. Force-Space looking to close it out.
Yeah, and Welly even gets onto a 5 spree as well. Not that he needed the cruise missile, as Mock is doing it all. Right as soon as the game calls for it, Mock provides, ends the game on 5, and Force-Space just keeping Lore away from the hard point. I mean, legitimately, it's a game of keep away, like you said. They're the big bully dealing with the 3-foot-tall 3rd grader saying, I got your lunch, you can't grab it. And that ends up being win condition for Force-Space, not just on the map, but also in the series.
And you can just think about how they played that map. Every single hill, they were early off the rotation. They're fighting for a lot of that early time for all of these money hills. But the difference in the game had to be that P4. The fact that they were able to walk away with 35 to 40 plus seconds on the first rotation, and then you're finding kills off the rotation to P5, that was a turning point of the game, because I thought Lure, they put themselves in a position. They won the rotation at P5. Just the initial gunfights, none of them went in their favor. So that's when you allow Force Base to slowly but surely get themselves back into the game, and then you allow players to get activated. Bonk earns himself a cruise missile that they haven't invested. Craze was dominating with that SMGs, always a blind pressure, being an absolute nuisance. It was just too much for handle for Lure, unless your name was Paul X, who was just having himself an unbelievable series. Just a little late to the party as they fall short in this one. In Force Base, they move on
to winners finals.
Yep.
A team that, let's be honest, you know, we were looking at the rosters on paper before we started this series of Challengers Elite, and we said, well, you know, individually, all four of these guys have had some great moments across a couple of different teams. What would they be able to find working together? And, well, the answer has been perfection. I mean, legitimately, they have been the most dominant team so far in Challengers Elite, and they've played in a really tough group as well. So to come out as the 1 seed from it, now working through a very tall team in the form of Lore Gaming, things are looking very positive for them moving into a winners finals, where, again, the determination of who they play will still be figured out in our third matchup, where Omit GG still have yet to be seen on broadcast. They'll be taking up that matchup later on after this next block of action comes to a conclusion, which we still have the secondary stream to tune into, at least give a recap on as we're heading into, Syndicate versus RKNX, map 4, 6-star, and Syndicate holding a lead, but RKNX, they've got some good kills here. This is how you make a little bit of a comeback, especially if Rupert can find one on rotation, not quite, and Syndicate will not have to result to playing over the middle of the map.
Yeah, all they need is 11 seconds to close out this time, number 4, and close out the series. So they know that they have the spawns over at P3, so they're still going to apply the pressure over towards O, hoping that they can potentially close out the game here. But RKNX, they're giving them a run for their money. That's another clean 3 dead in the feed. Only 10 seconds remaining here, but if you are RKNX, the break has to come in, and it has to come in quick.
That's a great first kill from Noisy. He also avoids the stun. Hardpoint has not opened yet, so Gunzy will spawn in Narnia. But Cruz, Bink from behind the bar, does well. Tough nade from Noisy. Doesn't get around the corner, forces him to have to push out. And the break attempt for RKNX seemed to have faltered just when it needed to break through. Now you gotta go. You gotta chow. An Exotic won't get over the top of the wall. Neither will Noisy. And Syndicate will win the map there on the third hard point. And again, a tight series all the way throughout, outside of really just the Karachi hardpoint, which was close through the first set of rotations before RKNX started to light things up. They were cut short, though, in the comeback effort on the 6-star search, and we didn't get to see any of the invasion control, but obviously round 5 tells you a little bit about how that went.
Yep, probably securing the W on the defensive side. So they are going to be the team that moves on. They right the wrongs off of their first series versus Norway. They ended up getting 3-0'd, but close out that series versus RKNX. And I move on to eliminations round 2, where they are going to be waiting for a dance between either Houston Spartans or Omid GG. They'll be sitting for a little bit, though, because I don't know if that series even started yet.
No, that's going to be our next matchup that we're going into, is that Houston versus Omid game. At the same time, we'll be watching the elimination round 1, the secondary matchup of the SGP Midnight Squad going up against FaZe Clan Black. That's a saucy one for an elimination round 1 matchup. I mean, like we talked about, like, this group stage was supremely tight. I mean, we had, what, 4 teams at 4-1, 1 at 5-0, and the other 2 teams were either 3-2 or 2-3. So, I mean, we got about as tight of a group stage as we possibly could have gotten, which means that both of these 2 matches should be very entertaining, but we got to set them up. So we'll step away for a brief break and come back with our third and final block of matches right after that. Don't go far. last block of matches, hopefully you guys heard all of that as we were kind of in and out of the L-bar. We've got losers round 1 game. It's going to be our primary focus here as both Midnight and FaZe Black find themselves in what should be a powerhouse battle trying to stave off elimination. And Rio Hardpoint will kick us off here first, Jay.
Yeah, Rio Hardpoint. If you're Midnight, you're feeling fantastic because this is the respawn that Classic almost went double positive. The only map that you found success in your first series, but FaZe Black at least trying to right the wrongs off for their first series, but they ended up getting 3-0'd. Not the ideal start that you wanted today, but they did have a little bit of a delay to start that one off.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're able to shake that one off, but SCP Midnight just continue where they left off last time on Rio, coming out swing.
I mean, are you like feeling like you just got iced if you're in FaZe Black situation? You know,
Sorta,
you're ready to
yeah.
go, ready to play at 6:30, and then you have to wait an hour to play. You're feeling pretty checked, Jay?
Yeah, a little bit, because like once you're ready to rock and roll, you know, you probably consumed a little bit of an energy drink. You want to join into that matchup instantly. And when you start to be on the come down, unfortunately, that must have been what happened to them versus OmiGG, but
Yeah.
at least the response here to start this one off at that P1, you get 17 seconds, but you lose the rotation over towards news, so you need a break.
All right, well, we'll see if FaZe Black can heat back up immediately here, trying to, again, fend off a top 8 finish. Midnight doing the same thing. Both teams heavy loaded in terms of who's on what rosters. As Midnight will have the rotation early over towards 2. Exceed, though, on 3 in a row. Working on trying to teamwork it on the backside alley. That is such a smart heads-up play. Instead of just diving into the hill, clear out the space around it. Now it's just down to trying to find Classic. Ooh, whoa. Okay, with an AR in hand, he gets a double. Midnight still spawning out, but they get another elimination from the front. But Classic is still on an island, and he's still providing island kills. Killing spree for him before eventually shut down. But help is still on the way, and the last bit of this hard point will go the way of Midnight.
Yeah, and that's the only reason why the last bit of this time is going to Midnight, but because of the plays coming in from Classic. Just finding those bunch of kills over towards that old HP allows his teammates to reinforce the numbers to walk away with the final 10, and at the same time win the rotation over towards P3. Now FaZe Black trying to rally the troops through top mid. Throw the stuns, throw the nades, potentially try to open up with the kill to try to execute this break.
Yeah. Neptune caps work for the first 2 eliminations. Looking good for the startup. Plus, a little bit of cancel of the reload. At least the animation of it allows Neptune to turn it into another kill onto Dylan Rex. 3-8 start for him. Not a great sign for Dylan, at least early, as Neptune is getting to work through mid on 4. Clean shots for kill number 5, and he is frying. As number 6 is right below him, but steps away, and that's his teammates picking up on the information. Midnight off to the races here.
Yeah, and if you're Neptune, you're playing for this kill because you are going to be late off the rotation. But if you can find this cruise missile, that can lead to a break there at P4. The timing with the SMG. Able to catch Dylan Rex with his pants down. Now puts him at 6 in a row. You're also winning a couple gunfights off the rotation. Now there's only 2 players here from Midnight. Neptune not slowing down. Make it 7, trying to make it 8. He finds this last couple of kills over towards Bro Oxys, and he's just not missing right now. Travis is on point.
Oh, dude, I'm so happy to see him back in the space. Getting stepped away for the majority of this year. Recently back in, played in Toronto, and now looks like he's finally catching a little bit of stride. 12-4 start, and Midnight are going to find themselves up nearly 100 points with still 30 seconds to fight for here in front of Garage.
Yeah, still a lot of time here, so you don't want to give this one up for free, but now FaZe Black with the numbers have worked their way into the objective. They have boxes control. If you're the player on the point, you cannot afford to drop. Then you're going to force someone to fill that gap, but Exceed said, screw that. I'm going to still be here to assist my teammates. The final 25 is going to go in favor of FaZe Black, but SGP Midnight now trying to fight for that top mid. They're going to be a little bit late to the rotation, or at least have the numbers, but you just got to put your focus on the team.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, there's a moment in there where, you know, we talked about Neptune as well, kind of in the group stage, you know, where he had his downfalls when he tried to, you know, play through Cold War, you know, some time shared between Florida and New York. Sometimes he just doesn't wait long enough, and that was kind of a moment right there where Temp is on the way. Like, he just needs to wait an extra second or two, and then they can try to double hit out that 2v3 of old time. Ends up being a bit of a punish, and now FaZe Black have also executed on their macro game over towards 5. They bring this lead back to within about 60 points, and more still to come as Dylan Rex is starting to heat up. He's on 3 in a row, 10-13.
Yeah, he's starting to turn up, make it 4 as he takes down Capsule as well. Still trying to assist his teammates at the old hill. It seems just being the super soaker now. She's just staying alive, but Dylan Rex starting to turn it up again in the kill feed. Make it 5, trying to make it 6 on the Classic, but the Renetti is no chance versus the MCW. No cruise missile going to be earned, but FaZe Black have fought their way back in.
Absolutely. Gives them a chance at the map, and woo, Exceed starts to heat things up just a touch. Asim following up, not able to take the kill versus Capsule. Then Classic, he has been having some great respawns here this stage, and you mentioned it briefly, but it's absolutely fact. If Classic is frying in a respawn, whatever team he finds himself on is very tough to beat, and that's currently happening again.
But you need to make sure that you're staying in that form, because Classic had a hot start, but is on a little bit of a death streak here. At least the teammates are still feeling it. In control of this P1. Now FaZe Black trying to rally the cavalry over towards bridge side to try to execute this break. It's a 2-2 even trade, but Classic, now it's your opportunity to find a double to still hold on.
FaZe Black chipping away at the lead little by little. Rotation on the way. Asim finds himself off 3 in a row. Make it 4. So here you go. 12 and 16 for Asim. Rotation for FaZe Black is at least good enough to block and kind of 50-50 the spawns for a moment. Every kill is a big kill here for either side's perspective towards P2. Temp, last one left, but whoa, what are those spawns? Midnight spawn in the alleyway towards Gateway and completely catch FaZe Black off guard because of it. I think a lot of it is there's a conga line happening over on the left side of the map, so that's the only place they could spawn.
Yeah, it's because Exceed blocks it. For some reason, he pushes 2P3 to catch a player off the respawn on the side of Midnight, just so you can add that kill to the tally. But just you blocking that spawn all the way across the map allows SGP Midnight to get those close spawns in towards the back and instantly reinforces those numbers. You can see it on that replay. It was number 5. Like, he gets a useless kill all the way across the map, and that's why SGP Midnight is still running away with this game.
Yeah, just no other location, because Rex, I believe, was also playing over towards that right lobby side, so they couldn't spawn in the deep right side of the map. Very unfortunate situation for FaZe Black, and Midnight take advantage of it perfectly. Temp also, while all this is going on, has gotten to 5 in a row. Looking for kill number 6. Who baits? Who switches? Here comes the first check. Shots out towards Exceed. Not going to connect through the window. Caps does well to actually find Asim, who's playing the opposite angle. And now it's just down to flushing out Exceed in the back. But everyone's teamworking this, and FaZe Black are in the hard point without much contest. And finally, Neptune gives them something to think about with an extra kill coming his way. But Temp has been so eluded that he now has to try to force his way into kill number 6, which he grabs versus Brat. Cruise missile now earned, plus maybe more on the way.
Oh, that's beautifully played right there from Temp to at least earn the cruise missile. But you just stay alive in that position towards the back end. SGP Midnight would still have those back spawns. So FaZe Black able to hold on to the early push coming in. Now hold on as well to the second wave. So this has been a full 60 hole potentially if they can walk away with this final 10. But SGP Midnight, with them having such a lead that they do, they can contest it. Because they also have a cruise missile to find a break at P4.
Great snap from Asim, but he did not expect Classic nor Capsule to still be hanging around the bottom side of the hard point. Rotation underway. FaZe Black the first ones here. Trying to get this into garage is Temp, and it doesn't quite connect with anyone, so FaZe will still stay in the hard point, and Asim hits a little bit of a route here, tries to slow up the Midnight approach, but he drops, and now here comes the counter from Neptune dropping into his cruise here.
Yeah, this is the second cruise invested right now out of SGP Midnight, and unfortunately a bunch of the kills. Exceed is the aggressor. He's able to catch 2, so you don't have the number situation. You don't have the setup that you want, and FaZe Black somehow, some way, were able to withstand 2 cruise missiles coming into this one hill, and they're still soaking up the hill time.
Looking good. Exceed, good prediction on the Capsule as well. Huge double for Exceed. FaZe stay in the hard point. Final contest through the old time for Midnight. Exceed starting to tear him up, but the last little bit of scrap time will go the way of SGP. Right around the 200-point mark to 147. FaZe on rotation with an opening kill from Dylan. A chance to possibly get some early time here at 5.
Yeah, they need this time too. They have bridge control. They have a little bit of top mid as well. You have Exceed who's trying to partner up with Asim through top mid angle, but he is getting overwhelmed. Exceed is thinking that the pressure's coming in from the back, but some bad Call of Duty timing is going to lead to his teammates getting overwhelmed. That's 3. Exceed now has to try to make a miracle happen. Unfortunately, he's able to take down 1.
Wow.
So SGP Midnight, they find the break, and they're not letting go anytime soon.
Yeah, 26 and 19 from Temp, running one of the main ARs here. 27 and 23 for Caps. Just untouched throughout a lot of this map, it felt like. But still, game not anywhere near over yet. FaZe Black A couple of decent kills. Hardpoint has stayed neutral for a lot of this time. Capsule, indomitable. Backside bridge. Make it maybe even 3 in a row. Exceed for the shutdown. Temp following up. And again, a little bit of extra time here for SGP. Nothing significant, though, so FaZe extend the map a little while longer.
With Neptune, he already puts himself off the rotation through top mid. And he knows what the spawns are coming in for FaZe. So just on a wait for the engagements to come to you. He starts it off with the first. Capsule and Temp combined for the other 2. Now it falls into the hands of Exceed, who is in control of the hill currently. He's trying to make a Superman hero plague happen. Unfortunately, it comes back to bite him, and SGP Midnight back into P1.
FaZe got to find a way to break this thing down quickly. Plus also rotate in the last 35 seconds here. Stun out. Temp. Oh, goes to the drop shot. And it's a pretty decent exchange. Caps the last one left. Over the corner! Woo! Rex gets caught swapping to the pistol. Caps challenges that at like 15 health. And now he's off the regen looking for more. Midnight to the 240 plus mark. Kills continue to go their way. Trades are out. And SGP Midnight are going to take map number 1 in convincing fashion. 250 to 168. FaZe Black still have not woken up yet here in playoff day.
Oh, yeah, they just came out swinging. If you're SGP Midnight, FaZe Black, they started to get activated. They withstood 2 cruise missiles coming in at P4 to be down by 40 points. But you just got to go back to that play, man, where Exceed is just getting a kill around the map for apparently no reason. There's no reason why you should be blocking the back P3 spawns while your teammates are trying to flip it to the opposing end. And they're also applying pressure to the front. Where the hell do you expect Midnight to spawn? All the way in the back right corner at bridge side? Like, that's not even the spawn for that money hill. Exceed has to just play that situation a little bit better. He leads the team when it comes down to the slaying. But you can just tell right there that some of the kills really did not matter. Some of the kills that he gets are game changers for the opposing team. And Midnight take full advantage of it to go up 1-0.
Yeah, I'd have to look at it back again, but if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Exceed just spawns behind P3 alongside an SGP Midnight member, like kind of like his conga line spawn. So it's like the player's in front of you while you're trying to run to P2. So it turns into a kill, but like you said, because he gets that kill, you can't spawn P3 if you're Midnight.
Yeah.
Rex is playing through lobby, so you can't spawn over towards the more default favored spawn towards P2. So the only place they can spawn is in that little gateway alleyway. I just don't know if Exceed really had a chance, or a choice rather, and maybe we'll see it here in the replay, but I'm pretty sure he spawns like, not next to, but he spawns essentially simultaneously 50-50 with another Midnight member on the left side of the map there.
Yeah, there's only like 3 or 4 spawns on that P2. It's on the backside of P2, over by the gates area where Midnight were blessed with those spawns. You're either getting the boxes spawn, or you're either spawning all the way behind P3. So in his situation, he probably gets that box spawn, but he knows, like, when I spawn here, there's someone that's spawning behind me. So instead of playing the instant cutoff angle, he goes for the repinch, and then that allows now that spawn to be blocked, and Midnight to still get those spawns close over to his P2. So he probably gets that close spawn. He just hit the wrong route there.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think, you know, that being a moment that stands out of like, whoa, how does that even happen in the first place? I don't even know if that was the most consequential moment of the map. Like, sure, P2 ended up going the way of Midnight, but their holds over the backside of 3, the ability for Temp to get the cruise missile while they did that was also a very big moment for them to stretch 3 into 4. And this is where the game started to get a little bit more out of hand, you know, because until that point, it was a little bit more evenly battled. FaZe was down pretty much the entirety of this map, but had a moment of comeback. But it was really 3 to 4 in that second set that really, I think, kind of led to this Midnight runaway.
Oh, and as we take a look at the replay, production is going to let us know that we're going to be able to see it again.
Never mind.
Or forget it. Just not going to see it again, but that's going to be SGP Midnight taking the opening HP. But now they need to respond on the search and destroy, because I know FaZe Black, they love themselves a little bit of high rise, but okay. Here goes that spawn. He spawns all the way in that deep corner, and just the positionings right here of him, including with your teammate and Dylan Rex, who was working his way up to the map. They both blocked the spawn simultaneously, and that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, so just convoy spawns right there.
Yeah.
It's just, there was such a spread across the map for everybody that spawns were weird from the get-go.
Yeah.
You know, first 2, 3 spawn points that normally come through were blocked out. So a 4th one gets double spawned, and then a 5th one opens up. Weird stuff. But that's just, again, map number 1. A weird moment to be sure. Fun one to break down. But we take a look at our upper semifinals matchup. This is going on to the Bravo stream, and AmitGG, who 3-0'd FaZe Black, find themselves down currently, trying to stretch over to P4 here in Karachi Hardpoint.
And Fire having another miss to do it all kind of map. Already a minute and 40 in the hill. 16 and 14 start with that SMG. In a very, very close game as we make our way over towards B4. Omid are the team early in the control, but Glow Frosty hitting the route. Fire on the pinch. He's able to find one. Glow Frosty with the double and a cruise missile in the back pocket. Now you're just playing to keep them off of this B4.
Indeed the case. A little bit of a slower start for Awakening here, 14 and 19, but working on it. 33 seconds at the hard point. Amit GG able to break through pretty convincingly. A couple of straight kills allow them to get on with still a lot of time to fight for here on the fourth. And Amit GG, this may be the one team, the only team we've seen so far that is just like, we're not just going to let this hard point go to game time. We're going to try to get some points here. And it's done well for them, at least for a small time. Glow Frosty and the rest of the Houston Spartans, though, able to neutralize, and now it's a foot race over to 5.
Oh, but they're winning the gunfights on the way there, and now it's going to fall into the hands of Fire, who's the sole man here for the Spartans. He's able to take down one. He reads the pressure, just not able to get the gunfight victory versus Awakening. So Omid GG winning the rotation over towards New, but they do not have the backspawn, so the Spartans instantly hit a contest.
Yeah. Purge dealt with over at Barrels. And the Spartans will get onto the time here, so a lot of time to fight for. Frosty, again, the new guy up, taking Spark's position while he fills in for Minnesota. And he's done well to this point to at least hold his own end at times. Actually provide some great moments for his team. This could be one of them here. Able to get the first, reads onto the second, and yeah, absolutely predicted. Frosty's able to get the double, and with that, Houston will break past the 200-point mark.
And you continue to hold on to this hill because you know where the spawns are coming in for Omid. Going to potentially send a couple players off the rotation, or all 4 players are still going to contest this old hill, and you are set up to perfection. Glow, Frosty, and Fire. Just getting it done with the team Fires. Now put themselves up by 35 points going into our third rotation. Back to P1 we go.
Well, trade's looking decent for now. Amit trying to find Wiz. Maybe easier said than done, but Cammy finds the kill, and that leads to an opportunity for Purge. Yep, to hit over the backside pinch through mid, and a chance for Amit to start working on this deficit over the top of P1. Glow Frosty, a big map from him, 27 and 16, a lot of time in the hill, and he's going to call the cruise missile in. Going to be called just to take down Cammy, but Wiz gets blown up from essentially inside the apartment complex. Weird scenes to be sure, but Glow Frosty keeping it alive, and with help from Fire, now Houston can work on potentially putting this map out of reach.
Yep, and now Glow Frosty's going to take that power position towards top 3 because he knows that the Omen spawn is going to be over towards that coop area. He finds that freebie onto Pro Loot, trying to line up the second one as well with the Renetti. That guy's eating so many damn bullets. But Wiz able to fly in and find a double. They can no longer win it here, but they have the rotation to next. This is Houston Spartans' game to lose.
Dude, Glow Frosty is gunning tonight. Oh my goodness. 4 in a row, 32 and 16. Also a ton of time in the hard point. 243 to 196. Amit full flooding from the front. Cut off by Fire. Not going to be good. Glow Frosty off the pinch. Needs to get here, but for Houston, they get the job done from the front. Amit cannot touch in time, and the Houston Spartans able to take the first map for Amit GG. And what a run that would mean for Houston if they can find a way to get to the winners finals through the upper bracket.
Hey, the honeymoon stages are hitting a little bit different. When you make a roster change, you're just hoping that it clicks instantly. And right now, they are finding themselves in that form. Last series, what? They clustered with a Search, Destroy, and a Control in the game 4. This time, they're starting up the series a lot better, up 1-0 versus Omid GG, who just finished taking down FaZe Black and a clean 3-0. So that's a great, great victory for the Spartans.
Unbelievable stuff. 32 and 16, 5,600 damage, a minute 20 in the hard point, and 26 of those kills go non-traded. Glow frickin' Frosty. Whether you know him as Glow Frosty, you know him as Hamza, doesn't make a difference. This guy is gunning tonight. And he is single-handedly one of the reasons that this Houston Spartans team is finding the value and success that they are. Frosty, good map for him as well. Gets 12 assists in the mix, so even though he goes -5, the damage numbers are great. And it just feels like this core 3 for Houston have made Frosty feel very comfortable. Playing really well, man. It makes me kind of wonder, not to, like, take away from Frosty, but, like, how nasty would this team be if Spart was still playing with them?
Yeah, they probably would have gotten a better seed. They probably don't all walk away with the 4th seed in Group B. But who cares about a seed when you're playing like this? Even versus the top competition, you have been able to take them down. So now going forward, you got the Invasion Search and Destroy, followed up by the Invasion Control for a potential 3-0 out of the Spartans. And just the way that they have been playing, obviously Fire and Glow Frosty, they have been unbelievable all day long. And hopefully they continue to do so in that series.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's a reminder as far as how the bracket is unfolding. Again, just because of the delay in the Emit versus FaZe Black game, we kind of swapped up our bracket coverage where For Space, obviously, they took the 3-1 versus Lord. That was the highlight of our second series. SGP Syndicate also take down RKNX. So now this third block is all about who can stave off elimination between SGP Midnight and FaZe Black. And, of course, who can meet For Space in that winner's finals between the Houston Spartans and this Emit GG roster. And off to a good start is Houston with still a search and destroy to come, which is, I would say, their best mode right now. Just kind of looking at what they've been able to do over the course of today and yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I agree, is when you're that team that's newly formed, like, that's obviously going to be a tough pill to swallow when you're playing those respawns. Like, the hard points and the controls will be tough. Search and destroys can also be tough, but for some reason, they have been able to find a lot of success, even with this brand new roster coming in. So you need players like Wiz and Fire to consistently play the way that they've been playing. Wiz can always trying to be the aggressor, always trying to play for that opening first blood, and Fire always there to follow him up. Just got to make sure you're playing with that same exact pace, because that's been working for you so far.
Agreed. And I think the thing, too, that we kind of noticed about watching Houston in their first matchup tonight was, like, Glow Frosty was just kind of going off and playing on his own island. Frosty is just hanging out with the SMGs, and the play calls seem to have really been modified out really nicely to deal with, again, the ability to kind of just say, hey, Frosty, lock in with what your subs want to do, help them out, shoot your gun good, and we'll be straight. And that's exactly what's kind of unfolded. So for FaZe Black, got to try to find a way to flex a little bit in the search and destroy, get this thing back to level terms. We know that their control is also very good across just about all three maps. We've seen them dominate teams on every single instance of where you can play control. So you're looking to bounce back here and then take an edge in this series after a very tight opening first map.
Yeah, the good thing for them is that they have high rise. We've watched FaZe Black all season long. Love themselves some high rise search to destroy. They love to fight for that B Street control. Exceed loves to dominate over towards top helipad. So those are things that you have to account for. You are SGP Midnight, but the good thing for them is that they have the FaZe killer on their lineup. They have Nicky D, Mr. Classic, who is always going to put himself in a position to contest over towards that B Street side. So hopefully he's able to have a little bit of success to shut down that early pressure coming in from FaZe.
We'll see how things unfold here. Again, bounce back map here for FaZe, and we're not going to get this one go. So,
Damn it.
Your reactions are too mint, bro. I'm always caught off guard on what you're going to do next. I like that. I like that about you. Keep me on.
I got to keep you on your toes, Alan. I just got to keep you on your toes, just like the way that this series is keeping me on my toes. I'm thinking we're loading in. Everything's going to be all fine and dandy. And then a couple team kills happen. So, unfortunately for the Alpha stream, we are yet to jump into this map number 2. But I know FaZe, they're just waiting. They cannot wait to spawn in the high rise, and Exceed is just foaming out the mouth, ready to hit those side wall runs.
Well, we're going to have to wait a little while longer while we're still waiting for both these two streams to get into their second map. So we'll step away for a brief break, catch our breaths, and we'll be back with Search and Destroy right after this. back, everybody. We find ourselves, right off the get-go, in the middle of a gunfight between the Houston Spartans and MGG on their invasion search and destroy. This is our Bravo matchup. Again, remember, for the upper semifinals, Wiz through smoke. Going to actually surprise the Submit GG roster. Purge by himself, getting caught, and that's a fast and furious first round worth of action in the middle of the map there, Jay.
Yeah, and that's Wiz finding another first blood. Like, this guy loves to get an engagement in the first 10 to 15 seconds and most likely put himself in a position to walk away with that first kill. And he does it there. He finesses, at least dance with death through the smoke grenade. He's able to maneuver his way out of that situation and flank that player over towards Water Street. Just way too much pressure right there from the Houston Spartans up the middle of the map. Was a lot to handle right there for Omit. They were not ready for it as Houston take the first.
Yep. Quick action for Houston. Come to know and love it, especially from the hands of Wiz, who is not holding off here. That is a great 1-for-1 from Fire. Legitimately, he had no business even getting the first, so the fact that he trades that position out is not bad at all. MGG still trying to work through mid, though, and they've got a lot of freedom as Frosty has to rotate long to try to recover, but the problem is Houston have gotten aggressive through B Street, and they're finding kills here.
Yeah, and Glow's able to at least assist Wiz out of that situation and also takes down Cammy. So man advantage still in favor of the Spartans. Now with only 50 seconds left, Proloot and Awakening have rallied their way over towards B side. Trying to potentially catch any player from the Spartans still holding down that position, but they have all backed up. They're playing it safe, just calling out the info on the cross.
Yeah, why not? Awakening a couple of tags to Glow Frosty. He just throws a shoulder to confirm that someone's still there. You got to keep in mind that Wiz's position through DVD could be huge in terms of trying to isolate the flank. And Glow Frosty's going to join in with Frosty, rotating the long way back to see if he can deal with anyone pushing in towards Ice Cream. But Awakening may have found a little bit of a corner here to keep his life. Shots are in, pressure's on, first blood good, and at the same rate, Frosty did get the read onto Proloot. Really well designed by the Houston Spartans.
And he hits the wall banks as well. So Houston Spartans just continuing their dominance in that series. Go up 2-0 there, but back to the alpha we go. SGP Midnight currently up 1-0 in this series. Already into this round, they find themselves in the 2v4. Not the ideal situation you want to be in as Capsule eventually falls. Face Black get the first one on the board on the attacking side.
Well done. Quick fire reaction we've gotten in both of our search and destroys here. No one cares that there's no trophy systems apparently. At least not as we're jumping into it. So, first round good. I'll be curious to see what Midnight decide to do here, because we know what FaZe like to do on their defense in terms of kind of controlling high ground positions both on the top and bottom side of the map, helipad and propane. Midnight, still question marks, I think, in terms of what their identity is going to look like here on search. Are they going to feel it out, or are they going to try to gut check hit something? That'll be the question here as Temp gets to work with a couple of tags through mid.
Yeah, I know that they for sure have two aggressive players in Neptune and Capsule. But they're actually going to change the pacing here and slow down this round. But a lot of map control in possession of FaZe. We already have Exceed sitting over towards top heli. No one contesting over towards B Street. It's just Dylan Rex throwing a couple shoulders. So Midnight slowly but surely working their way up for the objective as Temp finds the first blood.
Oh, and he has to say Exceed is so worried about the windows he did not see Temp cross through the underground. And Temp will find a kill thanks to it. Dylan Rex stepping up while clean shots towards Classic. Does he expect Temp up and sure it does. Great double for Rex. This will be a 1v3 for him. He's going to get a chance to reset. Caps up top, right over the top of the A site. 35 seconds on the clock. Here we go.
A lot of time to work with and also some good Call of Duty timing going in favor of Dylan. Because he simply has to do nothing. Capsule has to recover that bomb and eventually think about that objective. But as long as that time keeps getting away from him, Dylan's going to gain the info. He's not working over towards A. Should be able to put himself in position to contest over towards B, but Capsule spots him.
Semtex out. Rex pushes through that. What a read from Dylan Rex, who is just playing ring around the rosy, and now there's no more time to plant. Give him the 1v3. What a play from Rex. The first kill, great, sure. But the second, wow, unreal stuff. And then the finesse at the end, just absolutely denying a chance for the third gunfight to ever even happen.
Yeah, I don't think that Temp was preparing himself for a jump up. Like, he jumps on the ledge, and unfortunately it pulls himself to the top of that generator. Not able to get the gun up as soon as he wanted to for that engagement because he had all the info. He just was not ready for the gunfight. As Dylan is able to clutch up in the 1v3. FaZe go up 2-0, and now all the confidence is on their side.
100%. Well, Cap's going to play on the bottom side of back elevators. Rex, Nade, going to be caught, essentially, right in the chest. But off the regen, he could still hold this position and get to work hunting for kills over the top of the B side. Nothing to be found here, though, as of yet. And Midnight have actually backed off their initial aggressive defense to try to set themselves up to try to read information and then react.
Because that smoke grenade does get invested towards the middle side of the map. So they want to make sure they have all their bases covered. Don't let anyone slip on by. So you're just going to black up and play it a little bit safer. But now with only 45 seconds left, still a 4v4. No one trying to get picked off early on, but eventually the play has to come into FaZe. And they find it through bottom pit for that first blood.
And Neptune dropping, not what you want if you're SGP Midnight, especially with the defense playing super far back. Caps just has to trust that some of his teammates are going to have his back here. Temp is not able to do so. You see him over the top of the stairs, finds the kill, plus a follow-up onto Caps, leaving Classic by himself. Maybe he can catch 2 here. No, not to happen, as FaZe Black will take a perfect round, and now they're up a huge differential, 3-0 early, and all of them very convincing rounds.
Yeah, they just found that initial first blood onto Neptune through bottom pit. So with that being their first kill, you're forcing the rest of the players on Midnight to reposition themselves to try to pick up that angle. But every time they try to do it, FaZe Black will prepare for those adjustments to come on in. So starting to play a little bit more than expected here in this search and destroy. Up 3-0. Only 2 players have fallen in 2 different rounds. But this has been their bread and butter map all season long.
Yep. Well, Asim trying to help out with a couple of crossfire shots through mid. Nothing to come of it, though. So he'll be responsible for holding the underground defense just by playing this top banister until he decides to get aggressive with Exceed. Classic, Nade Cook, that's deep, and ooh, I would say lucky to be alive right there because Exceed had him beat, and now all of a sudden, Asim behind the play will take down the 2 players from bottom pit. FaZe Black have been unpredicted at every step throughout these 4 rounds so far.
And nice trying to ISO onto Classic. He knows that Classic is still going to be in his spawn. Asim is going to get a couple shots coming in from his teammate to set him up for his third. And that's another clean round right there where FaZe have yet to drop anyone. That's 2 rounds where all 4 players find a kill. All 4 players successfully alive at the end of it. And just the teamwork aspect of Exceed putting down a couple shots from top of pain and back down Classic from B Street allows that opening, and Exceed doesn't, Asim does not shy away from that moment. He finds a 3-piece on the round to secure for FaZe Black, and now they're up 4-0.
Okay. Chance for the Cruise, which may just lead to the map win. SGP Midnight have not gotten anything going here on this search and destroy. Nades are out. This may just be a gut check call for FaZe that is just wild if they want to try to just approach A. Not connected with any of the nades, though, has dissuaded that play. Bomb will be dropped and left over towards top blue, which Neptune's nearby here. Yeah, a couple of kills are coming out, and all of a sudden, Exceed kind of has to play recovery, not able to win the gunfight versus Neptune. And then Brack, well, yeah, there's no chance he gets out of this office again.
Yeah, let's just sit in the back of the spawn. Let's try to be a turret. Line up a couple freebies. He finds the first one on the temp, but the pressure's already going to be on him. Neptune find a double. You best believe he's not just going to sit in the corner and play it safe. He catches the timing onto Asim. Like you saw Asim, he was on 5 in a row. That's why he drops that bomb through bottom blue. So he doesn't put it in a non-favorite position when they start thinking about that objective. But Neptune catches the timing on that side. Able to find 3 to finally put one on the board there for Midnight.
Yeah, good one. Convincing one as well. Not letting FaZe get away with a little curveball play there. In fact, I think Neptune just kind of single-handedly wins them the round. I mean, stops the play through blue, gets a really good read on the ramp from behind the blue stairs. But can you string them together? Because you're going to need to, not once but twice. Nades out early. Exceed looking for some jump angles. Top heli control immediately for the side of SGP. And Temp uses that beautifully. Goes from one window to the other. Rex, see, both drop. Exceed does get one back, but the bomb's already being planted at B.
Yeah, the bomb's being planted. I don't know if this play is going to be necessary out of Neptune, but got to move a little bit quicker because FaZe Black already take a lot of B Street control. They're going to be on Classic. Classic is going to fall. So now Temp with them and with the movement and able to at least put himself in a good position.
Yeah.
He finds him first. Eventually, Neptune gets into the play. And it was a 3-piece of at least secure the first round for Midnight out of Neptune. This time it's 3 out of 10 to get the second one on the board. Slowly but surely climbing their way back. And just keep in mind that they got 1v3'd. We should be tied up at 3-3.
That's a really, really good point. And I think in your mind, you're probably saying that to yourself as well right now if you are Midnight.
100%.
Saying, hey, we're in this, my guys. We're in this. I think especially with Neptune now on 4, Temp on 3. Bold call for Neptune to take that long wrap like you mentioned. Could have really been disastrous, but ends up working beautifully. Not for the round, but also for the potential streak. So this is an important round here, really for both teams. FaZe Black trying to get the map point. Midnight trying to bring this thing back to within 1 with maybe a cruise missile to be earned.
And this time they're going to change their defensive setup. Capsule's going to be in towards the B site. No one playing over towards bottom pit. But Exceed just crouching his way up to the middle of the map. Is going to find that first blood onto Capsule. And now FaZe Black have the go button. We can work this objective.
Yeah, someone from Midnight has to make a play here. You're just stretched so thin. So Temp is trying to get active through bottom pit. Had a chance, but can't make it turn into anything. Neptune doing kind of the same thing, outer blue. Exceed pushes him off. So full advantage here for FaZe Black. They've got pretty much the entire map, at least most of it, to their name. And they're going to try to get up the ladder and get into B.
Yeah, but just the amount of time they've wasted now to now finally start their pushing towards B. You're giving SGP opportunities to still try to contest this. Neptune slides on in, can't find that kill onto Dylan, and now Classic is going to get isolated. Temp in a 1v4. He's also going to drop. And FaZe Black just playing it patient now allows them to be at game point.
One hip fire bullet. How different that could have made things if Neptune was on the chase down, and then like you already said and saw, the follow-up doesn't come through. The help from Brack, I believe it was perfect to keep that B lane in control for FaZe Black. So now they're on map point. And is there enough there for us to figure that Midnight's default and their playbook here on this high-rise is enough for 4 in a row? Because they are going to have to put something up that is very different from what we've seen to this point. It's got to start here with this offense.
And I think you have to switch up the pacing right here because Dylan Rex, he's the only way he's contesting over towards B Street is from the backside of his spawn windows. So you can think about that objective early on. You might stand a good chance, but look at the route coming in from Neptune. He's always playing for those Call of Duty timings, and now he's going to find himself in a position because at the same time, Exceed jumped off the damn map. So Midnight man advantage.
And Neptune can now hit a route. That'll work out beautifully. Should be the round here, especially with Capsule following up onto a seam. Rex up top, nowhere to go. Yeah, that was entire setup for FaZe Black defensively saying, we're just going to hold these spots, wait for Exceed to hit a route, and then we'll go. But the problem is Exceed doesn't hit a route because he falls off the map. So whole round kind of gets spoiled by that.
Yeah, maybe if he had a parachute strapped, he could have put himself back on top of the high rise.
I don't know that's the way parachutes work, Jay.
Yeah, nah, I don't think they're either. It's all good, though, Alan. All right. Well, Exceed, maybe if you turn it to Superman, he stood a good chance. But Midnight staying alive in the search and destroy. Back on the attacking side, they go. I mean, back to the defensive side, they go. FaZe Black need an answer here on their attacks. This time they're going to completely change the pace because look how aggressive. Through the smoke, we're already in B.
Yeah, but Midnight hold blue control. They took a route through Underground Classic just with the AR. Tried to catch someone for FaZe Black off guard. There was no pinch. There was no help. And that'll be good for first blood plus the follow-up from Exceed. And that may be the map right here. Unless Caps can find a way to turn and burn onto Exceed. Not going to happen. Last one left to find will be Temp. And he is stuck right now in the bottom pit. The only big benefit is the fact that the bomb has been planted yet. Maybe if you can find the bomb carrier, could lead to a chance, but now he's stuck and he realizes that, yeah, this is much more difficult now. The bomb's about to get planted.
Yeah, this is going to be a GG because Exceed is going to be able to spot him. FaZe Black are able to take the search and destroy in a 6-3 fashion. But I thought SGP and Midnight, they started to get activated towards the later half of that game. Obviously, the 1v3, you don't expect that to happen. We'd still be in at 5-4 if that one went in their favor. But just like right there, what is Classic doing? Like, why are we just running through a smoke grenade with an MCW strap, thinking that the hip fire is going to be good enough to find that first blood? You gift one away for free, and then at the same time, you saw Temp through bottom pit. He was trying to play for that trade, but Exceed was turning right every time Temp turned left. He just couldn't find the timing to keep Capsule alive in that scenario. Could have potentially made it a 2v2 instead of a 1v3, but just too many bodies to handle. In those final moments, FaZe Black take the search and destroy to tie it up.
Good stuff. And convincing map is exactly what the doctor ordered for FaZe Black. Everyone getting good participation. Everyone goes positive, which is even better news.
No wonder why Classic did what he did.
1-7. Little frustration, maybe?
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Damn. All right. Well, we'll look through the replay package again. This is a losers round 1 matchup. Loser will be eliminated from playoffs at top 8, which I think would be a surprise considering how good both these two teams had played throughout their group stage. And of course, this is one of the last chances, keep in mind, to earn very valuable challengers points before we start talking about things like who is our top 4 by pro points to make it into challengers champs and who will still have to fight through the LCQ. Now, both these two teams, I think, are going to be at a pretty good spot overall based on the results that they've had this year. FaZe Black, obviously, more so than SGP Midnight, but
yeah,
still, this is an important matchup for both these teams to try to guarantee themselves one step closer towards making challengers champs.
Yeah, and they're giving us a good run for their money. Obviously, SGP Midnight, they take the opening HP. That was Rio, which has been treating them well so far all of today. But Search and Destroys and even Controls have not been their friends so far. As FaZe Black, again, tie the series up at 1. Now they're going into a Karachi Control where we watched them play it a lot. And I think the most impactful player for FaZe Black on this map is Brack. Because you can always rely on that guy to block those close red spawns, play his life over towards Junk, just be so damn annoying with that AR because he simply does not move.
Indeed the case. We do have, again, our winner semifinal match going on at the same time right now. That's happening on our Bravo stream. And this is a recap from what's been happening between these two juggernauts as Houston Spartans up 5-2. And, you know, just because the context clues are giving it away right now with this being a replay, you're telling me that Houston is going to go up 2-0 in this series versus Amit GG in convincing fashion? Because that's kind of what it feels like. With First Blood going away of Frosty, he has been great for this team. Purge, hi, how are you?
Hello.
That's a little caterpillar slide. And wow, how about the Houston Spartans with the last second sub in from Frosty?
Oh, they're just playing fantastic Call of Duty. 250 to 196 in the opening HP. And then even better on the Search and Destroy and Invasion. I said it, when you make a roster change, Search and Destroy is the more difficult game mode to really understand what your teammates like to do, the tendencies, the team setups. And somehow, some way, they're making these teams who have been together all stage long looking like some bumps. Like the Spartans are just dominated.
I think there's maybe more so positivity to speak to how good the core 3 for the Spartans are and how comfortable they are with their system that Frosty could just sub in and fill in the role, you know, well enough, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, they're 3-1 versus Midnight, 2-0 up now versus Amit. I mean, legitimately, the thing that's crazy about this is you got to remember that to find a last-minute sub-in, the Houston Spartans had to look to teams that weren't in this elite at all.
Oh, yeah.
So you had to find a guy that didn't even make the elite in the first place. So not to say that you're digging kind of towards the bottom of the barrel, but you kind of are. And Frosty's hung in there, my guy. It's unreal.
And the crazy thing about it is that if you remember the Houston Spartans when they still had Spartan in the lineup, every single one of their series, especially their hardpoint games, were very, very close. And now with this new roster adjustment, the honeymoon stage is just hitting a little bit diff. You're getting W's in hardpoint, which you're probably expected to do, but even better is that you're now getting W's in Search and Destroy. And versus one of the teams who are one of the top S&D teams that we have throughout this elite, because ProLoot is not no slouch, especially on Invasion. I feel like I've watched that guy play that map all season long, and that's been his bread and butter. But
yeah,
now they're down 0-2 in that series, going into an Invasion control. We're instantly going to jump on in it. Houston Spartans, can they continue that momentum for potentially a 3-0 on the cards?
Indeed the case. Moving the offense first for Amit GG, immediately onto Bigos Cammy. Challenge out from the side of Fire, but stun will affect both players. Cammy able to find the benefit of the gunfight. So first tick of progress looking pretty good here. ProLoot stepping deeply in towards the defensive spawn. That's good for another kill, and maybe even a second tick of progress here as Houston's getting stretched across towards mid to deal with this pressure from Amit.
Yeah, they're not going to give themselves any opportunities to even contest over towards B because you have no blue control, you have no B street control, no one working up through that water side to go for a deep flank. So now you're just putting a lot of pressure on your defensive setup to try to hold on strong for 2 minutes and 15 seconds, but at least they're able to find a couple kills over at A. Now they can start to work their way over towards B, but it might be too late because time is going to get extended.
Yeah, 60 seconds added.
Or not.
Oh, not yet. feels like a guarantee,
Wait.
but not anymore. Hold on. Depletion's starting to come through here. I mean, that is about as close as I've seen in terms of not being able to confirm a zone. And with a little bit of depletion here, now Emit GG have to restructure. I mean, you're coming off spawn thinking we're going A, we're going A. Whoa, we're going B again. And Frosty's here to meet them. And, ooh, Wiz able to follow up. Fire also playing backside of the cars. And, yeah, the full third tick has been depleted, and there's only 42 seconds left.
So if you're Omi, you have to make these kills count. At least Prolo's able to find the first. Awakening can't find the second on the 40, but you're going to back him down and allow your teammate in Purge to get the better of him. So now the double stack is going to be in. They should now be able to extend this game clock. So it's going to be in a minute 34-second hold out of the Houston Spartans if they want to take this first round.
I'm not going to lie here, Jay. We're getting some notes here from Colton, our producer. The Houston Spartans, they need to be thinking about a Wendy's sponsorship because Glow Frosty, 39-19 in map 1. Actually, that's through 2 maps. He's been popping off. But then regular Frosty, 10-5 in map 2. It's just a double Frosty situation. You can dip your fries in it if you want to. But the Houston Spartans have been playing extremely well from their ARs. Moments of deliberation here, though, with Purge working around the back on 5. As Emit GG, all need to find Frosty, and they can work their way into A for some absolute domination over the top of the A zone.
Oh, yeah, and this is looking like it might be enough to secure this round here for Omid. You have full gas control. You have Cammy watching over the middle of the map. Probably doesn't have to commit towards that second gunfight onto Glow Frosty, especially with the Renetti in hand.
Uh-oh.
But Awakening takes down Purge. First segment already done. Halfway towards the second one, but just not the greatest setup right there for a moment. Allows Houston Spartans to work their way back in.
Well, and with that, second tick of progress could be depleted here, and it will be as Glow Frosty will work on that. And Emit GG are looking to kind of push around the overextension first and then work through mid-map. Here comes Pro Loot, pistol out, good read onto fire. But how about Wiz? Sneaky spot. Shuts down some of this push. More demand, though, still required. Frosty deep, and Wiz is tucked in a corner. Purge doesn't check the correct one, and now the only real threat here for Emit GG is off Cammy's pinch.
But they have 20 seconds, and there's no more respawns here for the Spartans, so you have to play picture perfect at this moment if you want to try to secure this first defense, because this is the last one's coming in from Omid. Everyone rallying their way around the deep pinch. Awakening and Prolu combined for 2. Now Wiz is simply trying to put himself in a position to watch the cross.
Wow.
He finds one with the Renetti, and now it's a 1v2 on the point.
Yeah, but the problem is Purge is here to try to assist on the cross, and yeah, the life differential plays a major difference maker here for Emit GG. They will take the opening offense. Hard to say. Did they get the second tick of progress?
No, they're not. They did not.
So they didn't get it all the way through, but regardless, you're still going to have to find a way to win an offense if you're Houston just to get us back to level terms.
Yeah, you're feeling amazing right now. Opening up on this map with an attacking round with no trophy systems to go with it. So Omid starting to gain a little momentum here. Try to at least start this potential reverse sweep. Because now the Spartans know that they have a couple segments to make up for. We're going to show early presence over towards A. Stuns and nades. Even the guns are hitting for Omid. And with them finding those initial 2 fights, Wiz now has to play his life, at least play it slow.
Oof. Yeah, not able to. Prolu just bashes through the door. Purge as well, following through. Clean setup initially for GG in this defense. Already starting to pop off. Purge on another 4 spree. Pistol out. It gets caught. Stuns will land onto him. So no killing spree, no cruise missile, but damage has definitely been dealt as now Cammy can get deep in towards Palace. And the Houston Spartans are going to get red here off spawn with desperate efforts over towards B.
But just Cammy playing the way that he is. Already putting himself behind enemy lines. Able to catch one player off the spawn. Second player working up that progression at B. Fortunately, he's not able to earn himself a cruise missile, but it allows his teammates to still apply pressure over towards this B street. It's just now that A's open.
Yeah.
Houston Spartans got a read on it, and Fire's just going to try to at least play his life in that position.
Just trying to find some sort of an opening. And the longer this takes, not only does the time become an issue, but kills are still favoring that of Emit GG. 24 plays 15. Not a single tick earned yet for Houston. And that status doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon unless this flood towards B can work out, awakening in their way. Kill number 4 is good. 5 is a little bit more testy. And Cammy on the corner here stays after being tagged up. Pinch from Purge is decent for another kill, but Houston will have a chance to at least pause the clock and get to work on some ticks here on B.
Yeah, but they need to get a little stack going. So it's unfortunate that Omit have those crossfires and the angles to contest them here at this B point. Prolu finds 3, trying to make it 4 in a row, but Omit GG not allowing anything to happen on their defensive side. No segments gained for the Spartans. And at this point, you might just decide to just chalk up the map. It hasn't been a well-played map from the ARs on the start of Spartans. I'm pretty sure Frosty's still sitting at 5 overall kills. But yeah, Omid GG just seemed to be a little bit too much to handle right here on this control.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing we could say is, like, this was the same situation for, what, Syndicate yesterday, where they were down 0-2? Ended up pulling back a 6-cap offense and held them their defense, I think, to only allow 2 ticks to get captured, and they ended up finding themselves another round 5 offensive win. So, you know, a wise man once said, it's never chalked, but this one is feeling pretty dominant for MitGG, as even off spawn here on their next offensive effort, they're just freely on the B. No gunfights yet.
No gunfights. You still have a couple players scattered around the middle of the map, trying to play for that map positioning. But with Purge falling and the rest of the Hughes Spartans now rallying over towards the middle side, they're giving themselves an opportunity to still contest over towards B, but that second segment comes in. That now puts them up by 6. If you complete this B capture, they guarantee themselves just in case it gets to that round number 5 defense again.
Purge dealt with again. 3rd tick of progress, not fully locked in. Frosty, tough gunfight awakening, just using the pillars, denying some of the damage incoming, and that will likely be enough for Remit to now have their next attempt to flood. Yeah, and the reads are just absolutely perfect. Houston's defense, unless Fire can put together a quick triple, is going to lose sight of this B zone.
Oh!
Kills are decent. Fire through the wall. Okay. Rival 9 is pretty strong. It's dealing damage through cement, brother.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy he taught me that angle. So it's not gonna catch me off guard in the CDL. We know what Hydra is capable of when it comes down to those wall banging positions. But now Omid GG, they're able to extend the game clock, completing those B captures. Now that puts them at, what, 7 segments? Still an opportunity here to try to close it out in the 3-0, though, because they have a lot of in-map control. Just you see 1 set of kills, so start working in towards A.
Shots from Awakening are great. Frosty hanging around.
Useless.
10 and 16 for him. Purge denied by Fire. And Frosty, who tried to get a little bit aggressive on the overextension, gets punished. So now there's a route for MitGG to work across the map. Awakening runs out of ammunition. And that will be enough to kind of reclaim a neutral status here across the map with a minute to play.
Yeah, Spartans still trying to give them a run for their money here. Trading officially on the defensive end around the middle of the map. It's not allowing Omit to set up the way that they want to execute that play. The trades are back and forth, and now Omit, a couple players coming off the respawn, have to get past these players on the side of the Spartans holding out mid-tank.
Yeah, Prolu dancing with death right now, but gets a chance to survive through the stuns and now build off the regen. And with a couple of kills, here comes MitGG quickly. Glow Frosty trying to hold through the back. Denied as Awakening gets the high ground position ever at blue. Fire also tagged. Frosty trying to battle, and Awakening doesn't like the look of this, so we'll back up a little bit further. 18 seconds on the clock. Kill's still good for Remit, and now here comes their push from all angles.
Oh, but Purge, he was hoping he could have worked his way behind enemy lines. Glow Frosty, though, you can't expect him to get caught slipping twice. Because now with only 5 seconds left, you have every single cross being watched. The Houston Spartans are going to be able to secure the defense and stay alive. But that is going to be it for the Bravo stream, at least for now. If you want to continue to watch how the way this series tends to unfold, just hop over to the Bravo side. Back to the Alpha side we go, with FaZe Black already secured the first attacking round. All right, and they got it done by capturing B right off the rip. So
yeah,
FaZe Black are dominating already to start this one off.
We know what this looks like, Jay.
Yep.
We got the head bashing of FaZe Black towards B, FaZe Black towards B over and over and over again yesterday. It didn't work out until later in the map, but here they're starting off with a lot of success, and it must have caught MitGG a little off guard. And it looks like our scoreboard is correct, at least the initial efforts of it. So we're dealing with 10, 17 total kills is all FaZe needed to get to win the offense. So they must have absolutely fried over the top of that B zone because Exceed is on a 6-2 stat line with a cruise missile already. So that opening breakoff must have been nuts.
Yeah, it was perfect. That means he didn't fall. He started off 6-0, and that was an early play that came in over towards B. And now with Exceed just filling himself into this map number 3, already just maneuvering around, taking power positions away. Should be able to find the freebie onto Temp. He knows where the spawns are coming in as well. Not going to be able to read the positioning out of Neptune. But that's already been a lot of time whopped off the game clock. And look at Brack, just being that nuisance over towards Junk, not allowing those close red spawns to come in.
They're trying to set up that Giga Trap, brother.
Yep.
If they can just get these kills through mid, assume that everyone's going to start to push forward. And even on top of that, Brack is going to get all the way back through Cafe. One tick at A gets locked in. FaZe find the kills they need, and they're going to use the cruise missile here just to make sure that A continues to be contested. So it forces Midnight off the point for now. 40 seconds on the clock and a 5-life lead for the FaZe defense.
And you see what Asim and Brack are doing. They have the crossfire set up. You cannot work your way up to the middle side. They also find both the players coming off of the respawn. Now you just got to account for the last 2 players on Midnight who stayed alive in towards Fountain when that cruise missile was invested. But Exceed is able to sniff out Neptune. Now you're still able to contest over towards A. Can't find the gunfight onto Capsule. He had a little bit of assistance there from Temp, but that second segment about to get complete.
Yeah, Seam was trying to predict Temp's secondary challenge. Doesn't quite find the timing of it, so now Dylan Rex is going to be called upon from top AC. Only gets 1. Neptune still in the zone. Exceed does not finish the kill. An extra 60 gets tallied, so there's an opportunity here for Midnight to still keep this offense alive, especially as they've taken Brack out of the backside of Shacks.
Yeah, so now they get those close red spawns. So this should make it a lot easier for you to start to work this objective over towards B. Just have to get past the waves of FaZe. I don't know how Temp lines that up. Great jump shots to take down Dylan. He's now on 5 in a row. FaZe Black a little bit scattered because a couple players coming off the respawn have to work their way over to jump up. And SGP Midnight, they're already in your face.
Yeah, Classic has already gotten 1 to get himself into the diner, and now he's gotten himself a second. Brack around the back. Classic trying to see if the Renetti will get the job done. Not so much. It's just down to the timing of which door you choose to challenge when, and in the mix of the chaos, FaZe Black will regain some defensive control. 15 plays 10. Midnight not done yet, though, as the hit over towards the front continues to have close spawns to it.
Yep, still have the close spawn, so still a lot of opportunities here. Still try to contest it. Just got to get past this wave of FaZe Black players. We're just working their way over to jump up. You at least put a player in a position to contest it, and Neptune's able to find a double, so this might be the opportunity that Midnight we're looking for.
Very well could. A couple of gunfights still have to come through from the front. Classic gets the opener, turns around.
Gotcha.
Oh, my goodness. Brack almost just got styled on through lights, but not to happen. Now Capsule following up. Damage good on the first. Still looking for Brack, though. And he will just sit here and wait to see if he can catch FaZe on the defensive rotation back in. Won't happen. Second tick still being worked on. Neptune. Good kill comes out. He's working alongside Temp. The rest of the team starts to flood forward. 7v4, but the third tick being worked on. Neptune's damage, good for another kill. Classic following up. The stack is now here with 2. And how about SGP Midnight? They get their way back in. They find the way to stay alive and stack, and they respond with an offense of their own.
And you just think about, like, FaZe Black having them in that headlock of a setup. It's just maybe if Exceed finishes that kill onto the point, You have yourself the man advantage to still fight and at least contest through the middle side of the map. But when he falls short, you allowed Midnight to extend the game clock. And then all they needed was 1 set of kills because Classic every time was finding a clutch, a couple of ones, to work his way in towards the cafe. And then Neptune puts the bowl on top to close it out. So all tied up at 1. It was a very quick attacking round for FaZe Black because they showed early pressure over towards B. But said, screw that. We're just going to go over towards A.
Stun will lock up Neptune just a touch. Challenge from backside barrels. Keeps him a little bit more planted, but Capsule across the map at top red. Make sure that FaZe Black do not comfortably get onto the A zone. In fact, it's anything but, as Neptune now finds himself on 5, dealing with the furthest member in Exceed. Classic working off the junk spawn. That's done well. Again, Midnight doing what they can defensively to try to bottle up FaZe Black in the spawn trap. And the kills are just not good enough here for FaZe Black. It's a 6 for 2 opening exchange of lives. And finally, Brack will stop the clock with that kill over the top of Rubble.
Oh, but you got to play this a lot faster if you're Temp. Like, it's 3 dead. We got to commit on that one-on-one gunfight But since you don't, you allow Dylan Rex to now assist Brack in that scenario. They're still working on that progression over towards A, but then said, screw that, we're going to work over towards B, as now everybody from FaZe Black is on this side of the map.
That's the FaZe special. They don't really care about A zone. They want to get these power positions over towards B, and Rex on 5 will be part of the triple stack. One more for a cruise. Sees Classic on the hop up. Tries to expect his movements, but now it looks like SGP are saying, we're done with B. We just got to get this A defense going, and Rex not able to connect on the final kill needed for the cruise missile. Good exit kills as well for Midnight to get their defense across the map.
And you can already see Neptune blocking those coop spawns, just trying to force them either towards red side or towards the back side of P3. With FaZe finding a couple kills to the middle side, and you still have Exceed just roaming around with this SMG, catching a couple players all spawn. It's only a matter of time. With one more kill in their favor, they're going to work that objective and potentially close out the round.
What can you get out of Capsule from
Oh
Red?
my
Nothing.
God.
What can you get from Neptune, top 3rd? It's going to have to be just about everything. Shots to Brack, he has some damage, and it's actually Classic's nade who lands onto the point. Neptune finally makes his presence known, and the kills are good. So now again, this is, I would have to get some sort of inside information on why FaZe Black continue to want to go B first, because now you're spawning front red. This is not where you want to be, trying to get back over to A.
Yeah, you don't want to be on this side of the map, but they know if we take a little bit of fountain control, can flank that positioning towards top 3. Those are the kills that are really going to make a difference. Asim is able to find that one on a Classic. Capsule trying to contest through that middle side of the barrier. Him and Neptune. Neptune has stayed alive as well over towards top 3 for about a minute now. And FaZe Black aren't wasting any time to try to locate him. And he's continuously just making play after play. That's now 5 in a row again for young Travis.
10 plays 8. Live still favor FaZe Black, but the biggest ally for Midnight is the clock, down to 30 seconds. Neptune looking for kill number 6. He knows he's got Brack trying to threaten him from somewhere, but you got to keep your eye on the zone as well. That's the other part about it. Jumping up, and there's kill number 6, but there's no contest. They jump into the last second. Classic gets the pistol out over to the MCW.
Oh!
Capsule helps out. Now it's just down to 1. Exceed will drop. And how about the play now from Classic? He's on an island. He's at least able to deplete a lot of the progress. Neptune helps out for the double, and Midnight's defense may have done it. FaZe still working around the back. Temp trying to pick up mid. Here comes the surround. Rex gets the opener, but no secondary. 2v3 situation. Numbers now to Midnight. Brack able to find 2. Double stack in. Can Classic find a way to break this thing open? Here comes the challenge. Not going to get there in time, and FaZe will sneak away the capture.
Oh, that had to be a Midnight defensive round, man. If you go back to Temp not committing on that one-on-one gunfight at the A point, that was a big part. But then even in this 2-on-1, Temp doesn't even wait for Classic. He just decides to go in there and send it. Puts down a couple shots, but no one at the end of that barrel. Leads to FaZe Black miraculously walking away with the attacking round. And now Neptune, who was making play after play over towards top 3, does have that cruise missile in the back pocket. But we need to take this attack to force game round 5.
Well, here we go. Neptune already up top. Nice
Oh my
shots.
God.
I mean, Neptune is flying, my guy. 20 and 15. He's got 10 objective kills? Wait, that's stupid. So he's been all over the point. Temp, lots of damage, but some of it mitigated by the environment around him. Gets at least somewhat connected on by the rest of his teammates. Neptune's still going to work. A-zone's already gone. 2:15 on the clock. Classic challenging the jump wall. At Midnight, already have eyes towards B.
Yeah, they already extended the game clock. Now they have a lot of map control to go with it, including those close red spawns. So FaZe Black again in another situation where you have to clutch up in a couple of these fights. Exceed is the only one that is able to find one. Only one player now over to jump up. It's going to be Asim. He's only able to take down one. The turn and burn from Capsule, not enough, but he has him one shot. And now those close rounds from Midnight allowed him to reinforce instantly.
Yep. Jump wall still being contested. Neptune right
Hello.
up close and personal, but it's Rex who finally puts him down. First tick of progress being worked on. Classic in a little bit of trouble. High-low setup with Caps. Rex wants a challenge, jumps over and realizes the folly of that, but at least Brack is there to keep the trade in favor of FaZe Black. Neptune in the zone, trying to get it done himself. Pistol out. Good
Oh
prediction.
my God.
Still has the pistol at the ready. It's fully loaded, ready to go, but FaZe Black get a kill to at least stop some of the pressure, but I say that with hesitation because here's the rest of Midnight already in the zone. Classic, last one standing, and he will only force a team kill. Neptune trying to still keep this play alive for Midnight, but FaZe Black's defense starting to come to life.
Oh, man, and these engagements are just coming so damn fast because the spawns are still here for SGP, and now Neptune knows that we're down 2-1. Don't want to have this cruise missile to go into the next map because that is not possible, but you also do not want to take down your teammate in temp. So now it's just going to slow down the play again. FaZe Black just keeping it stagnant. Trades every single time. Play your life when it's needed. Great job from Dylan to just back up.
Yeah, I don't really know what you do about the cruise missiles right now. If you're on the team that's calling it in, you essentially have to back up. Like, it just kills in such a huge radius. Midnight back into the zone, though. 9 plays 5. Could just be a TDM from here if you're Midnight. Play your trades, win the round. Caps, down low, just playing back alley. Rex able to put him to rest. 6 plays 2, though. That's the problem. And Temp has got eyes on Asim. Trying to hunt him out. Brack keeps his teammate safe. Asim pushing forward. Hold on a second. 2v4. Now 1v4. And Brack is going to run away to allow them to capture. And that should maybe, I guess, by the math, be enough for FaZe Black to start on the round 5 offense, which they want.
100%. If you're SGP Midnight, just leave one person on the point and try to locate this kill on the Brack. But the mind games, being aware of the situation, realizing that we want attack on Karachi, could be just enough to get it done. He's also able to take down Temp, so all 6 segments are going to be complete, but who cares if you are FaZe? It's been all out attacks for both of these squads, and they want to be the team to have that attack going into round 5.
Yeah. Weird interactions here. I mean, this is almost the same as, was it Florida last year on Fortress that just, like, didn't come out of spawn when they were on the offense once?
Oh, yep. And then they just knew, all right, as long as we don't get outslayed here,
yeah,
they have to come get us. We're going to have defense going into round 5. It just comes down to, like, when you get towards the later half of the year, those mind games play a big factor in control.
That was so cheese. I think I was actually casting that game. It was one of the ones that Proper and I got called in to help out with.
Oh, you probably had fun with that one.
I want to say it was Florida versus London, maybe? I don't remember.
Wow, what a series.
It was a banger. Not actually. Your sarcasm is noted. SGP Midnight off for their offense here. So I guess the math didn't work out for the second time for FaZe Black. So SGP get the benefit, I guess, of the offense. 2 ticks already going to get tallied here at A. Kills are also good behind that. Asim up top. Oh, clean shots from Caps, but can't finish it off. So now Neptune has to come back over, and he may actually try to hit her out towards B. Thought about it for a moment, maybe. But instead, it's all about controlling red.
Yeah, I forgot that we were all tied up in segments. So after that, it comes down to the kills. And at least for now, SGP Midnight have been able to slay with the best of them. Or at least outslayed by a little bit to put them on this attacking side. So this is what you want. As that 3rd segment is already getting done at A, FaZe Black now forced to play another 2-minute defense over at this B point. But at least this time around, they're blocking those close red spawns. Just none of the kills going in their favor.
Well, at least for now, Exceed's been seen, though. And a lot of shots are in, but Caps can't quite lock in the follow needed to get the kill. So around the back, here comes Midnight. On the zone, 2 members on. First tick is going to be a guarantee here. They have a chance to actually get a 3rd player on if they wanted to. If they can find this set of kills, you got Capsule trying to rotate over. He gets shut down. Neptune's stunned. That's good for the elimination, but Classic gets the 2nd kill. Now you're on for a 2nd tick. 3rd on the way. Contest is in. Classic good for 1 with a pistol, but too many FaZe members to deal with, and everything resets. But the close red spawns are back here, Jay.
Yep, and now Midnight only need 1 set of kills, 1 opportunity to play for 1 segment. And at least for now, 2 kills go initially in their favor. So FaZe Black, you have to haul ass. You have to get back over towards Cafe. Asim and Brack, they combine for 2. So that should be able to alleviate a little bit of the pressure. But still the close spawns here for Midnight. It's going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Classic goes a little bit unguarded, though. Here's a couple of trades. Asim running for his life. Gets into the corner for safety, but Capsule chases him down. Help now from Temp on the cross of the jump wall. Here's the challenge to Rex. He stayed alive, but there's 2 members. Now it's 3 members in. Someone for FaZe has a touch, and no one's able to get there. So Midnight will take it with a map that saw all 5 rounds won by offense a variety of different attempts in terms of what the offenses looked like, but for Midnight, they do it the old-fashioned way, and they take the edge of the series.
Oh, man, I think the biggest thing that led to them having success is that they, every single time off the respawn, were playing for that kill onto Brack. Just allowing them to have those close respawns is the ideal situation you want to be in on a map like Karachi Control, because you're giving yourself multiple chances. On maps like Invasion and High Rise, you're set up for 1 to 2 good opportunities.
Oh, yeah.
But on a map like Karachi, where you can make the plays, where you can adjust on the setups, and you can also adjust where you are going to be spawning by just putting yourself in certain positions, that allows you to have a lot more opportunities. And Midnight did not fall short on any of that. Neptune had himself a phenomenal map here, because every single time we thought FaZe were going to start to run away with it, he somehow, someway miraculously popped a double or a triple at times to give Midnight those opportunities on the way back in. As now they take the control, they go up 2-1 in the series. Now they're just looking to potentially close it out here on map 4.
Yeah, he's been a huge X factor for this team, without question. Again, it feels surprising that this is a elimination round 1 matchup between these two teams. It definitely feels like it has the potential of being a winners finals, maybe even a grand finals, but only one of these two teams could keep advancing forward. The other will finish with a top 8 to their name. And here's a look back at the scoreboard. Yeah, you called it right. 31-26 for Neptune. 31-30 for Classic. Lots of kills, and I imagine lots of damage. But I think the biggest thing about it, and we kind of saw it there in the scoreboard early, was it wasn't just how many kills Neptune had. He had 9 captures, and at one point he has 20 kills in, and 10 of them were on the objective. So he's getting it done right where it matters most. Yeah,
it's either defending the objective or saving the objective. That's what he's always going to put himself in a position to do. He dominated top 3 story, usually expecting NCW players to play the way that he did.
Yeah.
But every single time, it's just, he was just being a nuisance. And I think that's due to the fact that, you know, early into his Call of Duty career, he had the individual talent. It's just the mid-game adjustments or the plays that he's supposed to make at certain times, he just simply wasn't making it. But just playing your life, valuing your life in those power positions, gets just enough done for SGP Midnight to close out this control. So now they're going into another hard point. This time it's going to be on Karachi. So you're just hoping that Neptune can stay in that form.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, if you think about it, and we've said this a couple of times, but we'll just hit it one more, is the thing that's always kind of plagued Neptune is his lack of discipline. It almost feels like he's trying to overchow at times, and that definitely was the case. I think especially on that opening Florida team he was on in Cold War. Maybe less so the case on New York, but it definitely made itself prevalent again in the early stages when he was on, LAG, right? When they were making all those random roster swaps. It just felt like they were looking for someone to be the takeover guy, and Neptune just kind of got caught trying to be that. And just, like we often see in challengers, just over-challenging the red dots. So, chance here now to possibly put the series away. And again, just kind of keep building on the stocks that Neptune's currently raising for himself throughout this return back to challengers.
Yeah, because you got to believe, like, the New York Subliners roster that he was on, everyone in the world expected him to be a lot better. You had multiple world champions. You had Hydra combined with Neptune. There's 2 raw, talented SMGs. It's just, I feel like, with players like Clayster and Krim, they can have a lot to say throughout a series. So they can change the way you like to play Call of Duty, not really make you feel comfortable in a lot of moments. And I think that was the biggest thing for Neptune, because not only did he not perform, but his confidence got shot just playing with those world champions, because they did not play, well, he did not play what they were expecting him to play like. But thankfully, he just put that all behind him, and now going forward, he's just like, okay, I can still use my raw talent. I still know what I need to do in certain situations. Like you said, though, it's just the discipline aspect, and I feel like he's understanding that now further into his career.
I like the call. Okay, so with that, it's the kind of recap on Neptune's story, at least in certain regards. And now we're down to what we can find in terms of gameplay. And we're going to hop back up to the upper semifinal matchup. Again, Houston Spartans up to 1, but a bit GG, a convincing invasion control. Have us now looking at a very convincing sub base. They're up nearly 100 points with still a lot of time to fight for here on 5.
Yeah, if you think about Boston Academy too, Alan, you remember they always loved themselves a little bit of sub base HP. So with players like Cammy and players like Awakening who have a lot of experience on this map, that's why the scoreboard is looking like this, because the ARs are just firing, holding down all the power positions. Still 20 seconds here to fight for at this P5. But 100-point difference. Omit put themselves in the lead. And now they have the preferred sides going into this next P1.
Looking good for Omit. Trying to take this winter semis to a map number 5. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Prelude almost gets all 3. Cammy able to at least provide for the trade, and nope, doesn't get the prediction fully on towards Wiz, who oversteps and Purge will punish. So 175 to 58, and like you mentioned, MGG also hold on to the left side of the map. This is not good news here for Houston.
Yeah, this might be game number 5 written all over it, because Houston Spartans, this is probably the first time that they find themselves on an AR-based map so far on today. And this is what the scoreboard currently looks like. At least you find a couple kills around this P1 to work your way in towards the objective. But the spawn's still in favor of Omit. The number's still in favor of Omit. Now that Awakening finds himself on 5, making 6 in a row.
Cammy just going to hold up top here with the last 18 seconds coming through. Teammates coming off spawn. They're still spawning safe. So now Cammy can start to make a play for some extra time. And the reads. Goodness. Oh,
hello.
My goodness. Cammy just did damage to just about everybody except for Glow Frosty, who gets a couple of kills, but Awakening still spawns up. And with that, MGG are kind of off to the races here in Subbase. So if you want to see how that one ends up, you can find it on the Bravo matchup. But for us, we're ready to go here for the Karachi Hardpoint. SGP Midnight sneaking away around 5 Karachi control, looking to put the way of the series here.
Yeah, that other series is 100% going to a map number 5, so we'll keep you guys updated there. But back to the Alpha. Midnight currently up 2-1. Spawning in again on Karachi, this time for Hardpoint. Hopefully the SMGs can have these same impactful plays that at least got them through that map number 3. But early on, FaZe Black just all-out aggression through the middle side are able to at least keep Midnight off of the hill for now. But with Neptune finding that double, time to jump in.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And, well, they're finding an opportunity to at least surround the map at the moment. And with these kills, you can start making a move through it. And that's exactly what's unfolding. FaZe are trying to play this thing through front side red. But they're going to have to turn their attention here because the kills for Midnight are good. Spawns are not moved yet. But Midnight have a really good look over the top of the second hill.
Yeah, they're fighting through the middle side. They already have a little bit of red control, but FaZe Black, they're trying to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. Trying to force all of SGP to spawn in towards the backside of that dumpster hop so they can have an easier rotation over towards P3. As the first wave gets handled, now Neptune trying to work his way through that junk area to come up behind a couple players. They're able to find the first. He realizes that Asim is going to be one shot, but he's going to get out with his life, and the spawns go back in favor of Midnight off the rotation anew. But with only 30 seconds left, this is your last chance.
Yeah, you need to find some sort of contest here. Neptune trying to find a corner to hold in. Brax Semtex will find the kill. And you can already see Exceed off the spawn is hitting her out. So this is the last efforts for Midnight. Contestant for Temp finds a kill. If he gets the second, that'd be incredible, but no, Rex will put him out. So FaZe Black will win Hardpoint number 2. Status for 3 still in question.
Oh.
Exceed does a ton of damage, but the car gets in the ray from finishing off the kill, and with that, Midnight will win the rotation over to 3.
Yeah, and they also find that gunfight on the old HP as well, because Temp is going to be the player for SGP that spawned all the way out, but that was a clean 4 dead. Now all of FaZe Black are going to be accounted for, all your bases being watched. You have red control. You're just hoping that Capsule can win that initial gunfight. And at the same time, Classic is going to fall on the back. That's 3 dead for FaZe. Temp, the last player alive, just has to play his life and give his team another opportunity. And with that double, here they come.
Yeah, he's done well to at least give them some ground to work with. Like you say, Rex caught kind of mantling over the dumpster. Neptune will finish him off. Brack just trying to find where the next challenge is going to come from. Hey, how are you? A little show of force in the back door, and how about the re-break for Midnight? I mean, that all starts, like you said, with Temp getting the double over towards P5 side, but then the flood from the front, absolutely flawless. FaZe Black just trying to keep them from rotating over to 4 now.
Yeah, they want to try to trap them in towards the old hill, or at least spawn them over towards red so they hit that early rotation and they can dominate that top 3 story. Now they find a majority of those kills on the exit. Now the sponsor SGP Midnight towards the backside of the milk truck. This is not the ideal situation you want to be in. Oof. But FaZe Black, they're combining the power positions with some time here at P4, starting to run up this score.
Yeah, definitely are. A little bit of pressure on the Midnight here, just trying to get them off the zone for now. Brack up top, good shots towards Classic on 4 in a row. And Midnight are really, again, just playing keep away right now. Can't really do too much to challenge Brack from this position, at least not as of yet. And Capsule will drop on rotation. Neptune try to, I mean, that's just a stun chow? Brack will get 5. Temp, ooh, he's in line, but shots aren't able to land yet for Brack. Still waiting for this cruise missile.
Yeah, he's just playing his life. He knows that we're at a P4 where it can get very, very hectic at times, but just got to put yourself in a position to find this one kill. Because your teammates already ran the rotation over towards the new hill. He's going to find the freebie onto Capsule. He is going to be able to take that one off the rotation, but he should instantly get traded. This is going to be FaZe Black an opportunity now to chain a little bit of that P4 to this P5 with a cruise missile in the back pocket.
Yeah, I'll say. This is where things can get out of hand here as Brack is just stopping any rotation for Midnight. Quick trade from Temp, but like you mentioned, the cruise missile's been earned, so damage has been dealt. Exceed up top on the couch. Steps away from the Semtex. Just enough cover there to stay alive through it, plus the kills from down low. Capsule, again, a good double. Keeps FaZe off the hard point. 25 seconds to fight for here. The Seam in a little bit of trouble. He gets dealt with. And honestly, for Midnight, even though it's been a very good stretch for FaZe Black, they're only down about 30 points with a chance still to break over the scrap time.
Yeah, still an opportunity, but you got to make this one count. There's still 10 seconds here. You have a player at least off the rotation contesting for that top 3. Neptune is able to win it. He loves that positioning even with the rival 9. Now a 50-point difference for FaZe. They're going to be late off this rotation, and this might be the perfect opportunity to call in that cruise.
That's exactly what will come through. 1 kill from Neptune. That gets traded, and the cruise missile will come up empty. Midnight still find a couple of decent kills around the back over towards market side, so it seems to be called upon to try to provide some sort of support. Temp finds the kill, and honestly, would you call that a cruise missile that doesn't find much? Because it's just neutral time, and Midnight are still fighting here.
Hey, I think you'd take that if you are FaZe. Like, obviously it doesn't connect on anyone, but you're also not allowing the time to go the opposing way. So it's SGP just trying to hold on to those spawns for that P2. But it's still a good chunk of time here to fight for if you are FaZe with the lead that you have. Just you have to make these kills count, because if you allow SGP to get a clean 4 dead, they're already going to be in a position to win a rotation over towards New. But FaZe Black now have to, with the numbers, work their way over towards Cafe, and they start off with that initial fight.
Temp in trouble here. He's just trying to shoot whatever is coming his way, which is everything right now. Stun, Semtex, both find value. Capsule in the corner. Looking to see if you can get this guy out of the back closet. And yeah, there you go. Okay, 5 in a row from Neptune at the same moment. He's playing forward, so he can honestly just play a credit corner. Let's get kill number 6. Turn that into a cruise, and SGP Midnight will have a chance to try to neutralize this game, but tries to step up into an off angle, and Rex finds him, shuts down the potential streak, plus FaZe now have a chance to break from the front. That is until Midnight find all the kills.
Yeah, Midnight find every single kill in the feed, and now if you are FaZe, you cannot afford to lose this next wave of fights, because you will spawn all the way across the map. So now the pressure is going to be here for Midnight. Have not been able to earn themselves a cruise missile. Capsule on 5 in a row, trying to make it 6. Unfortunately, falls short.
Yeah, so it could be huge for Midnight if he's earned this one, but the foot race is now on. Neptune has been dealt with and pushed off from getting the initial win around the back. And Midnight, with the hard point still open at 2, will spawn way far away. So Neptune is just all about playing his life here in this back staircase. He's done well. Temp also finds one over towards inside the hard point, actually. So Exceed, he's got to come back through tires. 1 kill is good, but no further. And honestly, for FaZe Black, having won that rotation, all it takes is Neptune to play his life, and that leads to a break. It's unreal.
That's the discipline, man. Like, just leveling up in your gameplay. Neptune of old is not making plays like that. He finds that 1 kill, and that leads to the break now for Midnight. All the FaZe spawning over towards bridge side. Have to execute a break from Coop. And with them just being in a 2-2 split right now, you don't really give yourself an opportunity to even work this break again. SGP Midnight just running away with this game 4.
Yeah, and classic. I was about to say, if he can find this kill up top, it's going to lead to SGP actually getting some rotation concern over towards the roto to 4. Pistol, good for Classic. Trying to get up top. Rex finds that kill, and that alerts Neptune that he's just, again, got to play off a little bit of discipline here. See if he can finesse Rex up top. Classic will beat him to the punch, and now all of a sudden you've got SGP Midnight hitting on both sides at the same time.
And FaZe Black can't play like this, though. You can't play for the dominance at top 3 story. You have to play for some time here at P4, because even though Midnight flipped towards the back end, this is exactly what you want. a couple kills going in their favor. They're going to be soaking up a lot of this P4 time as they're able to find a double. Dylan Rex trying to finesse around the car. He's also going to fall if Clapsidle can hit his damn shots, but he's just staying alive. Finally, he is going to fall. And Midnight back in for the final 20.
If Capsule could have thrown that pistol at Rex, he would have.
Yep.
Okay. Midnight. Good scrap time. Couple players trying to test the rotation, but Neptune will drop, and that's enough for Classic to kind of pump the brakes here. Yeah, literally, this little replay, if Caps could have thrown that pistol, he would have, without question. But the scrap time is good for Midnight here on 4. And even though FaZe Black have control of 5, Asim spawns way out. So there's actually a chance here for Midnight to get some contestant.
Yeah, but Bragg, I don't know if he's going to read this play coming on the repinch. So now there's pressure from SGP through that backside and also through the front. But at least if you're Bragg, you're instantly going to spawn in towards the backside. Read the pressure coming in from Temp. Find that kill to hold on to your setup. Just need to put someone in the hill because you need time.
30 seconds to fight for. Rex is holding a corner watching the back pinch while his teammates are all fully focused on both top and bottom red. Stun out. Asim trying to pre-fire it out, but Neptune gets the kill. Brack, good for the trade. Temp still holding down low. Classic off the pinch. Shut down as Brack gets to 4 in a row, and Temp will also drop. So full time here for FaZe Black. They're going to get within a 20-point game, plus they also have a chance of 50-50 battle over the top of P1 again.
And look at all the info that XC was able to gain. He finds that kill onto Neptune, gives the comm to his teammates that the pressure's still going to be towards the lower side of top 3. But now you got to work your way into the point. 20-point difference here. SGP Midnight trying to rally the troops around the middle side to execute one break. Capsule, he's only able to take down one, but more effective trades coming in from FaZe Black. There's only one player here left in Classic. He's just throwing nades, throwing shoulders, staying down. Now the teammates are here.
Yeah, this is, again, punishing time if you're a FaZe Black fan. You need to find a way to get him out of the hard point. And you still have to rotate over to P2. That will help. Asim gets the first from the high ground. Capsidal just dancing and staying alive over towards Barrel's side. Temp watching the crossfire from backside red, but he's going to be dealt with. Capsidal still, though, trying to help Classic out. They get to 230, but these kills are clean, and SGP Midnight are trying to desperately come back over to P2, but they're going to get a little bit of extra time here on the first hill with that double from Neptune. Capsidal around the back. Good damage. Temp will be able to open up P2, and Midnight can win the series here.
Yeah, they can win the series here because here comes Neptune on that repinch. He's able to find one. It's going to alleviate the pressure, but now Midnight only need one set of kills to call a series.
FaZe Black have to work this hit through mid. Temp, Classic, first 2 kills. Capsule has
GG.
his irons up, and that absolutely will be GG. An elimination matchup that definitely had the opportunity to be something further in this bracket between FaZe Black and SGP Midnight. Both were near the top of their groups. It's a 3-1 tally for SGP Midnight. The only map that FaZe win on the day is the map 2 Search. Surprising to say the least, considering how strong they looked in their group stage.
That's unbelievable, man. Like FaZe Black, they could find a lot of success on land, a couple Challengers Cups, just never in the elite. This time they fall to their worst place in all season long. Walking away with this one in the top 8. Who was expecting that, man? Like,
not me.
When you're Dylan Rex, Braxton, Exceed, those guys have been finding W's all season long. As Team goes to the CDO and comes back, he's still finding success in Challengers. But SGP Midnight, just a little bit too much to handle, and more specifically Neptune. Even though he was sitting at 20 and 20, just the kills that he was getting around the map. He's just making such impactful plays. You even saw it at the P3 for the break. He plays his life, just finds that one kill towards top 3, and that eventually leads to the break coming in for SGP. What a performance from him today to just be that nuisance SMG that allowed the rest of your teammates to just do whatever the hell you wanted.
Yeah.
But when it came down to him just being smart in certain moments, he made them all count. SGP stay alive, and they move forward on to next week.
Huge. What a matchup this was. Again, in very surprising form, I'd say, as well. I mean, Rex had a little bit of a slow start, so did Classic, but both players really started to pick it up when it mattered most for both their 2 teams. But I don't know, man. It's just the fact that FaZe Black were off to the races in the first set of hills. I think there was a P3 rotation that you thought they were going to be able to win. A couple of members spawn out, maybe because of the old hardpoint still being open, but it didn't really feel like they got the same teamwork ability of like working out a position. It just felt like it was a bunch of individual challenges. Like, we know a guy is here, but I'm just going to 1v1 him. It just didn't feel like the same FaZe team that we saw, I think, especially at Toronto, let alone the group stage here through stage 3.
Yeah, I feel like the teamwork aspect just simply wasn't there, because you could watch the difference between impactful SMG players and SMG players who are just running around the map at certain points, because Neptune always puts himself in a position to make an impactful play. Exceed, for some reason, he's always trying to play spawn kills. Like, there's certain situations where you know where the spawns are coming in. You love to be that SMG up close and personal in their face, but you have to play a little bit safer in some aspects. You're just allowing people to slip on by, break your setup with ease, and then force a lot of one-on-one gunfights. Just like you said, no teamwork all day long for FaZe Clan Black. Now, unfortunately for them, they are eliminated from the Elite. They're still one of the top teams when you talk about the CDL points. So they should be feeling good to close out the year, but this is just not what you were expecting, especially from a team of that caliber.
I mean, the thing about it, I think generally, is like, that's going to shake your confidence a little bit.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
you don't have there's no major 4 open for challengers teams. So you're playing online cups until you eventually get to champs.
Yep.
Not great news. And, you know, again, there is something to be said about FaZe Black, you know, only playing with the same core 2. We'll call it core 3 now, because Rex has been playing since the beginning of stage 2. So there's at least some build of familiarity, but you really need to lock in big time over the course of these next couple of weeks. And again, just to throw a little bit of benefit their way, like talking to Exceed, he seems to think that, well, there's a lot of people on challengers sound EQing. They're definitely not, and that's maybe why they find so much success on LAN. And, you know, again, that's, you know, nothing we could ever say fully, but that's what they seem to think. So maybe they're just not looking at the online phase in terms of a, you know, do or die. It's just like, these are reps. These are reps for when we eventually get to LAN. And I don't know, maybe that's what their saving grace is.
Yeah, you can have that excuse online, but I ain't hearing it. I'm not hearing that at all. Sound EQ was not the difference in that game. It comes down to fundamentals. If FaZe Black just simply did it as a collective unit, block certain spawns, not allow anyone to slip on by in their setups, we'll probably be seeing a game number 5. So there's no excuses for no sound EQs. You guys just did not play your best today.
True story, but that's going to do it for that matchup. We still have our secondary match in a map 5. Again, the upper semifinals between the Houston Spartans and Amit GG. It's a 1-0 count right now, but there was a map restart, so I think we're just waiting on that one. And while we do wait for that one, we'll take a brief break to make sure we're ready to go, and we'll join that map 5 in progress when we come back. Don't go far. Welcome back there, friends. We are jumping on into the map number 5 of the upper semifinals between BitGG and the Houston Spartans. There was a lobby reset, so BitGG are actually up 1-0 here in the map. Working on the reverse sweep here, Jay.
Yeah, they are slowly but surely fighting their way back into this series. Dominant on the control, even better on the hard point, and currently up 1-0 in this map number 5. But it's still going to be a 3v3. Omit trying to work that objective over towards A, but that bomb carry does fall in a very, very tough spot. And I don't know if Houston are going to gain that info, but at least putting every single player over towards A.
Yeah, if Cammy sees another on the... Ooh, I think he may have seen Wiz on that cross. So you may have to claim this bomb by moving through boxes. But the thing about it is Houston's watching this pinch. Shots are decent. Awakening gets 2, though. So the trades are favorable for Amit. Cammy is still holding from the front, and Fire was the first person he saw cross. So if they've done their diligence, they should know that Fire's still playing somewhere over towards Garage, and they're going to try to teamwork him out, it looks like.
Yeah, because they have to. The bomb is still down over towards mid boxes, so hopefully Fire's going to get some good timing. He spots Cammy for the first, and then is not able to get out past the sights of Awakening. So Omit into 3v3. Awakening able to clutch up and find 3 on the round. So now Omit go up 2-0.
Clean start. Here we go. Hard to put much context on it. I've not seen the first round, but Awakening does find himself on 3 in a row. And for the Houston Spartans, the one thing we can always guarantee about them in this map is that Wiz is going to play up and aggressive, likely towards B. Doesn't matter what side of the bomb he finds himself on. This time he is the bomb carrier. Stuns are all focused over towards Purge's direction. He does get tagged by 1, and that's enough for a Semtex to also be popped down. And with that, Wiz will start to work on the plant.
Yeah, the plant's going to go down, and now Omit do have a smoke grenade to try to retake through top mid. Stun does get invested, not able to connect onto anyone, but Cammy finds that first blood.
Yeah, Purge just walking over the top, waiting for the follow-up challenge. Wiz wins that 1v1, though. Fire also from backside vending. Damage to Cammy, kill onto Prolu. So you have to look to Awakening to be maybe the catalyst for this break attempt through. Pistol out, but no, not going to matter. Houston Spartans were post-plant too strong. They get the elimination, and it'll be a total 2-1 count.
Yeah, that's just what they do, especially on their attacking rounds with trophies just to go with it. They invest their attacks to make sure you're not getting aggressive on your defenses. Once they have full top mid control, they work that objective, and then even with Cammy finding that first blood, just Wiz being a nuisance through mid connector, is able to even up the numbers and then put them on top in the advantage. As the Spartans put 1 on the board. Keep in mind that Omit did have 1 before the reset, so it's 2-1 scoreline. Still an advantage of Omit.
Awakening looking for something at range. Frosty, he's challenged this angle before. Damage actually out onto Awakening by way of a nade. Wiz was maybe thinking maybe he could try to find the angle from top ridge. Not to be, though. Purge also tagged. Good information for the Houston defense on what exactly a bit are trying to do here. But the interesting thing is this is all just a show of force as kind of a fake. Bomb is all looking over towards A here, Jay.
Yeah, they're throwing shoulders, but Glow Frosty isn't peeking. But there, with that jump up, is going to give up his positioning. Should be able to at least give the info to his teammates. The only one that's going to at least try to assist him here is going to be Fire. So he rotates off of Eskies, but now the bomb is going back over towards B with Wiz in the perfect position to contest.
1 for 1 would be fine here. Doesn't get the first. Purge goes way up and over off the railings of the escalator. So now Fire has to rotate in. Glow Frosty trying to work off the flank. Nades are keeping the defense at bay from the front. No commitment here, though, for a bit for the plant. Yeah, and that's Brola. That's your bomb carrier down. Purge also drops on the pinch. So hold on a second. Houston starting to cook up a little bit. Follow-up, though, is good for Amit. And a little pistol play over the backside of the staircase is enough to find the final kill. And Amit GG will get their total 3rd round.
Yeah, they're starting to pull away. Awakening again with an insane couple of kills. He's able to find 3 on this round. Just gets the job done, even for Omit being late on that objective focus. A lot of map control leads to them finding those kills. So now back on top, on the defensive side, up 3-1. Only time the Houston Spartans found a success is when they were able to back you down in towards B. So as long as you don't give up that site, or at least contest it early on, it's going to be very difficult for Houston to even stand a chance.
Yeah, super good point. And how about this? Wiz, no contact through mid. It's just going to go for the quick plan again here. Low Frosty over the backside of Bridge. Maybe a little bit of aid of help here as Wiz has gotten the plant off and backed up. He looks like he has an AR actually over the backside, and well, Cammy, Purge both find the first 2 kills. So BitGG working on this post plant, and they're clearing a lot of space behind this. This is not where you want to be if you're the Houston Spartans. You have to check this bomb at some point.
You definitely do, but the route right now out of fire might put himself in the best angle to at least spot anyone working on that defuse. Now he is going to get isolated by Cammy. Gold Frosty trying to play the timing, but there's only 10 seconds left. He knows that at a 1v3, eventually you have to think about someone working that defuse. Just predicts at the wrong time, and now Omit starting to put a bow on this game 5. We're down 0-2 in the series, clutched up into control, dominated on the sub-base HP, and now find themselves up 4-1, 2 rounds away from completing the reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's just super tough because the plant is so free, and then all of a sudden you think, oh, we could just exit over towards bridge side, but wouldn't you know it, that's where Emit are pretty much fully stacked out bad. And even if one of those kills get exchanged and you stay 3v3 instead of 4v2, maybe there's a chance for Houston to hold on to that post plant, but it's simply the fact that Wiz doesn't stay alive, neither does really Glow Frosty. He gets pushed off the angle, and that just leads to a very easy retake for BitGG. Wiz once again tagged up early. Nades, stuns, shots, all going back over to Awakening though, and he actually will be thrusted back towards this backside truck. So we stay 4v4, and Wiz gets to hold the spot at bridge because of that.
Yeah, Wiz still holding on in that power position. He's watching the cross of anyone working in towards B. Now the presence is going to be here for Omit over towards this A point. Now the rotation is going to come in for the Spartans. And if you're Omit, yeah, let's just go back to what worked the first time around. Draw them on this side and then hit that rotation back over towards B.
Oh, Glow Frosty in trouble. It's going to rotate fire over on the corner to see if he can try to keep that rampway safe, and that's successful for now. Also a boxes rotation from Wiz, so he's gotten out of that position deep towards backside bridge. Prolut very aware there could be someone here though, so they double check it, and now feeling a little bit more confident they can go for the plant. Purge watching the close cross corner. There's the plant. There's Purge in the corner. Yeah, good for the first, not the second, but the post plant gets set up because of that kill.
Yep, so now it's 3v3. Omit have all their bases covered. Just got to hope that Prolut at least is going to commit towards this top middle angle, but at the same time, Cammy finds one on the flank. So now in the man advantage, Prolut finds the perfect time to sneak on in, take down Frosty. Final player also is going to fall. Omit GG, just way too much to handle on their attacking rounds. Like, I don't know if the Spartans are giving the comms that, all right, there's 1 to 2 players sitting at cop car, potential play coming in towards A, but every single time those rotations come on in, Omit read it to perfection, go back over towards B, get the bomb down, post plant. It's successful as now they put themselves at game point.
Yeah, huge stuff here, and it's just really good mid-rounding, honestly. Like, the game plan from the get-go has been solid for a bit, but their mid-rounding, responding to what Houston are trying to do, has been nearly flawless. And now you're going to have a lot of rounds to play with. You can do some weird stuff if you want to, including this, which is Purge watching the cross. He saw at least a couple players rotate through. Defense is also fully loaded here on this B-side bridge. And look at where Cammy's positioned. He's already going to stop any rotations back towards A. So Mitt have all the information, all the map control. Someone's got to chow out, and ooh, they do. Wiz, Frosty, find 2 kills, and other numbers are all automatically right back over to Houston.
And finally, Cammy has made his way on the deep pinch. Put himself in a position to at least gain the info. He's just telling his teammate to stay alive. I have a free kill to make it a 2v2. Cruise missile in the back pocket. And at the same time, you also get info onto Wiz, who did put down a couple shots.
Traded, though, out. Prolut wins a key 1v1 versus Wiz. So now it's just down to Frosty, the new guy up. SMG in hand. Not the cleanest opener, and the follow-up trying to force the kill. Does not happen, and Amit GG will take a 6-1 here in the other upper semifinal. A reverse sweep against a very formidable Houston Spartans team that's dealing with a recent substitution. And that is a big bounce back for BitGG to make their way now into a winners finals matchup versus Force Space next week.
Oh, that should be a banger, man. I can't wait to get into that one, because we got fire ARs on one side versus some insane SMGs on the opposing. It's just Omit, they did not crack underneath the pressure. Like, if you're the Houston Spartans, this is where you feel that pressure, where you feel that roster adjustment coming into play, because you were up 2-0 in the series. Teamwork makes the dream work in control. Unfortunately, you fall short there. Then you go up against this kind of roster on a map like Subbase, where their ARs love themselves from Subbase because they can dominate all the power positions. But then when you get into the Game 5, you're already feeling the pressure. You're thinking, oh my God, there's no way we're up 2-0. We get all the way to the Game 5. We're getting into a real search and show. We find a lot of success early on, but it's usually through the SMGs. If Wiz wasn't opened up with first bloods, or if Fire wasn't responding instantly with trades, it was going to be tough for them to try to secure this series. Fortunately, they fall short, but they get knocked down to losers for next week.
Indeed the case. Still plenty of time to make a run, but better news for Emit GG and ForSpace in the winners finals. That matchup going to be a very, very tight one. But I will say, like, in the lower bracket, not to be, I would say, forgotten about, Lore Gaming versus Midnight should be a good one. And then the Houston Spartans going up against Syndicate with a little bit more time for Frosted to get familiar with their system should also be a great matchup. So
yeah,
lots of work to be done, I think, for both the two Syndicate teams. They had a couple of very, I would say, mixy moments in their upper bracket matches. A good recovery, I think, especially for Midnight, being able to take down FaZe Black in the fashion that they did. SGP Syndicate, on the other hand, they did lose the first map to RKNX, but after that, they held off some comeback efforts from that very scrappy squad. So some things, I think, for all four of those teams at the bottom to clean up. And that's not a conversation that excludes the teams that are in the upper finals as well. I mean, we saw a couple of things, I think, especially, you know, Craze in the Search and Destroy, Emit GG in the opening Hardpoint. Like, hey, we need to make sure we're covering our bases here and not just trusting that we're just better than the guys on the other side of the screen.
Yeah, and if you're Lore, you need to make sure that Tura has a working controller going into next week, because if you think about that Search and Destroy, he probably could have secured one defensive round, and we would have been in a map 5 between them and ForSpace. Fortunately, you fall short there, but you can completely forget about it. Now you got a week to get yourself a new controller, so you're prepared going into next week.
Make sure all your equipment works, friends. Everyone
Please.
double check. Everyone clean out your PC as well, because I know that there's probably, how many people? There's 1,200 of you watching. I'm going to imagine that 1,100 of you have not air compressed your PC in the last year.
Me too.
Clean your stuff out. Make sure your controllers are good, and we'll catch you guys for this weekend for the CDL as well as next week for more on Challengers. Till that point, make sure to fold it down. Bye-bye.
Flames of power burn inside of me, heating past 1,000,000 degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am not the one you want to start this with, cause when I do that would be nothing that can pardon this. I set the flames to get bitter like an arsonist, and I don't wake up until I had no part in it. And you can get down and lay down, leave them calling you evil, leave with nothing to say now. Say you wanted to spoon, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground. No, this ain't no playground.
Feel me?
I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me